Chapter 1 Recommended Candidates. I really don't know why my parents gave me such a name, but I don't know where it's not ordinary. I really don't know. I just know that I've grown up with nothing special. Ordinary can't be ordinary, and even a little bit of bad luck. Today is the head of bad luck, with nearly half a year of girlfriend cheating a rich master. Just after seeing that person's own anger on the head, want to take action to relieve the anger? The results of the people punched. In turn, he was also beaten by the others were given a beating was also put down. If it is not the neighborhood security guards to pull the frame, they may have to go to the hospital to go all the way back home. C belongs to the girlfriend's things have been a piece of nothing left, including group photos and other photos. Really everything is planned, packed surprisingly so thoroughly. I cannot help but is cursed. Don't mention how depressing. My job is a courier, running a day of courier, covered in stinking sweat, took a shower to make myself spiritually refreshed, forcibly shook off a bunch of unpleasantness, changed into dry clothes, went downstairs to the neighborhood not far from the barbecue stall to eat dinner. That said, there's something to be said for a barbecue, and for me, a barbecue with a cold beer on a high summer night does take the edge off everything for a while, but of course, it's only temporary. I am a person eating high, suddenly saw the old king do not know where to come out. He is not polite, directly sat on the opposite side of me, took a cup, poured himself a cup of beer on the pane of two mouths, and then grabbed a string of lamb skewers on the food, but also smilingly looked at me. Old Wang is and I live in the same neighborhood of an old man. In fact, the age does not seem particularly large. Is the hair white? And to his delivery of those courier packages also have a very domineering name, Wang Dezhong. Name at a glance no is false, but I do not have to ask people's real name. After all, just often send the object of delivery. The community counts half a hitched neighbor, and directly called him Old Wang Wang are accustomed to. I raised an eyebrow. Yo, Old Wang, what are you doing? Coincidentally, I haven't eaten yet either, and seeing that you're here, do you mind if I dabble in a meal? Old Wang asked smilingly. Don't mind, come on, it happens to be boring to eat alone, so I'll trouble you to have a drink with me. Old Wang was happy to be there, so he accompanied me for a few beers and some barbecue. The next day, the mood does not seem to be so bored. Just get up in the morning only one person, suddenly a little uncomfortable. Perhaps in a few days everything is also dissipated. The mood will naturally be better. Another day's work was completed, and by the time he left work the sky was already darkening, and the time was approaching 8 o'clock, so he could slightly feel a hint of coolness. I couldn't help but stop again when I passed the barbecue stand, thinking that since I was back to being single and didn't have to worry about what the other half ate anyway, I just put the car on the side, asked for a beer and barbecue and ate a glass of cold beer down. Suddenly feel the day's work fatigue are swept away, and I just put down this cup. Kebabs have not even come up. I saw that the old king did not know where to come out again, smilingly sat on the opposite side of me, which made me very surprised. I asked him if he was stalking me. The old king laughed and said that passing by, coincidentally again saw me eating here, so it was again cheeky to come over to dine. I have no problem with this. Someone to drink cold beer with. Kanban 8 is also quite good, so I invited him to a barbecue. Anyway, we both eat not much. A hold-up is only a few dozens of dollars only. Time has passed a week. The breakup brought me hurt has disappeared without a trace. Perhaps because it is not the first time to fall in love with the reason. There will be no special sadness. Perhaps it is to see and hear too much. Things happened to their own head and did not find it too difficult to accept. On this day, I came back from work, and I was too lazy to cook on a hot day. Hot and panicky. So I came again to the barbecue stall where I ate barbecue before, and asked for 2 bottles of cold beer and some barbecue, and ate it painfully. While eating, I pondered. In fact, single is also quite good, but I have not pondered a little bit of mood. I feel that there is a person on the side. I turned my head, suddenly jaw-dropping. The old king of this girl even came again? Asterisk. I couldn't help but burst out. Why you again? How did you know I was here? Hey, fate nah. This is fate. Old Wang laughed and poured himself a glass of beer and drank it himself. Karma? You're a big fella's fates. I've been here 3 times lately, and you've been here every time. Is that fate? I don't believe it. However, this old king is not a stranger. At least he has delivered to him dozens of times. Rubbing a few dinners is not a big deal, so I didn't dwell too much on this matter. After a meal and a drink and the check, I got up and smiled and said I'll eat here again tomorrow. Will you come back? The old king said this is fate. I did not stop on purpose, believe it or not. Then he smiled and said, you have sent me so many times to express. This is not by chance. It is fate. Since it's so fated, then I have something very marvelous here. Would you like to learn about it? Maybe you'll be interested. Something marvelous? I am a little puzzled about this. Know him for so long, do not even know the name. The parcel every time to write is the king of Moncler outlet store. This wine and rice after listening to him so. I also came to a little bit of interest. Anyway, this is also idle. If there is really a fun thing, may not be impossible to see. The old king smiled mysteriously, said some things here to say is not too convenient. If you are willing, then follow to his home. So I did not refuse, followed him back toward the neighborhood. Back in the neighborhood, followed the old king all the way to his home. The house he lives in is on the 10th floor of the leftmost building. The layout of the house is exactly the same as the one I'm renting now. The furniture and furnishings and everything else are also very simple and neat. And as soon as I enter the door, I also see a sweeping robot running around tirelessly sucking up dust, and it seems that he is living here alone. A humble room, don't mind. Old Wang poured a cup of tea and handed it to me, greeting me as I sat down. I sat down and smiled while surveying the simple room. Your house is decorated simply enough, but it looks spacious and has a big place. In the future when I want to buy a house, I want to decorate it like this too. Not bad. Old Wang sat down across from me. There are some things you need to know sooner or later. Coincidentally, rubbing up against you for 3 meals. It's good for me to let you know earlier, and save others from informing you again. Something you can find out sooner or later? A little puzzled, I put my glass down and politely said, you tell me. What I say next may seem a little untrue to you, so just cut and listen. True or false is another story. I nodded straight away to see if he could name a flower. Actually, I am also a courier. Old Wan laughed. You are also a courier? I was surprised by this, but looking at his appearance, I thought he must be not so young looking, so I asked, I think it was before, right? I'll talk, you listen, and ask again when you're done. Old Wang waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to let anyone interrupt him. I shrugged, apologized, and asked him to continue. In fact, I am also a courier, only unlike you, the couriers you deliver are to the living people in the young world, while I, on the other hand, am to those shadowy spirits and ghosts living in the netherworld. I instantly laughed, looking at Old Wang with eyes like a fool, but looking at his expression that didn't seem to be too much like a joke, my smile gradually eased, awkwardly opening my mouth, so I simply closed it and continued to listen to him. The old king saw that I did not say anything, just a little exaggerated expression, but soon calmed down again, very satisfied nodded and continued. I have said, true or false is another story. First listen to what I said, there is something to say, and then ask afterward. I nodded. Lao Wang, if you do someone else, even if he knows what I do, I will not take the initiative to admit it, but you are different. As for where you are different, after that you will know, but I can seriously tell you, I am really a courier to and from the netherworld to deliver courier, in the following children's county but hung up the job, called the Yin and Yang courier. The old king's finger pointed toward the ground, laughed, looked at my look of seeing ghosts, and did not care too much, just continued to say up by himself, it's very understandable. You, the courier to send the courier are to the living people, that is, the people in the young world. Everything is normal and common. I, on the other hand, deliver to people who are already dead, and after death, they become ghosts and spirits, living in the netherworld, and likewise need to mail some items and so on, and also need a courier. After Old Wang briefly said something, I looked at him as if he was a psychopath. To say that there are ghosts in the world, this I believe. After all, the world is omnipresent. There are a lot of things are so-called unscientific. To put it in a common sense, with science cannot explain things is unscientific, but I do not think they do not exist. But just listen to the words of the old king. I really think he is nonsense. Said what to run to the netherworld to deliver the courier, not to mention the netherworld or not, even if there is, that place is to want to come here? Are you kidding me? I'm afraid you have to be dead to go there, right? Believe it or not, since I told you this, I just want to tell you that you are qualified to become a Yin Yang courier. Old Wan laughed when he saw that expression on my face. Scratch that, am I crazy or are you crazy? Drunk you. I gave him a blank look and got up to leave. Seeing that I didn't believe him, Old Wang said, let's put it this way, I've eaten 3 meals of yours, so I'll at least return one to you, and I'll notify you of the appointed time. I let out an oh so quiet sigh, ignored the old lunatic, turned around and headed out the door. The next morning, I just washed my face and brushed my teeth. I found that the table did not know when more than half a piece of paper, so I picked up and looked at a glance, immediately felt a chill down my spine, dropped this half a piece of paper to quickly check the entire room once. No one? The windows are not open, and the door is also unlocked. Came back yesterday, clearly remembered that there is no paper on the table to come, and I am in the 7th floor. The reason I reacted so strongly was because there was a line written on that half sheet of paper, at 9 o'clock in the evening, bring this half sheet of paper and have a barbecue at the usual place. My treat. Signed, Master Wang. How did this half sheet of paper get put in? It made me a little distracted throughout the day and I almost didn't deliver the wrong delivery a couple times. I got off work for the night and waited until 9 o'clock, when I got home to see the paper still sitting on the table, so I tucked it into my pants pocket and headed over to the barbecue stand. When I got over here, Lao Wan was really there, and he waved cheerfully when he saw me. I heard him say yesterday that he delivers to the Netherworld, and when I saw him today I felt a chill go up my spine. But come all the way here, the meal must be eaten. So I walked over and sat down with a stiff upper lip, and directly pulled out the half sheet of paper and asked, "You put it in my house?" Old Wang also took half a sheet of paper from his pants pocket and handed it over, asking me to put it together to see if it would fit tightly. I put the two halves of the paper together, and sure enough, it was a torn piece of paper, and all of a sudden I looked at him quizzically. "You have a key to my house? Ha, I need a key to deliver something to you? I can just send an accompanying kid, how about it? Do you believe me now?" I heard that he could even drive the little ghosts, but also let the little ghosts to my home to send half a sheet of paper? My goosebumps immediately rose a layer. Brush a moment stood up, a hand threw away the two half of the paper. Feel cautious panic. Seeing me like this, Old Wang waved his hand, signaling me to sit down, saying that it was just to prove it, fearing that I wouldn't believe him. After hesitating for a while, I sat down, but I already had a lump in my heart, but curiosity still made me ask, Are you really a courier who delivers to the Netherworld?" I couldn't help but keep my voice low and low, so that at most I could only be heard by Old King, who was sitting across from me. The Old King smiled and nodded. "Then why did you let me know, and not someone else? Just because I'm a delivery boy?" I was a bit puzzled. Why did such a creepy thing come to me? It seems that lately it's bad luck shining on me. First my girlfriend split up, and then I met such a weird thing. I'm still really extraordinary for once. First, there is fate. Second, most importantly, I saw your name on the following post-roster recommendation page, so let you know this thing is also deserved. I will be transferred to go after a while. The following city god is not let me before leaving to find a successor otherwise the position will be vacant. This thing if I do not say, after a while there will also be ghosts up to find you to say this thing. The Old King said indifferently. What recommendation page? I asked in a rush as a jolt ran through my body. Oops. It's just a roster with a record of people who can do this business. Telling you because you can do this business. If it were anyone else, they couldn't do it if they wanted to, Old King said triumphantly. Upon hearing this, the sweat on my forehead couldn't help but break out. My name even appeared on the roster of the Netherworld. Or was it a recommended candidate? Does that mean I have to go? Beautiful? I can't figure out what's so beautiful about being in the Underworld, but this in turn of mind. Since it is a courier, it must be money. Think it should be able to earn a lot of money. I asked the Old King is not able to make money. The Old King said can, and it is not very difficult. The money can be earned very quickly, and will know a lot of rich people and so on, which makes me fall into a burst of contemplation. Look at my string. Also do not jerk wine, also do not drink. The Old King knocked on the table and said, do not rush, slowly consider. You now have 2 weeks' time. If you think about it, you can come to me at any time. If the time passes and you did not come, this thing you just as did not happen. Of course, if you need my help to send something to someone down there, just come to me, as long as the money is there, and don't say anything about this. I nodded back, grabbed a glass and took a drink of beer and turned around. Along the way I was thinking about the words of the Old King just now and that half a piece of paper, which is really some too unbelievable, but I can't help but not believe. Is it possible that I am now dreaming? Obviously not a dream. I will not be so stupid as to draw their own a big mouth to let passersby look at the joke. Time quickly passed a few days. This day at noon, I happened to come to Tian Xiaoning work office building delivery. She is the receptionist. I pondered a moment is not able to see her. She should be working today, but near noon may also go to dinner. While thinking, I have come to the front desk of the office building. See the person standing behind the front desk is not Tian Xiaoning. I inexplicably some loss. But think about it, this kind of woman should be divided early. Vanity is a little too big some. Express delivery finished, out of the office building. Met Tian Xiaoning and that a little bit of money on the fart of the guy kissing close to see me. This gas is not to hit a place. When I was really blind this pair of dog eyes, even looked at such a girl, but also so serious about the small half a year of time. The two of them also saw me at this time. Tian Xiaoning looked a little unnatural, but a look of not caring, while the man was not very happy. Once he saw it was me, immediately pointed at me and shouted, say you, where to look? Last time is not quite awesome. Hands to hit me? Come on, hit me again to try? Nuts! I cursed, still having a job on the line, angry but the breakup was over. No need to dwell on such things. Who are you cursing, kid? The man came up and grabbed me by the collar of my shirt. There are security guards in this office building, and as soon as they saw the commotion on our side, they immediately ran over 2 people to pull us apart. "Try cursing me again if you dare?" The man was flailing. I was angry, but still held back and didn't do anything, because I couldn't beat him. I had been beaten up before. It was obviously unwise to send it up now to get beaten up again. I glanced at the man, straightened my clothes, skimmed Tian Xiaoning, and turned around to leave, letting the man scream and curse behind me. Exiting the office building, I took a deep breath, pushed my anger down, and drove my battery-operated car on over toward the next point. As I drove, I thought to myself, if I had the skills, would anyone dare to treat me like this? But I'm just a courier. Is it possible to learn martial arts? Obviously unrealistic. That stuff is mostly to strengthen the body, but now this era without money inch. Thinking about it, I thought of what old Wang said, saying that Yinyang couriers can not only earn money, but also know a lot of rich and powerful people. It is a beautiful job, and can also drive the little ghosts and so on. Since I've appeared on that laborious recommendation roster of the Netherworld, why don't I try? It's only a one-time opportunity, so if I miss it, I might not get it again. Just the thought of going down to the Netherworld to make a delivery was just too uncomfortable and unrealistic for me. But if it's true, then through this somewhat eerie-sounding profession it seems that I can quickly make myself powerful and become not someone who can bully anyone I want to. And this heart of mine is on fire again, filled with fantasies. That night after work I made a call to Old King. The phone was connected, and Old Wang's slightly hoarse voice came into his ears from inside the phone. "What? Have you figured it out?" Chapter 2 Expensive Paper Money. Indeed, since he had become a candidate and was qualified, it was not impossible to give it a try. Just like what Old Wang had said, if someone else had wanted to do it, he would not have been able to do it. So I said into the phone that I had figured it out, and Lao Wang also told me to come over after dinner, and talk to me about something about that. With my mind already on this, the meal was just a couple of bites, and then I couldn't wait to get to Old Wang's house. As with the last time, after entering and saying hello, Lao Wang poured me a cup of tea for me to sit down, and then asked me if I had really thought it through. After all, it was only a few days past, and there were still 10 or so days of consideration time. If you don't want to do it, then after 10 days or so you can just reject the summoning ghosts coming up from below. If once you do it, then there's no turning back. You have to do it all the time, and you have to work for at least 7 years for it before you have the right to take the initiative to resign or something. The old king's words again let me have some hesitation. Thought for a moment and asked, "That do you this line of work there is no danger? After all, it's so horrible to talk about. It's the little ghosts and the Netherworld, and also the city god. It's weirdly scary." Old Wang haha laughed and said that the danger is definitely there. What is that saying? If you don't make a mistake, you won't. It makes sense. There are a lot of things in the underworld that we normal humans don't know about, and they're very dangerous. Once you touch them, it's either death or injury, so you have to be more careful when you walk down there, so that there's basically no danger. Old Wang said it easily, but I still saw a trace of a different look in his eyes, but I couldn't figure out what it was. It could be some past lesson that he remembered well, or it could be something very scary. So, taking the liberty of asking, I smiled shyly, "What is your monthly salary?" "I knew you would ask this." The old king smiled, said, "You have much ability to earn much money. For example, I, before as a small netherworld courier just started maybe a single also earn a few hundred thousands, as long as not to lose their lives down there. Long experience is even good, but as long as everything is careful and prudent, soon this number will increase exponentially. The safety factor is also a substantial increase. 30 years, the whole 30 years, I do now is also considered a little famous. Now received a paper transfer order above the big town, ready to change a place to work, may as well tell you. I now a single courier price at least this number." Old King held out a slap in triumph. I looked at it and raised an eyebrow. $50,000? The old king smiled and did not say anything. It looks like I said or a little less, but he said that most of them are hundreds of thousands of dollars to start with. Of course, there are also small, the less the single charge. It means that this thing is also the easier it is. As soon as I heard this number, I was interested in high, asked him the highest received a single is how big. The old king mysteriously smiled, said that replaced with $100 in cash put together, can directly put me to death. Froze. I said a rash. I thought to myself, a bundle of $100 bills put together could crush me? That's not good enough. Realizing that one new $100 ticket weighs 15 grams, 1 million is 11.5 kilograms, so 10 million is 115 kilograms? Could it be 10 million? How could I be crushed by 115 kilograms? It's impossible. There must be at least 115 kilograms. Think of this, I am a jolt. Well, even a single business to the point of tens of millions of dollars. If what he said is true, then this business is really making money fast. The old king seems to know what I'm thinking, said first don't be happy too early, as for you in the end can do. Still need to experience a first, that is, follow him on a trip to know. Even if you on the roster of the recommended candidates, that also have to try to see. The following to the candidates are not all absolutely can do this line. I nodded slightly. It seems that if you want to get into this business, not only must the ghosts and spirits below look at yourself, but you also need to go down and try out, or else everything is a crapshoot. Since I want to follow a trip, I immediately asked when we are going to leave. The old king thought about it and said, let's do it this way. Tomorrow night at 12 o'clock. I have a list to deliver here. It's just as well that you can also follow me on a trip. Well, that you come over tomorrow night at 10 o'clock. There are some things I need to make clear with you, lest you go down and then come up. Going down and not coming up? I was instantly a little worried. The old king smiled. As long as you listen to the command, usually there will not be any problems. Don't worry, come over at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. You prepare the food and drink along the way. You don't need to bring a lot. You and I will be fine for a day's amount. So what's good for me to have on hand? Compressed cookies? Well, compressed cookies must be brought, and I will also bring, in addition to this, bring water and normal food. You find a convenient box to install inside. Otherwise this trip down must starve you to death. Freeze you to death. Right, the following children cold. Remember to bring a winter clothes. Old Wang carefully explained. I wrote down a little bit of everything, and then I left Old Wang's house. This just walked out from the inside of the building. The phone rang, picked up a look. Is the boss's phone? I guess it has let me work overtime to send the courier, but the boss to treat people is not bad. Overtime pay is not too little, so I answered the phone. Little Lee this side just came a car express. If you're not busy come over and do me a favor. I'll treat you to a late night snack at night. The boss's voice came over from the phone. I heard. The feelings are to help unloading. Get done there is a meal. Thinking of their own today rushed over to ask the Netherworld courier thing also did not have the heart to eat on the last 2 bites of rice. So I readily responded to it. I work in the courier point is not far from where I live. Riding an electric bike 5 or 6 minutes to get there. To this side of the look, the boss and the driver is up and down the handling of express delivery. There is a colleague has come over to help. See this? I will be the car to the side of the stop, and also with the help of the past. Generally these courier trucks are daytime to come. Sometimes the time is stuck a little bit of night to come. Although such things will not give what overtime pay, but every time the boss will be generous to treat dinner, which is deeply popular, and the boss is also a good person. Never owed wages and so on. Several people worked for more than an hour, tired and sweaty, but also finally finished moving things. At this time, the boss came over with a small express box, handed it to me and said, the express of your neighborhood, Mr. Wang, when you go back, take it back, so as to save you from forgetting about it tomorrow. I answered and took it, putting it inside the basket and locking it up. Then I went to have a late night snack with my boss and another colleague. In the past, when I did not know what the old king is doing, I have no interest in his delivery, but today I know what he is doing, and he also want to take me to see the world. Maybe I also do this me in the future. I cannot help but start to think about what are some of the things that are loaded inside these parcels of his, but thinking about it, I specified that I can't open other people's courier privately. Firstly, it's not in line with the rules, unethical and illegal. Secondly, now an old Wang is no longer considered an outsider. After all, he has vaguely become my guide in general. I still expect him to teach me how to be a good Netherworld courier, eat and drink a good deal, the stomach to eat to hold up. I rode the bike wobbling past the supermarket when I suddenly remembered that the old king before the account of my things, so I went in to buy some food, including compressed cookies, as well as mineral water and so on. As for the backpack and so on at home there is no need to buy a new one. The next is to wait for the descent of tomorrow night, the next day off work. Looking at the time is still early. I went outside to eat a good meal. After all, tonight is to follow the old king to go on a trip to the legendary Netherworld. Not to mention the truth of this matter has a few points. On the previous things let me convinced, and also accompanied by a certain degree of risk. Even if it is a trip to go down on the cannot come, then at least do not do hungry ghosts. Waiting time always passes very slowly. Time ticking slowly came to 10 o'clock. I can't wait to put on my packed backpack, take the express delivery to Lao Wang hurriedly out of the door, toward Lao Wang where the unit building went over. I came to the door of Lao Wang's house and rang the doorbell, and knocked on the door a few times, but Lao Wang did not seem to be at home, and the phone could not be reached, which made me at a loss, thinking that I would not be screwed, right? Should not be. I knocked on the door again and called out, Lao Wang, is old king home? Ringing the doorbell and knocking on the door. Just as I was wondering where this old king had gone, a piece of paper suddenly drifted down from the doorhead and landed wobbly in front of my eyes, startling me. After I stabilized my mind, I saw that it was just a piece of paper and picked it up to look at it. Paper, northwest corner of Loop Park. Be there by 11 a.m. If my package arrives, bring it along. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I couldn't help but curse after reading the message above and turned to press the elevator with a pang of depression. Can't you take me with you? Did you have to rush over there first? But now think about what is also too much thinking. Or hurry to go to the park side of the ring road. Loop Park is a certain distance from the neighborhood. If you take the bus, at least 2 times, even or sitting from the beginning to the end of the station, time is not enough. So I went out of the neighborhood, directly stopped a cab, and the master said a word and rushed over there. The car drove for half an hour. Fortunately missed the rush hour. Or at least an hour's not necessarily feel this side. Out of the car money. I pushed the door open and got out of the car, checking the time to see that it was already 10:40, so I rushed inside. Ring Road Park is a relatively large park in the city. The main role is to give the surrounding residents exercise. Walking used is also considered an urban green belt. The area inside is very large. I have only been here once before. Took out the paper and looked at the message on it. Northwest corner. I was a little confused about the southeast and northwest, so I took out my cell phone to locate it, and then went all the way towards the northwest. Park in front of a lot of lawn between a lot of winding paths. At this time has been late at night, near 11 o'clock. Here is basically no one, and occasionally see 1 or 2 pairs of small couples in the grass to talk about love and so on. But time is running out. I cannot help but accelerate my footsteps a few points. After running for 5 or 6 minutes at a stretch, straight northwest, I was soon inside the park. Inside there are a lot of trees. The northwest corner of the side planted a lot of coniferous trees, not very dense, but a look at it is known that there will not be any people over here at all. Looking at the inside of the dark, a large area of the strange is eerie. I cannot help but feel a little hairy in this heart. Don't look at a big guy nearly 30 years old, in the face of darkness, still instinctively appeared in the heart of fear. It can't be helped. Human nature. While I was in a daze, old Wang's voice came out from inside. What are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and come in. Oh, hearing the old king's voice, it made the fear in my heart subside quite a bit, and I took a step and ran straight in. It's full of conifers, so if you're not careful you're going to get stung. Luckily it doesn't pierce your skin, just stings a little. Running in dozens of meters, around dozens of large trees before I saw the old king. At this time he still saw him before that look, just more a satchel hanging in front of the body. Has the package arrived? Old king asked. Here it is. I rushed forward and handed the package to old Wang. Lao Wang took the package directly with a knife to tear it open. I looked toward the inside, and found that the inside is actually a few stacks of paper money, and is the appearance of copper coins, in such a dark night flooded with yellow luminescence. Your packages are filled with these ancient-style paper money? I suddenly felt a bit cautious. The parcels I sent him so many times were all filled with these things? Aha! Old King answered. Basically, you could say yes, sometimes no. What? Does it feel a little scary? Ha. I undeniably nodded my head. In the past, when people died, they always had to throw these things, and also burn some, so that the dead people on the way to some coils, but now basically used that what the Bank of Heaven and Earth's bank bills. The size of the normal money is not much different, and the nominal value of the large, not moving on hundreds of millions of dollars, or even tens of billions of dollars have. Why do you need all this paper money? Don't they sell those stacks and stacks of money exclusively now? I asked the question in my mind. Old Wang laughed and explained. Those contraptions you're talking about. Isn't it printed with the Bank of Heaven and Earth on it? And then there's a few hundred apiece. Thousands, tens of thousands, or even several hundred billion apiece. And some of the stacks are sold for only $5, and some for $12. And the more expensive they are, the smaller the face value, right? I nodded my head to indicate that was the case. The old king went on to say, those things are used by businessmen to earn money from the dead. You get the grave and burn it. The people below can't get much at all. Don't think that it says hundreds of billions of dollars above. Burn it down to hundreds of billions of dollars. Then the following is not in chaos. I thought about it. Also, one person casually has a stack of hundreds of billions. Indeed, there is no way to spend it. Inflation all. That's right. It's like this on Earth, and it's also like this in the netherworld. Old Wang said, while the package inside a few stacks of faintly glowing money loaded in front of the satchel inside, and so loaded almost, he will be the rest of the dozen paper money into my hands and said, this is for you, put on the body to take it well. This is called the gold leaf. Into the netherworld. Reward to buy the road and what is essential. These are real tickets. The netherworld tube of the golden tickets. Golden ticket? That's for sure. You burn a stack of inferior goods from the Bank of Heaven and Earth. The people down there, they take it to the Bank of Heaven and Earth and exchange it for a few pennies. It's over if you don't spend it. You take a piece of paper money like that, It'll allow you to do a lot of things down there. Old Wang shook the paper money in his hand. Where did you buy this paper money? It seems to me that it's sold inside the store that usually sells paper money, right? Cut they those or have a shape. Burned off into flying ash. Not a bit of use. And cheap as hell. This is not ordinary goods. Not afraid to tell you. You just gave me this tiny package inside the put this point of paper money. Spent me 3,000 yuan. Hiss. I drew a breath of cold air. Just now when the package was opened I also roughly looked at the two eyes. Inside the paper money is not much. A total of 3 stacks. A stack of about 20 to 30 pieces of the same. This is even to be $3,000? God. I really did not think that this thing is so expensive. And also not the earth with the stuff. Chapter 3, Old Wang's Past. Under Lao Wang's repeated explanation, I packed up these expensive paper money. After all, $3,000 bought such a little, and it is still to be used on the road to be used in the things. Cannot make a mistake. Before there is a doubt that the old king has not given me an explanation. So I asked why this paper money above the faint yellowish halo. Is it still luminous not? The old king was immediately happy to hear, patted my shoulder and said, you don't know much more. Let's not talk about anything else. First come with me on such a trip. If everything is safe and sound, then you'll know what you should know in the future. I nodded my head in understanding, and on second thought, if I really wasn't suited to such an eerie-sounding profession, then it didn't seem like I had the right to know so much about it. Old Wang patted me twice, and only after finishing did he ask, right, where are the clothes I asked you to prepare? It's cold down there. I remembered all the things he explained before, so I hurriedly pulled out a thin-down jacket from inside my backpack and asked, do you think this will work? The old king reached out and touched it and said yes. Then he looked at the time on his watch and said, it's still a little while before you can go. You do a little psychological preparation. And, when you get down there, you shouldn't say anything. Don't ask anything that you shouldn't ask, and keep your mouth shut, and I'll let you say it when you open your mouth, and then you'll say it again. Do you understand? Understood. I nodded. Never yell out when you meet anything that makes you feel fearful. Just stand by my side. Then everything is safe. Remember, the old king is again a good account, which makes me feel a kind of inexplicable sense of crisis. But come still cannot follow down? I also want to become the same person as the old king. The experience is always to experience. When I thought about it, I realized that I didn't know Lao Wan's real name until now. So I asked. Old Wang only said 3 words, Wang Ryu. I froze for a moment. Wang Ryu? The old king nodded and said that it is the sun and moon, not Ming. His real name is called Wang Ryu. As for the current name, also let me address him as the old king. Said that this sounds more comfortable. I did not say anything more, silently checking his own equipment. This trip over, in addition to this down jacket and Lao Wang just gave a dozen paper money, backpack inside the 4 bottles of mineral water and some of the 2 of us enough to eat a day or 2 of food, in addition to a few packs of compressed cookies. In addition to that, I brought a lighter and a dagger, which in my opinion are survival tools that might be useful in case something happens. I didn't talk to Lao Wang before, but it seems that I will be going down soon, and I still have some worries in my heart that something will go wrong because of these things, so I talked to Lao Wang about all these other preparations as well. The old king heard, immediately shocked out of a cold sweat, said in a bad mood, lighter with on with, dagger hurry up to take out and throw the side, cannot bring down, we are going to enter the city, in case you are found out a 1 or 2 the head have to carry to go, do not understand? Weapons and other things are quickly taken out and thrown away, you can't afford to bring this kind of level. As soon as I heard that, a chill went down my back as well, and I hastily took the dagger out from inside my backpack and threw it aside. The old king took a look, immediately both eyes light. A hand will pick it up to look through a bit, rightfully said, lost strange pity. I first give you safekeeping custody, said he, put away the dagger, and then threw out a broken dagger from inside his satchel. 3 black lines came out on this forehead of mine. Could it be the Black Me dagger? However, he is a 30-year-old guy. The following is expected to be familiar with the mix. With a weapon to defend themselves should not have any problem. While I am different, a living person for the first time to go down to the netherworld. Think of the horror. In case the ghosts of the netherworld below the grasp of the handle to interrogate, not to let go, then the matter may really not be a good thing. Speaking of this dagger, I bought several years ago, when I spent $998 to buy, anyway, is to look like, so buy after the discovery is not much use, some waste of feeling, after that will be placed in the home as a pendant. I did not expect this time to bring out his cheap old Wang. Time slowly passed a few minutes, in this dark coniferous grove inside the Black Terrible, but there is a wind can make me this goosebumps on several layers, but also always suspicious of looking around, always feel that there is something in the surrounding looking at me. The old king saw me like this also, do not mind, just smiled and said normal. The average person for the black is always afraid. But wait for the next trip to the netherworld. The fear of the state of mind will be a lot better, and slowly get used to it. The time varied to 11 o'clock exactly. This time the old king looked at his watch again. Suddenly a cold wind blew past around him. He opened his mouth and said, "Stand still, and don't speak." I nodded and stayed silent, though my eyes were still darting around, glancing everywhere in sight. Suddenly a gust of wind has a cold feeling. Seems to have something to my back. This feeling makes me very uncomfortable. Instinctively drive me to want to turn my head to see in the end there is something. But after seeing the old king's eyes, I still keep standing. Do not dare to move. Between the old king smilingly behind me to speak, but said the words I actually did not understand a sentence. Listening to some shoo 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 hoo and so on the sound. Just some of the different rhythms. It seems to be talking to who? I can't believe people are appearing around me. Oh no, that would be a ghost. Goodness, a ghost has appeared by my side. Is this considered a ghost language spoken by Old Wang? No wonder it sounds familiar. This kind of sound can often be heard inside horror movies and TV shows. It is a whimpering sound, especially but the difference is especially big. The old king a smiling look. Shoo shoo hoo said a good deal. Then I heard my ears not far from a wind blew, a leisurely ghost language out, and the old king just said out words exactly the same. A feeling. Ghosts. I almost jumped out toward one side in fear. My whole body muscles are tensed. Just the words of the old king just now I still remember. Don't move. Don't talk. Everything is under command. I let you say again. I was in tears. I was actually standing side by side with a ghost? Otherwise there shouldn't be this eerie and icy feeling. I now kind of understand why old Wang asked me to bring a winter coat over. Now this is still on Earth. Just around the emergence of a ghost has been so let a person feel cold, that if down the netherworld, around the horror of no ghosts is also much colder than this, right? Thinking about it, I quickly associated with some novels depicting things about gods and ghosts, saying that if you come into contact with ghosts, people will be very sick. What people have 3 fires in a mess, which makes the moment feel a little blindsided. The old king chatted for a few minutes to the side of me in words that I couldn't understand anything at all. And then the old king nodded to that side and waved his hand as if to send off his guests. A few moments later, I only felt the cold feeling around me subside, but the old king didn't send word. I still didn't dare to speak or move a muscle. The old king looked at my face full of misery, smiled and said, "Well, you can move." He laughed. "A moment to 12 o'clock this side of the netherworld gate can be opened. I've taken you down to the thing," and he said, "Old familiar ghosts. There is a friendship. Good to talk." Hearing that I could move as well as talk, I instantly sat on my ass. The stock just sat on the ground, and took 2 violent breaths. "Who I say, old Wang, this, you were just talking to a ghost? Nonsense. Am I talking to the air?" The old king gave me a blank look, saw my somewhat pale face, waved his hand and said to rest in place for a while, to 12 o'clock when the heaviest she cannot go. "Not now." Said if I feel uncomfortable to eat something first to suppress the shock. I gulped down my throat and took out my water and took a sip, which made me feel better. I must look a mess right now. I can tell by the look on old king's face as he looks at me and can't stop laughing. Old Wang seemed to know what I was thinking, so he said, "This performance of yours is much better than mine back then." "Ha?" I instantly became interested. No matter if the ground is dirty or not. Sat up straight and asked. "Then old Wang brother said how you started before?" "Don't say. From just now. What you said before I completely believe. That kind of feeling really makes people feel like falling into the ice cave. Really cold. I was Old Wang scratched his head. Do not know where to pull out 2 cigarettes. Threw one to me. We both lit up the cigarette and smoked a few mouthfuls. The old king only then paragraphed to say, "Back then, I and your situation is similar. Only I was a letter carrier. Working in the post office. Official labor. You are a courier." Taking advantage of the rest of this hour of time, the old king and I talked about his previous things. I also listened with great interest. Instantly will be surrounded by this dark and horrible environment to forget all. Speaking of this old Wang, that is, Wang Ryu is a talent. He was young when he worked in the post office that is the envy of many people in the iron rice bowl. And he will also be an electrician. The technology is not bad. From time to time to take a part-time job. The money earned flower ring. Later married a wife. Had a little princess. A small life of red hot. That in the neighborhood is also the object of envy. Just a pity. An accident made him lose his beloved wife and child. The old king suddenly felt that the whole world has lost color. The work does not go. Welding work is not done. A series of boredom in the home for more than a month. The person is not thin. Almost depressed, jumped off a building to light. I suddenly felt that I seemed to be asking a little too much. That I had made him say so many things at once about something so personal and so grievous. And I was about to say something, when I heard old king ask, "Then do you know what I am doing this profession for?" I froze for a moment. My thoughts forcibly all yanked back, but shook my head in disbelief. Each person has each person's story. Each person has each person's difficulties. It's private, and I don't think it's polite to just guess, so I don't just name a reason. Old Wang suddenly laughed. You guys are really stupid. People die and become ghosts and go down to the netherworld. The reason why I did that is because it's possible for me to see my wife once again. When he said that, it dawned on me and I thought to myself. However, I still asked, after death, don't people have to cross the Neho Bridge, drink that Manhwa soup and then forget this life and be reincarnated? The old king nodded his head rightfully. You are right. Most people are arranged to be reincarnated after a short stay in the netherworld after death. And after reincarnation they will lose all their original memories. That is to say, they will get a new life, either as a human being, or as something else. It varies, but not all of them. I was a bit puzzled. According to you, then some of the ghosts were able to stay in the netherworld for some reasons, like the one that just appeared beside me. The ghost? That's right. You're not confused about that. That's what I'm saying. Otherwise where would the towns and villages be built down there? So have you seen your kids and wife? I asked. Concerned. Old Wang immediately revealed a relieved expression. See, my wife did not reincarnate in time with the child for some reasons and lingered in the netherworld, and I also became a netherworld courier by mistake due to a suicide attempt, and thankfully, this gave us the opportunity to reunite. Ha ha. Suicide attempt? Really let this accident to make a mess. A good family has become a yin and yang, but the good thing is that the old king is also fortunate to do such a special occupation, and then meet with his wife and children is also fate. Is life. Speaking of his wife, Lao Wang is full of smiles, which shows that he loves his wife very much. So the wife and children are now living in the underworld? I was also interested. I heard that the years in the underworld are infinite. Is that true? The old king nodded and said that was right. As long as the ghosts in the netherworld didn't perish, then they could stay alive. However, his child did not always follow his wife. They discussed it and sent it to reincarnation. After all, that little life was just born not long ago was subjected to such a scourge. Earlier reincarnation, coupled with the fact that he is served in the city god's house, the child reincarnated after the child can still be a human being in one life. Moreover, the old king also said that if one can work as an errand boy in the netherworld while still alive, then one can move directly into the middle of the netherworld towns after death, without being pulled directly into reincarnation. I listened out of my mind, thinking that this seems to be a good job in the netherworld. After death you can still live in the netherworld, not to be directly pulled into the reincarnation as an indeterminate species of creatures. TSK, it is really a good job. But in the end there is no opportunity to work below this time, but also follow the old king to go so a trip to Noah Rough. So I asked some of the following or what to pay attention to things. The old king said that is said before to do is, do not mess around. There will be no big trouble. Chatting and chatting, the time unknowingly approached 12 o'clock. Lao Wang looked at the time, and then explained to me to get ready, and then I saw him touching out a small token from inside his satchel. This token is not gold or jade, the whole pitch black and lightless. In the darkness of such a look, if not that small token on the word in is quite bright. I really did not see that he had such a token in his hand for a while. Chapter 4, First Entry into the Otherworld. Looking at the old king will be this small token out. Suddenly the surrounding temperature seems to have dropped several degrees. I cannot help but shiver. Rushed to the hands of the down jacket to put on, which whispered inquiries. Old Wang didn't explain. He just waved his hand. And then he was seen clasping this tiny token with one hand and gently tapping it towards the ground. Phew! Around a burst of wind. This wind has a kind of cold and piercing feeling. Very cold. Maybe this is the legendary Yin wind? I was unsure, but seeing as it didn't seem to be the right time to ask, I could only wait quietly and listen to Old King's command. The tiny token nearly tapped on the ground. Then the Old King's hand shook. The token steeply disappeared into thin air. I was stunned, and before I could react to how the token was put away, I was pulled back a little bit by the Old King. The Old King said with a serious face, time is up. The door to the netherworld here has just been opened by me. Remember what I said to you before. This is not a joke with you, or else your little life could be lost down there at any time. Remember, this is not joking with you nor telling you a story, and you are not dreaming. I nodded heavily in understanding and zipped up my down jacket, even though it's the middle of summer, and I was still sweating profusely and my clothes were drenched in sweat when I just rushed over here. I'm still feeling a little chilly even with my down jacket on. At this time, the Old King pointed to the ground. I looked down towards the ground. Between the Old King just used the token shot on the ground began to turn black. Is still slowly expanding in the middle of a gust of cloudy wind constantly blowing in the surroundings, so that I have goosebumps all over my body. Could this be the gate to the underworld? No, to be more accurate, in Lao Wang's words, this belonged to a door to the netherworld, not a real gate to the netherworld. but just a small door to facilitate his profession to come and go between the netherworld and the yang. The land appeared a darkness is getting bigger and bigger. Gradually that piece of dark ground seems to lift up a little bit. This time the old king turned his head to look at me. Grabbed my arm and said, "Just have the feeling of falling down. Will not really fall. Don't yell and scream. Let's go." When I finished speaking, I was tugged so hard that I stumbled and stepped directly after him into the thick darkness on the ground. As I took a step into that darkness, I just felt my whole body whoosh downward. Instinct still made me let out a little yelp, but it was really very small, and immediately stopped because of what old Wang had just said. Only a few seconds of time, which felt that the feet lightly landed on the ground, the eyes suddenly black, and then feel dizzy, surrounded by gusts of cold wind blew. I cannot help but shiver, which is from that kind of drowsy state of wakefulness. Vision also rapidly returned to normal. Old Wang looked around and laughed. Hey, down, let's go. There is still a good part of the road to go. Follow me. Halfway now you can just take a look. If it is really froze can't stand it, remember to talk to me. Saying that, old Wang let go of the hand that was pulling on my arm and turned to walk out in one direction. With a jolt, I hurriedly followed first, and only after coming to his side did I have the time to survey what exactly is the difference between this netherworld and the yang world. Looking around, it was gray, but the sightlines seemed to be better here than in the grove earlier. Looking around, I realized that we were on top of a plain, and the ground underneath us looked like the Gobi Beach, with earth and gravel mixed together, but I couldn't see any plants around us, and it looked dead. Looking up to the sky, the sun and moon and stars were absent, a gray and heavy, giving a very depressing feeling. After looking around, I had some doubts, but before I could ask, Old King had already spoken. This is already the netherworld. How does it feel? A small breeze blew around me and I couldn't help but shiver and couldn't help but tighten my clothes. Nodding my head, it's a little cold, a little oppressive, and I feel a little out of breath. As a normal person, this is how you feel the first time you come down. Normal, don't worry. Old Wang looked around. This netherworld is not like the yang world. Heaven and earth are basically one tone. Only in the middle of the towns can you see a little bit more color. Of course, most of these colors are also between white and black. Of course there are exceptions, just like the gold leaf. I looked at the endless plains and asked, how long do we have to walk to get to the town you're going to? It'll probably take about an hour and a half at our current speed. It'll be quick. Old Wang smiled. This had long since become commonplace for him. I nodded silently, and after some thought asked, so can I see ghosts when I come here? Yes, you can see it many times along the way. And remember what I told you. When a ghost comes, just be silent. I'll do it. I stated that I had taken it to heart. I couldn't remember how many times he had reminded me of this. Anyway, he had constantly reminded me of this since before I came down here. So naturally I wouldn't relax and do what he said. Then everything shouldn't be a huge problem. For this netherworld, I already have a preliminary understanding, and I imagine some differences, but not big. In short, now it feels cold all over, and depressing. Silently followed the old king forward, and did not know which direction to go. Wanquan could not recognize, only know to follow him. Here for me is a world of a million strangers, full of unknown dangers everywhere. May I accidentally have to give up my life here? So, must be vigilant. Everything according to the old king arrangement. After walking for about 20 minutes or so, a shadow suddenly drifted in from the side, and I twisted my head just to look at it and was so startled that I almost got jumped up and turned around and ran. That it was a ghost in tattered white clothes, no legs and feet, only the upper body, and cloaked hair. It looks just translucent. It also held a half knife in its hand. That knife is not transparent. Looking real, I do not have the slightest doubt that the killing power of the half knife. Old Wang first twisted his head to look at me, and seeing that my face was a bit pale, he just gave me a slight nod, and then welcomed me forward to talk to this ghost, and then saw him take a golden leaf from inside his satchel and hand it over. The ghost seems to become very satisfied, just floating to me, flying around me. I feel the temperature around me instantly drop. Fortunately the ghost just flew around me twice, and then said something to Lao Wang, and then flew out to the side, and soon disappeared from our sight. After the ghostly creature flew away, I only felt that my legs were a bit unsteady, and sweat broke out on my forehead. Old King laughed. How does it feel? I wiped my cold sweat. OMG. I didn't even dare look at its face. So scary. Ha 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 ha. The old king laughed. Let's go. You'll get used to it after seeing it more often. Remember, if you see a ghost soldier wearing armor, remember to take out a gold leaf to buy your way. I'll remind you of that when the time comes. Good. I shushed. This netherworld really wasn't a place where normal people could come. Old Wang continued to move forward. I quickly followed. A series of another nearly a quarter of an hour's time. The front seems to appear a mountain. Far away seems to be able to see a forest. I was a little curious, so I asked, The old king said that after that mountain in front of him, you can see the town. And it is true that there is a forest under the mountain. But you have to be extra careful in that forest in front of the mountain. And don't leave the 3-meter range around him. And there is a resident ghost folk inside the forest. My heart and mind tightened. Immediately leaned a little closer. Here not only is it dangerous, but I can't understand the ghost language now. I don't know what they are asking for. There is no way to answer, no way to deal with it. So now only the old king makes me feel it is safe. The closer I got to the edge of that forest, the temperature around me seemed to get a little cooler, which couldn't help but make me shiver slightly. Seeing that I wasn't in the best of shape, old Wang stopped to let me eat something first, and he took a few sips of water and a piece of bread in the meantime, before continuing toward that forest. The two of us had just gotten to the edge of the forest when I saw something scurrying around inside the forest, and when I got closer, it turned out to be a dog. No, I should say it was a ghost. Ghost dog? Why does it feel so awkward? Old Wang softly explained. This is the forest guardian ghost beast. There is only one in the entire forest. In this netherworld, especially within the area where there are ghosts that are often active, the number of ghost beasts is very scarce, because they are more terrifying and difficult to deal with than people. So, then will I be in danger when I go over there? I was a little worried, but since I had just eaten, my body felt warmer and I didn't shiver as often. The old king waved his hand, signaling me not to be afraid, and then he walked towards the front. I hurriedly followed him around within 3 meters, not daring to stay away from a little bit, for fear of any chaos to account for themselves here. To the edge of the forest, the old man shouted out a burst of ghost language. A moment of effort, a burst of ghost language inside the forest. The ghost of the black dog that ran around the forest quickly disappeared, and then the old man directly pulled out a gold leaf and placed it on the outermost stump of the woods on a low tree. It was indeed a forest, but the trees all had only branches and no leaves, and were all black in appearance, and looked very bleak. You also give a toll, and we'll go over there. Old Wang twisted his head to look at me. I did not dare to be slow, hurriedly felt out from inside my pocket before the old king gave me those paper money, casually took one out, and sure enough, this thing came to the netherworld turned into a gold leaf, a thin piece, but the color is a little gray, and there is some slight glowing on the top of the leaf. I placed this gold leaf on top of that stump, then I heard a ghost talking from inside, and Lao Wang responded with a couple of words, then reached out and pulled my arm inside, and his steps couldn't help but speed up a few points. Chapter 5, Entering the Town. Walking in the middle of the woods was a lot faster than before, and although I was curious, I still didn't dare to casually ask, for fear of causing any trouble. The feeling here can be compared to the previous walk in the process of horror, surrounded by those black and no leaves of the trees, long twisted, looking like a claws and teeth of the devil. Hoo. A gust of wind blew by, and the old king suddenly stopped right where he was and looked around. His actions like this made me follow suit and tense up, but seeing that he only paused for a moment, turned back to me with a nod, and continued to walk briskly towards the front, I was slightly relieved and hurriedly followed. A breath out of this dark forest is already halfway up the mountain. I, along with the old king, has been to the top of the mountain, began to follow a path toward the bottom of the mountain when the old king, which is like a sigh of relief. I was a bit puzzled and looked around. I didn't see any ghostly shadows here, and I couldn't really hold it in, so I asked, that forest just now? Old Wang looked back. His feet did not pause, while walking, while explaining. In addition to that ghostly beast, the big black dog, there are still a few old ghosts living inside. This time we are lucky. The darker one is not there, or else the 2 gold leaves can't get rid of those guys. So that's how it is. The feelings of this netherworld are the same as on Earth. On Earth, there are differences between people. Some are more money hungry, others just take a scoop. And in this netherworld it is even more so, and more forceful and savage. Is strength the rule here? I asked. The old king nodded and shook his head. Not exactly right, but not far off. Here, as long as you are not in the middle of a town, you just need to have the ability. Then you are the biggest. But when you enter the town or near the town, you have to abide by the rules, or else the ghostly messengers in the netherworld will have to take you in for questioning. So it is. Well, one more thing. Don't think that all the ghosts here are the same as the half-bodied ghost you saw before. No, there are a lot of ghosts inside the town that look pretty much the same as we do. And of course there are all kinds of crippled ghosts, such as the headless, bodiless ghosts and so on. So they're all translucent too? No, many of them are opaque. Only when they are weak to a certain extent will they take on a translucent appearance. That ghost before was not weak. It was that it was originally like that. I've known him for more than 10 years, and I sometimes look for him to help me do something. Of course this reward can't be less. Old Wang said. Understood. I looked into the distance and still couldn't see any towns popping up. So I asked, how much farther? It's not far. Come on. You'll see more ghosts next. It's getting close to the town limits. There will be a lot of ghost soldiers patrolling around. I nodded, not continuing to inquire, and followed old Wang as he buried his head and continued to rush. The pace slowed down a bit, and after about another half hour of walking, we could see something bobbing ahead of us in the distance, and the outline of a town seemed to appear further away. The destination we were headed for this time. The front is here. When the ghost soldiers come up to inquire in a while, you don't chime in. Just listen to me and everything. Old Wang paused for a moment and turned his head to give a serious explanation once more. I nodded, and my heart couldn't help but beat a couple of points faster. Sure enough, did not walk out a few hundred meters. The front quickly ran over two ghost soldiers clad in light armor, tall and big, in the hands of a long, brightly shining knife, came up to first stop us to continue forward, and then interrogated in ghost language. The old king laughed, took 2 gold leaves in his hand, and talked with him in ghost language for a few moments before turning and pointing at me and then inside the town. His action like this caused the 2 ghost soldiers to look at me with great interest, and I got a good look at the 2 ghost soldiers at this time. Honestly, I never thought that the ghosts inside this netherworld looked like big living people. Just the coldness of their faces and the slightest smile hanging on their faces made me shudder. Ghost whispering for a while, the old king took 2 more gold leaves and handed them up separately, then twisted his head and made a wink to me, signaling me to follow. Then he followed behind the 2 ghost soldiers towards the town. I hurriedly took a step to follow. This time I realized that my knees were a bit weak. A stagger almost didn't fall to my knees on the ground. To be honest, following in the wake of so 2 ghost soldiers, that cold air is really not cover. You turn on the air conditioning at home to the lowest, not cover the quilt. I'm afraid that's how it feels. And this is into the bones of the cold, not just the surface of the body cold. With the 2 ghost soldiers leading the way, old Wang and I were unhindered all the way. And those passing ghost soldiers around us only talked to the 2 ghost soldiers who were leading the way for us as they passed by, and seemed to greet old Wang, and took a curious look at me, and then left. After walking a few hundred meters ahead, the town became clearer and clearer, and a row of walls could be seen from afar, stretching out a good distance to the left and right. In the center of this city wall there was a gate opened, just like an ancient city. The entrance of the city was guarded by ghost soldiers, and you could still see ghosts coming in and out through that gate. The 2 ghost soldiers leading the way stayed until we got to the edge of the town's main entrance, and only then did they turn around and say something to old Wang, and then nodded at me and said something. Old Wang smiled and translated. These 2 said that in the future you will hope to take care of 1 or 2 when you become a letter carrier, so when your kid joins the post you should communicate with them more. It won't do you any harm. I was just busy nodding my head, indicating that I was fine with it. The 2 ghost soldiers laughed and with a wave of their hands they walked back the way they came and continued their patrol. Alright, we're here too. Let's go. Enter the city. Old Wang directly went forward and talked to the 2 ghost soldiers guarding the gate for a couple of minutes, and reached out for another 2 gold leaves, which made the 2 ghost soldiers guarding the city gate smile profusely and invite us in again and again. When I was about to enter the city, I looked up at the head of the city gate, on which a few big words were engraved in Dragon's Flight, Aradai Town. Have you got a brother in town? That's a strange name to call yourself. A brother inside the town? Old Wang seemed to see my doubts and pulled me into the town before explaining to me, which I understood. The reason why it was called Arati Town was because the name of the town's city royal master, or administrator, was Fom Arati, so this place was called Arati Town. Small towns like this are usually named after the city emperor's name into the name of the town, because here they say one thing, and only after reaching some fixed big towns will they have fixed names, and will not change their names casually like such small towns. As soon as I entered inside the town, I curiously surveyed the surrounding buildings. This netherworld of the town building looks and the former ancient architecture looks almost, but also mixed with some modern style. Maybe the modern people died after the construction of up here it. Look at the material is mostly wood, occasional masonry and so on. Look is also considered neat. The street wasn't very wide, and there were some ghosts walking around at the moment. And of course, there were quite a few floating around. I was like an enemy. My whole body's nerves were tensed up, not daring to take half a step away from Lao Wang, and closely following his side, because at this moment there were some ghosts coming over to greet Lao Wang, and there were also some ghosts looking over to my side. Old Wang dispatched these ghosts that floated over, and then led me toward a street on the left. As expected, old Wang had mixed well here, and he could basically say a word or 2 about the ghosts that came out. But of course there were quite a few silent ones that just looked curiously to my side, but not at old Wang. 7 turns soon came to the edge of a small wooden house. The old king looked up at the doorplate, then walked up and knocked on the door, shouting out a burst of ghost language, whimpering I cannot understand. After a while, the door creaked open. Between the door and the person is actually addressed in a Cheongsam, also wearing high heels of the beautiful beauty of the woman. I didn't dare to look more at the passing ghosts when I was walking on the street just now because I was afraid, but now that I'm here, I am looking at them and I'm shocked in my heart. What a beautiful woman. Oh no, the ghost girl. Old Wang smiled and said something, and then the female ghost invited us to sit inside the house. Into the house Lao Wang also no nonsense. Directly from the satchel even pulled out a stack of gold leaves and a small cloth bag on the table. And then he also took a pen and a yellow paper out and put it on the side. Said something. I then saw that the female ghost first that issue of the compact cloth bag to look at the contents, and then showed a hint of relief, and then grabbed the pen and signed his name on that yellow paper. Before I could remember to see what the name was, Old Wang had already put away the yellow paper and pen, smiled and said something, then pulled me away. The pretty woman stood in the doorway and waved at us, not knowing what to say. I now understand. In order to be a courier in this world, the first necessary condition is to understand ghosts first, and also to speak the ghost language. At that moment, I inquired, "Hey, I say, Old Wang, how can I learn this ghost language?" The old king hemmed and hawed. "It's hard to hold it in, isn't it?" I nodded depressingly. "There's no rush. When you're actually in the job, you'll naturally be able to." Old Wang patted my shoulder. "You just saw it, right? My trip down here was a delivery for her. The reward for this trip is 200,000. A hand up, a matter of minutes. $200,000? I was surprised. Just bring something down from Earth, give it to a ghost, and make $200,000? That's a lot of money to come by casually. But come to think of it, the journey is fraught with danger, a life-threatening existence if you will. So $200,000 seems like good value when you think about it, right? Look at you. You're a loser. I'm doing you a favor, okay? If I didn't count favors, they'd have to pay me at least 3 times more for this layover. Of course, my main reason for this trip is to bring you here. The delivery is just an add-on," Old Wang said triumphantly. My eyes rolled back in my head. Triple that again? Holy, $800,000 at once? Okay, let's not talk about this. This trip my courier has been delivered. Next I will take you to the city god's mansion. Remember not to talk nonsense. Just because you don't understand what they say doesn't mean they don't understand you. You have to know that in their lifetime they all spoke Chinese. Unless you go to the Western land, where they speak a bird language. Old Wang shrugged. Oh, so now I have to go through initiation? Or do I continue to be tested for something? I asked. By common sense, the test is basically considered a success, right? If it fails, you won't be able to walk here. That's because your physique simply can't withstand the cold and chi here. But right now you're still alive and well. Feel it? How is it? Is there anything you're not used to? It is just cold. The bones feel cold. A little hard feeling. The other does not appear for the time being, may have to catch a cold. I hold my forehead. My current state is indeed not too optimistic. Old Wang laughed. That is basically considered normal. The first time down to go back after who are going to be very sick. You have to have this psychological preparation. When you get well, and then come back later you will be able to slowly adapt to it. Seriously sick? I wanted to cry. Is it serious? This, I don't know. I was just having a fever for a few days. Then I was fine chanting. The old king waved his hand. Okay, it's all here. I'll take you to the city god's mansion. Then you'll be able to see the legendary black and white irregulars. He. Black and white. My God. I swallowed hard and followed the old man toward another street, full of a glimpse of wealth and peace in the world. Chapter 6, Blood is Ink. Although this is the first time I came down to the netherworld, but for the black and white pervert's name is like a thunderclap. As long as it is a person with some common sense will more or less know some. On Earth, black and white impermanents often appear in various TV dramas, novels, movies, anime and so on. Black impermanents and white impermanents are also known as impermanent two masters, which are specialized in catching souls. The white impermanence named Xia Bian, face often hangs a ghastly smile, the body thin and tall, the face of a miserable white piece, the red tongue drooped out of the old long, the head of a tall white hat, on the sea the birth of wealth 4 big words, and this black erratic name is called Fanwasu, full of fierce face, body wide body fat, each short not to mention the face is also very black, head wearing a black high hat, on the world piece 4 big words. As for the 2 ghosts more information I do not know, only whispered to ask the side of the old king leading the way. The old king listened to me talk about what I think of the black and white impermanent, immediately laugh. Explained, you said that the black and white impermanent that is the 2 ghosts, the master of Yan's side of the competent generals, that is, for the Fan Wushang and Xiabian 2 ghosts, and in this town among the black and white impermanent cannot be so to define, they all have their own names, but also are in this city around the master of the emperor to do things of ghosts, but the name of unity, called the black impermanence and the white impermanence, dress up naturally and Xiabian and Fan was 2 ghosts and gods are similar, very good to recognize, just the character of each is different. Hear him say so, I just realized. Feelings we often know of the black and white changeless is the most famous black and white changeless in this netherworld, is the two ghosts god. In Yama master side doing things in the netherworld of the powerful ghosts. And this unusual black and white changeless is the general ghosts of the difference. Of course, the old king also said, the size of the town specification is different. Inside the ghost difference level are also different. The bigger the town inside the ghost difference ability is also the more powerful. For example, right now we are in this Abdi town. Here can only be counted as higher than the ghost village on the two levels of the existence of only. You mean there's a village level place below this little town? I opened my mouth to inquire. Old Wang nodded, yes, there are two kinds. Small villages and big villages. Of course, the person in charge inside will mostly name the village after their own name. Some will just take a favorite name, but there is no black and white irregulars in that kind of place. There are only some ghost soldiers and ghosts, or something like that. There is not even a civil official or a military general. I nodded slightly, and then I heard old Wang say that he was about to arrive at the place, and I winced, and I felt that the yin chi around me seemed to be even thicker, which made me want to sneeze, so I covered my mouth with my hand and sneezed. Achoo! Voice muffled, which caused the old king's attention. He turned his head to look at me, reached out and touched my forehead, frowned and said, let's do it as soon as possible. Your state is worse than I imagined. Usually you kid running around to deliver the courier also did not make your body to get a little stronger. I was speechless. I usually deliver is windy, but I have a battery car. It's not like running. After turning a corner in front of them, the streets were obviously much wider, and the ghosts walking on the streets became very few. And ghost soldiers wearing armor could still be seen milling around. Old Wang pointed to a road. It's right over there. Let's go over. I nodded and followed him silently. By this time I did start to feel a little worse for wear. My head was a little groggy, a prelude to a cold and fever. Soon, down the spacious street came an exceptionally eye-catching mansion gate, with the three big words City God Mansion written on the gate, and two ghost soldiers standing in front of the gate. The old king went up and said hello. It looked like he was still familiar with the old king. There was talking and laughing just that I couldn't understand any of it. When the old king was preparing to take me into the middle of the mansion, a ghostly language came from the back, and then I felt a gust of cloudy wind blowing from the back, and when I turned my head to look at it, my face went white, and I mischievously took 2 steps back, swallowing a mouthful of spit with all my might. My God, isn't this black and white just black and white? And among the description is almost the same. Are wearing a high hat, black impermanence head hat has the world peace 4 big words. And white impermanence hat is clearly a sight of the 4 big words of life and wealth. The old king also knew that there were ghosts coming from behind, and once he turned around, he immediately laughed and went straight up to talk to the 2 ghosts, and also looked around and took out a few gold leaves and stuffed them. Muttering for a while, white impermanence directly walked to my front, with a smile on his face, looking up and down to look at me. Black impermanence also curious to come up, in front of me around, but he has a fierce face, really, and my consciousness of black impermanence, compared to the white impermanence look a little bit more comfortable, but are enough to scare people. The old king gave me a wink. I know, this is to give some benefits, so I hurriedly the old king gave me gold leaves to touch the 4 out. I just saw the old king gave us 4, each ghost 2, so I also do, but also to the 2 ghosts reluctantly smiled and nodded. The black and white irregulars seemed to be very satisfied, and then led the way in front, taking old king and I right into the middle of the mansion. This city palace is very large, and the houses are all built using masonry, compared to the rough wooden houses outside. The specifications of this place are obviously the best place amongst this Yodi town. Of course, this is where the city emperor lives, so naturally it has to be the best. The black and white impermanent directly brought us both to the main hall. At this time, there is a middle-aged man who looks gentle and wears a Chinese mountain suit sitting on the side of an 8 immortal table drinking tea. I understand, that is definitely a ghost. Maybe it is the city emperor himself. Otherwise how could it be in the middle of the city god's mansion leisurely drinking tea? The old king said softly and I said, this is the town of Yodi Town City Emperor Master Feng Yodi. Whether you know the ghost language or not, must greet. Remember to bring the black and white invincible 2 people. What did you do just now? Gave the leaf also do not say hello? I heard, is also just now is estimated to be the head dazed and dizzy and received the black and white invincible shock a little reaction. I immediately responded to yes. The old king haha smiled, arched his hand and walked forward. Feng Yudi also smiled and rose to welcome, the same as the ghost language. I cannot understand, but when the old king gave me a wink I hurriedly saluted and opened his mouth. The city emperor is good. Black and white big brother you are good. Feng Yudi nodded with satisfaction, while the black and white impermanence smiled at me with even more satisfaction. but that smile of the black impermanence was really a bit discreet. Since I couldn't understand the ghost language yet, the three of them didn't say much to me and just talked to old Wang. A moment later, the old king patted my shoulder and laughed. Well, now Feng is very optimistic about you. It is not easy for a big living person to hold out until now. He has decided to sign you. After that I will take you for a period of time. After you are completely familiar with our line of work, you'll be doing things with Feng's old man side. And the two of you, black and white, should be familiar with each other more often. I looked to the three ghosts. The three ghosts all nodded toward me. I was a little surprised in my heart. I did not think that the old king saw a letter carrier even mixed so well with them. It seems that the letter carrier of this place is still quite manageable. Feng Yudi turned to Black Impermanence, said something. Black Impermanence turned into the side of a room inside. Not a moment's effort to take out a scroll. Scroll directly spread on the 8 immortal table, and then recruited the brush on the side. Above the densely packed are ghosts' painted characters. I cannot read a word. Old Wang went up and took a serious look. First nodded to three ghosts and said something, then looked at me and said, "Alright, people are giving you generous conditions. Not much worse than when I just came here. You sign here, and then it's counted as entry." Oh, I'm a little slow to react now, because my whole body is cold and I already feel my head starting to burn and I'm in extremely bad shape. Walking up with a somewhat weak step, I reached out and picked up the brush to sign where the old king was pointing, but I realized that there was no ink, which made me greatly puzzled. But without waiting for me to ask, old Wang simply took out my dagger and said, "Hold out your left hand." I froze. What for? Blood is ink. You think this is a joke? Old Wang cried and laughed. You need to sign blood? Bear with me. Now not only did he go down to the Netherworld, but he also went inside the town of the Netherworld and met the city emperor, and the black and white irregulars. This brain of mine is burning a little less well right now, and it's giving me the feeling that I'm dreaming again, but I'll be honest and hold out my hand. Old Wang directly drew his dagger, and I could only see a flash of the blade's light, a pain in my finger, and a bit of blood came out of my finger. I didn't dare to delay. My body was in a really bad state right now, so I took the brush and dipped it in my own blood, then signed my big name, Li Bufan, where old Wang was pointing. When I signed my name with a brush dipped in my blood on this scroll that I couldn't even read any of the words on, I only felt a heavenly spinning. My eyes blackened, and the figures of the three ghosts and the old king shifted around, even as I began to stand unsteadily. Old Wang, I have a headache, a special pain. My body shook. Finally, I just couldn't help it. I didn't finish a sentence. I felt a complete blackness in front of my eyes, and then I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I found that I was lying in a bed. The bed seems to be a bit narrow, like, open your eyes. Confused and so vision restored to this only to rub some groggy head to look around. This TM is not a hospital room? A turn of the head, the bedside and a line of warm reminder. The city's People's Hospital reminds you that emergencies, please press directly on the side of the red help button. Chapter 7, the token is hidden in the palm. After seeing that line of warm reminder, I was already 100% sure that this was a hospital, or a city people's hospital. I rubbed my head, then remembered that I had taken a quill and dipped it in my own blood and signed my name on the ghostly scroll. And then I didn't know anything else. Lifting my hand and looking at it, I remembered that old Wang's cut was on his index finger. Only now there was nothing on his index finger, not even a scar left behind, which made me a bit puzzled. I'm not really in a good place yet. My cold seems a little worse. I feel my head. No fever, but I'm a little groggy and want to sleep. I lay down again, thinking that it should have been brought back to me by old Wang after I passed out after signing the papers. Or who else? The black and white irregulars or the city emperor? Thinking about it all felt impossible. When I think of this, I feel a burst of incredulity. I even followed the old king in the Netherworld and came back? Grumbling, my stomach protested, and it felt like an empty feeling in my stomach. But I was alone inside the hospital room, so I reached for my cell phone out of habit. Once I touched my pocket and found that my cell phone was not there. Maybe Lao Wang put it somewhere else for me. So I looked around and found that my backpack was placed on one side and there was a piece of paper on the bedside table. I picked up the paper and saw my cell phone sitting underneath it. My eyesight went to the paper and there was a line on it left by old Wang. Call me when you wake up. Putting the paper down, he picked up his cell phone and found it turned off. So he turned it on, found Lao Wang's number and dialed it. The phone rang twice on the connection. The old king's voice into the ear. Oh, you kid woke up? Still quite fast. I thought you have to be unconscious for at least 3 days. Did not expect a day and a half to wake up. I turned my head towards the windowsill. It was still daytime, and took my phone away to check the time. 4:30 p.m. Then I looked at the date, and 2 days had passed, and I really had been unconscious for a day or two. Where are you? I'm so hungry. My head was spinning a bit and I suddenly felt some pain on the back of my hand. Turning it over, I found a couple of needle holes, which must have been left over from the fluids I was given. I think it was glucose or something like that. Okay, just wait. I'll be there in 10 minutes. I'll get something to bring you there. After saying that, old Wang hung up the phone. I suddenly remembered that I so trip is 2 days past. The work site can really not say hello, so disappeared for 2 days. The phone is also off state. Maybe the boss to be angry, right? So I rushed to the boss, called a phone over. The phone is connected. There came a burst of complaint voice. Hiss. I say smallly, smallly. You can be considered to appear. These 2 days to run where crazy to go? Also do not say to me to say a word. These 2 days to be busy dead. You in the end still come or not? Boss, this is angry. Think about it. In exchange for who? Meet the staff disappeared for no reason will always be angry. At least say a word in advance. People can also arrange the work. I immediately explained that he was hospitalized. The boss heard, which eased a lot, but also asked if you want to come over to see. Need money, do not need anything. I immediately said no. Up to 2 days time will be able to leave the hospital. When the normal work, the boss did not ask too many questions, said a number of good health and so on words, also hung up the phone. Having taken care of my work problems, I dropped my cell phone to the side and let out a long breath, hugging my head against the pillow as I waited for Lao Wang to come over. About 20 minutes of time, Lao Wang came late. He carried 2 lunchboxes and a bottle of mineral water on the small table beside me and laughed. Goo, that family cooking slow death. Otherwise I came early. Come, eat, said the 2 boxes of rice open, chopsticks to send on. I took a look. The food was good. There were meat and vegetables, and there was no big fat meat that I didn't like. At that moment I picked up my chopsticks and ate, but this chopsticks of vegetables just as soon as the mouth immediately was snooze. Wow, a moment spit back. That called a salty asterisk. I cursed, grabbing the mineral water and unscrewing it as I took several gulps. The old king froze. What's wrong with you? Beat the salt cellar to death. I was depressed. It's all ing salt, right? I don't know. The first time I bought it, maybe they put the salt heavy. You will be 2 mouthfuls, and eat barbecue in the evening. Old Wang shrugged his shoulders and sat down on one side. I scratched my hair in depression, then tasted the meat. This was moderately salty, so I ate it with rice. While eating, the old king's side asked smilingly, how does it feel to go down on this trip? I couldn't help but shiver at that one. Cold. Horrible. Ha ha ha, the old king laughed. The first time to go down is basically this reaction. But your kid's body and bones are still good. Did not die on the spot. And the value of this trip is very high. Congratulations. We are peers in the future. Take care of each other. There is something to help each other. I am also considered your guide, but older, in the future, or rely on young people like you to do. When he said that, I realized that I was now considered a netherworld courier, but it seemed to feel like a lot was missing. Seeing my puzzled look, old Wang waved his hand and greeted me to eat first, and after that we will talk about other things, and also need to tell me some things that I need to pay attention to and know. Old Wang craned his head toward the door and realized that no one had passed by without a nurse, so he stepped forward and casually fished out a tiny token from inside his satchel and tossed it to my side, saying, "Here, this is yours." I looked down and immediately realized that this was a piece of the same thing as the old king's previous token, and immediately picked it up with interest, flipped through it, and found that there was more than just a yin word on the black and lightless token, and another yang word on the other side, and 4 strange words engraved on the top of the token. The top of the token was also engraved with 4 strange words. The 4 strange words were crooked, but I was surprised to realize that I knew what they meant. Yin and yang letter carrier. I froze for a moment and looked over at the old king. Old king then hemmed and hawed. Find anything yet? I nodded and pointed to the 4 strange characters above the token in my hand and said, I can't believe I recognize that. Not only do you recognize it, you can read it. With that, the old king uttered a sentence in ghost language. I did not understand half of this fluttering voice before, and now it was as simple as if I were listening to my mother tongue. Old king's words just now were asking, doesn't it feel amazing? I ghostly replied back in a mix of ghost language and Chinese. Aha, I can actually speak what ghosts say. Oops, it's really happening. This sentence amused old Wang, who twisted his head to look at the doorway and realized that someone seemed to be coming over. So he waved his hand. Alright, you stick this token in your hand and rub your hands together. TCH, you guys, you rub it in a little bit when you're told to. Oh, I nodded, put down my chopsticks, and placed the token between my 2 palms and gently rubbed them together like this, and it felt like the token suddenly turned into a ball of air, and then disappeared into my hand. With the disappearance of the token, I suddenly felt the right hand at the palm of the cold lift up to see, before the token disappeared, but a hidden token pattern appeared in my palm. Very small, then just held the token is more than 10 times smaller, which surprised me a lot. It even drilled into the heart of my hand. Went. This sign is the identity symbol of our courier in the netherworld. It is also the key to open the netherworld and open the door to the youngworld. One is exclusive to one person. It is usually hidden in the palm of your hand when you don't use it, and it will naturally appear in your hand when you need it. Old Wang explained. Alright, a nurse will come to check you out. If there's nothing wrong, we'll be discharged here. I nodded my head, seeing that someone else was coming and didn't ask too many questions to show that I understood. The door was opened and a nurse in a nurse's uniform walked in, surprised to see me eating. You're awake, huh? I nodded. Just woke up. The nurse walked up to take a look at me inside this lunchbox, immediately pulled the table away and said very seriously, you've been in a coma for nearly 2 days. As soon as you wake up, you eat such greasy things? Your family members are really messed up. Don't eat this for the time being. You have to eat something light first and slowly recover again. You know? The old king spread his hands to show that he was innocent, but had a smile on his face, looking at this nurse's serious but exceptionally cute expression. I nodded stupidly, but the hand holding the chopsticks couldn't help but want to chuck a piece of meat. I'm hungry. Give me the chopsticks. Still eating. The nurse gave me a blank look, and grabbed the chopsticks as soon as she could, and directly took everything away. I'll give you a new patient meal. Oh yeah, let's check you out first. You don't seem to be in that bad of a condition. This nurse also looks a little dizzy. Look, people are not tall. Chubby little face is very cute. Talking voice is also very sweet. Live a little lowly. What are you looking at? The nurse noticed my demented gaze and gave me a hard stare. No. Not looking at anything. You can check me out. I hurriedly averted my eyes. The little nurse grunted softly before she began to check me over. I had been just unconscious. My only wound was healing at some point, and now I was just hungry and wanted to eat. Okay, a little malnourished. Well, there shouldn't be any need for further hospitalization. So go ahead and check out of the hospital in a few minutes. Don't look at this nurse, little cute one. But the business is still very skillful. 3 times and 2 to me to check out, but also will be my meal to me and take away. You have said is malnutrition but also take away my food. It is really sinful. I lay helplessly on my bed, hungry. Old Wang came up and slapped me and said with a smile, I see that your kid's eyes were not right just now, right? What? Fancy someone else? I froze and shook my head, but then I thought no, what's so bad for a grown man to admit? So I nodded again. You kid, come on, hurry up and get up. I'm going to check you in. You pack your stuff. We're going back. There's something else I need to talk to you about when we get back. And what's good about the hospitalization meal? Also, I responded and instantly got up and packed my things. Chapter 8. Lee Dottie. There wasn't much in the first place, and after a simple packing it was already complete, and I carried my things just out the door, and I met the little nurse who had just come to check on me, so I smiled and said hello. The nurse froze at my appearance, with her hospitalized meal still in her hand, and asked, You, what are you? Discharged from the hospital. Meh, wasn't really sick in the first place, I said with a smile. Still not sick? My god, everyone has to think of themselves even if they don't think of others, right? You've been unconscious for 2 days. At least do a more careful examination afterward to see what the problem is. The nurse put the food tray aside and said with some exasperation, I'm sorry for bothering you to serve this meal again. I scratched my head a little embarrassed. At this time, it seems that old Wang over there has already finished the formalities and called me over at the stairway. So I smiled at this little nurse. Trouble you. I'll treat you to dinner when I have the chance. Someone has already helped me with the discharge formalities. So, see you later. Hey, you wait. The little nurse called me directly. I paused and asked, anything else? Since you said you have a chance to treat me to dinner. I'm a person who doesn't know how to be polite, but it might be hard to have a chance if you're not hospitalized. Look, the little nurse winked, revealing a wry smile. I raised an eyebrow, thinking that this little nurse is a little interesting, but the first time I saw her I felt quite good about her. See her so cheerful character, which I have to leave right away. Immediately raised the courage to ask her if she has a boyfriend. The little nurse froze, then smiled and said, let me guess. This time I almost have a bottom. Since there is no boyfriend, then ask her to eat a meal that there is no problem. If there is, then not. This is my side of the principle of the problem. Get it wrong is going to be in trouble. At that moment, I left a phone number for her and said, my name is Lee Buffon. Contact me if you have time. After saying that I smiled faintly and turned around to leave. Hey, you didn't even ask me what my name was? The little nurse took the phone number and looked at it, but when she saw that I didn't return my head, she angrily muttered something behind me. I quickly came to the stairway this side. The old king will be hospitalization list has been some consumer bills handed over to me, and did not say what the hospitalization fee first give me advance or something. Directly out of the hospital door, on the side of the street, old Wang waved and stopped a cab, and only after getting into the car did he laugh and say, "What? Are we going to drink and eat meat first, or are we going back first?" I rubbed my stomach and made a gurgling sound. Old Wang laughed, "Come on, I think it's better to drink and eat meat first, but you can take it easy." I laughed bitterly, then turned over my palm to look at the hidden token that was hidden in the palm of my hand, and with this movement of my mind, the token suddenly appeared in my hand, startling me. When Old Wang saw me like this, he looked up at the driver and didn't say much. After all, regular people don't know anything about this stuff, but I also knew the importance of this thing, so I rubbed my hands together gently, and instantly put the tiny token away again. The place where we ate this time was not a tiny barbecue stand near our neighborhood, but a very lively night vision stall, except that it was still light, and the high summer night came late, but there were already some stalls here doing the eating and drinking of diners. The car stopped at the street corner. Got out of the car. The old king took me straight to the side of the small store inside to buy a packet of milk and a piece of bread. Just when I wondered why buy these, the old king directly threw the things to me, said the first pad stomach, take me to a place, and then come over to eat and drink. I froze for a moment, received milk and bread, ate and drank a little, and asked where to go. The old king just smiled and said that we would know when we got to the place. Old Wang did not directly into the night vision street inside, but took me from the side of a hutong into the inside. Has been going inside, directly through the hutong after turning into another street, another hutong inside. I've been to this area when I was delivering, but I also delivered to this side when I was just starting out, and now this side isn't under my responsibility, so I'm still very unfamiliar with it. To be honest, to this side has been close to the suburbs, the location is very remote, but live in this side of the people are really quite a lot. After all, to live in the city inside some is to pay a certain price, although my city is just a small city, but the price of housing is also high can be. Take now my one salary in the courier company, do not eat and drink. 2 months can buy a square meter even if it is good, but food, clothing, housing and transportation all except, almost half a year to save a square meter. It is a bitter tear to say that it is not easy for the ordinary class to make money, which is really hard to make money and hard to eat. Halfway inside the second hutong, Old Wang stopped in front of a courtyard door and went up to knock a few times. I saw that there was a doorbell on this side, so I wanted to go up and help ring it, but Old King just reached out and stopped my move, saying not to ring it. I froze for a moment, a little puzzled, and asked if there is a mystery to this called door. The Old King said knocking 4 times is the password. In the future you have something to come over when you have to do the same. Is the rule here only? So simple. I was a bit speechless. What kind of era is this? Still knocking on the door as a secret signal, and I don't know what kind of ulterior secrets are hidden inside this family's house. After waiting for about a minute, a small window on the door creaked open, and an old man with a head full of white hair glanced at us through it, then snapped it shut and the door opened in response. Ha, Uncle Wang, long time no see. I thought it was someone else. The man who just watched us through the small window walked out, not tall, somewhat hunchbacked, and already full of gray hair. What puzzles me is that he called Old Wang as Uncle Wang. Could it be that Old Wang's generation is big? Old Wang smiled and shook hands with him, turned his head to me and said, go in first, go in and talk, please come inside. Uncle Wang, and these little friends. This person was also polite, and immediately led us into the courtyard. The yard was big, just like the house built inside the countryside, and there was a young man inside, squatting on the side not knowing what to do. As Old Wang and I came in, the man craned his head and casually beckoned Old Wang to greet him. Uncle Wang, rare guest, I'm a bit busy here, so I won't go over to greet you. Chang, you are busy. Old Wang also smiled back and then followed this white-haired old man who opened the door into the middle of the living room. The living room is very spacious, but the ground is the general cement floor. Even a floor tile are not paved. Seem a little dull, but around the walls painted white, but also hang some paintings and other things. The most striking is the living room is also hanging on the wall of the north of a pair of gossip charts. It seems to be a little interesting. It's hard not to know that this person knows about feng shui and so on. Sit down and talk. The man poured tea for us. I took the tea and said thank you. The old king then introduced, Bufan let me introduce to you. This is Li Dadi, a little friend of mine. Dadi this is my peer from today, also surnamed Li, called Li Bufan, a few years younger than you. Li Dadi immediately got up and stretched out his hand. Feelings, we are also a family 500 years ago and I can't see through this facial expression of yours. So it's Uncle Wang's counterpart really a hero. Admire. I hurriedly shook its hand and politely said, where? I'm still confused to this day. Old Wang waved his hand. Alright, down to business. We're both still hungry. Come on, do you want me to buy you guys a meal? It just so happens that I ordered beer fried chicken. I'll ask for a little more, just eat at my place. okay? Li Da-di proposed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your place is dark and unpleasant to look at. I'd better go to the street to eat. Old Wang wasn't polite at all, while Li Di just hemmed and hawed and didn't care. Old Wang continued. Bu Fan, how old do you think he is? When I heard it, I immediately said, probably not younger than you, right? Even a bit older than you. But he called you Uncle Wang this. Ah ha ha ha. Old Wang laughed happily. Li Dadi had a black face. Hey, I said, Uncle Wang, you're not being fair. How come you brought someone to mock me? Ha ha, just kidding. Old Wang waved his hand and explained. The earth is a fortune-telling fairy, accurate and scary. His age is not too old. Before looking at the paperwork, your age should be 28 pairs, right? I nodded. That's right, I'm 28. The old king answered. 28. Well, the earth is only 3 years older than you too. 31 this year. I was shocked. 31 years old? 31 years old with a full head of gray hair and a hunchback? Oh my god, did I hear wrong or am I just seeing things? Seeing this expression, Li Da-di looked a bit helpless. The old king also let out a long sigh. It is also so. The earth fortune-telling quasi-very small time do not know what to do. Net say some big truth. This is not leaked the heavenly chances. Suffered retribution. This is such a look. Or else he looks and you should be about the same. Li Da-di sighed, picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of tea, young and wild. Now no more. Also know what to say. What should not be said. But I so appearance cannot go back. Fortunately, not blindness deafness this more powerful punishment. Although I am now physically old, but did not affect my life expectancy. I am contented. I listened to is surprised beyond measure. Before I just heard that the heaven's secrets cannot be leaked. Leaked the heaven's secrets is to be punished. And today I see this is only 3 years older than me Li Da-di this only suddenly. This is all true. It turns out to be a fortune-teller fairy also has the fortune-tellers suffering. They are not all cheating, but also really capable people. And not they do not want to say the truth. Always say those only half or 3 points of truth. Or even only 1 point of the real words. But they do not dare to say. For fear of retribution only. Chapter 9, it's really something. Li Da-di now like this appearance. Completely as the age of small time said should not say words. Suffered the wrath of God. This is only age than their own 3 years older than the age of the old. Or else he looks like in his own about the same. Really is a pity. God is jealous of talent. God forbids you to say things that cannot be said. Although the mysterious and mysterious. But now there are facts in front of me. I cannot believe. If I did not follow the old king down the netherworld, then this thing I just laugh. But I now even the netherworld have been down. Heavenly punishment and what not from suspicious to believe that it is real. Believe that it is real. In front of the Li Da-di is the best proof. But old Wang should have brought me here for something else. Is he just bringing me to meet this little friend of his? Old Wang laughed. Alright, the past has finally passed. Let's talk about the matter at hand. Li Da-di. Yeah, I say Uncle Wang. It's been half a year since you've contacted me much, right? What's the situation lately? Hey, it's nothing really. I'm ready to change where I work. And the transfer order came from above. Old Wang explained. Yo, I said. Feelings are Wang Uncle Hiya. Congratulations, Li Da-di Arch said. Then said, no wonder recently also do not take my side of the small single. Make some of my customers are a little dissatisfied. I cannot do all the work. Really difficult. Some simply directly pushed away. Old Wang nodded and patted his shoulder with a smile. No, I brought you someone. After saying that, he looked at me. Li Da-di looked at me, froze, then was delighted. That's right. This kid I just brought down a trip 2 days ago. Physical fitness is still solid. Has been inducted. This is not just out of the hospital on the run to you here. In the future, you have what below the child's business to do in the neighborhood. Remember to think more about the unfeatured a little bit, and your things naturally go smoothly much more. Old Wang said. Egu. Li Da-di reached out and held my hand. I say extraordinary old brother. In the future you have to help my brother or some things I really cannot do anything, and then make so many times to die. I will not be far from death, but also really need you this kind of talent to be able to do. I immediately said politely. Where, if that's the case, it's still up to you, Brother Earth, to take care of little brother more in the future. Ha ha ha, okay. This old brother speaks truthfully. Li Da-di was very happy. Old Wang haha laughed. Come on, you guys leave a contact with each other. After that you and he contact between the things on the line. We this also farewell. You guys continue to be busy on the line. Leaving right now? Well, knowing that you guys are also quite busy, then I won't keep you down for dinner. I really can't leave today. I'll be the host some other day. Harbor Street Roasted Goose Restaurant. Li Da-di laughed. Leaving each other's contact information, Lao Wang and I got up. Li Da-di sent us to the door to see us leave. Out of the hutong. I was curious to ask this Li Dadi in the end what is the origin. After the old king more detailed explanation, I only completely understand. Before Wang Ryu, that is, the old king, he just started out when he did not know how to take the business of the netherworld and the yang. And then there was a coincidence followed by watching the fun. And after a number of things which had the opportunity to get acquainted with Li Dadi, learned that he is a person with real skills. Later, things are much simpler. Li Dadi is a feng shui master, but also fortune-telling like insight into the mystery. And Wang Ryu is a yin and yang courier, which one to two to go in their respective things have a little bit of contact. Wang Ryu can be for bringing things from the yang wang to the yin wang and delivering them to a designated place for a designated person. And Li Dadi is the one who discovers the client for him, so that it is a profitable relationship for both sides. I smoothed it out and said, does that mean I can get some orders from him later and go down and run a courier? The old king nodded his head rightfully. Don't underestimate this small netherworld letter carrier of ours. We can change the yin virtues of his ancestors for a person. Yin virtues of this thing can affect the blessings and misfortunes of the children and grandchildren of the yang world. So that you can understand? I nodded my head in a little peck. That would be a good idea. So that his fortune teller is accurate and firm in his work. And we, the runners, can get a piece of the action. When I thought about it carefully, I was more than a little worried and asked, will we be punished by heaven? We, old Wang laughed and said, no, because we're yin messengers, because we don't know feng shui fortune telling, because we're just taking money from people to do things for them, because we're hanging around in the subordinate units of the yin division. It's that simple, that overbearing. He said so. Our business is really quite bull. Do not have to estimate what to commit the wrath of God that thing. Think about it is quite overbearing. Right, can be for a person to change the yin virtue and so on. Bull, quite bull. The old king looked at me this contemplative look, patted my shoulder, can do our line of work is very little, can say so, once you do this side of the yin and yang mailman, I will be transferred directly to another place to do. A place like a town with a brother can only accommodate a mailman, unless bigger, to accommodate more, the position is limited, everything to be more careful and cautious, the following befriending to be wide, to be good people, to be knowledgeable, to know how to bend and stretch, in order to be able to rise in this line step by step, get what you want to get, enjoy what you want to be rich and famous, and die is also directly transformed into a ghostly messenger of the netherworld to live forever. I nodded my head, cautious, these 4 words old Wang has mentioned to me many times. It seems that the risk factor of our business is still quite high. I have to ask old Wang for more advice before I can do so. Immediately we returned to the previous night market street. The old king brought me to a barbecue stall to sit down, asked for barbecue meat and beer, but also vegetables and drinks. Of course, this is for the sake of this body of mine. After all, I have just been discharged from the hospital only. The food was served, the beer was poured, the glass had just clinked, and before I could drink this mouthful of refreshment, I felt the wind in my ears, and then the glass in my hand was grabbed at once. I was stunned, and so was old Wang, who was sitting across from me, but he then laughed. I turned my head. Hey, isn't this the cute little nurse from the hospital earlier? I can't believe I met it here. It's you? I said in surprise. Why are you here? The little nurse put the glass on the table, not at all polite, pulled a matzo and sat down, gulped down the beer, skimmed me, very dissatisfied grunted, my home is in the neighborhood just came to eat, coincidentally, you said you want to treat me to dinner, and now the opportunity has come, can't back out of it. Also, you have just been discharged from the hospital to drink such a cold beer, also not afraid of drinking out of the disease. Chapter 10, that's the core. I expressed my helplessness to the little nurse's dissatisfaction. How could she know what I was in a coma for? In her opinion, I was sick, but in reality, I was not sick. I just started to really get in touch with some things that normal people could not lift to. This nurse didn't recognize any strangers. Lao Wang and I were strangers to her, and I don't know where she got the courage to sit directly at our table. Looking at me in Lao Wang's gaze, the little nurse didn't care, but just skimmed her lips and looked at me. What? You want to cancel what you said? Ha? No, 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 it's just a meal. No, eat, whatever you want. Order. Waiter. I raised my hand and called the waiter over there. The little nurse only ordered a small plate of food, then said with a smile, that's more like it. The old king laughed. You little ninny is also quite funny. You and us were originally just a one-sided fate. I didn't realize that this fate is still a bit long. Well, I should say that you and Buffon's fate. Uncanny? The little nurse craned her head to look at me. I held out my hand. Since we're all eating, let's make it official. My name is Li Bufan. How about you? Oh, I forgot. My name is Shui Xiaoqian. The little nurse smiled and shook my hand, and it was a sort of acquaintance. Shui Xiaoqian? I laughed bitterly. My ex-girlfriend is called Tian Xiaoning. Now comes Shui Xiaoqian. How do I feel that this name is so unlucky to have a small word sandwiched in it? Seems to see my doubts. Shui Xiaoqian said. The dawn of the dawn. The Qian of the shadow of the Qian. How? Recognize people and have me the same name? It dawned on me that it was this Shui Xiaoqian, which made me feel much more comfortable in my heart. So I said, oh, I thought it was the size of the small. Had. Why yes, that name was used too much. So I went with this dawn. Fewer homonyms I guess, but there will still be a lot of people who think I'm small for my size. Shui Xiaoqian, this niece is very talkative, and I, as well as Lao Wang, did not take much time to hit it off. Her job is a nurse of the City People's Hospital. In addition to her job there is another opened a milk tea store, in the night market on a street. Looks like a small moneymaker. People look quite cute. I like this kind of talk a little bit more girls. If the words are very little, when really do not know what to say good. Especially just know when the awkwardness of the time. After chatting for a while, old Wang asked, I say Nizi, do you have a crush on our Bufan? Shui Xiaoqian took a sip of beer and just drank it down, almost choked to death, coughed several times, wiped her mouth, her face slightly red. No, I didn't. No? The old king laughed and said no more. I just look at him. Well, how to say it? Well, Shui Xiaoqian a little squirming, a good while before she gathered the courage to say, yes. I just want to get acquainted with him. A moment this only to drum up the courage to say, yes, I just want to get acquainted with him. It is not easy to see a look at a person comfortable a little bit of people. Do not hurry to take the initiative a little bit. Be more than a person abducted away how to do? Put. I have a mouthful of wine on the opposite side of the old king sprayed out. But the old king's hands are not ordinary. Instantly lifting the stool to move out half a meter horizontally. A moment to get out of the way of this mouthful of beer. Almost did not spray to the next table over there. The people over there threw me a puzzled and slightly angry look, and I hurriedly and embarrassingly rounded off the scene. And only then did old Wang sit back down and gave me a blank look in a bad mood. Look at your worthless look. If people say to be your wife, you are now not a street to spray people to death. I scratched my head awkwardly. Sorry, a little surprised. Surprised. Shui Xiaoqian covered her mouth and giggled, which made me a little depressed. I twisted my head and looked at her until she looked a little embarrassed. Then I tried to hold my tongue. Shui Xiaoqian. Well, not bad. It's nice to meet you. It just so happens that I don't have a girlfriend either. Shui Xiaoqian froze for a moment and blushed slightly. Me too. The old king smiled and nodded. This is only right. People, what things have to look at some open? Do our line of work. Do a good job, nothing is lacking. Shui Xiaoqian looked at Lao Wang and then at me with some confusion and asked, what's your line of work? What kind of profession are you guys in? It hasn't been said yet. Oh, Courier, I hurriedly said, and fiercely glared at the old king. Really talkative. This stops in other people's ears inside the cattle will not be blown to the sky? There is no shortage of couriers? Really enough? Of course, the courier is just a normal occupation. There is another abnormal occupation. That is called the yin and yang courier. Is down to hell. Oh no, is down to the netherworld. Suddenly I have a question. That is, there is no legendary hell inside the netherworld. That is, the place where the king of hell lives. Later aside from this Shui Xiaoqian I must ask, as expected, by the old king so said, the two of us in the eyes of Shui Xiaoqian became optimistic, but also said that such a character is quite good. Their own money to spend their own money, and do not have to beg or anything, more express delivery more money, quite good. After eating and drinking, originally Lao Wang paid for the bill, but it turned out to be me paying for the bill. Then Lao Wang and I followed Shui Xiaoqian to her milk tea store. She said she wanted to treat us in milk tea to come. Her milk tea store was small, and she hired an employee. After all, she still needed to work at the hospital, and this place was just a side job. Drink a cup of the so-called net red milk tea, and she sat inside her store for a while, chatting for a few moments. The old king and I got up to say goodbye and leave. After all, we still have things to do on this side to understand. And today can know Shui Xiaoqian such a person, is also regarded as a blessing, right? Back in the neighborhood, I followed old Wang all the way to his home, which unloaded the backpack, and my body felt a lot more relaxed at once. I thought about my earlier doubts and asked. Old Wang raised an eyebrow when he heard this, and then he briefly explained it for me. Feelings of this hell in the netherworld is a real place. As for the king of Yen in which he does not live, he does not know. After all, he is only a small yin and yang courier, and I also learned a more bullish title, the Hell Courier. The old king cleared his throat, full of wanting to say, the Hell Courier that can be extraordinary, not our little letter carrier can compare. That is in the hell inside the office. What is the place of hell? That is the core area of the netherworld. The netherworld where the gods reside. If you become the letter carrier of that kind of place, that is the hell of the courier. The daily see are ghosts and gods and ghosts of the ranks. You say not powerful? When I heard that, I was so mesmerized by it that I gave a thumbs up. Bull. Awesome. Think about it. Think about it. Forget about it. Just a dry addiction. Right now you've just been inducted as a yin and yang mailman. So let me talk to you about the things you need to be aware of when walking with the netherworld. Old Wang drank a mouthful of tea. A little bit carefully said. Chapter 11. I sat on the side, holding a cup of tea, quiet and carefully listened to the old king said some of the netherworld after the need to pay attention to the need to be careful and cautious place. He has been so many years as the yin and yang letter carrier. Experience is naturally rich. The so-called yin and yang mailman, that is, the old name of the courier, also called yin and yang courier. Its highest title is the Hell Courier. Of course, these are also old Wang casually mentioned, so that I have a cognitive only. Yin and yang courier to do things is to pick up the yang or the netherworld, and then delivered to the designated place or the hands of the designated person. The target point is nothing more than the yin and yang, but I just joined the people can go to very few places, and to pay attention to a lot of places, because the netherworld is not as peaceful as the yang. In the netherworld need to pay attention to a lot of things, especially lonely souls and wild spirits and some of the old ghosts entrenched in the area, before I followed him on that trip, during which I met a half-body ghost floating in mid-air. Very scary. That belongs to the lone ghost, and it is a severe ghost, ferocious and tyrannical nature. If you can't get along well with it, then it will be subject to its attack. Either you die, or I live the situation. Of course, and such ghosts dealing with the old king has experience, as long as the talk is good, and out of generosity, generally is a piece of up to 2 gold leaves. The most important thing is to make friends to become a human ghost friends to do so that the future walking more convenient. Another is the old ghosts and wild ghosts entrenched in the area, such as the black and leafless woods we passed, where there are several powerful ghosts. Generally to this kind of place, first of all, also know the basic etiquette, and the owner of the area to talk, greetings, etc., and then also to give some benefits. To be able to make friends with the nature is good, cannot be made friends with, it is best to meet each other. Each other do not have anything to do with each other. You shell out money to buy the road. They will be happy to let you go. The last is the ghost soldiers outside the town, because we also belong to the ghost guards, so it is most convenient to deal with them. Give some small money, warm up a few words can be. Of course, sometimes you may also need their help. Pulling the ghost heart is also needed. They can do great things. These are simple to say, but the doorway inside the old king also just said a general. Specific circumstances also need to be analyzed specifically. Flexible. In short, let me keep in mind in one sentence, careful, the life of the most important. That is to say, if even the life is gone, that can only go down to the netherworld to ghost villages and ghost towns and ghost cities to be a ghost people. Maybe can make a difference when, but basically also has nothing to do with the yang world. Unless you can reach the ghost king and ghost emperor as well as the level of ghosts and gods, can be reappeared in the yang world. Having said that, I rubbed my head. The old king pulled out a cigarette from the side and lit it, took a drag, said so much. In the future when doing things or to rely on their own, don't be dead-eyed. If it's a ghost soldier is okay. After all, their own people don't fight their own people, but the lonely souls and wild ghosts, old ghosts and the like are not so good to talk about. You just joined, must put down a low profile. They have the need to help. You can help. Can't help then can say later have the ability to help again. Give some benefits. Some will not be difficult with you. Cannot help can say later have the ability to help again. Give some benefits. Some will not be difficult with you. Really cannot. Yin and yang letter carrier token can also be used. Oh, I raised an eyebrow and looked at the token imprint on my palm and asked, besides being able to open the yin yang gate, does this thing have any other wonderful uses? Could it be a defense? Of course, but it's more costly to use it, so don't use it if it's not a life or death situation. What's the price? I was a little curious. What else could it be? Plutonic gold. Old Wang gave me a blank look. This thing is used once. To say the least, you have to pay 100 gold leaves for it, and there is no upper limit. You weigh yourself how many times you can use it. If it is out of the force is relatively large, a time may have to be more than 10,000 gold leaves. Those old ghosts in the netherworld but black people do not blink. A day does not change. 100 into 150 or even 200 are possible. My mind a jolt. Looked at the token in the palm of my hand. Thought to myself that I must not have to use it. If I want to use it, then I have to wait until I earn money. Or else just now I have this body. I guess it is less than 1,000 gold leaves to dry himself up. By the way, old Wang, where did you buy those gold leaves? Since I'm all in, should I always have some of these? I asked. Old Wang nodded, then took out his cell phone, looking for a contact information for me to add, and then he sent a message to that side this past my friend application. Old Wang explained, this gold leaf is also our earthly paper money, But this paper money is not ordinary things. It is made out of special materials. Otherwise brought to the netherworld has no effect at all. You want to buy in the future. Find him, of course. You have just entered the job. The following ghosts are also have the eyesight. First, buy some plutonium, gold leaf. How much to bring a little in preparation for the need from time to time. Plutonium? I had a new doubt. I thought all the ones used down there were gold leaf ones. Emotionally, plutonium was there. Plutonium is cheap. Basically it's 1 to 10. $1 in the young world. $10 down there. You prepare a few tens of thousands of dollars to bring on the body on the line. Old Wong paused and continued. The price of gold leaf is now $3,000 for 100. The ratio of plutonium has not been something I've gotten to know much about lately. I use it sparingly, and ordinary trashy lone souls aren't a threat to me, so I haven't prepared it. What's that? When you buy something you just ask for the ratio and then give the money and address to your request. That side will naturally mail it to you. It's those packages you sent me before. It's very convenient. Got it. I nodded. Also, you and the Earth side more contact, but also remember one thing, below now you can only go to have a disciple town. The Earth side he is aware of. You later walk alone with the netherworld more careful. See the opportunity to act. Life is the most important. Remember, Old Wong. Thanks. I nodded to him sincerely. Alright, I've basically told you what I should have told you. In the future, the side of Yodi Town will be yours. I have to go somewhere else. Old Wong comfortably leaned back in his chair, swaying. I was shocked. I've only just started and you're leaving? Where? Don't get me wrong. My place in the young world won't change yet. Not for a while. The entrance to the netherworld is still using the same one inside the park. It's just that the direction to go is different from yours, and you'll slowly learn about all of this in the future. I let out a long breath and relaxed. At that moment, Old Wang said he was tired, so it was inconvenient for me to disturb him further, and I got up to say goodbye and leave. Returned home, washed up and lay in bed for a long time, thinking about everything that had happened before. The netherworld. I actually went to the netherworld a trip, not only while alive back, but also in the following to make a job. Think about it all, make people feel incredible, as if in a dream. Another thing that makes me slightly happy is that although Tian Xiaoning said bye-bye to me a few days ago, today I met Shui Xiaoqian again. What is this? Is this an arrangement from heaven? Maybe yes. That is mine. Others cannot take away. Not my get will also leave. I cannot get. Destiny. Rambling. I was just about to go to sleep when the cell phone placed on my pillow rang, picked it up and saw that it was a message from Shui Xiaoqian. Shui Xiaoqian, don't kill yourself. Have you slept yet? I did a double take. Holy, when did you give me such a nickname? Because I drank 2 cold beers? Instantly I replied, want this? Shui Xiaoqian, hey, haven't you slept yet? I thought you were resting. Just kidding, but your guts are pretty big. Not listening to the nurse sister. Me, I'm 28. How old are you, Missy? Shui Xiaoqian, humph. I'm 29. 1 year older than you. Hurry up and call your sister. Me, ouch. Shui Xiaoqian, what? Is it a disadvantage to call me sister? I was already older than you. Chatting with her like this, I immediately put back to the time when I just started to fall in love. This girl is a little bit interesting. People are particularly cheerful, and dare to face the inner world. What to say? Big grin. The person is quite lovely. Compared to Tian Xiaoning, she is indeed more superior. Give people a different feeling. Suddenly the world didn't seem so black to me, and good girls weren't rare. Maybe it was my heart playing tricks on me. I understand it all. Is chatting with her happy days, chatting to forget the time. Suddenly Li Dottie a message sent over, not the oldest brother. Tomorrow time to come to me here. Before there is a job because of the following things I have no way to solve. Today after recognizing the oldest brother you do this thing much better. The future will also need you to help more. We brother and sister go hand in hand. Is not it a pleasure? When I looked at it, I was instantly energized, sat up straight in a flash, and hurriedly replied, no problem. Li Dottie is also dry. Just such a message will not send any more information over. Old Wang had just introduced us to each other, and this half a day's work hadn't passed, and this first order of business had just come in? I'm a bit excited. Drip. Shui Xiaoqian, hey, sleeping? Still alive? Don't die. I came back from the fantasy and lay down comfortably, with a smile at the corner of my mouth. I took my cell phone and continued to chat with Shui Xiaoqian. Chapter 12, The Little Wooden Box. I didn't mention anything about being discharged from the hospital today to the boss of the old courier company, so it's better to wait until I make a trip over to Li Didi's side first. The next day I slept until sunrise in one breath, and it had been a long time since I had slept so comfortably. After breakfast, I took a bus directly in front of the neighborhood to go over to Li Didi. On the bus, I pondered that since I wanted to take the business, I should prepare those things that old Wang had explained me to prepare before. so I picked up my cell phone and contacted it. After a brief inquiry, I learned that the price of copper money, also known as gold leaf, is now 3,000 yuan 100, which is generally the same as the price that old Wang said, while the price of plutonium coins is much cheaper, and a dollar can buy 11 yuan. After mulling it over for a while, I then just transferred $3,000, leaving my address and the number of things I was purchasing. After all, this is the first time. The preparation should be slightly more adequate. Not only should there be gold leaves, but also plutonium. After all, I am a newcomer. Go down there can't just reach out for a gold leaf. Then it will be difficult to go in the future. Finished this side of things, the car also arrived at the night market street this side. Got out of the car. I looked around. According to yesterday's road, all the way towards Li Dadi living compound went over. From a hutong out, I turned to enter into another hutong. But this walking I feel a little wrong. Carefully think back to realize that I went to the wrong hutong, so I can only exit. Choose the right hutong to enter it. Finally coming to Li Dadi's door for the second time. I also knocked 4 times on the door like old Wang, and then waited quietly outside. Not long after, the small window on the door opened, and Li Dadi's pale face appeared inside the window, looking at me and smiling, coming quite early. Saying that, he opened the door and invited me in. Yesterday when I came here I saw a man crouching in the middle of the yard tossing something in the corner. And today when I came over I saw the same scene again. Li Dadi smiled and explained, one of my little friends, help me make some tools or something, we'll talk inside. I nodded and followed him into the middle of the main hall. Taking a seat at the 8 Immortals table, Li Dadi poured me a cup of tea, then laughed and said, old brother Bufan, have you ever delivered a courier as a freshly employed letter carrier? Of course, I know you're a courier in both the yin and yang realms. I'm talking about the courier below. I shook my head and answered honestly, not yet. I just followed old King down there once before, delivering a delivery to a pretty woman while I watched from the sidelines. Oh, so, Li Dadi nodded. Everything is the first time. When I worked with old Wang in the past he was already a veteran, but you and old Wang are peers. He will help you even if he can. I nodded. So this time I was called over? Hey, wait. With a hefty smile, Li Dadi got up and entered inside the house next to him. Not long after, Li Dadi came out holding a small wooden box, which he placed in front of me. I looked at the wooden box, surprised to find such a palm-sized wooden box is also nailed with 4 iron nails. Why is this? Could it be that it contains some precious objects? Li Dadi thought for a moment and said, almost a month ago, I went to a family to do things, calculated that their ancestors lacked a little something, leading to their family in recent years everything is not good, bad luck, although I have a solution, but I have not dared to go to violate the heavenly authority, so this thing is directly delayed. That a while the old king has a lot of things to do, so also did not take my order, so it was temporarily put down, so he didn't take this order from me either, so it was put off for the time being. After a pause, Li Dadi took a sip of tea and continued, at this time you appeared, so I contacted the family yesterday after you guys left, saying that things had found a solution, and asked them if they still wanted to do it. Speaking here, he pointed to the wooden box in front of me. No, I've asked for the stuff, and I've given 75% of the money straight away. That's the rule of how I do things. Now the question is whether you are willing to help send this thing down. If so, the money is 7 for you and 3 for me. I can directly give you the part that belongs to you. What's inside this box and why is it still nailed down? I asked with some curiosity. Inside this, is a finger bone. Li Dadi laughed and said. When I heard it, I felt a creepy feeling. This tiny wooden box contained the bones of a human finger? Geez, look at me like this. Li Dadi laughed. You have just entered the profession. Need to adapt. This finger bone for you are more common things. You see a random thing below can be more powerful than this finger bone, do not know how many times. I think so. Also those things below can be much more horrible than the bones of this person. At that moment I have a lot of peace of mind. According to Old Li, if you want to break that family's lingering bad luck, then you have to send this down to the owner of this finger bone. And that's the main thing he asked me to do today. Since I've entered this business, I'm doing all these things. Sending things from the yang world down to the ghosts in the netherworld, or sending things from the netherworld up to the earth, to a specific place or to a designated person, etc. And all of this old Wang has said to me several times. At that moment I nodded my head and said, alright, I'll send a trip to try, but how am I supposed to find the owner of this bone? Li Dadi saw that I took this business, and immediately, without any nonsense, took out a piece of paper and put it in front of me. I picked the paper up and looked at it, and it had one color photo of the person's body in front of him, and his name, home address, etc., and it looked like an application for employment or something like that. I'm also drunk, when really with the times but but want to find this person. Think not so simple, Li Dottie said. I have already counted. After this person died and for the reincarnation, also not in the Yang world, and the soul signs are obvious, then it should be in the netherworld. Down in the netherworld. This piece of it is also the side of the town of Yodi. Will certainly be in the middle of the town of Yodi. So, well, what if I can't find it? I asked again. It won't be impossible to find it. Every time old Wang has a way. If there is anything you can ask him, he has a lot of ways and his ability is very strong. Better than me. Li Dottie laughed. Then he took out his cell phone and fiddled with it. I took out my cell phone and found that 49,000 yuan had been transferred to my account. I hurriedly said, hey, don't. What 37%? So you're not at a great disadvantage? I'll just take a little less. Big loss? Ha ha. Ran also. In the future we are all 37. As long as it is you and I do things together. That is 37. Our Xianmen people are not more than those of you who are in the netherworld when the police. You can say that there is no constraints. We have to be careful in every way. Greed is easy to be punished by heaven. Take 3 has been the limit. If you think that the money is too much, that stays. I will donate out. Li Dottie explained. So, I scratched my head. It seems that this fortune teller fairy is really not a good job. Can pinch the ability to count, but everywhere to be restricted. Really tired of the feeling. As for the donation of money, well, now they are still living in a difficult, not as good as their own first received it. Took this list. I will be wooden box put into my shoulders. This time is to understand why the old king, why a big old still catch the trend to get a crossbody bag across the body. Feelings are convenient to load and take items. It seems that a moment out of the door I also have to go to buy a back. And Li Dottie talked a lot, I just left him here. But also to understand his erudition. This person is really a talent. Not only no feng shui fortune telling, will be a lot of messy things? Sounds mysterious, but cool. The only point that makes me feel sorry is to do things with the head of the heavenly eye. Must be careful. More careful than I have to be careful. One step wrong. Do not die but also be crippled for life. Can be said to be powerful and powerful. It can be said to be powerful to the extreme. While sighing, I have returned to the side of the night market street. Was about to get on the car, felt the shoulder was tapped. I turned around and saw because of the beautiful and lovely girl. This is not Shui Xiaoqian, and who is it? Hi, what are you doing here? Don't you live over here? Getting into the car. Shui Xiaoqian sat down next to me. Yesterday I talked to her until midnight. And today this is sort of the third time we've seen each other. And suddenly it feels like we've become very familiar in general. And comfortable. I smiled and said, came over to run an errand. Delivering a courier is just delivering a courier. And talking about errands, really? Shui Xiaoqian gave me a blank look, then looked me up and down. Looking at me is a burst of creepy. You, what are you doing? Do I have flowers on my face? Hey, hiss, you recovered quite quickly. You didn't see it for a night, and it's completely healed? Shui Xiaoqian was very surprised, and even stretched out her hand to pinch me on the face, then hurriedly smiled and withdrew her hand. I rolled my eyes. It wasn't supposed to be sick. Okay, where are you going to go? You desperate bastard? I'm going to the grocery store to buy some stuff. Are you coming? Do you want to help this girl push the shopping cart? Shui Xiaoqian looked at me with a smile. 3 black lines appeared on my forehead, but I thought that I still needed a crossbody bag, and it seemed that this was an opportunity to spend time with her, so I agreed to do it, and I didn't go over to the company's side, so a few days delay wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 13, It feels so good. On the bus, I looked out the window and wondered what kind of feeling I had. A few days ago I was an ordinary courier, but now has been another identity, yin and yang mailman. The change between this came too suddenly, directly turned my worldview upside down, and no Li Dottie and other high people. And just now, 10 minutes ago, I got a huge sum of money in advance from Li Dottie. Yes, 49,000 yuan money for me is a huge sum of money. To know that my weekday work can't earn much salary at all. A month laziness sum is only about 3,000. Diligence sum at most $5,000. Only to double 11 such as the holiday month will earn more. Such a small city is like this. The level of consumption is not low, but the wages are not much, and I'm still in the category of more. Earn hard money, but this money in just that 49,000 compared to one, immediately divided into a high and low. I'm still just in the business only, if it is a little longer. Perhaps not worse than the old king, right? The key thing is that I have to be able to save a little life down there first, and with a life, I have a chance to make money and enjoy the money I make. Shui Xiaoqian, who was on my side, suddenly asked, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought, I looked back and gave her a small smile. Nothing. By the way, aren't you working today? Well, work too, but it's a late shift. Go over at 4 in the afternoon. What about you? Shui Xiaoqian asked. The boss thought I was lying in the hospital. I shrugged and said I didn't have to go to work. When Shui Xiaoqian heard this, she clapped her hands and startled me, only to hear her say, "That's great. I thought you were going to work in a while. Since you're free, why don't you accompany me to the movies? My treat, okay? This. Shui Xiaoqian's face instantly pulled down, pouting. What? You're not happy? Forget it if you're not happy. I snorted. Why yes, gladly, please, he. That's more or less the same. Shui Xiaoqian instantly turned from cloudy to sunny, and the speed at which this face changed was so fast that it could be performed on stage. Look at her, such a lovely appearance. This cannot help but let me think of Tian Xiaoning. She is also very cute. Not tall, but not much to say. When I chased her time but spent 9 bulls and 2 tigers. In the end it is the end of the basket of water is empty. Really bleak. Now it seems that Tian Xiaoning's departure may be to let himself know Shui Xiaoqian, and his own luck seems to have come, and also become an eerie yin and yang mailman. Really the wind and water wheel rotation. Just my heart still hope that Tian Xiaoning can live a better life. I'm just a poor courier after all. She has the right to pursue what she wants. She doesn't belong to me, and I can't fulfill her material needs, at least for the time being, but it definitely won't be like that in the future. As long as I'm alive. Yes, as long as I can live. Can once and for all go down to run a trip? Then I have a steady stream of income. Acquaintance with great ability ghosts. Acquaintance with those who have money on earth but need to do things for the family. That is capital. Are symbols of strength. Although this is a bit vulgar. The money is not money, but have to admit that, no matter whether it is on this earth or in the netherworld, the ability to represent the attraction cannot be faulted. After getting off the bus in the city center, I followed Shui Xiaoqian and chatted all the way, which led me inside a large supermarket. This supermarket is very big. I have been here a few times before, but because it is too far away, but also choose the neighborhood near the supermarket shopping, here is no longer come over. I did not expect this time to come over is actually a dating mode, but also really delightful. I honestly pushed the shopping cart, followed Shui Xiaoqian's side. She, into the supermarket, went straight to the snacks area. Big bags of snacks, all kinds of buy. Not a moment's effort inside the shopping cart piled up more than half. I was a bit speechless and said, "Hey, I say you this girl buy enough Don't we have to go to the movies later? Isn't it troublesome to bring these?" Shui Xiaoqian didn't care and laughed. "It's fine. In a while we will accumulate things on the first floor. We go directly to the top floor to watch a movie, and then take it away after watching it down." I scratched my hair helplessly, and yeah, it seems I was overthinking it. Soon, Shui Xiaoqian bought a car full of things, except for a bottle of shampoo, but all of them are snacks, which can be seen in this guy's diet structure on weekdays how sloppy and unhealthy. Picking and choosing, Shui Xiaoqian saw that the shopping cart was almost all piled up, and only then did she clap her hands and say with satisfaction, "Well, let's just buy this much first. It's enough to eat for a long time." I sweated. "You don't usually eat, do you? Eat these? I'm crazy. My mom would slap me to death if I ate these. These are small snacks usually eat a little while watching TV. Meals of course is to eat normal meals my mom cooking it. These are reserves of dry food. Understand?" Shui Xiaoqian said in a good humor. "I'm sweating, so I have a family member cooking at home, but it's a bit much to buy so much at once." Checked out of the supermarket, put things to the depository. Shui Xiaoqian car lightly familiar with the way to take me all the way to kill the top floor. Here is the first time I came over. Indeed there is a theater over here, so I accompanied her to watch a movie she wanted to see. Of course, this money is naturally not her out of the money. Accompanied the girl out and is the object of desire. How can I let people pay? This cannot be said. Not to mention just a movie. Originally, I was going to pay for those things in the supermarket, but it was only rejected by her. I can see that she is still a very principled person, which still makes me feel very good. After the movie, it was almost noon, so I treated her to another meal nearby, and sent her all the way back over to the night market street. On the side of the station, she carried 2 large pockets of snacks and looked at me with a smile. "Thank you, I don't want to die. Accompany me to watch a movie and also invite me to dinner." He. Ha, what's not to like when you have beauty to keep you company? Is your home far away? I'll give you a ride if it's far. I said, "It's not far, just over there." Shui Xiaoqian occupied both her hands and lifted her chin towards one side. "Then I won't send you back. We'll meet again sometime. I'll ask you out when the time comes. Bye." Shui Xiaoqian smiled sweetly at me and carried 2 large bags of snacks to the side, but she stopped before taking 2 steps and looked back at me. I gave a puzzled look. Shui Xiaoqian asked in a slightly embarrassed manner, "Am I a bit nervous?" I nodded silently. Hey, I just want to make sure that you really don't have a girlfriend, right? I'm afraid it would be bad to be misunderstood." I shook my head again to make sure I was a single. "That's good. See you later. Next time I'll ask you out. I hope you have time yet." Only then did Shui Xiaoqian smile sweetly and turn around to leave. Looking at her back as she left, I felt quite emotional. Such a girl gives a good feeling. People look cute, also lively and cheerful. Humor and fun. Can communicate normally. The key is still have the principle. Have one is one. Have two is two. Do not force. Not greedy. Maybe I think too much, but she gave me the first impression is so. And Tian Xiaoning's kind of quiet and lovely feeling is very different. Of course, that kind of quiet and lovely is just the surface. Is false. Back home I contacted the old king at the first time. Will I take orders? And Li Dadi's side of the matter said? The old king said that since he took the order to do well, serious and cautious party can slowly grow. Immediately I also asked my doubts, with Lao Wang answering the questions. The difficult doubts were all solved one by one. Delivering human bones to the ghosts and spirits below. Old Wang He had taken such orders quite a few times, both difficult and very simple ones. First of all, Li Dadi has already named for me that the person should be in the town of Yudi. Then basically 99% likely that the person's soul is in the middle of the town of Yudi. And then only need to follow the information to look for a little bit of time on the line. A long time to find the speed of the person will become very fast. The towns of the netherworld are not like the towns of the young world. The number of ghosts below is limited. For example, the ghosts living in this town of Yudi are only about 30,000, of which about 10,000 are all ghosts. Ghosts, 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 ghosts and ghosts. There are many ways to find people, and the dumbest way is to go asking, door to door, which is very inefficient. The fastest way is to ask the black and white irregulars for help. Give them some favors, and when they flip through the roster, they will help you find the person you need to find in minutes. I heard so good to do. Immediately took the phone and asked Lao Wang, then I give the favor fee in the end should give how much and what should I do about what I saw along the way after I went down there? I don't have a clue. I'm scared. I'm really scared. Although I have already been a ghost officer, but the heart is still hairy feeling. A thought that I have to walk alone in the netherworld above the earth. See basically all the ghosts and ghosts of the netherworld time. The heart is a burst of fear breeding. The old king haha laughed. I have not all said to you before? Don't need to think so much. See the opportunity. If you don't experience these yourself, even if I'm taking you on a journey, you'll still have to face the time when you're doing these things alone in the future. So get on your own. And what you don't understand despite asking. Well, originally I wanted old Wang to accompany me to recognize the road again. Now it seems that I have to walk alone so far. After all, one has to walk alone. Just like the old king. He must survive this first time, and the road will become better and better in the future. Chapter 14, Quality must be good. The order has been taken, but now I cannot directly set off down to the netherworld to find someone to deliver the things, but need to wait at home for those things I just spent $3,000 to buy. Must wait for those things to be delivered over before I can set off, or else go down there will be a difficult to move an inch situation. I have asked the old king some of the things I need to go down to bring, also need to find a dagger and so on, but the old king said don't need to be so troublesome. Before he dropped the dagger is still thrown in the entrance. Go down on the road with. Maybe there is a miraculous effect. There are quite a lot of ghosts are also recognize that thing. That is his weapon for more than 10 years. So more or less some effect. I thought about my good dagger being taken by you. I'm stuck with it for the time being, but it's okay to get another one. After all, I just got paid 49,000 bucks from Li Dadi's side of the family. But maybe that old dagger of old Wang's might really come in handy. So I also dismissed the idea of buying another dagger. In addition to the netherworld to use banknotes, self-defense weapons, the rest is to bring enough dry food and water on the line. Although the netherworld also has food, but the netherworld of food and water most of the human beings cannot eat. Asked properly everything? I hung up the phone, but suddenly remembered that before accompanying Shui Xiaoqian to the supermarket to watch a movie, and sent her home, the thing that he wanted to buy a crossbody bag was forgotten. How can you forget such an important thing? Immediately I took the key and went out. Crossbody bags must be purchased. Otherwise carrying a shoulder bag underneath much inconvenience. Access is also very awkward. Even if it is carried in front of the body, you must need a lift hand can take things out of the convenient backpack. There were no such stores around the neighborhood, so I had to once again go inside the city and find a specialty sports equipment store and ask about it. Boss, do you have one of those crossbody bags that has a slightly larger capacity, but doesn't interfere with one's walking or whatever? Entering the store, I gestured while looking around at those items. This is the first time I've been in an outdoor gear store like this, and there's quite a bit of stuff for sale here, from small firefighting gear to carry-on tents. The boss didn't talk nonsense, and immediately took me to a beat of shelves inside, pointing to a beat of satchels on the far side, saying, "It's all here. Look for yourself. There's a price underneath." There was indeed a row of satchels here, but many of them belonged to the category of fanny packs and the like, and there were only 2 crossbody bags, which I did not try first, but just glanced at the price of these first. Whoa, that's pretty expensive. A small fanny pack doesn't move $300 to $500, and the crossbody bag is even more expensive. One costs $560, and the other is $880. Hell, I bought that duffel bag when I was in college, and it only cost me $120 to get it then, and it's still in good shape after all these years, just a little worn out. Am I in the wrong place for a better crossbody bag? Well, I think I should have come to the wrong place, but come are here, try or try, buy or not to buy here on the other hand. At that moment I will be crossbody bagged down separately to try. Not to mention, this outdoor equipment store is an outdoor equipment store. Things hanging in front of the body is not much awkward feeling, will not be very uncomfortable, and inside the space is also very reasonable. There are specialized in placing a variety of objects in the small bag and so on. The boss said on the side, "Young man, my things here are real. Maybe you look a little expensive, but absolutely safe and durable. Absolutely good things. Unlike those on the market for the working class back to the trash goods, not 2 days on the problem, either the thread open or broken cloth. My things here will never appear in such a state. You see the stitching, are 3 threads, but also thick wax oil thread, not only strong and durable, but waterproof and heat insulation. Look at this stitching, it's all 3 threads, and it's all thick wax oil thread. Not only is it strong and durable, but it's waterproof and heat insulating." The owner was rambling on and on while my feelings didn't seem as godly as the owner made them out to be, but the overall feeling was still very good, and if it weren't for the price, I probably would have just shelled out the money. "Boss, I'll take another look at it. If it doesn't work out I'll come to you and buy it. I'm a little short on cash." I smiled and hung my backpack back up on the far side. The boss froze for a moment and immediately said, "Hey, I say, no, what price do you want to buy? You open a price. The price labeled above is dead. People are alive. Like is like. Hand a little tight. I look at if there is money I will come back." I turned around and walked towards the outside, letting that boss behind me say give you a few discounts. It looks like his business in this store is not good. Otherwise how would it be so retained me such a customer? Doing something cannot be bullseye. More than a few comparisons are still necessary. Now I need to consider the practicality and durability. After all, is to bring down to the netherworld, the quality of the first, that's a certainty, followed by going back to consider the price issue. Then I found another store nearby that had crossbody bags for sale, and immediately went in to check it out. To my disappointment the crossbody bags here were all too ordinary, and what I had seen in that outdoor store before just couldn't be compared. It was poor. So then I continued to wander around inside the city. I haven't done much shopping, but today I've gotten into a fight with this satchel. I don't believe that only one outdoor store has the best crossbody bag, but if that's the case, I'll have to go back and buy it at the end of the day. Looked at several in a row. Even the department store floor of the store I did not let go. Walking feet are numb. Finally I thought of the old Wang, so he called him to ask. Learned that his crossbody bag is a long time ago to buy. That time the quality of the stuff is good. Has been used to the present is still in use, but unfortunately cannot be bought. And he also explained that there must be enough space for you to use it. And don't be greedy for cheap goods. Buy it now and try to buy it at an outdoor store. Quality first. After all, that is usually loaded with more important things, and only daggers and stuff that can be carried on your pants legs or behind your back, etc. When I heard that, I had to, and I thought, I'm afraid I'm going to have to go back now. In desperation, I used my phone to search for all the outdoor stores in the city, and found that there are still so many of them. Just the city center seems to be that one store. The others are a little farther away, but now also are still in business, so I also took a taxi to go to take a look at the last. If there is a better, even if I spend a few thousand is not impossible, the key has to be good. This is entirely due to the old king's words, quality must be over the top. The car soon stopped by an outdoor store that looked quite a bit bigger. I paid and got out of the car, looked up at the sign and then at the store. It was quite big and there were a few customers inside, so I walked in. Immediately a salesman came up and asked, "Can I help you?" I explained directly why I was there, and right away she led me to the center of a row of shelves on the right and introduced me to several crossbody bags. I brought it over and looked at it. The stitching fabric and all was very solid looking, but when I asked for more details she called the owner for me. The boss smiled and explained, "She doesn't know that much. I'll do it. Any questions you can ask. I'm just specialized in outdoor sports." "Oh, I just wanted to ask what the quality of the bag is like." How's the price? I need the best quality and I don't want an accident." I shrugged, making light of the situation, but it was what I needed, and if I couldn't be convinced, then I wasn't going to buy it. Old Wang haha laugh, reached out and took the bag in my hand, looked through it. and then hung it back, and took another camouflage satchel down, looked through it and handed it to me, very confidently said, "Friends, you look at this, that may not meet your requirements. This is the best. The quality of it can be said that if the quality of this bag does not meet your requirements, then M City, or several surrounding cities, there is nothing you are looking for, can be said. If the quality of this bag cannot meet your requirements, then M City, or several cities around you are not looking for something." Oh, I raised an eyebrow. That's a little too full on, isn't it? Chapter 15, Everything is Ready. This familiar saying says that a mountain is even higher than a mountain. The mountain in front of us may already be very high, already beyond the surrounding many high mountains, but continue to walk in the distance. Maybe the next moment we will see an even higher mountain. The boss is putting his words so full at this point. I really don't know where he gets his confidence. The boss saw me reveal a strange and unbelieving gaze. He didn't care, directly took a dagger from the side over to hand over to me and said, "This bag is waterproof and dustproof. There is also a certain amount of time for the presence of the outer layer of the discharge of the fire. The normal use of the ordinary, you basically can't use it to break it. Where resistant and toughness will be beyond your imagination. You can use the dagger you have in your hand to try it out. You can if you can a knife cut through it by 1 centimeter. I'll send you a new one of the same model." I was very surprised to look at this boss, and look at the dagger in his hand, reached out and touched the sword, relatively sharp. So I spoke, "Do not if this knife to you this bag opened a mouth, how can you still sell? It doesn't bother me, the bag is just hanging out there. I never sell my customers old stuff. Come on, I can hold the bag for you. You paddle it." The boss is very generous to take the bag, hands propped up. "Let me do it. That sweat but since he said so, I also have no hesitation to swing up the dagger in the bag on a hard cut. The results let me be surprised as the sword fell on the bag's appearance as if it fell on the smooth hard stone, directly tethered to it fell. The point of gravity was removed quite a lot, just in the bag's appearance left a little bit of white traces. I looked at the tip of the knife and there was nothing damaged, which means there's nothing wrong with the knife, and nothing wrong with the bag now. That's not all that surprised me. The boss shocked me with his next sentence. He braced his bag and said, "It's nothing if you can't scratch it. Come on, just stab it. Stabs are powerful." I froze for a moment, but thrust the dagger in my hand straight through. Only a soft sound of poof was heard as the bag was penetrated by the sword, but in the next moment, the sword was met with great resistance and could no longer pierce the slightest bit. The boss reached out and took the dagger in my hand, holding the bag together for me to see, and said, "Look, on the front of this bag, the knife will at most penetrate less than a centimeter, and this level of damage is unable to harm itself, and the contents of the bag will be best protected in most cases. What do you think?" The boss shook the dagger gently and pulled it off, casually rubbing his hand twice over the gash that had been stabbed in the bag, and the gash was barely visible, so it was clear that there wasn't much damage to the outside of the bag. I gave a thumbs up. "Great bag." The boss smiled. "Before you may be thinking that I'm bragging, but what I said is just the truth. The first time to come, like you, this reaction of the people there are a lot. What's that? The things I sell here are more expensive, but the quality convenience must be guaranteed, because the people who come to my place are basically people who like outdoor sports. They need quality, they need to be safe, or else they may suffer from unnecessary troublesome things because of it, or even get injured, get killed are possible." I nodded my head in deep agreement. Yes, people are outdoor sports, but I'm going down to the netherworld. That should be much more dangerous down there than outdoor sports, so I'm more in need of something safer and better. "Boss, what's the price of the bag? Since you want the best, then this one I recommend is the best. The price is naturally not low, 3,005. You think about it, you can also go to other stores to make a comparison, and in the end, just buy what you think is the most practical," the boss said. Hearing the boss say this, I feel comfortable in my heart. Doing business should be like this. The customer is comfortable. The boss does not have to be low. What to say? I did have to go to a couple of other outdoor stores to look and see. It's not unusual to shop around. Okay, I get it. What time do you close here? I asked. The owner looked at the time. It's still early. It usually closes at 11 sharp. I nodded and without further ado, turned around and headed out of this outdoor store. There are a few other, so I hoofed it to a few other outdoor products to look at. And the same as the confident boss said before, there is no better than his bag around the bag. One of the crossbody bag is not sold, which makes me very disappointed. It seems to have to go back to buy that 3,005. As for the first, can only laugh. That 880 bucks of money is also the general goods only. Cannot be compared with the 3,500. That one cannot be compared with the 3,500 one. When I got back to the one outdoor store, the owner saw it was me and smiled and asked, "How was it?" I wasn't wrong, was I? I laughed helplessly. "Come on, I'll take that bag. Can I have it for a cheaper price? Then see again what else you don't want. The owner didn't say it outright, but continued to ask. I looked around and saw a very compact strong flashlight on one side, so I picked one up and looked at it and said, I shouldn't be able to use the others for the time being. How much is this little light? The owner said, how about this? The price is still $3,500 and you get one of these flashlights worth $200? Deal. I laughed. This boss is also a pain in the ass. I do not nag. Immediately gave the money. The boss gave me a new crossbody bag and small and delicate flashlight. Face-to-face inspection of the goods. There is nothing wrong with me. I said goodbye and left. On the way back I went to the grocery store to prepare some more compressed dry food and a better water bottle, and then that's when I returned to the house. The next day at sunrise, I was still in a daze of sleep when a phone call woke me up. Fumbling for her cell phone, she answered. Hello, you're Mr. Lee, aren't you? Your package has arrived. Should you come down to pick it up or should I leave it at the gate, or send it up? I climbed up with a jolt. It's the courier arrived. Then I guess it should be a coworker. And the voice sounded familiar. So I hurriedly choked and said, well, put it on the doorpost. I'll go get it in a while. I'm not at home right now. Okay, then I'll have the gate agent sign for you. Hanging up the phone, I wiped the sweat off my face and almost showed my face. Before I delivered to the old Wang. His delivery signature are all Wang Moncler Outlet. Yesterday I buy things also gave myself a Moncler Jackets outlet name. Purely spoofing the heart to play tricks. I went downstairs and picked up the delivery at the gate post. And I was given a good laugh by the security guard on duty at the gate. Which depressed me. But they are all acquaintances. It is just to have fun and laugh. I told him not to say anything. It is a secret. The security guard laughed it off. To which I expressed helplessness. Back home, I opened the package. The first thing I saw was a stack of paper copper money glowing slightly yellow. This is the gold leaf. I asked for 50 sheets. A total of $500. The rest is a stack of medieval money. The denominations of the medieval coins are both large and small. Not quite the same as in the young world. The largest one is $400, while the smallest one is a $10 one. And there are not many of them, even though they are proportionally large. When I bought them the plutonium was at a ratio of 1:11, and I bought $500 worth. So the plutonium I got was worth a total of $500. But of course, it's a contraption that can only be used when you go down to the netherworld. The money was received, but another question came to my mind. What would be the value of the gold leaf if it were converted into plutonium? With what I bought so divided, instantly came to the conclusion that 330 plutonium coins are equal to a gold leaf. But to be on the safe side, I still called and asked Lao Wang, which learned that it could not be counted this way. Plutonium coins are more common in the netherworld, but gold leaves are not available to every ghost. The price is naturally 10 to 30% higher to calculate the price. Things are more expensive than rare is the same down there. After a brief chat, old Wang asked me if I had gone down recently, naturally referring to the netherworld. And with a burst of spirit, I asked, Old Wang, are you going down again recently? It's going to take a trip, and since you've already taken care of the induction on your end, I'm going to take a trip to report to the new town, and it's going to be necessary to take care of some connections. Old Wang said, go on, I've got everything here, go on. Well then, choose your day. Your body has completely recovered now, right? If it's fine, then I'll see you tonight at 12 o'clock, at the park. No problem, see you at the park tonight at 12. Chapter 16, At least he's a man. After the appointment, I took out the satchel that I had prepared yesterday and checked it inside and out. Everything that should be prepared had been prepared and put into every position in the satchel, and the paper money and medieval coins were naturally placed in a position where they could be taken out at hand, so as to be convenient for use when going down. Though it was said that things were now completely ready, the thought of going down to the netherworld again at 12 o'clock tonight, and by myself alone, caused an unexplained pang of trepidation in this heart. The netherworld that is not a playground or a scenic area. That previous trip had already given me a rough impression of that place. It can be said that it is a place other than the lower towns. Everywhere there may be unpredictable dangers. Before Lee Dottie gave me the wooden box is also put in the bag. After going down is to give it to its owner. Before I also asked if I cannot find the ghost what to do. Lee Dottie said to ask me to ask the old king. He is aware of. Before really forget to ask. But having just called, it's not good to call him again right away. So I'll just wait until we meet in the evening to ask about it. Put the satchel. Look at the time is only 10 o'clock in the morning, and there is no plan to go to work today, so I do not know what to do. However, I decided to wait for this trip to finish before going to work. After all, I do not know whether this trip is smooth. I will not be the same as the last time in the hospital or something. At noon casually ate a meal, and in the afternoon stayed at home with a cell phone and Shui Xiaoqian chatting, watching TV and playing games, and time flew by. After dinner, I saw to go down to the netherworld at 12 o'clock, so sleep is still a good thing to replenish first, so I set the time to fall back to sleep. Ring, ring, ring. A ringing bell woke me up from my sleep. I opened my eyes in a daze. The time was also approaching 11 o'clock at night, and it was already completely dark outside. I got up, washed up, and ate some more food, after which I slung my satchel on my back and headed out the door. Hey, Wang, where are you? Let's go together if you're at home. Going downstairs, I took out my phone and called old Wang's number. That's fine. Call a car and wait for me at the entrance of the neighborhood. Old Wang's voice came. Listening to the voice, this old king also seems to have just woken up from sleep. It looks like he thought right, before going down to the netherworld to replenish the sleep. After all, the time is particularly late. If the physical strength is not enough, I'm afraid that something is going to happen. A quarter of an hour later, the old king wobbly from the inside of the neighborhood came out, saw me still standing on the side and did not call the car. Then he said depressed, not let you call the car. Well, just now it was called. The car came. You didn't come down for half a day. People complained and ran away again, but I called again. It will be here soon. I laughed bitterly. This old Wang is really laid back. Hey, young people nowadays are just impatient. Old Wang was disgruntled and complained along with him. I shrugged. People are in business. Time is money and no one wants to take more time to make the same amount of money. It wasn't long before the car arrived and we got right in. I spoke up. Master, Loop Park. The driver master didn't say much, and directly started the car and drove over there. This time of the park has not many people. Plus this is a fitness walk open to the public leisure place. So this to the big night even a staff cannot see. Entering the park, old Wang and I walked all the way towards the northwest corner of the park. While walking, I asked, Old Wang, before there is a thing I have not yet understood. That is, if I can't find that ghost, what should I do? Count on your kid to have some heart. Old Wang smiled at me and said, if you really can't find the target in the end, then go to a place called D Terrace inside the town of UD. Go there and explain where you're from, and the ghost messenger there will tell you what to do. Oh, so, that'll do. I nodded. So is there anything else I should be aware of? How can I say it? What should be said before is pretty much the same as what you said, except for the next individual to be agitated and cautious. What you need to pay the most attention to on this trip is that piece of forest. Inside the forest is not inhabited by a single lone ghost. There is also that ghostly beast. When you arrive you will first have a conversation from a distance, and for the first time, they will come out to meet you, and the ghostly beast, if it comes to you you must express your friendliness. This will keep it from attacking you. I listened with a tingle in my head. The ghost of that black dog coming around to my side? Jesus, that's a ghostly beast, a contraption scarier than some of the stern ghosts. So, what do I have to do to show my friendship? Does this ghostly beast want plutonium and gold leaves too? Old Wang shook his head. No, ghost beasts don't need it, and they don't speak ghost language. They have another language. Of course, although it's a ghost beast, it's not that ferocious. You can use some jerky to greet it, and it will like it. Jerky? I froze for a moment, looked at the bag hanging in front of me, and said with a crying face, I said, Old Wang, Brother Wang, why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't prepare jerky here. What can I do? Old Wang laughed, and casually grabbed a few pieces of dried meat inside his backpack and handed them to me, laughing, you're an herbivore, aren't you? You don't prepare all the meat and go down to eat those compressed cookies? No, I have some cake or something here. Do you want it? I hurriedly took the jerky and carefully put it in my backpack. Old Wang waved his hand. Don't, it's still the meat that's in charge. I depressed scratched my hair. Their own this is really inexperienced even by the old king said into the herbivore, we at least is also a meat eater. But in my personal impression and consciousness, out of the door in, especially the conditions of the extremely limited environment, fill up the stomach is the truth, which can think of so much. Within a short time, Old King and I made our way to the northwest corner of the Loop Park, in the middle of the grove of conifers, or the previous position. The Old King directly sat on the ground, took out a large piece of beef jerky, broke off a piece thrown to me. First eat something to pad the stomach. Evening dinner yet? I ate, and I even took a nap at night, and I ate some when I came downstairs just now. I said, this point to do good. There is growth. I give you to say you kid, this is the first trip. Must be stable. Do not ask for fast. In the following is not compared to the Yangmai. Meet all sorts of things to be resourceful. Must not panic. Once panicked, the brain a chaotic. Accounted for in the following are possible. Old Wang said while chewing beef jerky. I nodded, mentally chanting I'm not panicking, but saying I'm not panicking is just comforting myself. After all, after this trip down the road Old Wang and I are taking is different. He's going to go to another town to go, while I'm going to go over to the town of Yodi. I'm afraid I'm the only one who is on my own this way. That, Old Wang, Can you accompany me on this trip? I have this in my heart. I have not finished a sentence. The old king waved his hand and interrupted my words. Can not? You are at least a man. So timid to do what? Go on your own on the line. Go a trip everything will be. If I take you again, and then go down 10 times you are also such a wimp, eh? A wimp? A man at least? Me? I'm not a wimp. 100 pounds is a lot of weight. I can't say that I can swing my fist out with a tiger's wind, but it's still quite lethal. I turned my gaze, suddenly saw the dagger that the old king had thrown aside before, so I picked it up with one hand. Almost didn't forget this thing, so I hurriedly patted the dust off of it, danced twice, and clenched my teeth. Walk by yourself. I don't believe that I can't walk to Yodi town. Although his mouth spoke forcefully and the dagger in his hand slashed powerfully, his heart was still a bit unsettled. Hey, that's right. Old Wang nodded smilingly. Time a little closer to 12 o'clock. Around a sudden gust of cloudy wind blew. The old king looked around, toward the right side to say a sentence of the ghostly language of Ulul, and then become a yin and yang letter carrier before I do not understand half a word. But now I do understand. Just now the old king is greeting a ghost, and said to introduce a friend to him to know a little bit. That is, I will introduce me to that ghost to no. I cannot help but also turn my head toward that side to look over. Chapter 17, Born Strong. I twisted my head to look over, only to see a blurry figure appear by a pine tree on Old King's side. Old Wang smiled and said in ghost language, Shang Kailiang, come to introduce you to the new letter carrier, my colleague. The blurred figure walked over from behind the tree and said with a smile, isn't this the kid from last time? Feeling that you guys have succeeded in your trial after going down before? This ghost called Shang Kailiang looked like a transparent figure. It was very unclear to see in this environment, but he looked short and chubby, and in his hand he grabbed a small red stick and spun it around. That's right, this kid has a hard life. Old Wang patted my shoulder, signaling me to say hello. Looking at the ghost called Shang Kailiang looking toward me, I had a steep jolt and hurriedly spoke. Hello, I'm Li Bufan, the new yin and yang mailman of Yodi town. Meet. I suddenly didn't know what to call this ghost in front of me, and I only felt a gust of cloudy wind around me. Old Wang saw my embarrassment, so he laughed. Just call him Brother Shang. He hasn't been over here for very long, 5 or 6 years I think, and he's also new to the job. Also, use the language of ghosts to talk. Right now we are still in the young world. When we go down to the nether world in a while, speaking in human language may cause some unnecessary trouble. Yeah, it's better to communicate with ghosts in ghost language. Sangara said that although he could understand normal words, after becoming a ghost, he still preferred to hear the language unique to ghosts. I'll take care of that. I inhaled deeply, then subconsciously uttered a ghost language and greeted Shang Kailiang, and I realized that I didn't have a great barrier to speaking a particular language. I was only just starting to be a bit uncomfortable and stumbling slightly. Junior Brother Li Bufan, I hope Brother Shang will take care of me a little more in the future, I said politely. Shang Kailiang smiled and nodded. There is no need to be so polite. As for me, I am the guardian of the entrance to the netherworld here who has just been transferred here not long ago, and like your yin yang postman, I am also a ghost messenger, just with different duties. Old King, in the future, if you come here alone, Shang Kailiang will sense your presence, and you can only open the entrance to the netherworld on your own after he appears. Of course you can open it even if he's not here, but there exists a certain coefficient of danger in doing so, though it's not high. I nodded in understanding. Afterwards, Lao Wang and I talked with Shang Kailiang for a few moments, and at Lao Wang's hint, I also took out 1,000 plutonium coins and gave them to Shang Kailiang, because this is the young world, so the paper money won't turn into gold leaves, so it's only good if you can give plutonium coins. In this regard, Shang Kailiang and I were considered to have gotten to know each other, and now that the time had come to 12 o'clock, Shang Kailiang stopped talking nonsense and greeted Old Wang and I. The hour has come. I'll go back, so you guys open the entrance on your own. Okay, then you go back. In the future you have something is also can greet the unfan to do for you. More friends, more road. Old Wang said. Got it. You guys go ahead. See you later. Shang Kailiang's figure turned around and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Old Wang smiled and asked me what it was like to talk to a ghost for the first time. I can only say that a little bit of cold feeling, but much more adapted than the first time a ghost appeared to the side. There is no longer that kind of piercing cold feeling. Just do not know that after going down to the netherworld will feel so comfortable with the above. I then took out the lower token at Old Wang's instruction, and then I softly recited a so-called incantation in ghost language. The Yin man lends his way, and the Yin Yang road opens up. After I read it, the temperature around me was all of a sudden several degrees lower, and a cloudy wind blew around me. I then slapped the black token in my hand towards the ground in front of me, and the black aura on the token flashed and didn't go into the ground. Before I saw the old king had done once, but did not hear him read this incantation. Is it a silent reading? Maybe it is. Anyway, when I read the voice is like a mosquito hum, but feel the whole body's strength to release the Buddha have been strongly torn a bit. Well, there is nothing particularly bad feeling appeared on the return to normal. Looking at the ground being tapped out by me, that black ghostly light keeps expanding, which means that the entrance to the netherworld is rapidly opening. I took the opportunity to ask, Old Wang, just now I have a very strange feeling. That is, it seems like I was tugged by someone, and my whole body seems to be. Doesn't it feel like your soul was almost ripped out? Old Wang asked with a smile. I nodded. Yes, that's the feeling. It's as if something is going to be stripped out of my body. Such a weird feeling, but all of a sudden it's back again. The old king froze for a moment, looking me up and down with some surprise, looking at me with some hair on my body. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Is something wrong? I touched my face, and it didn't seem to have any raw flowers coming out of it. The old king watched for a moment, knowing that the entrance to the netherworld had been opened and completed. Then he said, Not bad, so your soul strength is much stronger than the average person, or than me. Soul strength? My confusion instantly grew a little more. Go down and talk. The old king got up and then stepped into the dark mass of light on the ground with one foot, and the whole person whooshed into the ground. I froze for a moment, then got up as well, looking at the ghostly mass of light on the floor. The first time I went down there I was dragged down by Old King, and this time Old King didn't pull me along, so I had to grit my teeth and take a step into it. It was similar to the last time, only to feel a sudden blackness around them. Then a dim light filled the whole world, and their feet were firmly on the ground. Old Wang said at the side, I just thought about it, and I can only explain it with the fact that your soul is stronger than the average person. I think when I became a yin-yang postman it was also because of this reason. Put it this way, only after the soul strength reaches a certain level will you be qualified to become a yin-yang postman. Only then will you be chosen as a candidate by the following. But your soul strength seems to be a little too strong. What's that supposed to mean? I'm the same person. Am I special? Well, the strength of the soul I have no way to give you a measure, because you do not know any magic spells and other things. To put it simply, the first time I used the yin and yang order when the whole person is a little bit of a haze. Down to the netherworld here after resting for a full 2 hours to slow down the energy, can be said to be the soul is restless. And just now the whole body trembled for a moment only, and then like a person like nothing. The old king patted me on the shoulder, promising I'm not extraordinary. The future developed. Don't forget your leader Miha. I was sweating. I hadn't even delivered this first delivery yet, and I was still all grossed out and a little unsure. Alright, your kid's soul strength at this level is almost the same as mine right now. At first I was planning to leave after taking care of you here for 2 hours, but now it seems unnecessary. Old Juan looked at me appreciatively, as if he had found a pile of shiny gold coins. Looking at my somewhat puzzled expression, Old King continued, let's put it this way. In fact, the strength of my soul exercised up to now is just about the same as yours right now. When he said that, my eyes widened in surprise, and my mouth was even open enough to fit at least a duck egg in it. Don't look at me with such surprise, that's all. If you didn't lie to me just now. Old King waved his hand. No. I hurriedly shook my head. Just now that feeling is the feeling of being torn a little bit, and then, there seems to be no then. I touched my forehead. There was no fever. There was no cold. There was no discomfort, and the yin cold from the first downfall seemed to have receded for the most part, and now I only felt slightly cold. Old Wang explained, if it's an ordinary person's soul strength, let them take the yin-yang order for a while, and they won't be able to get used to it in time before they have to pass out, and the next thing you know, they'll be very sick or even die. The yin-yang order is a disaster for ordinary people, because it is something that yin-chi condenses into, so living people simply can't stand this thing. Another one, but anyone who can use the yin-yang order, that is the soul strength has reached a certain level. I was just slightly higher than these people at the beginning, and served by chance. And I'm afraid that you were born suitable to work as an errand boy in the netherworld, and you were born with a strong soul. My God, I slapped my forehead. Stop it, Old Wang. I'm floating in a while. Float up? You're not a ghost. You can't float up. Old Wang blankly glanced at me. Alright, without further ado, since your soul is naturally strong to this extent, when we go back then I'll teach you a few simple spells. Now you go deliver the stuff as well. Be more careful along the way. Saying that, he also pointed out the direction for me. I turned back to look in that direction, but then I turned back again only to find that Old Juan was already 30 meters away. I was so anxious that I called out at him. Hey, Old Juan, teach me a simple one now will you? I'm on my way to defend myself. Old Wang waved his hand without turning his head. Be careful along the way. Remember what I told you before and took you through. That spell isn't something that can be learned in a moment, so we'll talk about it when we get back. After saying that, his speed steeply accelerated by a lot, and he hurriedly walked out in another direction. The old king's walking pace did not become faster, but the distance he moved on the ground seemed to be accelerating. Not more than 10 seconds of effort, the old king had already disappeared in my line of sight. What is this? What is this? Spells or body techniques? I shook my head back and glanced in the direction the old king had disappeared, then turned to look in the direction I was going, lifted my spirits and looked into the distance, the direction of the town with the disciples, and the next step was to start learning to face it all on my own. Chapter 18, Shadow. Turning back again. The old king's figure has long disappeared without a trace, leaving only this netherworld, sometimes big and sometimes small, ghastly wind blowing chaotically. I suddenly felt this netherworld's sense of oppression. Gusts of ghastly wind also let me immediately a layer of goosebumps. But then, the spirit is instantly lifted up. I slapped my face, recalled the path old king had taken me on earlier, and took a step toward the front. Has become the yin and yang letter carrier. My actually is not afraid of this wind. Just suddenly some lost concentration. A strange and strong sense of loneliness attacked the heart, which just had that all kinds of feeling. It seems to walk in the netherworld not only to the body and the soul to eat, even the spirit must also eat to consume it, or else minutes will really become the netherworld of ghosts. The first time I came down there was old Juan leading the way, and I went all the way, and I only met one half-bodied ghost in the span of several hours, followed by the Black Forest, and then it was a smooth ride to within the area near the town of Aradai, where there were ghost soldiers patrolling, so to speak. While walking and pondering, thinking about what exactly I will meet along the way, the surrounding ghastly wind suddenly fiercer by a few points, which makes me can't help but be cautious, slowing down my pace and sweeping my gaze around. Here is still a desolate. Simply half of the ghost did not appear. Perhaps my nerves tensed a little too tight, but in the old king's repeated instructions, I had to do so. Must be careful in order to come down alive to leave alive. Suddenly, a ghostly shadow flashed in front of me, and I stood still with a sudden lurch of my feet, looking at a long, thin, long-haired ghost that appeared 5 or 6 meters in front of me in a flash. The long-haired ghost massaged me up and down, circled around me somewhat playfully, and said in an extremely shrill voice, "It seems to be a big living person. It's really rare." As soon as I heard that, I turned to look at the ghost and said politely in ghost language, "Elder, I am amused. I have just become a yin-yang postman." Oops, still understand the words of our ghosts. It seems that what your kid said is true, just that I look at your face. The only person who came on this road in the previous decades seems to be that guy Wang Ryu, right? Do you recognize him? The long-haired ghost asked. I nodded. Officially elder brother Wang brought me in. So that's it, fellow old buddy. The long-haired ghost looked me up and down, then drifted around me and said, "Going to Yudi town, are you?" "Yes, senpai." "Then you should only come here once. Here is a little distance from the town of Yudi. Want me to lead the way not?" The long-haired ghost hemmed and hawed, licked the corners of his mouth, squinted his eyes and said, "The first time here will definitely encounter a lot of troublesome things. If you have me to lead the way, it will be much smoother. It's just, needless to say." The ghost rubbed his fingers together with a straight face, and I realized that it was time to shell out the money. So I reached inside a small pocket underneath my satchel and instantly pulled out 500 medieval coins and handed them over. "I wonder what your name is." "There's no need to call me senior. Just call me Shining Row. Shining as in shining, row as in row." The long-haired ghost took the plutonium and shook it, seemingly muttering with some dissatisfaction. How come people are so stingy nowadays? $500 to hire a bodyguard? After saying that, there was a glance at me. I froze, then touched another 200 plutonium and handed it over, laughing. "Flash Walk? Good name. How about I call you Xing from now on?" "Little brother, my name is Li Bufan. First time here. The money has not earned a point. The line is the bottom of the day I pull out. This does not hurry to take a job to mix a meal." "Line brother, forgive me. Flashline does not seem to be so greedy." Received the plutonium is another shake. It seems that he shakes a little bit to know how much plutonium. He said to me with a smile, "You kid, a little bit of fun. Wang Ryu that like to fight the guy is much better to talk about." "I like. Row. I'll watch you." I scratched my hair awkwardly, thinking that you are not a threat to me on the line. Just started to deal with ghosts is really not very good, and I don't have a couple of tricks myself. Otherwise, do you think that I would be willing to give you $700 of plutonium? Dream on. But Flashline, this ghost is also talking. Said to give me directions. That also really with, and I walk in the direction of the town of Yodi. While walking, I also began to set a close, ask some of the surrounding situation and so on. At least can not let me this 700 plutonium hit the water. 10 minutes of conversation. I learned that this flashline is often frequented in the vicinity of a guide. Ghosts is also considered a kind of ghostbusters. It is good at is to catch up with the road and point out the way. The figure of a flash can go out dozens of meters away. Very flexible, but the means of attack to be a lot of weak. I now belong to the netherworld. Do not fear the Yin Chi, and born with a strong soul. Really, if a word fight. This flashline is really not necessarily my opponent. But flashline, this ghost talk quite fun. Just looks a little cautious. But walking in the netherworld with such a ghost by his side also has another kind of inexplicable sense of security. Walked all the way for 10 minutes. The front once again appeared ghosts shake. My footsteps have just stopped. I heard flashline in the side said, bad. The front of the guy is a ghost. And is not good at talking kind. I do not know how to offend him last month. He damn chased me for several hours. Damn it. That what? Le Bouffan, right? I'll go and watch from afar first. Don't worry. I'm not afraid to speak my mind. As long as you're okay, I'll continue to lead the way for you. I didn't hold back a single sentence. I saw Flashwalk's figure flashing several times in a row before disappearing in front of my eyes. This forehead of mine immediately appeared 3 black lines. Damn it. We agreed to have you lead the way. And it's only been a few minutes. And you've gone off to the far corner to watch the show? There is no way. People are ghosts. The body is incredibly fast. I'm just a small yin and yang mailman. Just joined the job will not be so a trick and a half of the style. Only to go forward with a hard head. I thought about walking around, but remembered what old Wang said before. If there are ghosts in front of us that we meet in the netherworld, if there is not a fight happening between them, then just walk over and improvise. Generally they are more sympathetic to our line of work. After all, we can help them to do a lot of things. Don't ever walk around. That's going to be misunderstood to a certain extent, and then taken as a target of attack. Flashline said that the ghost in front of the ghost is a severe ghost, powerful, tight, but as I walked closer and closer, I found that the ghost's size is so low, probably just a meter high point. A long red dress dragged to the ground, long hair, but looks very bright and smooth. Is it a little girl ghost? As I was still a dozen meters away from that little ghost, that ghost turned around violently, and a cute little face with a little baby fat appeared in my eyes. My God, what a cute little girl. This little girl ghost not only looks cute and pretty, but her eyes are also big and sparkling. If not for Flashwalker saying she is a stern ghost, I really wasn't that scared. The girl looked at me curiously, and then toward the location of the distant Flashwalk, before turning her head back to me, and winking at me with a cute smile to boot. This smile does not matter. The mouth directly revealed 2 rows of thin shark teeth like shark teeth. See, my scalp is a burst of numbness. This is a ghost, not a cute little girl. I cautioned myself that I must be careful and cautious in dealing with it. I was in trouble again. I didn't know what to call. And this little kid just looked at me like that, and her eyes were still blinking, so I didn't know if she had any malice towards me. So I simply asked, little sister, what are you doing looking at me like that? Quite, pretty scary. After all, I still didn't dare to say these words, fearing that a carelessness would anger the severe ghost in front of me. Brother is alive. As soon as the little girl ghost opened her mouth, she instantly made me a little scared. But facing such a powerful ghost that even a ghost as good at escaping as Flashwalker was afraid of, I had to be a little more careful, so I reluctantly smiled and said, that's right, my brother is a yin and yang postal worker, and was just about to pass by and rush to the town of Yudi to hand in his duties. Oh, the little girl ghost let out a soft oh and surveyed me curiously for a moment, then slowly walked, oh no, floated towards me. I felt a wave of fear in my heart. This is a severe ghost, but I can't be afraid. I still have a trick up my sleeve. I have the yin and yang letter carrier's token in my hand. If I can't do it, I'll put up a fight. With the approach of the little girl ghost, I was able to see clearly. In fact, her pair of tender but white feet are 20 centimeters from the ground, floating above the ground. It can be said that this little ghost is less than 1 meter. Just her red dress is too long. What do you want to do? I was really a little scared, forcing my mind to compose itself to keep my voice from trembling, but I still said it a little shakily, speaking in ghostly language that was barely intelligible to the little girl ghost. The little ghost floated up to me, twitched her little nose twice, then flew around me. Holy, what kind of bad habits are these? Why is it that when this ghost gets close to a person, it has to walk around for a week before it can talk? Does it think I'm a snack? The little ghost floated in a circle and soon landed in front of me, smiling sweetly at me, but her teeth really made me relax a bit. Brother's breath is so special. Let shade feel so like. Brother can take shade? Shadower so hate to be alone. There is no one to play with Shadower, and it seems like everyone here especially hates Shadower. Only brother you didn't turn around and run. The little girl ghost looked up at me with some anticipation. Heaven's fury. I swear, if I'm anything like that ghost bastard Flashwalker, I'll turn around and walk away. I'm a human being and I'm walking in the netherworld. How can I run? I am afraid that running for 2 hours is not enough for you to float for 5 minutes. But now the stern ghost doesn't seem to have any ill will towards me, and hasn't opened her mouth about money or anything, just that she wants me to play with her. Doesn't like to be alone, is probably too lonely, and likes my scent? Could it be? You're not really going to treat me like a snack after realizing how powerful my soul is, are you? I'll be damned. What's the point? Shadow looked at me half a day did not say. Small nose wrinkled, brother. Why do not you say ah? What's your name? You don't seem to be a ghost, right? Are all yin yang letter carriers human? In the face of the stern ghost's question, I dare not be slow, immediately paused, so that she did not have to look up at me like this. As much as possible, let her feel my kindness, then said in a more gentle tone, brother is a yin and yang mailman ah. Not only do you have to come down to the netherworld to give the ghosts express delivery, but also to give the earth on weekdays people to deliver courier. With people like brother, people can save more time to do what they want to do ah. The little girl ghost, shadow child, cocked her head and thought for a moment, then said with a smile, then brother is a good man. That's not true. I laughed dryly and asked, your name is Shadow? That's your first name, right? And what's your last name? Shade shook her head. Shade doesn't know. I then saw her brows tighten. Her eyes also began to redden slightly, and the veins on her forehead were about to surge. I saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly changed the topic. If you don't know, you don't know. In fact, there are times when it's quite good not to know. When Shadow heard this, she smiled sweetly again. Brother speaks so nicely. Can Shadow follow brother in the future? Shadower might do it. Shadower will fight. Fighting is very powerful. Here everyone seems to be afraid of Shadower. No one wants to play with Shadower. Saying that, she had lowered her head. I scratched my forehead and thought to myself, can I trust what this little ghost girl says or not? Before, that guy said she was a powerful ghost. But after some conversation I realized that this little girl ghost doesn't seem to be that scary, right? Maybe I don't know enough about ghosts. Or maybe she just likes the smell of my soul and that's why she treats me like this? For the time being, I can't get any answers. I can only stabilize the things in front of me first, and get this trip express first. If everything is safe, go back and make sure to contact Lao Wang at the first time to ask for a clear answer before. Chapter 19, Old Wang met trouble. No matter what, now this severe ghost shadow child should have no threat to herself. If she wanted to, I'm afraid that I would have turned into a corpse by now. But I'm still alive now. That means that things aren't as horrible as one imagines them to be. The petite and cute little ghost in front of me was looking at me without blinking. I laughed. Shadow. My brother is called Li Bufan. Now my brother still has things to do. He must head to Yodi town. Shadow, do you still want to play with me? I pointed towards the distance. She said that the ghosts here didn't like her. So what about going inside the town? Also that's the kind of thing she should have just refused if that's the case. Li Bufan. Bufan. Shade grinned. I know. I'll call you Brother Bufan in the future, okay? Then Brother Bufan, wherever you go Shadower can go? Can you enter Aradai town? I let out a bitter laugh. I mean, is there any danger for you to enter Aradai town? Shadow shook her head. No, I live in Yodi town during this time. It's just that there are no people living around me. Everyone seems to exclude me, even Master Chang doesn't like me. In fact, I'm very well behaved. I won't fight casually, and won't casually cause trouble for others. Once I heard that the little girl ghost was actually living in Yodi town, I was overjoyed. In that case, why wouldn't I take her all the way there? With her identity as such a stern ghost, I think I should be able to have smooth sailing all the way there. You live in the town of Aradai. That's great. Brother is about to go over to make a delivery. So how about you take brother with you? I said with a smile. Yes. Shadow clapped her hands very happily. I nodded. For the time being, it could only be like this. As I got up, Shade also leisurely floated up, floating to the same height as me. Then her little finger pointed to one side and said, going that way will be farther away, and also might have to meet a big dog. Shade doesn't like it. Let's go this way, okay, Brother Bufan? She pointed at another direction again. I froze for a moment and wondered, is there any other direction to go to Aradai town? Yes. Shadow nodded hurriedly. At that moment, Flashwalk appeared a dozen meters away in fear and said weakly, Little Brother Bufan? I twisted my head and saw that it was Flashwalk, but as Shade twisted her head to look over, Flashwalk brushed off and withdrew another dozen or so meters away, his face full of bitter smiles. Can you just let her chase me now? It's impossible to catch up anyway. It's the big guy. I was playing cat and mouse with him earlier. So boring. Shadow bristled. Flashline heard. Almost did not a head hit the ground. Egu my aunt. You play on say. I thought you want to kill me. Not at all. Shadow was a good ghost. I was sweating and said, don't stand so far away. Come over here, Ashing. Don't. I'd better keep a little distance. You and this stern ghost know each other? Flashwalk looked at both of us suspiciously. I just met her. I mean, why are you always hiding? She said she won't hurt you. What are you still afraid of? I directly reached out and stroked Shade's long hair. Look, Shade doesn't have any animosity towards you, right Shade? Shadow shivered. then relaxed, seeming to enjoy the feeling, then nodded. Yeah, I wouldn't just kill a ghost. Shadow is a good ghost. I only felt a cold sensation when I touched Shadow's long hair. Maybe ghosts themselves are this kind of system. Even their hair is cold. Flash Walker hesitated for a moment, which brought him closer and said, since they are all their own ghosts, there's something to be said. Let's continue on our way, shall we? I responded, but remembering the other path Shadow had just pointed out, I said, just now she said there's a shortcut to take without having to go through that dark forest in the distance. Do you know about it? Shadow pointed to one side and said, just head in that direction. You won't meet any big dogs. Flashline followed the direction of the shadow to look at a glance. Immediately head shook like a rattle drum. No. That side is too dangerous, right? Only you such as the ghosts do not fear. Not to mention a living person. Even I am afraid of the ghosts from that side. Not only there are very expensive poor ghosts, but also a lot of hungry ghosts. To see you this living person will not give you to decompose slices and then taste it as salty and light? At that moment I was a jolt. My goodness. Then I'd better choose to go this way. Anyway, the contact should be contacted after all. Since the old king always walked this way, then there is a reason for him to walk this way. It will not be good to choose to go through the black forest to go there. Shade blinked innocently. Shade almost forgot. Then brother Bufan, let's just go this way. It seems like you're really going to be in some danger in the past, and Shade might not be able to protect you either. I immediately forehead appeared 3 black lines. Good thing there is still Flashline, this guy did not run away. Otherwise that one really have to follow the shadow to take a new road to head to the town of Yodi. In that case the trouble can be big, since all was well with each other, which was just one more little follower. I didn't care about anything and continued on my way in the direction of the dark woods. Shade floated right next to me, her little mouth blabbering on, and I did my best to answer her 3 sentences on a topic that was about to change directions. Maybe it is because she has not had a good communication with people and ghosts for too long. Maybe she is full of enthusiasm for me, a big living person. Maybe, all in all, she gives me a feeling that is not bad. It is just that whenever she smiles she looks a little bit scary because of the 2 rows of thin and sharp shark teeth, which makes one's body hairs rise when looking at her. On a normal person's mindset, not to mention what wrongful spirits and ghosts and so on, is an ordinary ghost may be able to scare a living soul? If it is wrongful spirits and ghosts may be directly to a person scared to death, right? The light of this colding she emanates out are not ordinary people can easily withstand. Chatting along the way, I had a rough idea about the night shadow. How can I put it? Shadow child's memory should be out of the question. But look at her, this manner of speech should not be the average family can be cultivated out of the girl. The time of death may also have been wronged by the torture of this kind of. So after death into the netherworld into the ghost, which is also Flashline with a sentence without a sentence under the reminder to be able to speculate on. It seems that it is not easy for people to live, and most of them are not as good as they want to be after death. But it's really not as good as those who are sent to reincarnation directly after death, regardless of whether this next life is a human being or what. In any case, all the memories are wiped out, and then walk in the world of man is also always better than in the cold netherworld or some of the better, right? Of course, this is only my current view. Perhaps this view in the near future will be directly overturned by me, but now is so. Walking speed is not fast. Flashline and Shadow did not mind. After all, I am just a human who does not know any magic spells. Walking slowly is deserved. And this all the way to the past. Shadow and Flashline also have a sentence, which makes Flashline more assured to walk on my side, while the Shadow is more time to talk to me and ask questions, many of which are in the Yangwang things. I can see that this little girl has some longing for the sunny world, and also wants to see the colorful world of flowers and greenery, not knowing that she used to live there. But she just has a problem with her memory. With your footing it will take almost another quarter of an hour for us to get to the Black Woods, and when we get there I'll flash straight to the hill across the way. You have a way to get there, don't you? Flashwalk inquired. It can be seen that this Flashline also has some fear of that black forest, otherwise he wouldn't have said this. I nodded. Yes, then you can go over there directly when the time comes. By the way, I think it's better to do it this way. You don't have to follow me over there when we get there. Just do whatever you need to do. I'll just go over there with Shadow. Don't. It's hard to get some money. It's been months since I've had good food and wine. I'm going to go to the town of Yodi to eat and drink a lot to satisfy my craving. Shan Xing heatedly laughed. Well, then meet me on the other side of the hill when you get over there, I said, walking forward for some more time. Across the distance one could already vaguely see a darkness in the distance. That's where the Black Forest was, but it was also at this time that Flashwalk suddenly stopped and jerked his head to look to the right. At the same time he opened his mouth to remind, little brother be careful, there's a ghost coming. Ha! I twisted my head to look over, only to see a fluttering white shadow in the distance was flying towards me at a rapid speed. Brother, don't be afraid, let Shadow Child come. With that, Shadow Child floated out 5 meters that way, hovering in the air. When the distant white shadow came closer, I realized it was the half-bodied ghost that I had talked to Lao Wang about when I first came down, and he was holding a long, shiny knife in his hand, his face full of ferociousness, and his cloak of hair was very gruesome. However, as Shadow gears forward, that white shadow also stopped abruptly when it was still more than 10 meters away from Shadow, looking at Shadow with surprise, then skimming over to me behind her, calling out, "Hey, you kid, what do you mean by this? This little girl is your ghost messenger, right? Quickly let her get out of the way. Old me has something to say." Oh, I froze for a while, then I walked to Shadow's side and calmed her down a bit, then I looked up at this half-bodied ghost. His face was really a bit scary to look at. "What do you have to say, senior? I've seen you once before when old Wang brother and I came down. Only that time I hadn't become a yin and yang mailman yet. This time I'm a yin and yang mailman now, and I didn't know how to speak the ghost language before. Sorry about that. Old brother Wang? It's that kid Wang Ryu, right?" the half-bodied ghost asked. I hurriedly nodded. "Yeah, it's him. If it's yes, it's right. He asked me to come over to find you and take you there. He's encountered trouble on his side and is now blocking it alone. Hurry up and follow me," the half-bodied ghost said and was about to turn around and lead the way. I was shocked. Something happened to old Wang? Damn, it can't be. It's only been a short time since we've been separated and something's happened. Is the road to the new town a lot harder than the one to the town of Yodi? But he met him and this old ghost cannot solve the matter. Asked me to do what? I don't even know any spells. I'm practically blind, and I'm still dizzy from the little ghost I just met. You kid, don't nag. First keep up. Fortunately the old man fly fast, otherwise really can't intercept you. Then you have to go to find other helpers to go. Just didn't think that you were still followed by such thoughts. Scary little girl. Half-bodied ghost glanced at the Shadow Child, turned around and flew towards the distance. Quickly follow. I'm helpless, but the matter is related to the old king. I can't just sit back and watch as he brings me in, right? I can only follow up and ask for clarification first. The half-bodied ghost flew out a long way in the blink of an eye, and I hurriedly took a step and ran that way. While running I also shouted at the ghost, "Hey, elder, wait, slow down. I can't keep up here. You let that grandson Flashwalker follow you up here on his back, and say what you have to say on the way." Half-bodied ghost's sentence swallowed Flashline a half dead. White eyes even rolled, but he did not dare to say anything, can only bitterly laugh. Came to my body in front of the uncontrollable on the back of me to the back of the said, "Shadow little sister, hurry up to keep up. Oh then don't hurt brother Bufan. Be careful." Shadow's speed was fast, still following me easily. I haven't even reacted yet and I'm being carried by a ghost? What the hell is this? I've seen ghosts. That's right, there are several other ghosts, both ghosts and swordsmen, and something's happened to old Wang? Flashline is worthy of being good at running. 10 or so seconds of effort has followed the half-bodied ghost. He hemmed and hawed and greeted the half-bodied ghost. The address is naturally the master of the knife, probably because of the weapon he used, a brightly shining long knife. Shadow was quiet to the extent that she flew close to my side, like a little bodyguard, and her gaze kept looking around, which made my heart warm for no reason. It seemed that she really wasn't bad, and everything she said wasn't false. She should be a good ghost, at least to me. The halfling ghost nodded to Flashwalk. "You can help this time, so I'll let you off the hook for what happened last time." "Hey, thanks Master Sword, I'll try my best." Flashwalk hemmed and hawed and said no more. The half-bodied ghost turned his head to look at me and skimmed the shadow that floated beside me before saying, "That kid Wang Ryu was originally preparing to report to the new place to come, and I met him halfway. That you were supposed to come down with him?" I nodded. "Come alone. This is the first time I've come down to deliver something since I took office." "Oh yeah, my name is Li Bufan. Just call me Bufan." "What should I call you?" "Same as that kid Wang Ryu. Just call me Old Blade. You are human after all. Yin and yang postal difference. No need to call me that," the half-bodied ghost faintly said. "Okay, Old Dagger Brother." I still called politely some. After all, the old king is older than me. He called this half-bodied ghost as the old knife. Then I also called him like this seems to be a bit messed up seniority. But I'm not much of a fan of seniority. But now I need to pull some strings to recognize a ghost or something. To give the ghost a better impression of the ghost may be able to help me in the future in the netherworld to walk in some help. Apparently my title made Old Knife quite comfortable, and his expression didn't seem to be as stiff as it had been. Now I was Flashline this ghost back to rush. Not so I must first take a few pieces of gold leaves and Old Knife's set of clothes. But now this way I simply cannot take the gold leaves too. Can only directly ask, "Old Wang Yi, in the end what happened? And also you have to come all this way to find me over." Chapter 20, Shadow's Power. Old Knife's words were brief, but they also explained the trouble Old Wang had encountered. That is, he had met a few difficult ghostly beasts. I was startled when I heard it was a ghostly beast. A ghostly beast? Wouldn't it be the dog-like being that runs back and forth inside the dark woods? However, the old knife did not agree with me, saying that the dog was domesticated and had little ferocity, while the ghostly beast that Lao Wang met was a wild thing, fierce and unreasonable. I was happy to hear that, and thought that the ghostly beast could still speak ghostly language. Old knife seemed to see my point of doubt and explained, just because you guys can't understand and communicate doesn't mean I can't either. I know beast language. I was speechless. The netherworld is unfamiliar and scary to a novice like me. Everything is unknown, new and scary to me. Can a novice like me really help old Wang? How scary is that ghost beast thing? Of course, now suddenly appeared a stern shadow child around. Maybe I can really help him. Just I came down with him, and my situation he knows everything. Is it? Token. I raised my hand and looked at the yin yang token in my hand. Old Wang had once said to me that once it came to the time of life and death you could use it to dissolve calamities, and not to use it indiscriminately in normal times, because using it would cost a high price. But it's not like this token is something unique to me alone. Old Wang also has it. Can't even the token be solved? Rambling. I was this flashline on the back of the back cannot feel what bumps. Speed is incredibly fast and follow the side of the old knife. The shadow is also close to the side of my body. Before the words of the consumptive state seems to be lifted, she is only in the vigilance of the surrounding situation, for fear that there is something unfavorable to me. Suddenly, I thought of the first thing the old knife said when he came over just now. Is this your Ghostbuster? Ghostbusters? I want to recall that the old king last week also let his ghost send a paper to my family's dining room table. For the ghosts I do not understand a little bit. Before also did not ask the old king. Wait a moment to see him. Things if the solution is to take the opportunity to ask to see. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but look at Shade floating by my side. Shade sensed my gaze and also turned her head to look at me, and also said sweetly, Brother Bufan is not afraid. There is Shade. I was dumbfounded, but I really couldn't laugh at this point, and that was because the fear of the environment and the unknown instinctively made me cautious. The wind quickly out of this desolate as the Gobi Beach as the boundary, into a gray not garbage grass plains, seems to be able to see in front of the high and low rolling mountains. Just a moment of effort then I walked before the road is a lot farther. The old knife did not speak, just concentrate on rushing. Occasionally there are some ghosts near the shadow, but have not yet close to the time to quickly avoid. I do not know whether they are afraid of the old knife or afraid of the shadow, or to see us ghosts are too powerful and afraid to come forward may also be. Not long we should come to a valley road above. The old knife at this time opened his mouth. Not far ahead, the ghost beasts blocked the road. Wang Ryu that boy also do not know how the situation. Before I left when he said he could hold up, why doesn't he exit first? Wouldn't it be dangerous to get tough with those ghostly beasts in there? I was a bit puzzled. Run? Old knife sneered. Do you really think those ghosts and beasts are just fools? Those things are cunning and treacherous. Especially these ghost beasts inside the leader is a big white fox. Damn. The key is that the strength of the fox is not weaker than me. If not for this still need me to go out to find helpers? I'll chop up all of them by myself. I scratched my hair and felt that things were not good, and I prayed in my heart that the old king would not have anything. I have just started, and there are still so many things that I have to ask you for advice. While pondering, the old knife leading the way in front of him slowed down a bit, and the sound of some heavy objects crashing and thumping gradually came from the front. A road to the end of the turn a corner. Suddenly the situation in front of me was startled, only to see a big as a wolf dog like foxes commanding a boar and two pythons in the constant impact of a location at the foot of the mountain, and the old king is inside the corner. Just don't know what means he used. In front of a wall of white light directly sealed the corner. A hand dead support in the flashing white light on top of the light screen, the other hand holding a dagger. When Old Knife took a look at the situation, he hurriedly rushed over toward that side, shouting under his breath, Wang Ryu, I've brought the people over to you. Old Wang, are you alright? I also hurriedly jumped down from the back of the flashline and shouted from afar. There were 4 ghost beasts over there. I didn't dare to go over there at all. Shadow also revealed 2 rows of shark teeth, his eyes staring at the 4 ghost beasts over there with a deadly stare. Old Wang turned his head to see that it was me coming over, and hurriedly shouted, but it's finally here. You kid, hurry up and give me my dagger. Ha! I froze. This ing is not you think your dagger is broken, but also took my new dagger? But now is not the time to consider this, or hastily grabbed out the dagger. But even if I took out the dagger I still did not dare to go over, and then look at the front. The old knife just went over and was wrapped up by the huge white fox, and could not get out of it at all. And the old king was also being deathly suppressed by the other 3 ghostly beasts inside the corner. Let me do it, old king, I'll give it to you. Flashline called out, turned around and grabbed the dagger, but his hand just touched on top of the dagger. Suddenly a burst of green smoke. Pain. He let out a strange scream. His hand let go. Snapped. The dagger fell on top of the ground. Ega pain. What is this thing? The old king shouted. Is Flashline? You do not touch that dagger. Ghosts are not allowed to touch that thing. Hell, a moment of happiness actually forget this thing. Not fan. You hurry to send me over. Ha, how do you still float a ghost around you? Ooh, this is a ghost I just met. Her name is Shadow. Can I help you with anything? I asked. Old Wang. She's the red-clothed girl from inside Yodi town. Flashwalk added. When Old Wang heard this, he raised an eyebrow. Then try to see if you can get her to send me the dagger. Or just help us to fight off an animal outside as well. Got it. I hurriedly answered and turned my head to Shadow and said, Shadow, now that my brother's good friend has run into trouble, do you think you can do my brother some favors? Okay brother, but I'm not very sure about the white fox over there. I can only go over there to fight that big snake and the piglet. Shade just flew out, but immediately flew back in, and with a wave of her hand, the dagger on the ground levitated into her hand, and then smilingly asked towards me, so can Shade eat some of the little pig and the big snake? I was instantly stumped by her question. Eat some? But I immediately thought that these are ghosts or something. Eating some should mean absorbing some of their power or something like that. This should be considered devouring. After all, they are all ghosts. Currently I can't think that much. I just said, it's good that you're happy. Hurry up and go. Remember to give the dagger to Lao Wang, the big living man who was blocked inside the corner. He is my friend. Don't hurt him. I know brother Bufan. Shade knows. Shadow a turn. A red dress without wind automatically hunting. A long hair also suddenly fluttered up. The whole body steeply on a layer of light red light too. A ghost whistle issued, only to see her instantly disappeared in place. The next moment she has appeared in a giant python side, hand flung, suspended in her hand dagger instantly thrown to the old king's feet, and then lowered his head to the head of that big snake to bite down. This scene to see Mai is dumbfounded. Even on the side of the old knife and white fox is playing high on the old knife is also in a hurry to stop the fight. The old king to see this scene is also surprised. But now the matter has not been resolved. There is no time to think of those messy things. Immediately will be the feet of the dagger picked up, and then completely in front of the defense layer. A cry of fury to the wild boar and the other a big snake on a sweeping blow. Old blade, don't be dumbfounded. Old king had gotten out of the way with a sweeping strike and confronted the two ghostly beasts. Old knife's side froze back and hastily wrestled with that white fox again. I stood at the back, and Flashwalk stood right beside me, also looking nervous, but his mouth scared. He twisted his head to look at me, and said, Little brother Bufan, this time you might be in for a treat. That little girl is not ordinary. I looked towards Shadow, only to see that the large snake that had just had a small half of its head bitten off by her bite had now become visible, and it looked as if it should have been devoured by Shadow. The Shadow child didn't completely devour it either. It just turned around and pounced on the boar demonic beast. The boar didn't have time to react. It was not on the head by the Shadow child with a single bite, and all of a sudden the entire pig's soul became a bit illusory. Gave the bite to the dying Shadow. Like before, she gave up on the boar just as it was dying, and with a turn and a whoosh, she pounced on the last boa constrictor. The giant python was obviously prepared. Seeing the Shadow child scurry over, the huge snake tail flung. Not only will the Shadow child directly to shock away, with the help of the rebound force quickly backward to escape. Old Wang on the side was also startled by the Shadow heir who suddenly scurried over, but before Shadow heir also gave her a dagger to come, so she didn't have that much to worry about. She just ran over to deal with the white fox together with old knife, and cursed as she fought. You damned brute. I said I was just passing by, and I'll give you the benefits back. But you're this white-haired brute who doesn't know how to be nice and greedy? Then don't blame my old Wang for being ruthless. Saying that, old Wang let out a loud shout, and the dagger in his hand suddenly erupted with a burst of strong light, stimulating even the old knife to have to retreat back and forth. Then I saw the old king directly in the hands of the dagger to the white fox flung out, only to hear the ear-piercing sound of the air. Swoosh, a moment, that quickly backed up the huge white fox ow ow a miserable howl, and then the whole body up tang tang smoke, to the naked eye visible speed fading. Just less than 10 seconds of work, that large white fox has became almost invisible, only that there seemed to be something floating in the middle of its body. Old Wang scurried over with an arrow step and directly reached out his hand to grab the thing, then pulled out the dagger that was inserted into one side of the rock wall, skimmed over the white fox that was almost disappearing and said, It's entirely your own fault. No send off. The words had just fallen, and the huge white fox disappeared without a trace with its soul. Chapter 21. With the white fox soul being killed by old Wang, the remaining 3 soul beasts that had been weakened to the point of no return were already hiding inside the corners shivering and didn't dare to run. The entire room was quiet for a moment, and old Wang turned his head to look at the 3 soul beasts that were already on the verge of extinction, and then looked at Shadow, before saying to old Blade, It's already like this, so there's no need to drive them to extinction. Old Knife answered and walked over and said something to the 3 soul beasts that were almost hanging, and then I saw them fleeing in panic as they flew on a string into the middle of the deep mountains. At this time, the shadow child is very happy to float back to my side, said with a smile, Brother Bufan, just now, that little pig and the big snake is so delicious. Oh, shadow child are feeling eaten up it. I was stunned on the spot, do not know what to say. Something good. Beside the flashline is even moved a little farther away from me, full of incredulity to look at the shadow, seems to be in fear. I gave him a strange look, but at that moment, the old man came over to my side, so I greeted him first and asked with concern, Old Wang, are you alright? The old king laughed, waved his hand, skimmed the shadow beside me, then pulled me to the side, but the shadow can be said to be inches away from the state, which makes the old king seems to be a little difficult to deal with, so I told the shadow to stay here and wait for a while, and the two of us then went to the side. The old king glanced at shadow from time to time and asked in a puzzled manner, I say, how did you kid run off with this red-clothed stern ghost? Hiss, that's not right, you shouldn't have arrived in Yodi town yet, right? I nodded my head and honestly told all about what happened, and the old king who listened to me was also shocked, as if he had discovered a new continent. No, what kind of expression is that? I asked in a puzzled manner. Also, is Shadow's ghost really very scary? Just now, I saw her fighting and she seems to be very bullish, picking 3 by herself, beating that boar and python with little power to fight back, and biting with vigor. The old king listened to us full of sweat, lowered his voice and said, I say not the you this time is hit the treasure. You know you mouth this shadow, that red-clothed ghost is what the thing is not? What the hell? No. In my opinion she's just a small female ghost who can't do me any harm and knows to protect my existence. Anyway, I don't have a bad impression of her and she doesn't have any malice towards me. Otherwise I'm afraid that I would have already died on the spot with her strength. I shook my head to show that I didn't know, and then curiously said, this ghost comes from a great place? The old king nodded with a serious expression. I don't know if the head is big or not. I just know that her strength is extraordinary, and ordinary ghosts simply can't devour other ghosts' essence like this. You think back to her performance just now. She is directly swallowed raw. I don't even have to digest and absorb it. I say you've really made a lot of money this time. Ha! I was flabbergasted. What do you mean I've earned it? Old Wang's voice lowered again and said in my ear, you find a chance to make her agree to be your guardian ghost. That is, your ghost messenger. With her in, generally as in today's situation you can cope with it, and it can solve a lot of trouble for you. I raised an eyebrow. Guardian ghost? Old Wang nodded, then patted my shoulder. This thing cannot be rushed. Still need to take your time. First exchange feelings, draw closer to the rolling west. Now I also do not have a lot of time to explain with you. I also need to go to the new town side of a trip. When you go back when you come to find me, at that time, I'll explain in detail with you. Oh yeah, when you go back make sure to bring this red-clothed female ghost back with you. Bring Shade back with you? How do I bring it? I asked. Hey, you'll have to take a risk on this one. Doesn't she like the scent of you? You let her lean over you, and then when you go back you'll naturally bring her back. Old Wang said with a smile. I was immediately shocked by his statement. You are not me to say Lao Wang. Just now you also saw. This shadow child eats soul like eating ice cream. A mouthful of a pit. My god, you let her bend over me. Then I was not on the spot to be gnawed clean? This idea was really crazy enough. This was a little stern ghost that could directly swallow souls alive. Old Wang waved his hand and explained. What do you think a guardian ghost is? That is a ghost that is not hostile to you and is willing to protect you. That's why I said you picked up a treasure. When I found the first ghost or an ordinary ghost, weak, and then died out in the middle of a dangerous situation, the current guardian ghost just suffered a serious injury. I put it away to let it recuperate. I scratched my hair, still a little confused. At this time, the old knife in the distance called out, Old Wang, it's getting late. It's time to get on the road. Good. The old king turned back and answered, then patted my shoulder, and skimmed the distant shadow said, remember to go back, must bring her back. This opportunity cannot be met, must grasp. Well, not much to say, the rest go back to say. I go first, how you come how to go back. The road back to the Yangmai is inside the town of Uadi. When you find black and white to ask on the line. This, before I came to remember to ask 2 more sentences. The old king had already turned around and flew with the old knife towards the deeper part of this big mountain and quickly left. At that moment Shadow floated up and asked me with concern if anything was wrong. I shook my head with a bitter smile and looked at Flashwalk in the distance again. Flashline bitterly laughed, came up and carried me without saying anything. I'll send you back. That what? Shadow in the future, don't chase after me to play. It will scare the ghost to death. Shadow giggled and followed me right after. This back on the way I think a lot. And from time to time also when this looks naive shadow chat. She gave me the feeling of really very good obedient, and heroic and good combat skills extraordinary. But the thought of letting her bend over in order to bring her back to the direct I shudder. She really will not treat me as a cake to chew all the way through it? Not long after that, Flashline took me all the way to the Black Forest side, then put me down and said, "Good, the front is the Black Forest. According to the agreement, I'll wait for you guys on the mountainside. Be careful when you guys go over there, and there's no way I can continue to carry you over. The inhabitants of this forest are a little bit raw. You'd better negotiate properly." After saying that, the shining line figure flickered in succession and disappeared in the blink of an eye from my field of vision. I twisted my head and glanced at Shadow, who still looked like she had nothing to worry about. So I smiled, took a deep breath, and stepped over toward the dark woods. The Black Forest is close at hand. I stopped in my footsteps, looked around the card. The soul beast big black dog did not appear, but I still honestly followed the words of the old king to explain me towards the forest inside the polite chow twice. After a few moments without hearing any reply, I shouted a few more times, thinking somewhat strangely whether the ghosts entrenched here were not at home. Just then, a fluttering ghostly voice came from inside the forest. "Who is it?" The voice sounded as if it was a female, and within a short time I saw a female ghost in a long light green dress emerge from the middle of the forest. She looked at Shadow and I from afar and asked, "Who are you guys?" "Yo, living people?" I hurriedly arched my hand and smiled. "My name is Li Bufan, the new letter carrier of Yodi Town. I guess I'll be passing through here more often today and afterward, so I hope to take care of it. In fact, I don't know what to say. Looking at this woman's dress is a bit retro. I guess it's also a ghost that has died for hundreds of years, right? I should not be wrong to talk like this." The female ghost heard, floating landed in front of me 10 meters, up and down looked at me for a while, slightly nodded. "You should be the last time and Wang Ryu guy together over the kid. Yin and yang postal difference well. Borrowing the road is normal. A piece of gold leaf tolls can be. I and so will not make things difficult with you, and occasionally there are things to ask for. But who is this one?" Her gaze fell on Shadow. Before I could rush to speak, I heard Shadow Air beside me crisply say, "Hello auntie, my name is Shadow Air. I'm Brother Bufan's sister. Well, younger sister." Auntie?" The female ghost's face all of a sudden changed a bit, and she couldn't help but look up and down at her outfit. I took a look and thought, oh, what the is this? A female ghost dressed in such vintage clothes cares about what people call her? A ghost who loves beauty. This is too up to date. What a hell of a thing to see. What a hell of a thing to see. I rushed to cover the shadow of the little mouth, smiled. This beautiful woman do not mind. Children's words are reckless. She is still small, do not understand the child, but also cannot identify a variety of titles. Do not mind. Shadow. To call Miss Sister, understand? Shadow blinked at me innocently, and only then did I let go of my hand, and Shadow immediately called out sweetly, "Hello Missy, I'm Shadow." She called out with this sound. The green-clothed female ghost immediately smiled with open eyes. Cluck 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 cluck, sister's mouth is really sweeted. Well, I said how I would be auntie. Cluck 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 cluck. This burst of ghostly laughter gave me goosebumps all over my body. It seems that the ghosts living inside this dark forest are not good ghosts either. Hey, Shadow's still young, we were just passing by. You see? I touched my hand and instantly took a gold leaf out. The female ghost in green is also good to talk. She turned around and pointed to the stump on one side and said, "Okay, today we are also considered to have a photo, counted as acquaintance. You put the toll on that stump is good. As for this little sister is too small, there is no charge. You have something to do if you hurry to go over. Remember to do not run amidst the woods, otherwise it may be dangerous. Thanks a lot." I gave a polite cry, placed the gold leaf on the designated spot, and was about to leave with Shadow, when I heard the green-intentioned female ghost say behind me, "Mr. Li Bufan, please stay." I stepped on my feet and looked back at the beauty-loving green ghost. Anything else? Chapter 22. The female ghost in green floated up, reached into her sleeve and took out a letter out and handed it to me and said, "Since you are a newcomer brought down by Wang Ryu, you should be the successor of the letter carrier of Aradai Town. A situation I have seen many times over the last 100 years, and in the future, you will have to trouble Mr. Li Bufan more to help me deliver the letter for this kind of thing." Delivering a letter? Old Wang didn't seem to have told me that there was such an errand here, but since there was something to deliver, then I guess there would be a reward, right? While I was thinking this, the female ghost in green cackled. "Don't worry, as long as you deliver the letter, your reward will naturally not be less." I laughed dryly and opened my satchel to put the letter away, then asked, "Where am I going to deliver this, and to whom?" "My name is Willow Dai Ling, the willow of the willow tree. One of my descendants is called Willow Bai Yi. According to the information given to me by Wang Ryu before, Willow Bai Yi opened an inn right in the middle of his town. The name seems to be called Bai Yi Business Hotel or something. I don't remember it too well. You just need to give him the letter and he will give you a certain amount of reward." The female ghost in green said, "Lu Dai Ling, Lu Bai Yi. Oh, I remember. there is indeed a Bai business hotel. I thought about it. I did go there a few times in the past when I just started delivering couriers. Just to the front desk. There is indeed such a place. So I nodded my head and said, okay, then I know. I will deliver the letter to Lu Bai's hands. Lu Dailing bowed slightly and saluted. Thank you very much then. Don't be polite. I hurriedly waved my hand. Then said, then if there's nothing else, we still have to rush to Aradai town. Please, Lu Dailing politely said. Although this ghost has been considered to know, and I also want to send a letter for her to the world of the Yang, but this toll can be really did not return to me a star. Probably because the ghosts living here is not her alone. Cannot break the rules, but now can't care so much. Can go over or first go over for good. Save a moment and then appear other ghosts. Then things can be a little trouble. At once I and the shadow of the fast into the woods, towards the opposite side of the mountain to rush. The forest was still the same as the last time I was here, filled with dark, leafless trees that looked eerie, but now that I had such a cute and strong little stern ghost-like shadow by my side, I didn't have that much to worry about. A smooth way to the woods outside the mountain on the other side. Waiting for a long time. Flashline do not know where to flash out. Up smilingly asked if there is no trouble. I said there is no. So we one person and two ghosts continue to go all the way to the direction of the town of Yaoti Rush. Over the mountain. The distance from the town of Yoti is not very far. Not long after walking in the distance began to appear some patrol ghost soldiers. So I went up and said hello to them. After all, we are now also in the town of Yoti. The same as the ghosts of the police. Ghost soldiers heard that I was have Disciple Town Trust Ghost Messenger. Immediately and I chat enthusiastically, and I also generously sent out 100 plutonium as a meeting gift. 100 medieval coins. Although not much, but at least it is also considered a colleague. They are also very happy. Some also said that there are things can find them. The old king also explained before to make good relations with the ghost soldiers. Maybe when they can use them. All the way to the gate of Yoti town without any problems. Looking at the two ghost soldiers guarding the gate that I had seen before, I smiled and walked up to greet them. Hello you guys, I'm here again. I apologize for the language barrier last time. Saying that, each person sent 100 medieval coins. The two ghost soldiers collected the money, naturally smiling and invited me to go in, while Flashline he and these ghosts are very familiar with. Passing by like acquaintances meet and greet. Each other are also very friendly. As for Shadow, even this ghost soldier who was watching the door couldn't help but back off a bit when he saw her, because she lived in the middle of this Yodi town. So the ghosts here still knew her. They were just all more afraid of her. Entered into the middle of the town of Yudi. Flashline laughed. Get the destination too. Later what things can be in the town of Yudi wine shop to find me. If not in the wine shop ahead of the residence. It is very good to find. Okay, oh yeah, wait a minute. I took out the piece of paper that Lee Dottie had given me earlier, looked at the ghost I was looking for on it, and then asked, is there a ghost called Hu Huaji here? Hu Huaji. Flashline thought for a moment, then shook his head. Well, not too clear. Hey, that's normal. After all, I often just hang out in that part of the wine shop, but I can find someone to ask for you. What do you think? I smiled and shook my head. Not yet. I'll come to you when I need to. Cheng Lu little brother. This time many thanks. Flashline threw out the name on the hand do not know when to take out. The figure even flashed disappeared in the opposite end of the street. Shadow looked curiously at the paper in my hand and with great difficulty uttered a few words in Chinese, which surprised me greatly. Shadow, you can speak human? I asked. Shadow shook her head in distress. I don't know why after becoming a ghost I somehow can't speak the words I used to speak, but I can understand them, but they are spoken in ghost language, so that's how it is. I nodded slightly, then smiled and rubbed her little head and said, maybe there'll be another chance in the future. Oh, only when Shade grows up slowly. Shadow was surprised. Really? This question can make me silly. How do I know whether it's true or not? But just now, I can already say a few Chinese characters with difficulty. That means there is hope. So I nodded. Of course it's true. When we go back, brother will give you a good question. Maybe Shadow will be able to speak the language of the Yin and Yang realms like brother in the future. Wow, great. Shade happily opened her little hands and came to my face Manhwa and kissed me. I was startled. The thought of Shade's mouth full of sharp teeth felt a pang of scalp numbness. But Shade's lips were so cool. It was like an ice pimple posting on my face. But Shade's happiness I could still feel. I just hoped that I wouldn't let her down afterward. Twisting my head to look at Shadow's happy-go-lucky expression as she floated around with her hands in the air, I laughed. Alright, now go with brother to find this ghost called Hu Huaji. Work first, play later. Okay brother. Shadow nodded obediently and soon quieted down, floating quietly by my side. The last time I came to Yodi town I was following old Wang, who knew the exact path and what ghosts were where, whereas I am now in the dark, but it's better to ask first. I can't just run over and ask the black and white invincibles as soon as I'm up to speed, can I? It's not hard to foresee. That would probably get slaughtered hard. I turned back to the gate guards and asked them if they knew where the man was, and both ghosts also shook their heads in unison that they didn't know, and also said that it would be best to go to a tavern or a restaurant to look for the man, where there was a Pepsi, and that they might be able to find out some information, but that it would cost money. Although Aradai town is not too big a small town, but the ghosts that live here are very many. Now with 2 eyes in the dark I want to accurately find any of these ghosts is not an easy thing. At that moment I still asked the location of the restaurant, and then rushed over towards that side. The location of the restaurant is still relatively conspicuous. Just after walking through a few streets I saw the restaurant's signboard hanging high, and I also asked some passing ghosts along the way, but because of the existence of the shadow child let many of them do not dare to approach me. Hurriedly 2 sentences hurriedly flashed away from a long distance, with a strange look at me as the new letter carrier. Shadow seemed to be affected, and her mood became very low, and as I watched, I felt a twinge of sadness in my heart for her. Brother, I'm sorry. Shadow is so useless. Shadow lowered his head and dropped to the ground. This girl is still really pitiful. I hurriedly squatted in front of her body, gently holding her cold arms, and softly said, Shadow, don't be sad. At least you have a brother now, don't you? Shadow blinked at me, tears glistening pitifully inside her large eyes. I reached out and gently wiped the tears for her and said with a smile, Shadow child should be strong. You have to know that you are a powerful ghost, much more powerful than the average ghost. You should feel proud instead of inferiority complex. Well, or how about this? Shadow child, first go to a place to wait. Brother will go over to look for you after the things are done, and then brother try to think of a way to bring you back to the young world, so that you can see the place where you used to live, okay? When Shadow heard this, she immediately smiled. Really? I nodded. Of course. I remember everything Lao Wang said. This Shadow is not an ordinary ghost, she is very powerful. If I can let her become my own ghost messenger, then my strength will not be 1,000 miles a day. I'll see what kind of ungrateful ghosts will come up and cause trouble when I come down to deliver the goods later on. Yeah. Then Shade will go to the house and wait for her brother. Shade said, Are you at home here? I asked curiously. Shade nodded vigorously, then pointed her little finger to one side. Follow this road until it ends. Shade lives there. I craned my head over that way. It was a long way. I didn't know how far it was, but it was a recognizable path. So I nodded and stuck out my pinky. A deal? It's a deal. Shadow happily hooked and sealed with me, then gave me a wave and flashed out toward the end of the road like a gust of wind. So fast it made my jaw drop. Good guy. In the future with such a windy ghost walking in the netherworld, the safety factor is climbing. Just Shadow, this poor little guy still do not know how to think and take in as a ghost messenger, and what a concept I have to understand first. Can I accept or not is still a problem. Gathering myself, I turned my head to the tavern not far away and took a step over. This restaurant near a few drunken drunks, which can be really drunk off the ghosts, lying on the road huffing and puffing asleep, thanks to the ghosts. If it is a person in such a cold environment, this huffing and puffing a night, it is estimated that when you wake up is not in the hospital on is the morgue. Stepping into the restaurant, I found that there were still so many 10 or so ghosts drinking and chatting inside the restaurant, but it was not noisy, because the ghost language was just fluttering in normal tone, and the volume was not big, unless the voice was deliberately raised. As soon as I came in, a store assistant immediately ran up and asked, The customer looks raw. Is the first time. Hey, this breath is not right. You are not a ghost. Is a living person? There were quite a few ghosts looking my way, and one of them, who appeared to be slightly older, muttered, You're too ignorant for a shopkeeper, aren't you? At a glance, it's the new Inyang letter carrier of our Yodi town. Old me. I've been living in this Yodi town for over 100 years, and I've seen this thing happen several times before. When the surrounding ghosts heard this, they all nodded at me in a friendly manner, and then went back to drinking and chatting amongst themselves. The store assistant immediately showed his embarrassment and smiled. Yo, so it's Master Differential. I've got eyes but no eyes. Then you must not be here to eat or drink. You're here to find someone, right? I nodded, a little puzzled. Hey, don't be puzzled. The living can't eat the wine and meat of the netherworld. Coming to us is nothing more than looking for ghosts. Tell me, if I know, it also saves you from spending a fortune on information, doesn't it? He. The shopkeeper's eyes gurgled and turned, his face full of smiles. Looking at his appearance I felt that something wasn't quite right, but I was new here and could ask first. So I asked, I'm looking for one called Hu Huaji. Hu Huaji. The shopkeeper stared at his eyebrows for a moment, and finally sighed and turned around with a turn. I'd better take you to find Pepsi. My memory doesn't have such a ghost as Hu Huaji. I laughed. I'm afraid it's not that this shopkeeper wants to cut off Pepsi's Hu, and now he can only give up this business if he doesn't know. Soon I saw the so-called Pepsi in a room on the second floor of the restaurant. looking like he was dressed like he was from the Republic of China, but in his hand he was holding a Dragon Ball? I did not see wrong. That mother asterisk 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 asterisker is definitely Dragon Ball comic book. The store assistant brought me to the room and retreated. Then the pundit put down the book in his hand and looked up at me. Fresh face, a little brother. The new yin and yang letter carrier? Please have a seat. I nodded and sat down in a chair off to the side and said, just posted. Looking for you to inquire about someone. Oh no, a ghost. He. In the past, that guy Wan Ryu didn't come to me often. The girl still owes me a drink. This said not to do it. It's really not fair. Pepsi smiled. Okay, then let's get down to business. Who are you looking for? Hu Huaji. I said the name of the person I was looking for. Hu Huaji, said Pepsi, closing his eyes slightly, and leaning back in his recliner, with a rocking motion that seemed to be trying to remember. If not for the fact that he was still chanting that name, I would have thought he was going to fall asleep. After about tens of seconds, Pepsi sat up straight and rubbed his head, frowned and said, about 27 years ago. The specific time I remember is not too clear. I remember that there was a group of ghosts stayed in our Yudi town. One of the ghosts seems to be called Huaji. What is the last name remembered is a bit blurred, but based on my memories, the name of Huaji is just such a one. That should be the ghost you are looking for. Be the ghost you're looking for. Chapter 23, The Remote Thatched Cottage. 27 years ago? I wiped my sweat. This Pepsi's memory is really good, but since there is news that is a good thing for me. At that moment, I asked this ghost in the end in what location of the town of Yodi resides. Pepsi said with some uncertainty, it's probably near the eastern small gate of Aradai town. That batch of ghosts were placed over there when they came over. You can look over there, within that area near the right side of the city gate. I nodded slightly. So thank you. I got up and suddenly remembered that I hadn't paid the fee yet, so I asked, what is the fee for this consultation? Free this time. Pepsi smiled and waved his hand. I'm not the kind of ghost that can't walk away from the sight of money, and you're a new ghost messenger taking office. So this time, consider it as making friends, and in the future, if there's anything you want to do, just come, and I'll give you the most favorable price. In that case, thank you very much. I'll go over and look for it then. Leaving the restaurant, I suddenly realized that I seem to have no sense of direction at all here, but I happened to see a ghost coming, so I walked up and inquired about it. Well, the ghost, besides being a bit surprised that I was a living person, after learning that I was the new letter carrier, was still enthusiastic enough to point out the direction for me, and I expressed my gratitude and then walked quickly towards the east little gate. I don't know why Pepsi said that, but the place I'm going to now seems to be exactly in the direction Shadow left before. Does she live in the east as well? After following a path for about a quarter of an hour, a fork in the road appeared ahead of me, but I already knew which way was east, so I chose a path at random and went down it. It took me half an hour to see the east small door, which is indeed very small. No wonder it is called the east small door. The right side. I turned my head toward that side. Pieces of houses. From time to time there will be ghosts floating out to look at me as a strange big living person, and before the shadow over. But I went to the middle of the road forked. She should be in the left side of the corner of the area to reside. And so back to finish the matter back to the time is also good to go directly over to look for her. Taking advantage of the appearance of a ghost, I rushed over and started asking, but after asking several ghosts in a row, it seemed that none of them knew of the existence of such a ghost as Huwaji. I can't help it. It's quite a large area. At least it's a town. And there are a lot of ghost populace living here, so I have to ask as I go. After asking I don't know how many ghosts to know, I finally got a little bit of information. So it's the yin and yang letter carrier. Ha! You seem to be a bit nervous looking for that ghost called Huwaji. Here it's in that house over there. The one with the door of the house wide open. A kind ghost showed me the way. So thank you. I said thank you and walked quickly toward the house whose door hadn't been closed. Came to the side of the small house. I skimmed the head towards the inside to look. Between a ragged old man is squatting in the corner muttering something, as if also with the finger on the ground to draw circles. What the hell? What's going on here? Cursing? Cough. I seem to have gotten his attention, but this Huwaji didn't seem to react at all, continuing to squat in the corner and draw circles. I was that depressed, so I opened my mouth to inquire, are you Huwaji? Only then did the ragged old man stop moving his hands and turn his head to look at me. I have to say that this ghost's appearance is really a bit scary. Skinny to skin and bones not to mention. The two eyeballs are still bulging out, but he is a ghost now, and that's just the way he is styled. Yes, who are you? Huwaji crouched on the ground and didn't get up, just twisted her head to look at me with a somewhat mute and puzzled expression. Can be considered to have found you? I didn't venture into the house. I just stood at the door and said, I am the new Yin-Yang postman of Yudi town. This time I came because someone entrusted me to deliver an item to you. Please sign for it. With that, I took out a piece of yellow paper and a pen. followed by the wooden box. Huhuhuaji froze, which slowly got up and walked over, staring dead at the small 4-square wooden box in my hand. Where did you get this from? I pointed to the yellow paper and said, I don't know about that. I just deliver it. I don't care about the explanation. Alright, I'll sign for it right away. Huhuhuaji picked up a pen and wrote her big name on the yellow paper with a dragon's flourish, then put down the pen and said, I've signed it. Can I have this? The ghost seemed to be in a hurry, but the thing contained inside this box was one of his finger bones from his life. He should be able to sense what the thing inside was, and that was what I was aiming for. So I put the yellow paper and pen into my backpack, and then placed the tiny wooden box on the table and said, Alright, have a nice life. After saying that I twisted my head and left, and muttered in my heart, damn, this is an occupational disease. I always attach such a sentence when I deliver in the young world, or say thank you to those people who take the initiative to pick up the express mail. But this is the first time I've ever delivered to a ghost, and it's quite a strange thing to say. I hadn't gotten far out when I heard Huhuaji call out from behind. Thank you, Mr. Postman. Thank you, Mr. Postman. I turned my head and was startled. This old man even fell to his knees towards me, looking to kowtow. I hastily dodged out of the right position and drank. Get up. What are you doing? Many thanks to Lord Postman for sending this item. Huhuaji has nothing to offer in return now, so I'll tell you a piece of news that may be of some help to you. Huhuaji said with great gratitude. I raised an eyebrow, but when I saw that he hadn't gotten up yet, I walked forward to help him up and said, if someone entrusts me with an errand, then they're bound to have paid for the postage, so you don't have to. You're just the recipient. No, I think that whatever that is too light to express my gratitude. Huhuaji looked around, then said, please also speak in the room. I saw him being mysterious, so I followed. Huhuaji brought the door with her before she said, I forgot something during my lifetime and would like to ask Lord Postman to do me a favor and deliver a message. A message? I laughed, then took out a paper and pen from inside my satchel and placed it on the table. Writing it down is a bit better than a message, so you might as well do it. Good, I will write this. Huhuaji, also no nonsense, immediately picked up the pen brush to write a large pile, and then folded it hands sent to me said I forgot a thing. I wrote the address here. You send the letter here, and then ask my son for 100,000 road fees, otherwise this letter do not give him. $100,000? Oh, my God, is that a pie in the sky? I took the letter and looked at the address on it. It was a place I didn't really recognize, but it should be a village on the outskirts of the city, because the city was the same city, just not in the city. Huhuaji laughed bitterly. I'm living in a rather difficult situation here now. As you can see, if I would have paid you this postage on the spot, but unfortunately, I don't have it, and that son of mine, seeing him like this, I could almost guess one or two, probably because my son was not doing too well, so I didn't ask too many questions, but just answered, okay, I'll run this trip, and I'll do it according to what you said. Many thanks, Lord Postman. Huhuaji almost didn't kneel down for me again, and I hastily helped and hurriedly left the house. Damn, what's wrong with this ghost? Why are you kneeling down without moving? Out of the door, I walked towards the place where Shade lives while taking out that letter and looking at it again. Hush-ufa. I found that the name of the recipient didn't seem to be a man's name, so I didn't think too much about it. Anyway, when the time comes, I will give something when I find the person, and I won't just give this letter if I can't find the right person. It took quite some time for me to finally get back to the road that Shadow had left earlier, and then I followed it all the way. The road was very long. It seemed to have gone beyond the scope of the town of Yodi, and the further along it went, the fewer ghosts lived around it, and there were some fallen houses left around as they walked, and they couldn't even see a ghost anymore. My heart tightened. How could Shadow live in this whole hellhole? It's a little too remote, isn't it? It wasn't long before I came to the end of the road, and ahead of me was already the intersection of two walls, and just inside that corner sat a thatched hut. With my arrival, a happy voice accompanied by a fiery red shadow scurried over toward me. Brother Bufan. Heartbreaking. How could Shadow really live alone in a place like this? How could you put such a cute little ghost here? Is it just because she's a stern ghost? But she's so kind. How could she be? I opened my hand and hugged Shade gently, smoothing her hair and asking with a smile, waiting impatiently yet? Shade shook her head vigorously and rubbed herself against me with a smile. No, it's not. It's good that Brother Bufan can come. Shade is very happy. There was no way I could pick up on her words, and I looked up at the tiny thatched hut she lived in, digressing to ask, is this where you usually live alone? Not a person. Oh, Shadow is a ghost. I let out a bitter laugh. Come on, then don't you invite your brother to look inside your home? Of course. Shadow was very happy to invite me to visit inside her little house. Outside the house looks like a small thatched hut, but after going in and found that the area inside is not small, the arrangement is also clean and neat, just have a strip, which makes me very surprised. Well, Shadow asked me, cocking her head. I give a thumbs up. Very nice. Shadow instantly laughed happily. Why do you live here alone though? I asked. Not a person. I'm a ghost. Shade corrected once more before explaining. Didn't I tell Brother Bufan before that so many ghosts here hate Shade and don't want to play with Shade? So it's Shade herself who came to live over here so that she doesn't have to be a neighbor to the other ghosts, and she doesn't have to be told by them that she hates me. Shadow said it as a matter of course, but it didn't sound good to me. I sighed and beckoned to her. Shadow obediently flew to me. I looked around and found a place to sit down, thinking of what old Wang had said to me earlier, that if I wanted to take her out of the netherworld, then the first time would be after she was possessed. There may be other ways, but that's the only way the old king told me, and I'm sure that's what he did. At that moment, I spoke. Does Shadow want to follow brother back to the young world? Shadow nodded as if pounding garlic. Yes, of course I'm willing. The netherworld is not fun at all, but there are a lot of things I can eat. But I still want to go to the young world because it's colorful and pretty everywhere, and there are a lot of people, and there's a playground and cakes. Aha! My heart is a struggle. Shadow is a severe ghost, can swallow human souls alive? If she is allowed to possess the body, that there is a certain danger exists, but now Shadow does not have any malicious intent towards me, and likes the scent of my body, but it's also because she's attracted to my scent that it scares me. I'm afraid that she can't help but give up the soul she gave me and eat it all up. Then I'm screwed. It took a good bit of celestial warfare before I gritted my teeth and said, now then, there's only one way for me to get you out of here. What way? Shadow's eyes widened at once. That's possession. You attach yourself to my body, and then I'll take you back to the young world. I finally managed to say the way to do it, but my heart was pounding wildly, and I really didn't know how it would turn out. Shadow was a bit puzzled. Possessed? How can I possess a body? I froze. Right, how the hell can I get possessed? No. A ghost doesn't know how to get possessed? I asked. That's it. Ghost possession? I can only think of this one reasonable statement, I guess. I really know very little, and it's not easy to come here for the first time. What kind of dead ghost is possessed? Shade continued to ask. I rolled my eyes and pointed at myself. You got inside my body. Don't all you ghosts get to just compress yourselves? Like through a more than a tiny slit. Shadow understood. I see. Then I'll bend down. Brother Bufan will take me away. Okay? I was jolted. Brother doesn't know anything about that. But what are you going to do? Before the words fell, Shadow instantly pulled my right arm, and then the whole thing began to merge inside the arm, and I could only feel a gust of cold and piercing sensation coming from my right arm. But this sensation only lasted for a short while, and then it subsided a lot. I froze for a few moments, looking at my arm and calling out, Shadow, it's on. It's so fun and cozy. Shadow's voice came straight from my arm. Holy, my goosebumps rose, and I hurriedly said, Shadow, don't eat your brother like he's a cake. Then he'll be finished. Shade giggled. Brother Bufan, don't worry. Shade won't eat anyone but brother. Only brother is good to Shade. I let out a huge sigh of relief and wiped off the cold sweat on my forehead. Phew, good. Then brother will take Shadow back now. Now let's go find the black and white irregulars. They know how to get out of this netherworld. Or else we'll have to make a long trek back to where I was when I came down. And that place is too far away. So we'd better get closer as a last resort. Black and white impermanent? Okay. Then Shade will sleep for a while. Remember to wake Shade up when brother returns to the young world. Aha. I looked at my arm and moved it around a bit, and didn't feel any abnormalities. It was just slightly chilled, but there was no feeling of coldness, and it was also quite a comfortable feeling. I have to say that this Shadow's ability is not small. Leaning over is not in the movie that directly from the back of the ghost on the body and so on, but directly into my arm above. Really magical. Individuals do not have any uncomfortable feeling after I went out of this thatched hut. Recalled when the old king took me through the streets, which quickly to the city palace, ready to look for the black and white imperman, ready to return to the young world. Chapter 24, A Hearty Breakfast. All the way to the city godhouse located in the center of the town of Yodi. In front of the door, I walked up to the two ghost soldiers guarding the door. Also seems to have known that I have already inaugurated in the netherworld, and did not stop me, directly let me in. The city god's mansion is still quite large, but I've been here at least once, so I went all the way outside the big house where I saw City Emperor Fengudi before, and looked inside, and there didn't seem to be any ghosts inside, and the black and white irregulars didn't know where they were. Just as I was about to go back to the guards in front of the door to ask, a ghostly shadow suddenly appeared beside me. I was startled and took 2 steps back. Only then did I see clearly that it was an old ghost dressed as a scholar. He looked at me with a smile. You should be the new letter carrier of our Yodi town, Li Bufan. I hurriedly nodded my head and politely said, "And you are?" "He, you can just call me Old Zhang. My name is Zhang Wucai. I'm the master of this city god's mansion," this old ghost said. When I heard it, it turned out to be this phone UD Sidekick's division master, or what is now known as the secretary. So I arched my hand and smiled. "So it's the division master. It's a pleasure to meet you. No need to be polite. We are all working under the city emperor. I don't know what is the matter for you to come to the city god's mansion this time," Zhang Wucai asked. "Oh, I'm looking for the black and white irregulars. This trip's mission is complete, ready to return to the young world," I said truthfully. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wucai said with a smile, "They went out on an errand and are not at home." "Out running errands?" I was that depressed. "It's not a problem. I'll just take you to the way of the returning sun. Ask them, they'll let you go over there just the same." "Yamai Road?" Since it's the Yang Interval Road, that might be the place to return to the sun, so I nodded and looked around, realizing that there weren't any ghosts around, so I reached out and touched a gold leaf and stuffed it to Zhang Wucai. "No respect. I hope to take care of you for a while in the future." Zhang Wucai touched his hand and immediately put away the gold leaf and said with a smile, "TCH, Brother Bufan is really a man of nature. Go. I'll take you over there, and when you get over there you can go up by showing your identity card. So thank you, Master. It's a bit out of place to call me that. Call me Zhang Wucai or Old Zhang will do," Zhang Wucai politely said. I nodded, thinking this is really money can make the ghosts push. Give money, what words are good to say, but do not give money he will also take me there is basically certain, but certainly will be said behind his back a little bit of dissatisfaction and so on. And I'm a first-time arrival as the need to get acquainted with all kinds of ghosts and monsters in the netherworld, and later come down to do things is also much more convenient. Followed Zhang Wucai out of the city palace, along the low walls of the city palace around the half circle to the side of the city palace, this side of a small square, the square directly across from a high fence can be seen. After Zhang Wucai's explanation I realized that the return of the sun road is inside, just be surrounded only, and there are heavy ghosts around the guards. The general ghosts trespassing only one end, the soul flies broken. Zhang Wucai brought me directly to the gate outside the returning sun road, explained to the two ghost soldiers guarding this side, while I also showed the yin yang token. The two ghost soldiers immediately opened the gate for me. Seeing the gate open, Zhang Wucai took his leave right then and there. I twisted my head and saw Zhang Wucai leave before turning around to look towards the inside of the returning sun road. Just standing outside this door feels not so gloomy. The ghost soldier guarding the door saw standing still, so he urged, "You'd better hurry up and go in. This door can't be opened like this, lest there be a mess." I then reacted, embarrassedly smiled at the two, and then took out 400 plutonium coins and distributed them separately, saying, "Come often in the future, and please make it more convenient. Go in and walk straight. Don't stop. Try to close your eyes and walk forward. Then you will be able to reach the young world." The ghost soldiers who received the money naturally smiled and answered that it was a must, so I didn't chat with them here, and immediately took a step to enter within this gate. Once inside, the door behind me was closed, and I looked out into this empty, fenced-off area, and there seemed to be a surge of warmth in front of me, so I headed straight ahead the way the ghostly soldier had told me to. The further we go, the less the surrounding yin chi, the more warm feeling, did not go out much farther. In front of the eyes began to appear pieces of blinding white light, which I closed my eyes. Footsteps continued to move forward, after walking about dozens of steps only to feel the body alight, and then feet again landed on the ground of solidity came over. I rushed to open my eyes. In front of me is still white, after a while to fully recovered. What a way to listen to people. Oh no, quite ghostly advice on how to eat a full meal. It almost didn't blind me with these eyes. Looking at the sky it was only slightly light, so I took a look around and realized that I had appeared on the back of a large tree on the side of a highway, which happened to block the vast majority of the view, and wouldn't allow anyone to suddenly notice that there was an extra person here. Looking toward the distance, can see the highway direction signs, and distant villages and towns. Can be learned that this is a place in the suburbs, so I will take the phone out, positioning after the determination of only feel the direction. It seems to want to go back at least have to walk up a kilometer before you can see the bus stop, or call a car back. Since there was a bus stop not far away, I'd better take the bus back, so I tried to dial old Wang, and wondered if he'd come up yet. I was slightly surprised that it was possible to get through, and he even came back earlier than I did, so it seems that this ginger is still old and hot. Beeping. The phone connected. Old Wang's voice came over. "Come up on the returning sun road, right? If so, walk down the road for a few minutes and you'll see a bus stop. I'll be waiting for you here." Oh, it's heading that way. It wasn't long before the bus stop came into view, so I walked quickly that way. "Brother Bufan." Shadow's voice suddenly rang in my ears. I was shaken. Yes, Shadow came up with me this time. I looked up at the sky and the sun was struggling to pop out of the horizon, so I spoke up. Shadow, be good. Don't come out yet because the sun is coming out and I don't know if it's going to do any harm to you, so stay put for now. Wow, really? Great, but since the sun is coming up, I'd better wait before going out. I heard that we ghosts are afraid of the sun, Shadow said. I was slightly relieved at that. When we get home, to a place where there is no sunlight and no people, my brother will call Shadow out. Okay, Shade knows. Shade was quiet for the moment, and could feel a chill coming from her arm, probably a sign that Shade was happy. I quickly came to this side of the platform, and found that old Wang was eating a piece of creamy bread with a mineral water in one hand and a piece of bread in the other, except that his face was a bit not so good, a bit pale. There were two other people on this side of the platform, but they were both sitting on the other side, so I rushed up to them and asked, "Are you okay, old one? Come?" "Ha, alright," by the former two enemies halfway intercepted. "But everything is still kind of smooth it. Fortunately your kid can be big." Old Wang looked up and down at me, asked in a low voice, "That came up together?" I knew Old King was asking about Shadow, so I nodded and pointed to my arm. The Old King was surprised, but there were people around, so he just said that he would talk about it after he went back, so he continued to nibble on bread and drink mineral water. I couldn't help but laugh bitterly at his sorry state. "Don't eat this, let's find something good to eat?" Old Wang finished the rest in 3 or 2 bites and asked, "You're probably going to make a fortune on this trip." It's not even close to you." "Okay." I scratched my hair. He's casually taking a small order for hundreds of thousands of incomes, or depending on the sentiment. If not, more than 1 million is probably normal, right? Not about the money. Stupid. Old Wang gave me a blank look. "In a while you treat. Directly take a taxi to go. The bus is troublesome." With that he took out his cell phone and called for a car. I immediately understood. "Feelings," he said, "is the shadow. Think about it. With the shadow of this strength is indeed powerful, but she is willing to become my ghost messenger is not yet known. But this trip I at least earned 49,000. Treating is naturally not a problem." Without a moment's effort, a special car stopped in front of us, and when we got into the car, Old Wang directly asked the driver to head to a place called Bull and Sheep Soup. The car drove all the way for about 20 minutes, and finally stopped in front of a small breakfast store, which looked small, but there were a lot of people. You know it's not even 6 o'clock now, and the place is already a bit overcrowded. Old Wang laughed. "Pay up. Get off. I'll order food. Do you eat beef or mutton?" "Mutton." It was cold in this netherworld, and eating mutton would warm it up. After paying the fare, I got out of the car and saw that Old King had found a place inside the corner where no one was sitting down, so I did the same. Not long ago, the waiter served our breakfast. This look almost did not give me a shock. The whole 2 bowls of meat. There is a plate of cakes. This is the rhythm of lunch? Even some of the people around us froze when they saw our battle, and then revealed envious gazes. Hey, a moment to shell out money cannot hardtake. I added $40 of meat in each bowl, TSK, and then soak this cake. Beautiful. Old Wang he smiled, copied chopsticks to eat up. I wiped the sweat off my face. $40 of meat added to each bowl? You grandpa, aren't you afraid you won't be able to sleep after eating? 3 black lines rose on my forehead, but smelling the tantalizing aroma, I couldn't help but swallow my saliva, picked up my chopsticks and followed suit, and also fished out the water I hadn't drank before from inside my backpack and filled it with 2 mouthfuls. Not to mention, the mutton soup and mutton here tastes really strong. It's soft and fresh, and the flavor of the lamb is very strong. Some people don't like the stink of lamb, trying to get rid of all the stink, but they eat lamb is not to eat the taste of this. Without the taste of that, eat up what? Why not eat beef to go? Net blind effort. And I just love the distinctive flavor of lamb. That's what it's called. That's what makes it so addictive. Before the Old King said that each bowl has added $40 of meat, but this really eat up to no, in fact did not imagine much. I eat a bowl of people just eat to satiety over so little. The most comfortable feeling. As for the cake, I was a mouthful did not eat, cannot eat at all. Were eaten by the Old King, really cannot see. The Old King, so a middle-aged man, was so able to eat. Before he can also finish a bottle of water and a piece of cream. I can't see that Old Wang is such a middle-aged man who can eat so much. The two of them spent $102 on a morning meal, $50 for a bowl of meat, and the pie was just $2. Old Wang contentedly patted his stomach and burped comfortably. Damn, really hard enough. A breakfast froze out the feeling of luxury lunch. I rubbed my slightly propped up stomach. My body was warm. The coldness from the previous descent into the netherworld had disappeared without a trace. Old Wang laughed. I usually do this. Every time I come up here I have to come over and have a bowl of meat to warm me up. I used to do it alone, but from now on I'll come with you and you'll treat me. Hey, small stuff. I waved my hand. What's $100 for breakfast? I'd give it up for 1,000 as long as I had business and could take orders. Back to the neighborhood when the sun has fully risen. I did not go back directly, but followed the old king went directly to his place. After all, I still have one attached to me here. When I arrived at Lao Wang's home, Lao Wang made tea and poured me a cup, sat down and drank a couple of mouthfuls, and only then did I ask about Shadow and the Ghostbusters. Old Wang Sri slowly drank a mouthful of tea, then got up and pulled all the curtains in the room to block the sunlight, turned off the lights. The whole room was dark at once, then explained, the ghosts that just came up from the netherworld can't accept the sunlight irradiation. It's not good for them. There is a certain amount of harm. Only the ghosts who are used to the life of the young world can slowly adapt to some of it. If it's just an ordinary ghosts, that are not allowed to see the sunlight all day long. I nodded slightly. It was about the same state as my impression of a ghost, afraid of the sun shining. Well, now you can let her out. The old king got up and went to the side, looking a little cautious. I nodded and rubbed my right arm and said, Shadow, Shadow, hey brother Bufan, I'm here. Shadow's voice came out from amongst my arms. Old Wang instantly raised his eyebrows and gave me a thumbs up, signaling me to continue. Shadow, brother is home. You can come out now. I said, really? Great. Then Shade is coming out. Shade's voice seemed excited. I then felt a piercing coldness coming from my arm, and then a red shadow rushed out of my arm, transforming into that well-behaved and lovely night ghost Shadow Child. As soon as Shadow Child came out, she looked around with her eyes wide open. Everything here seemed to have a great attraction to her, but she didn't run around. She just had one small hand pulling on my arm. Her little head kept turning, and soon her eyes landed on the old king's body. Ha, brother Bufan, isn't this person the one we helped in the netherworld earlier? Brother Bufan's friend, Shadow asked. I smiled and nodded. Yes, I call him Old Wang. His name is Wang Ryu. He was my brother's leader and is now also my brother's friend and colleague. Oh, hello King Sun and Moon, Shadow said very nicely and continued to survey everything around her. Old Wang that sweat but he also understand. Like the Shadow Child, this kind of small severe ghost intellectually will not be like normal people, that kind of maturity. The name is also inconvenient, too much entanglement. He smiled to the Shadow Child, nodded. Hello Shadow Child. Chapter 25, Shadow's Discovery. Shadow seemed to be more concerned about what was going on inside this room in regards to Old King's greeting. The Old King laughed. It seems you and Shadow get along well. I nodded. It's okay. Shade suddenly asked. Brother Bufan, is this your home? No, this is Old Wang's house, and my brother will take you home again in a while. I shook my head and said truthfully, with an oh-so-sweet sound. Shadow no longer continued to look around, but simply floated silently by my side. The Old King hesitated for a moment and said, let me borrow a step. I nodded and told Shadow to just stay where she was and not move. Then Old King and I stepped aside. The Old King glanced at Shadow and asked, do you want her to be your Ghostbuster? By the way, this is something you haven't meticulously talked to me about. What does it mean to make her my Ghostbuster? I asked. After the Old King's explanation, I also kind of understand. This let Shadow become my ghost messenger is not any harm to Shadow's body, and may also get a lot of benefits. The advantage of doing so is that the ghosts can be 100% convinced of themselves without harming themselves. In fact, to put it bluntly, it's recruiting a henchman who travels with you, except that the recruited ghosts are with themselves on weekdays, or else where they are, what the circumstances are, what they've done, etc., etc., etc. However, it's not easy to take a ghost by your side. It's necessary to open an altar and practice. However, I know nothing about this. Old Wang waved his hand. Anyway, you have to consult Shadow first. If she doesn't object, then there's no problem. I'll just help you. So, what does she get out of it then? Is there any effect on myself? This was something I had to ask about. Once she becomes your ghost messenger, because you are a living person, she will begin to gradually become immune to sunlight, and your soul is naturally strong. She will benefit from it. As for you, there should be no harm in it. At least the few ghosts that I've taken in didn't have any effect on me, and they were very firm in their work, as if they were hand and foot. The Old King thought about it and said so, but soon he remembered something else and added, by the way, once you take in a Ghostbuster, because the Ghostbuster follows you around all the time, then your own Inchi will be a bit heavier. Don't you feel that it's cooler inside this house of mine? I didn't turn on the air conditioner. When he said this, I reacted violently. Perhaps the Inchi felt in the netherworld before was too strong to hear instead of not sensitive at all. But the Old King inside this house is indeed a bit cooler. Are there any consequences to having a heavy personal in? I asked. The Old King hemmed and hawed. This is naturally there. But well, if you don't find a girlfriend, don't get married, and I'm the same, then there is nothing to do. This kind of Inchi will not be very harmful to the people. If they come into contact with the people whose physique is too weak, it may lead to them being even weaker. Right. Well, It should be just like that. But we yin and yang letter carriers are not afraid of these things, so that's how it is. I nodded slightly. As long as my body stays healthy, then even if I take in a ghostbuster to bring with me, then they won't be able to do any harm to ordinary people casually. Don't worry about it. You see, I've been coming and going to the Netherworld for so many years. In fact, compared to the Ghostbusters, the Netherworld is even more so. It should be possible to get married and all that. Although I haven't tried it, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Not to mention that your soul is naturally strong. And I guess it'll be different from my situation when the time comes. Old Wang said. I see. I'll go ask Shadow then. I turned toward Shade. Arriving at Shade's side, I pulled her to sit on the couch, and I mulled it over for a moment before I spoke. Shade. Shade looked up at me. Brother Bufan, when are we going home? Oh, right away. There's just one thing brother needs to ask Shade's opinion on. I said. Shadow blinked. What is it? Brother, just say it directly. I organized my words for a while, and then told her about how I wanted her to become my follower, and that there was actually no harm in becoming my Ghostbuster, and that it would even bring her many benefits. Shade listened to my description with a somewhat confused look, but she still nodded. It's good to be able to follow Brother Bufan. I was dumbfounded. It was just as I thought. She wouldn't refuse at all, but I still said what I needed to say. You're still completely free after you become your brother's Ghostbuster. I won't restrict any of your activities, and after that, you'll slowly get used to the sunlight, and you'll no longer be afraid of the sun's rays. Wow, really? Shade's eyes widened in excitement, pulling on my arm and saying, Shade wants to go outside and see. If Shade isn't afraid of the sun, then won't Shade be able to go outside? I smiled and nodded. That's great. Shadow was willing to become Brother Bufan's ghost messenger. Shadower shouted happily. I sighed in relief. This girl is simply obedient. I turned my head to Old Wang and said, It's done. Shadow's fine with her. What do I have to do? The old king of the numbness of the set up a magic altar out, but also twisted with yellow paper to write a bunch of ghostly symbols pasted around the altar, and then let me in the shadow in front of the altar to light an incense burner, and then began to let me in the shadow to read together with what he said, as if swearing, what will not leave each other and so on words and so on. After reading, I will be in the hands of the incense burner inserted in the incense burner, and then I and the shadow together with the ghost language to the four sides of the ghost god and the 8 ghost emperor to ensure that the words have just fallen. The surrounding instantly a cloudy wind. The feeling is even more than the netherworld inside the netherworld is much more dense, so that I have a layer of goosebumps all over the body. Then the surrounding stickers I cannot understand the paper steeply burned up, inserted in the incense burner inside the incense burned up with an incredible speed. Only a few seconds a long incense has burned clean. Around the paper also burned into ashes. Just at this time, a bit of ghostly green light appeared above the incense burner, which split into 2 and respectively disappeared into my brow and Shadow's brow. All I felt was a cold sensation all over my body, and then everything gradually returned to normal. Shadow beside me also had a jolt and brushed her arms around me, looking around as if she was in shock. Seeing this, Old Wang laughed and rushed at Shadower, arching his hand and saying, Congratulations to Shadower for finding a good master. I froze over and asked, That's it? What else do you want? The old king gave me a blank look and pointed to the ashes all over the ground. It's done, and this set of magic artifacts can only be used once. After that, you take this incense burner back. Remember to burn incense every day. Just ordinary incense will do. And even after 3 days it'll be fine. Oh, well, then, where did you get this thing? Did you get it from that guy too? I asked curiously. Old Wang laughed. This set of things is not cheap. It costs 40,000 to 50,000 dollars. And as far as you and I are concerned, there is one on the line. It's hard not to want to find another ghost to come over. When Shade heard this, she immediately looked at me with a small beak, her big eyes blinking, as if she was a bit reluctant. I hurriedly consoled. How come? Brother is just curious about this thing, not looking for other ghosts. Having Shadow is enough. Shade had a smile back on her face at that. Only her shark teeth were showing again, and it looked a little discreet. Old Wang said, Next you can find a place for your shadow to live, or simply let her reside in your body. While I gave my ghost differential to live in this thing, I somewhat can't stand the coldness of the ghost upper body, and it doesn't lift comfortably after a long period of time. He took out a thumb-sized metal coffin from inside his backpack. My Ghostbuster lives in this. I came up to look at it, but knowing that it was Old King's Ghostbusters in there I didn't touch it, just looked back and forth. And Shadow was also curious and floated over to look at it. Brother Bufan, Shadow doesn't want to live inside such a small box. Shadow still likes to live here, Shadow Child said, drawing as a red light and disappeared into my arm. The feeling here is so comfortable. Shadow Child can live here? I opened my mouth and smiled bitterly. Come on, you can live inside my arm from now on then. At least I didn't feel any hard feelings before. Oh, if brother feels uncomfortable, just talk to Shadow. Shadow will just change the place. Ah. Saying that, Shade appeared by my side again. The old king laughed. Since your body can hold Shadow, it's better to let her stay inside your arm. This also saves you from having to bring these ghostly dwellings. In case you lose them and break them, it's a more troublesome thing. And she can still be nourished by the power of your soul at all times. Shade suddenly asked. Then will this hurt Brother Boo Fan? The old king froze, then waved his hand. Don't worry, as long as you aren't the one to actively devour his soul body, then he won't be harmed. Oh, then Shadow is relieved. Shadow smiled and flew around me in a circle, and with a flash of her figure, she returned to the middle of my arm. I shrugged. Come on, it's all done and dusted, and I wasted a set of your spells. Old Wang interrupted me with a wave of his hand. Xiao Qian, you'd better work hard to make money now. Not even a house of your own. How can you find a daughter-in-law in the future? Ha ha, don't learn from me. Try to find one if you can, or you'll have to join me as an old man. When he said that, it reminded me of that Grinch Shui Xiaoxian. Now I'm afraid she just got off the night shift and is ready to go home to rest, right? Then I chatted with the old king for a while, and didn't ask any more questions. It was just a random kibitzing or something like that, after which I excused myself and left. A night without sleep, and in the netherworld experienced so many things. I really need a good sleep, and then also should go back to work. As for Li Dottie side is not every day to get this kind of work, but as long as there is a need for him as the first time to contact me, this point do not have to worry about. And I did not think so much. Pondering a month can have such a trip, then this small life can be much more stable. I'm not sure how much I think about it. I went back to the block of flats I was in, opened the door and walked in, closed it, and then walked over to pull the curtains all the way up, as the sunlight outside had been a little too harsh to let the shadows shine right through. With that done, I called Shadow out and smiled. We're home. Is this brother's home? Shadow floated around curiously, and every now and then, she even floated inside the house to take a look. I just followed her, smiling and laughing at such a cute ghost girl wandering around. After looking at it for a while, Shadow suddenly flashed to the bottom of the closet and grabbed out a hairpin, sending it to me and saying, Brother, it seems like there's a stranger's scent. Oh, hair card? I took over a look, suddenly bitter smile. This is Tian Xiaoning's, this thing or when I gave her a small gift. And then she said she did not know where to lose cannot be found. Feelings in the run under the cabinet to go. It's okay, I don't want this. It's trash left behind by people who used to live here. I laughed and casually threw the hair card into the middle of the trash can. A pang in my heart. Oh, there seems to be something else under the cabinet. Do you want Shadow to get it out for you? Shadow asked. I wondered. And, it's probably something that rolled down there. Get it all out. The cabinet is so low on all 4 feet that you can't see into it at all. So it's usually not too easy to spot when something rolls a little bit inside the cabinet. Shadow Child is a ghost. The soul body can go in and out of all kinds of crevices at will. So she floated down and grabbed an envelope as soon as she could. Then opened it. She froze for a moment. Then smiled and said, Brother, this I know. This should be money. Oh, money used by the living. I've seen it before, and I remember it as well. I took it over and shook off the dust on it. Suddenly I froze. Isn't this the money I gave to Tian Xiaoning in the beginning? This envelope was still something I casually asked for at the bank. About 3 months ago was the thing. Tian Xiaoning had to quarrel to buy a bag. Said her own money is not enough. I had no choice but to withdraw $4,000 to her, and she took the bag back on the same day, but also in front of me to show for a while before stopping. But how this money will be here? I took the money out and counted it. It wasn't $4,000 in there. It was only $2,600. Did she lie then? And describe a $1,000 or $2,000 bag as $5,000 or $6,000? I then shook my head inside. No matter how things that have been in the past, since there is still so much money left in used money, that is naturally mine, which was originally my hard work to deliver the courier to earn the hard-earned money. I took the money out and put it into my wallet. The envelope was thrown into the trash can. Just when I wanted to go wash up and prepare for a nap, the phone rang. I picked it up and looked. Hell, it was even Tian Xiaoning's? Why is she calling me? I hung up on her right away. Within seconds though, the call came back. I didn't even want to hear her voice right now. This kind of woman, it was just enough. So I hung it up again. And this time the call didn't continue, but a text message came through. Before I could come to remember to open it and check it out, Shade found another small box from somewhere and floated over to me and said, Brother, Shade found another thing that has that stranger's scent as well. Chapter 26, Damage to things has to be paid for. Found something again? I remember before Tian Xiaoning left when her things can be taken away to take away. Do not bring also thrown away, and I also will be the house to reclean it again. There is no extra things. Is it again from which nooks and crannies Gara fished out? I looked at the small box in Shadow's hand. The red small box is obviously loaded with rings. So I took it over and opened it. and found that not only is there a diamond encrusted, I don't know if it's real diamonds or rhinestones, bright white ring, but also a piece of paper under the jewelry box's lid, with a smiley face drawn on it, and a love story written on it, all above the love and the most unbearable thing is that there's a date underneath it. 2 months ago. I immediately this gas will not hit a place. Feelings of this Tian Xiaoning 2 months ago has been in and that cheating goods in the relationship, their own completely in the dark. No wonder that 2 months Tian Xiaoning on their own is not cold. Feelings of their own completely is a test subject. Asterisk. I closed the box and exhaled deeply. This Tian Xiaoning is really not a. If you don't like it, can you just say so? Am I the kind of person who tugs and pulls? I really don't understand why such hateful girls appear nowadays. It's unbelievable. The shadow at my side seemed to have been affected by my slightly angry aura, and all of a sudden, my whole body began to waft out a stream of yin qi, causing the surrounding temperature to instantly drop quite a bit. What's wrong with Brother Bufan? Why are you angry? I froze for a moment, twisted my head to look at Shadow's state, and thought that she has now associated with me to appease. This ups and downs of my mood changes she can naturally feel, so I adjusted my mood and shook my head. It's fine. Remembered something unpleasant. What's so unpleasant? Who made Brother Bufan angry? Shadow, or go teach him a lesson. Shadow or cracked her mouth, revealing 2 rows of fine shark teeth. I laughed bitterly and reached out to rub her little head. Come on, it's okay. Looked at the hands of the jewelry box. I closed it, was about to throw away. Suddenly remembered that this thing should be that rich guy gave Tian Xiaoning. Maybe platinum diamond ring? Maybe it is. It's a pity to throw it away. Might as well sell it for money to soothe my wounded heart. So I threw the jewelry box into the garbage can, the ring TSK directly into the satchel. Shadow, see, I'm fine, and then ran to the side to check everywhere, as if checking their own territory in general. I also let her casually look at it, in case the nooks and crannies of the inside a little something she can also help me to pull out. My mood had suffered, but after a night of sleeplessness the drowsy energy drove me to rush to the shower. I remembered what seemed to be a text message that had come through earlier, so I opened it and read it. Inging, I forgot to take something with me. I'll be there in half an hour. Please open the door. After reading the text message I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. This guy is really not a thing. I'm afraid he didn't come back to get the ring, right? Forget it. If you can take this thing, I will not be surnamedly. I turned my head towards Shadow and called out. Brother's going to take a shower, so you can just watch TV in the living room for a while. Got it, brother. Shadow child nodded knowingly and continued to rummage around. After taking a shower and almost half an hour had passed, the doorbell was rung right on time by Tian Xiaoning. I twisted my head to look at Shadow, then at the door, and asked, Shadow, can ordinary people see you? Shade shook her head. I don't know. Does brother have a guest? Then it's good for Shadow to go back first. I just waved my hand. No, you can try it later. This guy's brother doesn't like it anyway. Oh, so Shadow can prank me? Shade asked with a smirk. Not for a while. Shadow turned and floated inside the small house, revealing half of her little head looking curiously at the doorway. I walked over and opened the door. Tian Xiaoning's figure appeared in front of me. I looked at her coldly while she walked straight inside with an expressionless face. Instead of touching her, I asked, aren't you going to explain the explanation? There's nothing to explain. Tian Xiaoning coldly walked directly towards the kitchen. Her face that originally seemed quite cute became not at all likable. I just stood in the kitchen doorway and watched her rummage through the cupboards and reminded, since you don't want to explain, I won't ask. I've got a general idea of what's going on, and I'm now an outsider as far as I'm concerned. So please organize the cumbersome cupboards, and if you find something of your own you can take it away as much as you like. That's fine with me. Tian Xiaoning froze for a moment, turned her head to look at me. I also looked at her so expressionless. At this moment I do not know what she thinks. May now have a car every day to and from work, every day in and out of a little more upscale entertainment venues, buy more expensive clothes and bags, go to a better restaurant. Before I was not capable of letting my woman enjoy herself like this at all times, but now if I had my own girlfriend again, then I could do this in a million ways, but turning back to the pasture would never be an option. Tian Xiaoning was rummaging up and down for a good while, and asked with a frown, did you find something here for me to hide? Come on, I haven't fully gotten over the hurt you brought me. How can I be in the mood to cook? I threw blank stares over without hesitation to show that I didn't know, wasn't sure, and had to make up for it with a verbal attack. Hell if I know what kind of unseemly things you're hiding in here. You. Tian Xiaoning was speechless, so she had to look for it again, but the result was still nothing, which made her depressed and muttered, I put it right here, how could I not find it? Watching her search for a while, things rummaging around is a mess. I reminded, have you found it yet? Don't mess up my kitchen for me, and if you can't find it, please organize the cabinets for me first. You. Good. Okay, I'll organize. Tian Xiaoning seemed a bit angry, but there was no room for her here now, and she organized it with a big hand, accidentally breaking a small bowl for me. I frowned, looking at the delicate little bowl broken into 3 pieces and said, "What? Taking it out on these things? Let me remind you, those pots and pans and stuff are mine. The cupboards in the house are the landlord's, and now you need to pay for any of the things you damaged. And this bowl of mine is a limited edition of the game, which, as you know, cost me $399 to buy in the first place." Who? Tian Xiaoning took a few deep breaths, then her hands and feet were put a little lighter, put everything in its place. The broken bowl was thrown in the garbage can, then took out her wallet and slapped $400 directly on the table, then glared fiercely at me. "Is $400 enough?" Wallet, directly shot $400 on the table, and then fiercely glared at me. "$400 enough?" I shrugged my shoulders, indicating no problem, and asked, "Still looking?" Since she left so mercilessly, behind my back and someone else for so long, why should I be polite to her? Now she is an insignificant stranger to me, and cannot damage my things like this. Compensation is naturally a matter of course. To her, I will no longer push half a step. There is a 1 is a 1, and there is a 2 is a 2. Tian Xiaoning looked back at the cupboard and indicated that she was no longer looking for it, and now that she was furious with me, she slammed the door with a red face and left. Shadow Child was at the door looking at this woman curiously, until after she left. Shadow Child then frowned and floated to my side saying with great dissatisfaction, "Brother Bufan, who is this woman? How do I feel that those unfamiliar scents from before are this woman's ex-girlfriend?" I said, "Oh, Shade understands. It's brother's previous girlfriend." Ah. Shadow nodded her head, but immediately afterward shook her head and said, "I can feel that her mood is very irritable, and her attitude towards brother is very bad. Do you want Shadow to help brother teach her a lesson?" I laughed dumbly and held out my arm and said, "Come in, we should go to bed. Brother, I haven't slept all night and I'm sleepy as hell now." "Oh, then Shadow goes to sleep too." He Shadow turned into a red light and went inside my arm. I yawned, locked the door and turned around before heading into the bedroom to rest. It was already 1:30 p.m. when I woke up, so I got some food and called Li Dottie over in the meantime. The phone was connected, and Li Dottie's voice came through. "Hey, old brother Bufan, things still going well?" "Ha, it's not bad. After searching for half a day I could find the ghost called Hu Huaji. After giving him the stuff he asked me to bring a letter to his son Hu Shufa. Yes, Hu Shufa, almost forgot about this," I said. Li Dottie smiled. "It can be, then I know. Right, don't you want to send a letter to that Hu Shufa? I happen to be making a trip over there this afternoon to see what's going on. Together no? Come on, then together." Hey, when I exchanged words with that Hu Huaji earlier, I heard him say that his son wasn't very decent yet, right? I asked. Li Dottie should say, "Well, it is said to be a gambler, but the heart is not bad, otherwise I would not help him. Is not able to take the money, but also do not borrow. This person is also quite contradictory, but also know that when you have money, you will first turn in half, the rest of all squandered. He is opening a farmhouse, looking okay. Like to gamble? Don't borrow money? Giving half of your money to your wife and children? Then you spend the rest? TCH, this person is really a bit contradictory." So I made a deal with Li Dottie that I would meet him at his side at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he would drive over there with me for a trip. Putting down the phone, I continued to eat. Feeling thirsty, I went inside the refrigerator and took a can of Sprite and took a sip, while Shadow, who was watching TV, suddenly turned her head and said, "Brother, I also want to drink that drink. Give it to Shadow, okay?" Shadow can't eat normal meals, I asked just now. Shadow is very resistant to these things. She won't even touch them. I asked her what she eats. She said souls, which made me a little speechless. Souls may be rare inside the city, but she also said she can sleep inside her arms and get enough sleep. "Can you drink this?" I pointed to the Sprite in my hand. "There's some in the fridge. Help yourself." Shadow Child floated over, came forward to look, then floated to the refrigerator side to open to take a can out. Clicked open. Hands holding this Sprite on small mouth drink up. Also sweet smile, really good. Long time have not had a drink. Really good. With that, she continued to take small sips, drifting back to the front of the TV to continue staring at it. "You can't eat normal people's meals, but you can drink drinks? What kind of attribute is that?" I scratched my hair, but since she liked it, she could drink it too. So I said, "Feel free to drink whatever you want in the future. When things are done this afternoon, brother will take you to the supermarket and buy a bunch of drinks. All kinds." "Yeah, thank you brother Bufan." Shade turned back and winked. "There's one thing I need to tell brother. That woman just now couldn't see Shade." I nodded. This I also saw, before Tian Xiaoning came when the Shadow Child in front of her floating around, and Tian Xiaoning is unaware. This shows that ordinary people simply cannot see the existence of ghosts. However, the shadow child is a severe ghost. Its owning cold gas is not comparable to ordinary ghosts. This Tian Xiaoning may go back after at least a cold look. After I finished eating, I had shadow retracted inside my arm, so I headed out the door. The sun outside was huge, and as I walked, I asked in ghostly language. Shadow became my brother's ghostbuster. Now do you feel like you're still that afraid of the sun? Shadow's voice came out from inside his arm. I don't know. Brother, find a shady place. Shadow, come out and try. I immediately came to the corner of the building in a shady place to put the shadow out. The side of the window there is a sunshine over, only to see the shadow look at that sunshine for a moment, turned his head to me and said, doesn't seem to be so scary? She floated over and slowly reached out her little hand and waved it in the sunlight, then floated back inside my arm and said, it's kind of hot, and that's not a very pleasant feeling. That's probably going to take a while, and the sun is supposed to be hot, yeah. I laughed and headed out of the neighborhood. If it was an ordinary ghost, it might not be able to accept being directly irradiated by the sunlight, while Shadow had already placed her hand under the sunlight just now, and she only felt the heat, which showed that what old Wang had said wasn't wrong at all. Once she became a ghost differential in her own right, then she would gradually become immune to the sunlight, and she could run around during the daytime just like a normal person. It was still early, so I took the public bus to get over to Li Dadi. Come to Li Dadi's side. He is still that dress, a mountain suit, some hunchback, looks old, but how many people know that he is only 3 years older than me? Did not stay at home more? Casually chatted for a couple of sentences. Li Dadi took me out from the other side of the Hadong, came to the side of a Land Rover, opened the door and said, get on the car. I've already greeted them over there. They are all waiting at home. Nice car, I said with a smile, pulling open the passenger door. The car started. Li Dadi said while driving, this is just a transportation tool. If I cannot open, I really do not want to open, but there is no way. It is not just blindly wandering around the tour, always running far. I nodded. Like the old king. I do not know how many millions of the value of the old king. It is estimated that has long broken the billion. Look, but he also did not buy a car for himself. Maybe no driver's license? Maybe it's more convenient to take a taxi. After all, now as long as with a cell phone, as long as the money to place, as long as it is not deep in the wilderness is very far away, the car can be in front of your face in minutes for you to service. Chapter 27, a kind reminder. This special line of work is also a special line of work. Do things hidden and money, but is accompanied by a variety of uncertainties in it. There is a great risk. Li Dadi, such as this, the young has been hunched over, looks old. It seems that in the future they walk in the netherworld should be more careful, even if there is a shadow of the existence of the child. It should be so. After all, be careful with the boat. Li Dadi car light road, familiar with the car, all the way steady, while driving while asking, I say not extraordinary. This trip down is still adaptable? I used to hear old Wang say how dangerous it is down there. Really? Although he was a fortune-telling fairy, he knew very little about the underworld. I laughed. Dangerous for sure. Everywhere you can meet strange ghosts. Not only ghosts, but scary ghostly beasts. I did hear old Wang mention this ghost beast. Is it a spirit that becomes after an animal dies? Li Dadi asked. I nodded. I think so. It's what the animal looks like. Thinking of the encounter of the old king in the early morning in the netherworld and his own encounter, the heart cannot help but sigh. If not met the shadow child, halfway to kill the past to help a great deal. This time I still know whether it is going to be something, but fortunately, everything is still going well, and he has also got the shadow child, such a lovely and powerful small severe ghost. Li Dadi nodded. Then have you encountered any dangers down there this time? Of course, but it's lucky. It's fine, I said simply. I could guess a thing or two about Li Dadi's mind. After all, people are always curious about the unknown, especially those things that normal people can't even come into contact with. Li Dadi asked. I also picked what I think I can say. After all, he is not the yin and yang mailman. Knows so much is useless. Casually say some is fun. All the way does not seem so boring. The car drove all the way to the edge of the city, in a direction that would have been toward the airport, and it was pretty nice all the way around. Not long after, Li Dadi turned the car into a small road and pointed down towards the front after driving not too far ahead. See? Flying snow Nanjiale, we're here. Getting out of the car, I surveyed the surroundings, not to mention, although this place and the city are not far apart, but the environment here is really good. The air is also much better than the city side. Sort of clear. Li Dadi came a few times, so I followed him directly into the farmhouse. As soon as I entered the door inside, someone smiled and greeted me. Mr. Earth, you're here. Come on in. Let's talk inside. I came over to the person, looked over. Do not say, this person and that Hu Huaji look really special, like, just his son is shorter than him, some, estimated to be 1 meter 7 or so. And then Hu Huaji but also a lot of fat. It seems to be a good life. Li Dadi didn't rush into the house and turned to introduce me to him. This is Li Bufan, my close friend. I smiled and nodded my head at him and said hello. This Hu Shufa also politely returned the favor, but I could see it in his eyes. A stranger he wasn't too interested in. I wasn't in a hurry and waited for Li Dadi to say his business first. Li Dadi then said, the last time I have been satisfactorily resolved. I came over this time is to talk to you. In the future you do not have to worry about this thing. Your luck will naturally be slightly better, but must try to control your gambling behavior, or lose all the fortune. You will be just as unlucky as before that. Hu Shufa hurriedly nodded. Definitely. Just remember. Li Dadi nodded. Also, this friend of mine is looking for you for something. You guys talk. I'll just have a cup of tea over there. Looking for me for something? Hu Shufa looked at me curiously. Li Dadi smiled at me and turned toward a table and chairs to the side, sipping his own tea. I bristled and looked around, realizing that no one was there. Then took the envelope Hu Huaji had given me and turned the side with the words toward Hu Shufa and said, look at it first, don't touch it. What is it? Hu Shufa came forward to take a look, and immediately widened his eyes, pointing at the handwriting on it with a trembling finger and said, this, how is this possible? Finished reading? I saw that he had finished reading, so I directly put the paper away, and then cleared my throat and said, what is written on it, and who wrote it? I don't have to say it, you should know it as well. I just don't know if you're willing to pay the price written on it for this. If you are willing to do so, I'll give this letter to you. If you're not willing to do so, I'll be disturbed then. Hu Shufa opened his mouth. Wait, that can I ask a question? I nodded my head in agreement. This letter was left by my dad. My dad? Hu Shufa asked, looking at me with some confusion. I nodded my head again, seeing that he was still a bit puzzled. I patted my chest and assured him, I just specialize in delivering things for people. I will follow the sender's instructions. What should be done, is what should be done. This letter can be clearly given to you. It is what your father, Hu Huaji, left behind. After all, I was dealing with a regular person, a living person, and I couldn't say that I had just come from the netherworld and that your father had asked me to deliver a letter to you. Could I? That way he'd think I was crazy, or he'd misheard me, or think I was a liar and blow me out of the water. Now the letter I showed Hu Shufa clearly had a message from Hu Huaji on it, and it was written that I had to pay me $100,000 to get the letter. So I showed it to him first instead of opening my mouth directly about the money. Hu Shufa frowned and walked back and forth in place several times, although his face showed bitterness. Although the handwriting on it is undoubtedly true, how do I know what is actually written inside? I froze and said helplessly, I'm sorry, I don't know what's written inside. I just know that the back of this says this, if you want it, please pay me $100,000. If not, I'll leave now. Hu Shufa some do not know what to say good, and he is very want to see the content of the letter, and he cannot be sure of the truth or falsehood of my words, so turned his head to look at the side is drinking tea. Li Dadi waved his hand. Just believe what he says. It's not false. When he said that, Hu Shufa gritted his teeth and said, okay, but please wait for a moment. Mr. Li Bufan, I have to go get the money together. I shrugged and turned toward Li Dadi, likewise pouring myself a cup of tea and waiting quietly. Hu Shufa hesitated for a moment and turned towards the inside of the house. Li Dadi laughed and said, I guess he went to find his daughter-in-law, and within 3 minutes, it must have been noisy. If before you say he those acting style is good, I see it is also so. I laughed. Feel this tea pour can, although I do not often drink, but just feel pour. Feel then the old king's home tea is not a star, all as in drinking plain water. As expected, just as Li Dadi said, soon a noise came from the backyard, and the noise was quite fierce. I asked, it's not like this guy can't pay for it, is it? Impossible. His daughter-in-law although the character of strong, but every time to meet the emergency or will help, after all, is to live. The family always have a hold money people, or not to mention this farmhouse, is the general day cannot go on, Li Dadi said, without a moment's effort. Hu Shufa walked over with his head bowed and followed behind a fairly pretty woman, who should be Hu Shufa's daughter-in-law. This woman knows Li Dadi, also know that he helped, first politely thanked a good deal, then sat down to look at me and asked, can I take a look at that envelope? I nodded, then took the letter out, and didn't let her touch it, dying to let her read it. After reading it, the woman also began to hesitate. Apparently she also saw that this letter is from the hand of Hu Huaji. It seems that Hu Huaji in the world is still off in pen writing, so that this daughter-in-law has seen a lot of looks. This, $100,000 is not some. Hu Shufa's daughter-in-law has a somewhat difficult look. Hu Shufa, on the other hand, stood on the edge and didn't dare to speak. Li Dadi casually said, don't worry, I've already broken your bad luck for you, and now is the time for good luck. He said so. Hu Shufe has not yet opened his mouth. This daughter-in-law of his turned around and slapped on his arm, glaring at him. In the future again dare to go on more than $100 on the gambling table you try? Dare not dare not dare. Will definitely change. Absolutely change. Hu Shufe weakly waved his hand and took 2 steps back. He was afraid of this wife of his, and at the same time, he liked his wife very much. That's why he was like this. Big gambling hurts the body. Small gambling is happy. Entertainment or can be. Gambling this thing 10 gambling 9 losses. Everyone knows or constantly people to pounce on. Not a good thing. In the future entertainment on the line, don't pounce on death and the above. I said casually, then the letter back to the satchel inside. Asked, this letter want? Give a word. If you want it, then take the money. If not I'll leave. This is the testator's meaning, not my own meaning. This is really some difficult to do Our hands are really some tension. 100,000 yuan once taken out. Then we, Hu Shuefei's daughter-in-law glanced at Li Dadi, seemed to recall what he just said. They are in transit, so clenched his teeth, took out his cell phone. This gentleman, give an account. This 100,000 I give, even if it's just a letter, I give. Hu Shuefei is very grateful to look at him. This daughter-in-law silently bowed his head. If not gambling, not to mention 100,000 yuan, 200,000 he can also take very easily, and now can only be from the daughter-in-law this want. I reported my account number, and soon a transfer of 100,000 yuan arrived. I looked at my cell phone, took the letter out and gave it to this daughter-in-law of his, and glanced at the side of the somewhat impatient Hu Shuefei. I pondered. Before Hu Huaji entrusted this matter when he said that his son is a little less reliable, and from Li Dadi here to learn that his daughter-in-law is still relatively family-oriented. So I got up to his daughter-in-law said, let me talk? Hu Shuefei froze, then got up and followed. Coming to one side, I glanced toward the 2 behind me and whispered, don't mind me being nosy, I'm also out of good intentions, reminding you that this letter is for you to read by yourself, and after you're done reading it, you can then consider when to show it to Hu Shuefei. Hu Shuefei's daughter-in-law froze for a moment, looked at the letter written out on yellow paper in her hand, and queried, why? I smiled and shook my head. This I don't know. Anyway, at that time Hu Huaji said this to me. He said, if his unreliable son doesn't give $100,000, then this letter can't be given to him even if he directly throws it away. In the end what does it mean? I don't know. You figure it out yourself. When Hu Shuefei's daughter-in-law heard this, she seemed to have thought of something, and directly stuffed the letter into her pants pocket to cover it with her hand. I see. Thank you. You're welcome. Then we're ready to leave now. Don't come all the way here. Have a meal before you go? Hu Shuefei's daughter-in-law gave me a very grateful look, and then turned her head to Li Dadi and said, Mr. Li, have a meal before you go. Li Dadi was not polite and nodded his head with a smile. This is very good. Very good ha ha. Hu Shuefei laughed. Right. You see my memory here. How can I not eat a meal when I come to the farmhouse? Wait, I'll go and organize it right now, said he. Turned around and walked towards the house. His daughter-in-law also walked towards another house. It looks like she went to read the letter. I returned to the table and sat down. Li Dadi came to interest, asked me what was written in that letter. Just now said to the woman, what was written in the letter I naturally do not know, but I said to Hu Shuefei daughter-in-law I told Li Dadi. Li Dadi nodded along. You did a good job. She'll appreciate it later. It seems that Li Dadi also guessed what exactly is inside the letter, and I think it should be the same. Inside should be a will that has not yet had time to consign it. There may be a sum of money or any valuable items. Drinking more than half an hour of tea, Hu Shuefei and his daughter-in-law enthusiastically served the meal up, but also quite sumptuous, 4 dishes and a soup, the standard set meal, and at a glance, I know is to open a small stove level, chicken, duck, fish and meat since the ordinary guests to come here may not be able to eat such a good dish. After a full meal, Li Dadi and I said goodbye and left. I got into Li Dadi's car. Li Dadi, as always, driving steadily down this country road toward the city not far away. Just as the car was halfway down the road, a cold breath came from my arm, and then Shadow's voice came out. Brother, I feel like there's something delicious here. I was aburst, and sitting in the driver's seat on the Li Dadi, a shivering suddenly slammed on the gas pedal. The car whooshed and accelerated to the front, which scared me. Why do not want to die? No, didn't you notice anything wrong just now? That was Yin Chi, a very heavy Yin Chi. Li Didi couldn't help but shiver. Looking at his appearance, I cried and laughed a little, feeling that just now, Shadow suddenly released her aura to make him feel it, while hastily making him stop the car, exclaiming, your intuition is really accurate. No? What did you see? Lee Dottie asked as he slammed the car to a halt with another kick of the brakes and twisted his head toward the back. Damn. Luckily I wore a seatbelt. Or you have to hit me on the windshield this time. Chapter 28, Too Disgusting to Eat. As a yin and yang letter carrier, I also have the ability to see ghosts alive. Ha, just kidding. That is to say, no matter whether it's a ghost in the netherworld or the young world, as long as it's within my visual range, I can see it with a clear sight. This old Wang had told me this before, and Lee Dottie obviously knows this as well. I have to say that his senses are very sharp, but I don't know if he sensed Shadow's in-chi, or the in-chi of those tasty things in Shadow's mouth. Just now Shadow said that there were tasty things, so I naturally know what she caused. Lee Dottie, this sudden acceleration and sudden braking, making me laugh and cry. Fortunately I have the habit of wearing a seatbelt, otherwise this must give me head hit the flower cannot. I said you are driving a car. There are 2 lives in the car. Please take it easy. If not for this seatbelt, I will have to hit a hole in the front. I threw a blank stare over. It's just a ghost. What are you afraid of? No, 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 no. That felt like a ghost was around just now. Ha, Lee Dee looked back and then looked at the reverse mirror. You saw that? I just felt that where I passed by just now. That is, the section of the road less than 100 meters behind me. A very heavy in-chi suddenly appeared. He quickly looked around the car, but in the end, he did not dare to get out of the car, and the car window that had just been lowered a little bit was also directly closed. I scratched my hair in frustration. Come on, you wait here for a while, I'll go back and check. I'll go with you. Lee Dottie followed to get out of the car. You're not afraid of evil spirits, are you? I asked with a smile. Afraid? What are you afraid of? With a sword in my hand, even if there are any evil spirits, they won't dare to come near me. Lee Dottie pulled out a peachwood sword from nowhere. It looked a bit old. For these spells, now I do not understand, but Lee Dottie is a person with real skills. He hands of things may be and he said that. So in order to shadow child's safety issues to consider, I opened the door. That what? You don't mean walk so close. A moment my ghosts come out I'm afraid that you can't distinguish between the enemy and I hurt my ghosts. Lee Dottie froze and looked at me in amazement. You have a ghostbuster? What? I can't have a ghostbuster. Ha, I said without a good grace. Awesome. It's only been down there for a trip or 2 and you've rubbed off on the ghostbusters. I remember when old Wang said that his first ghostbuster was still a few years after he'd been inducted before he got it. You're quick. I shrugged. Old Wang helped this time, but I was also a bit lucky that I met a cute little kid who was willing to follow me around, so it didn't take much effort at all to make it happen. Lee Dee nodded his head, and suddenly felt that the surroundings had once again become a bit gloomy, while the overhead was still a big sun, so he pointed towards the shade of those trees in front of him. Look over there to see if there are any. I already feel that the aura of this place is a bit gloomy. I first looked around the circle, and then looked to the trees. The slightest see half the shadow of the ghost, so I proposed to let him or first we'll go to the car to blow the air conditioning. Cool, and I need to take my shadow to eat delicious to go. Lee Dottie hesitated for a moment or agreed. After all, it is outside the big sun, the shade of the trees and he felt ghosts. So he explained to me to pay attention to the safety of the car quickly returned to the car after. The first thing I did was to get out of the car and go back to the car. I smiled and came to follow the shade of the road all the way just towards where Shadow had spotted me earlier. After walking not much farther, Shadow emerged from inside my arm and floated beside me. Looking around, pulling my arm and pointing to one side. It seems to be floating over from over there. Brother Bufan, let's go over there and take a look. With that said she burrowed back into my arm. It looked like she still wasn't quite able to take in the sunlight. Even after becoming my ghostbuster then it would take a long time for her to get used to it. I twisted my head and looked over. In the direction that Shadow was pointing to was a piece of wasteland. There seemed to be a few aged graves on the wasteland, and there were still people burning incense and worshipping over there on my buddy. So I took a step and walked over there. The closer that grave bag, the heavier the surrounding yin-chi. I as a yin and yang mailman, for the yin-chi feeling than ordinary people to be more sensitive, but still not as good as the Shadow am. So much so that Lee Dottie this feng shui master than my senses to be a lot of keen. Maybe into the line of time is too short for the sake of the reason. Grave bag around the growth of a few tall trees. The grave bag completely shrouded hay tree shade. I went to the distance of more than 50 meters before I realized that in that side of the grave bag is not a, but 3. At this time also only to see that here is a large family of people in the side of the grave bag to burn paper worship. Not only a few people, there are young and old, more than a dozen. At this time, Lee Dee suddenly ran over from the back again. Boo fan, boo fan. I looked back over my shoulder and asked with some confusion, what's wrong? Why don't you cool off in the car and come over here again? Help people look at the feng shui, earn some pocket money. Lee Dottie squeezed his eyes towards me, raised his hand and pointed to the graves over there and said, I just looked, There is a big problem with the feng shui over there. This side of the heavy yin chi may be because of that pile of graves. I'm going to go with you. You see if there is any evil ghosts or something. Don't let me just go over there and be pounced on by this thing. It's not a joke. I sweated that one, feeling that he had found out that there was business to be done. So I led him right on. Of course, this is someone else's grave. We may be a bit presumptuous to venture up like this. If we were just passing by, it would be fine. But I went over there to look for food, and Li Da-di went over there to show someone feng shui. Less than 20 meters to the graveside of the place I stopped. This big people are also towards me and Li Da-di looked over. Li Da-di is to take out a look of a familiar look, warm up a few sentences, urging me to hurry to see if there are any evil ghosts around the souls of such things. I looked towards the center of those 3 graves, and as expected, there was indeed an extremely disgusting and horrible-looking ghost creature coiled in the center of the graves under the shade of the tree, and I could tell that it was a human being. Only half of that human being's face was nowhere to be seen, and it was disgusting to the extreme. Shadow stirred and ghostly words came out. Brother, it's just up ahead. Can I go eat that thing? I soothed her by telling her to take it easy, while Li Da-di was now chatting with the family about something, but didn't dare to get too close to the side of the grave, standing far away. A few moments later, Li Da-di turned around and walked over, giving me a hefty smile. It's done. Their family is a jinx. By the way, did you find out anything? I nodded, lifted my chin toward the grave, and said, there's an extremely scary-looking ghost crouching right in the center of that grave. Li Da-di instantly pulled the peachwood sword out of his hand, swept back over to the side of the grave, and seeing the bewildered looks of that large family, he whispered, can you fix it, can't you? If you can't, I'll open the altar and do the magic. Hey, what do you think I'm doing here? This was still discovered by my family's ghostbusters. I shrugged, but this ghost is probably the spirit of their dead family member, so it won't hurt if we just kill it, right? This is still to take into account. After all, this everyone is in, and Li Da-di has pulled on the job. Cannot smash their own people's rice bowls, is not it? So they ask or to ask. I moved or too little. The feng shui of this place is not suitable for burial at all. This family is also absolute. All ing into the wrong souls and ghosts. Well, don't know elsewhere to run or their family, but we don't care, so help them to do a good job of this thing on the line. It is also considered to be for the people to get rid of the harm. Li Da-di said, directly killed. I nodded and raised my arm and said in ghost language, Shadow, go. Ghosts, no matter what they look like, that is still the existence of the soul, will not affect the essence because of the appearance of the soul. Just look a little bit discreet. The shadow child whooshed out and floated on my side to look over there, and then frowned with a small frown and said, this is not extraordinary, brother. The shadow child does not eat. This ghost looks too ugly, so disgusting, I froze, then I cried and laughed a little. This is a soul body and still pays so much attention to what, but she said not to eat. I cannot force her to eat it? So I nodded my head, and when I turned my head to look at Li Da-di, I found that he had already jumped to 10 meters away, looking at me with a terrified face. Hey, I said, what are you doing? I asked in disbelief. Li Da-di pointed at me with a shivering peachwood sword. That chi around you is even heavier than there. It's okay, she won't hurt you. I walked over and looked at the somewhat shivering Li Da-di and said, the ghost messenger in my house can say that the ghost looks really disgusting and can't get down. What should I do? I go, it's all a soul. Isn't ghost eating ghost just sucking on jelly? Isn't it over once you suck it? Li Da-di couldn't help but back up some more. Jelly? That's a pretty graphic description, except that he probably got all those from TV shows and movies too. Shadow, first tighten your own aura a bit. I explained in ghost language. It seems that the feeling that Shadow gave Li D could be much more powerful than the ghost inside the grave over there. Making Li D shiver like this, Shadow instantly gathered her personal aura, which I then proceeded to walk up and ask, that's good, right? It's really magical. You people really aren't an existence that we can probe. Awesome. Li D gave a thumbs up, but then rubbed his forehead and said, that what? If that person in your family can make a move, let him sell it? It's a very troublesome thing for me to open the altar and do the practice, and I still have to go back to fetch a lot of things to set up. Okay, I'll ask again. I turned my head to Shade. Now I knew that Li Di couldn't see Shade either, but his senses were clear enough to know that Shade's aura was very dangerous. After an exchange of words, Shadow agreed and turned into a red light and rushed over toward the grave, and I hurriedly turned my head to look over. As soon as Shadow rushed up, the ghost that was squatting in the center of the grave roared up and fought with Shadow with open teeth and claws, but the ghost was obviously not Shadow's opponent, and it seemed that he could not speak the language of ghosts, so he could only scream randomly, causing gusts of gloomy winds around him, so that more than a dozen of people standing by the side of the grave couldn't help but shiver. Not out of 3 rounds, that ghost directly by the Shadow child hit shrunk into a small group, the original ugly appearance completely disappeared, completely cohesive into a small group of black mist. Was the shadow child grabbed and stuffed into the mouth, and then she spit out some light mist after returning to my side, said with a smile, the original can also be eaten this way, first broken up, and then kneaded into a ball, so that it's not disgusting. Just the soul power that can be brought to Shadow is much less it. It's okay, Shadow will be back after eating. In a while we'll go to the supermarket to buy drinks. Lots of drinks, I said with a smile. This little guy is really cute, but also know that now will be this evil ghost to beat deformation, become not disgusting and then absorb it. Really children can teach also. Yeah, Shadow was happy to be back on my arm as I turned toward Lee Didi. As soon as that evil ghost disappeared, the sunlight around us once again resumed its blazing summer feeling, and Lee Didi looked up at the sky and toward the grave, giving me a thumbs up. Bull. After saying that, he took 3 or 2 steps and went directly towards the large family, while I came directly to the shade of the tree by the grave, always being exposed to the sun like that. Even if Shadow hid inside my arm without protesting, I couldn't stand it myself. Lee Dadi said that is feng shui. I did not go over to listen. Just looking at this deserted piece of field feel quite a pity, since it has not yet been turned into a development zone. Why do not you first plant a farm? What a waste. Not a moment's effort. Lee Dadi talked about everything, came back and I said to go to their home to see, but also pull on me to go together. Helpless. This is the middle of nowhere. The car is also his. I had to follow along. This family is a nearby village inside. Listen to them say recently earned money. And there is not burn money. I think maybe rich. Just they said the last few years of bad luck. Injury, illness, and bedridden. Although rich, but not that blessed to enjoy. Lee Dadi said that this is most likely in the feng shui of their home, and before I eliminated the evil spirits have a relationship. Evil ghosts, this kind of thing is the soul after death because of some special reasons and did not go down to the netherworld. A long time wandering in the world of some of the more chilly and dangerous place mutated into. This is Lee Dadi's statement. The specific what I do not know, but want to know should not be difficult to go down to look for those who ask the police officer should know. Came to the location of their home, as expected, and I think about the same. This is properly a large villa, although it is built out of the village. But look at this momentum, this area, this construction. The entire village inside the estimate is only 1 or 2 households compared to the above. Lee Dadi first looked around the outside of the house, and then inside everywhere to check up, but also let me follow all the way. Said to see if there are ghosts floating around or something. I'm relatively speechless about it, but the thought of money to earn, it hot let it hot. Chapter 29. Nice flowery dress. Lee Dadi was walking around, while I was just responsible for seeing if there were any ghosts wandering around. Plus it was broad daylight, and even if there might be, they were all hiding. As I walked, I explained in ghost language that Shadow would keep an eye out for any ghosts appearing around me, so I sped up my pace and didn't follow the ones from Lee Dadi out in the sun. After walking around outside, I didn't find anything, so I brought Shadow directly into the compound to look around again, and then after the owner's permission, they took me around inside the rooms, and finally found a ghost hiding in the corner inside one of the storage rooms in their house. As soon as I saw that a ghost had appeared in this room, the corner storage room under the stairs, I immediately asked the people behind me not to come over, and then backhandedly closed the door for the time being, and then greeted them to go and call out to Lee Dadi to come over. Not a moment later, Lee Dadi came running in from outside. What's wrong? I first told everyone around me to stay a little farther away, then this time I whispered, there's a ghost squatting inside the storage room, dressed in rags and tatters. I don't know what kind of ghost it is. What do I need to do? Lee Dadi looked toward the door of the storage room, stretched out his fingers and counted back and forth, and then nodded at me. You wait a little longer. I'm not finished outside. You also look at the other places there are no ghosts, and the rest later. Then Lee Dadi told all their family members to go into the middle of the courtyard first, and then he ran out again to look at those feng shui outside that I didn't understand at all, while I stayed alone in the cool interior. This family has money. The inside of the large house is cool air. Air conditioning blowing is also comfortable tight. So I was not slow a house by house to look around, and finally no other discovery. So I went back to the living room of the large sofa and sat down, and in the hands of a banana on the eat up. After waiting for a while, Lee Dadi came in from outside, and once he saw me like this, he immediately complained, you're damn good at enjoying yourself, or else what? I don't know anything about feng shui, so going to see it would be a waste, so I might as well cool off here. I turned my head and asked, all done looking? What have you found? Lee Dadi nodded, turned back towards the outside and said, there is indeed a problem in the feng shui of this house, but it's not a big problem. The culprit should be the ghost you found. So what do we do now? Just exterminate it? I asked. Lee Dadi smiled and shook his head. What's the rush? I told them to go get the money. There'll be some more to take in a while. I was stunned. this is where the money comes in? Lee Dottie briefly explained to me. I understand. The original family just now someone questioned his Taoism, so he was outside with a small means to show off, which the family believed, and then felt to spend money to settle the matter, because this time to change the place is not much, so Lee Dottie did not ask for more, as long as the 50,000 yuan, and which he only 30%, the remaining 70% is naturally cheaper to me. Lee Dottie said enviously, or you Yin and Yang letter carrier cattle, do not have to worry about the wrath of God, and we will not be able to, cannot casually break through the sky, to help others to do things. Do not dare to be too greedy, otherwise it will be the end of the calf. It is really envious of you. I laughed. You say that lightly, and walking down there isn't exactly a pleasant experience. Ha ha, just kidding. Lee Dottie waved his hand and immediately sat down as well. Now this large family of people are outside in the sun, and I do not know what Lee Dottie said to them. They froze, none of them rushed in, and some of them even left for the time being. After about 20 minutes of time, a voice called out from outside, Mr. Lee, I've brought you the money, come out for a moment. Lee Dottie shrugged at me, then smiled as he got up and walked out, without a moment's effort. Lee Dottie carried a small bag and threw it into my hand. I looked toward it, then I reacted, somewhat puzzled. Wouldn't it be more convenient to transfer money? I also wanted to but people said they had cash, not to transfer money, had to use cash, so I went to get it. Lee Dottie shrugged his shoulders, then pointed towards the storage room. You go and fix that ghost now, I'll go out and give them feng shui or something. With that he turned around and walked out again. Looking at the 3 stacks of more than cash inside the small bag, I cried and laughed, but it's better to have money to earn than not. Cash is cash. At that moment I raised my arm and said, Shadow, go and exterminate that ghost inside the corner, save it from harming people here. Shadow answered obediently, only to see a red light flash out from my arm, and in an instant it didn't go inside the storage room, and then it shot back inside my arm quickly. I froze, surprised. Is it done? Shadow gave it away straight away. A little too weak. Why don't you eat it? Do you increase your own strength when you eat it? I asked. Too weak? There's no difference between eating and not eating. Fine. I shrugged and said I'd go to the grocery store in a few minutes after this side of things was done, and Shadow was instantly amused. My side instantly fixed everything. In the house with a person is also boring, and this person also do not know how to think. Large living room inside even get a TV too, is also strange enough, but their bedroom inside is a TV. But I cannot just run to people's bedrooms inside to watch TV, right? So I walked out, to see how Lee Dottie busy work. Lee Dottie at this time is holding a bunch of his tools as east and west. A moment to throw a thing in the corner. A moment and let the family will be inside the yard furnishings move to another location, which may be related to feng shui, but I cannot understand. I came to the yard door and sat down in the shade, waiting quietly for Lee Dottie to get busy. At this time, a man came to my side, passed a cigarette up, smilingly said, Brother, smoke. I raised my eyes at him for a moment, then took the cigarette, lighting it and taking a drag. The man asked, Brother, you and that Mr. Lee both know feng shui, right? Mr. Lee doesn't look simple. Me? I shook my head. I don't know anything about feng shui. It's fine, but you're Mr. Lee's friend. That's fine. Naturally you don't have to worry about feng shui at home, the man said smilingly. Idle is also idle. This person does not talk. East and west I also follow the blind makeup for a while. Enough time has passed an hour. Lee Dottie, which is full of sweat, came over. A fart. Cher sat on the side of me and said, Done. Take a break and I'll go. Mr. Lee, how to rest here? Quickly, and you this friend together into the house to rest a while. Outside hot. Inside the air conditioning are still on it. Lee Dottie solved the feng shui problem of their house, and the family was enthusiastic. No, I'll just have a smoke. This is ready to go back. It's almost dark. Lee Dottie rejected the family's enthusiasm. In the space of a cigarette, we had driven up the road and returned to the city, and Lee Dottie dropped me off by a large supermarket near the neighborhood where I was staying, after which he excused himself and left. Today this trip away can be described as super value. First delivered a letter earned 100,000 yuan, followed closely by more than 30,000 cash. Before the poor afraid of I have not made money so lucrative, which also let me see the benefits of special industries. Now that I'm carrying heavy money on me, it's only natural that I can buy whatever I want. At that moment, I pulled a small shopping cart and entered the supermarket. The main purpose of this visit over here was still to buy a wide variety of drinks for Shade and fulfill her wish. As soon as she entered the supermarket, Shade's voice pierced out. Brother Bufan, there are so many people here, so many things, probably because of the crowd. Shadow's voice was suppressed exceptionally low, and I had explained before entering the supermarket that she shouldn't casually release her aura. which was going to hurt others, and Shadow naturally obeyed me very well. We're on our way to get drinks. I smiled and headed straight inside. Supermarket inside the people are generally in the fresh food area, vegetables and fruits area shopping. The most people, while the beverage area this side of the pressure is not a few people, and even if there is, they are all take it and go. I pulled the cart over to this side and stood in the center of the 2 rows of shelves. Shadow, no one's there right now, so you can come out and take a look around, and if someone is there don't hurt them. Got it, brother. Shade popped up instantly, before her attention was drawn to the variety of drinks. Wow, that's a lot of drinks. Shade wants some. I was startled and hurriedly pulled her back. You can't drink it inside the supermarket. You have to buy it first and drink it after you go out. Ha? Shade froze for a moment, but still answered. Probably because there were so many drinks that she didn't know what's good to look at. So she said, then Brother Bufan will help Shade buy it. Someone is coming over. With that, she went back into the middle of my arm. A man in the back came in pushing a shopping cart and picked out a few drinks before walking past me. It seemed that Shadow was still in control, very obedient and well behaved. Immediately I started to pick those drinks that I thought were good. Bottle after bottle. All kinds of buying. What I didn't want to buy before now I want to buy. Not only for Shadow to drink, but also for myself to get addicted to it. I soon realized a problem though. That is that the mass of the drinks was heavy and I had also just pulled a tiny shopping basket in instead of a cart. But it was this tiny hand-pulled shopping basket that I felt a bit of a strain pulling before I even filled it with drinks. I bent down and tried to lift the shopping basket, which was already filled with drinks. This is 30 to 40 pounds, right? This makes me a burst of speechless. It seems that you cannot buy a lot at a time. Immediately I will repeat the various drinks back. Try to buy a few more kinds. After the checkout, I struggled to carry 2 shopping bags out of the supermarket. These 2 shopping bags filled with drinks each at least 15, 20 pounds of the way. It is really heavy enough. It's not far from home, but at least it's nearly 2 kilometers away. So I just had to call a cab, and thought to myself that I really had the luxury of never having done this before, having walked all the way back, either on my own electric bike. As soon as I returned to the neighborhood and got on the elevator, Shadow couldn't wait to get out from inside my arm. Brother, let me help you carry it. Saying that, she easily carried 2 shopping bags that I would feel very strenuous if I carried them for a long time with one hand. I looked at Shadow with a dumbfounded look. She was practically effortless, truly worthy of being a stern ghost, an unusual ghost in the old king's words. A great deal of money was earned. Back home, I opened the refrigerator, and Shadow also flew up and down to help arrange the drinks in one bottle inside the refrigerator, then turned her head to look at me and asked, Brother Bufan, Shadow can drink. Drink? Dumbfounded, I pointed to the refrigerator and said, anytime you like. It's just a drink. You can have it any way you want. You're so good. I'm not going to give you a hard time. I can't even spoil you. As long as you do as you're told, everything's fine. Shadow instantly cheered, opened the refrigerator and took a bottle out, but she did not seem to understand how to open the bottle cap, so I said a little bit. She immediately twisted the bottle cap, and then filled with anticipation to drink a mouthful, and then the pair of big eyes inside her light red flashing, very excited. Wow, brother, this is delicious. Shadow her drink of joy. I look at the heart is also stealing joy. Really good to engage but it is a small girl ghost who has always liked to drink drinks. TSK, really the world's big nothing strange. The key is to let yourself bump into. Simply beautiful. It didn't take long for Shade to finish the bottle. Then she floated over to me and sat on the couch watching TV just like I did. At this time, the TV was inserting advertisements. The scantily clad advertisement models were walking around. Shadow was immediately attracted by the beautiful clothes they were wearing, murmuring, what a beautiful dress I froze and turned my head to look at her, only to see her reach up and touch her dress, then look at the modern clothes inside the TV, and just lifted her hand to point at the TV, only to open her mouth when the commercial finished. I could see what she meant and then asked, Shade is looking at those clothes, right? Aha. Shade nodded hurriedly, then shook her head again, pointing at the television. Just now, the flower dress that Big Sister was wearing just now was very pretty, and Shade wants it too. It turned out to be a skirt. Shadow, now this red skirt looks to be some discreet feeling, but it looks a little old. The style is also very old, and modern dresses compared to the natural is a little inferior to the place. I rubbed her head. But she's a ghost now. Can ghosts wear earthly clothes too? It seems like they all need to be burned before they can wear them, right? At that moment I asked, so can you wear earthly clothes? I don't know. I'll try it on. Shadow floated directly to the bedroom, fished a piece of my clothes out, and put it on her body, only to find that the clothes were able to be put on. But then she got inside my arm in one go, only to have the clothes fall to the side in one fell swoop. Shadow popped up again and shook her head. No. Then too. I'll ask Lao Wang for you. maybe he knows. I took out my cell phone and dialed old Wong over. Chapter 30, Have a Nice Life. How to change clothes for Shadow I really don't know. All I can think of at the moment is to go down to the Netherworld. Maybe there is a clothing store inside the town of Yodi where I can buy them, but the next time I go down there is only if there is a job to be done. Who would go down there to make a run for just one piece of clothing? At least I couldn't possibly. There is a risk to that. There has to be a relative price to pay for that, at least for now. The call from Lao Wang's side was quickly answered, and it sounded as if he was sleeping, as if he was very unhappy to receive a call. I smiled and told the matter. The old king let me contact the person who bought the paper money, and then send him sample drawings. He will give a quote. This price may be more expensive than the Netherworld, but the quality is definitely better than what the Netherworld sells. After that he said that he still had to go down to the Netherworld to make a trip to the new town in the evening, and so he hung up the phone and continued to sleep. It seems that what I thought before was not wrong. There are clothing stores in the Netherworld as well. It's just that old Wang said that the prices aren't going to be that much worse, so I brought Shadow to the computer. Shadow looked at me curiously, pointing at the computer and asking, "What is this?" I laughed and explained. Shade didn't know how long she had been living in the Netherworld. Naturally she didn't know about many of these modern digital technology products. Just now I saw her staring curiously at my cell phone. It was good that Shadow's comprehension skills were still relatively strong, and she quickly understood. I opened the web page and searched for a bunch of pictures of dresses and skirts. Then I taught Shadow how to view them page by page, and then Shadow looked at them with great interest. Ghosts are not like people. Clothing is not to change back and forth, and can also disappear with their form change, appear at any time and so on. These human beings cannot do, so they need just a set of clothes. Meet the favorite will only go to change a set. Anyway, this set can wear a long time or life. After all, not every ghost has the opportunity to change a set of clothes. The days of the Netherworld is not compared to the days of the earth. Shadow looked for a while, seemed to not know how to find her favorite style, so she turned around and floated to my side, pulling my arm and said, "Brother Bufan, you help me find. I still want that white flower dress I saw on the TV. You help me find it, okay?" "Sure." I got up and went to my computer, and after a few keyword searches came up with thousands of pictures, and at a glance, I quickly downloaded all the pictures of the white floral dresses, and then opened them up one by one for Shade to pick from. Shadow looked at the computer screen with glowing eyes, and after a while suddenly pointed at a picture and said, "That's it." I looked at the picture in front of me. Yes, this seems to be it. Shadow's memory is really good, so I transferred the picture to my cell phone, and then sent it directly to the guy selling the plutonium as old Wang said. Waiting for a while, there is finally a response over there. This production will take some time, and also give you some matching talisman paper you can make it appear on the body of the designated ghost. A total of 280 yuan, strictly in accordance with your picture. Of course, you do not have to worry about this pair of ghosts cannot be worn, because the ghosts wear clothes do not distinguish between the size of the size. I look at it and it's $280 for just one pair? My goodness, that's pretty expensive. However, the old king had explained before, it is more expensive than the Netherworld but of superior quality. It doesn't matter, as long as Shadow loves it. Isn't that what the money earned before is used to spend? Shadow Child is again his own ghost messenger. Such a cute little guy changed into beautiful clothes must be even more cute. I pointed to the picture on my phone and asked, "Shadow, that's the dress, right? If I'm sure I'll have it made, it'll probably take a couple days." Shade nodded hurriedly. Yes, this is the one. Nice looking dress. Good, then brother will buy it for you, and in a few days you'll have a better looking dress. I made sure of the information, transferred $280, attached the address, and the side quickly said the order was taken and would be mailed directly when it was ready. "Thank you, Brother Bufan," Shadow said sweetly, then pulled my arm with a smile. I smiled, seeing as there wasn't much to do this evening, so I went back into the living room to watch TV, because there was nothing to do last night. Sleep early. The next morning early I climbed up, rubbing my eyes to see the time is also just less than 7 o'clock, so went out to eat a breakfast, pondering whether to go to the company to report a little. After all, I have not gone to work for a few days, and this is really too leisuresome, but it's not easy to rest like this for a few days. There's really something that I can't give up. But before I could finish this thought struggle, I heard a voice coming from behind me. "Hey, Li Bufan, you're out of the hospital?" I turned around. Met a colleague. Now want to not go to work or a little bit to say. Immediately I smiled and said, "Well, yesterday afternoon discharged from the hospital. Just ate breakfast. Was about to go back to ride a bike to work. You're all better, aren't you? The body is important. These days are too hot." Colleagues concerned. "It's all good. Why don't you join us?" So my coworker and I went back to the neighborhood to ride my electric bike first, and then we headed to the office together. In the company first and the boss reported the situation. The boss is also take care of me. See my illness just get well, so give me the packages appropriate to reduce some. I am also happy to leisure. This is something I wouldn't have wanted to do in the past, as the number of packages directly determines the level of income. But now it's different, because I've got another identity, the yin-yang mailman. Now if I go there as a half-assed novice, it's worth running here for a year or two, so it's reasonable to try to take it easy here. Parcels are first moved to the car, stacked in categories to facilitate my delivery by region, and then I drive the special battery car for express delivery on the road. I don't know if it's because I'm in a better mood or the weather is better, but the sky looks a little bluer than before, the air is a little clearer, and everything seems to be in good shape, all the way to drive this familiar battery car wind battery. Of course, I am a law-abiding citizen, not speeding, neat the red light will stop, neat the elderly crossing the road will let, otherwise it will be scolded in the back, and the big brother and sister of the traffic police will not let go of their own. Your delivery has arrived. Should I leave it for you at the neighborhood gate guard or should you come down and pick it up yourself? I called the recipient's number while the battery car was already parked at the gate of a neighborhood. Can you send it up for me? I'm in a hurry. A man's voice came from inside the phone. I raised an eyebrow. I'm not a delivery guy. Not to the front door, okay? This is the kind of neighborhood where it's just left at the front door or the recipient comes down to pick it up on their own. So I said, I'm sorry, I'd better leave it at the front door for you then. Don't. Why don't you have it delivered to your door? Doesn't it say that explicit writing is delivered to your door? That general immediately came a complaint, and I also heard the sound of the keyboard and mouse over there. It looks like this guy is playing games, not to go away. For this kind of people before I can be accustomed to also accustomed to, because people wants the complaint. I may want to be deducted from the salary, so unreasonable people, and in this express delivery is also really just to the door. Do not come to the door unless it is to pick up the goods. I'm sorry, are you coming down? Otherwise you'll have to pick it up at the delivery site. Those claims online are just for attention. Small items don't come to your door. I said directly. Hey, I say what kind of attitude is that? Be careful, I'll file a complaint against you. I'll report back to the top regarding your response. And our call was recorded. So if you like, go ahead. Then I'll leave you. I was about to make a phone call, when the other side instantly gave in. Wait. I'll go down. Okay? I lost this game again. I thought to myself, you damned not to lose the game, still really go to complain about me to go. This kind of person is really disgusting. Then I called a few more. Either put it at the doorman, or people soon came to pick up. Only the guy who called to complain at the beginning of the delay. We deliver the courier is afraid of this kind of people. Not good to talk, but also dead slow, but also not willing to let the express mail at the doorman to sign on behalf of a little. As I was getting ready to leave, I saw a guy who was so disheveled that he looked like he hadn't showered in a week and his hair was a mess run up to me. Where's my delivery? As soon as he came up here, a strong and strange odor wafted over, almost not giving me a fainting spell. I hastily picked up the last package over here and took a look at it, and handed it over after determining that it was him personally. The man muttered or complained, took the delivery and turned around, while I looked up at the neighborhood, and then looked at the guy who was dirty to a certain extent, and my heart was a burst of speechlessness. Really forest big what birds have. This all what people are this, if not I saw with my own eyes. I thought you girl is living in the dump inside, and is just the end of the work has not come to remember to wash a little bit of people. The next parcel delivery is very smooth, just sent to the end. I came back to the place where Tian Xiaoning work. No way. Now this piece is my delivery, although I am a little reluctant, but also not willing to change the area, because this piece of my run is very familiar. Close your eyes can be to the place. Once you change the place to run, you need to be familiar with it for a good while. Quite a troublesome thing, quite a good car. I hold a bunch of courier into the office building, looked around, there is no Tian Xiaoning figure, thinking that it should not be so coincidental. After all, she does not work in the company on the first floor. Coming to the front desk, I delivered the courier up one by one, and then called all these people one by one to inform them. Getting everything done, I had just turned around when Tian Xiaoning and that S figure appeared in my line of sight. I'm going? You can't be that backward, can you? I looked at Tian Xiaoning is full of happiness pulling the man's arm, talking and laughing towards this side. I still have a pang of bad taste in my heart, thinking that this man should also be here to work. The most likely is her boss, or the boss and so on. Yo, what a coincidence, meeting you grandson. As soon as this man saw me, he immediately spoke out in mockery. Instead of answering, I just floated out a ghostly phrase, and Shadow's little red figure flashed out and ran back in a flash. And I just looked at the disgusting guy with a cold shiver running down my spine. Damn, why is it suddenly so cold? Ah, achoo dash. Although Tian Xiaoning also saw me, It was as if she saw a stranger, and the man beside her had just sneezed, so she hurriedly shushed him. The man rubbed his nose and laughed. Nothing. What did the man just say? Tian Xiaoning shook her head. What did you say? I laughed. Nothing. I'd say you're happy. There is another sentence I dare not say. You went to the hospital to lie down for 2 days. I may be happier. To know that the shadow of the Yin Chi is not a normal person cannot resist. Like cold and fever. Heavy directly can kill. Just I have not been so ruthless. Just want to teach a lesson to this do not know the sky high and thick guy. Just happy? The man seemed to have won the battle, flaunting and chattering from the sidelines as he watched me walk away from them. I skimmed Tian Xiaoning, then looked at the man, and laughed it off. You're in big trouble today anyway. I laughed. I hope you're still this happy the next time I see you. Have a nice life. This person and Tian Xiaoning were both stunned by my words, but I left the place at a quick pace. Out of sight, out of mind. I took a deep breath as I exited the office building. Brother Bufan. The unfamiliar woman's aura that I felt in the house earlier was the aura of the woman beside that man. Shade suddenly said. I hooned. It's all in the past. People like that. It's better to leave sooner rather than later. Oh, I see. Then Shadow should have taught that woman a lesson just now as well. Shadow said. There's no need. Just let her be. At this time, the cell phone suddenly thought up. Picked up a look. Is Shui Xiaoqian's. So I smiled and picked up. Hey. Small beautiful girl, how you remember me? Could it be that I owe hospital fees? Screw you. Are you off work? If you're off work, you can accompany me to watch a movie. The new movie is on. After the movie, you can treat me to dinner. Shui Xiaoqian said with a smile. Come on. You've asked. How can I not invite you? I was still very fond of her character. Although the contact time was very short, I was still easily attracted to this character. I see you're quiet. If I were to be like you again, wouldn't we have no way of communicating with each other? Quite a shame, I think. Also, so where are we meeting? I'm downtown right now. Just finished my last delivery of the morning, and have free time. It was almost noon as well. So I said, dinner first, then a movie, and I have a delivery in the afternoon. But I can go later. Then while it's still early, it's only less than 11. Let's watch a movie first. I'm afraid it'll be crowded at noon. What's your current location? I gave my location, then found a shady spot and waited. It didn't take long for Shui Xiaoqian's lively and lovely silhouette to suddenly pop out. Dang. This is for you, to relieve the heat on such a hot day. Shui Xiaoqian took a cone and handed it to me, saying with a smile. Chapter 31, Meeting the Black Impermanence in the Restaurant. On this day, this person, this cone, looked just a burst of cool relief. I smiled and took the cone and laughed. That was pretty quick. A bite of this cone, really good. Milk flavor is very strong. Before I really did not buy myself this thing. Are in the small supermarket inside the old popsicle to eat. Shui Xiaoqian smiled and said, of course, let's go. Let's go watch a movie. Don't you want to eat first? I got up and followed her. Watch the movie first, then eat. After eating you should almost go to work. This is just right. That's okay, I responded. The two of us came to the theater together. This time I realized that we are going to see a youth literary film, which makes me very speechless, or a certain big director to shoot. The publicity is very strong, and the result is that I watched as drowsy. After a movie, I was able to catch up on my sleep, and Shui Xiaoqian also rubbed her somewhat tired eyes, sighed, and scolded those Netflix on the internet for lying, not only causing her to have no fun watching it, but also pulling on me as an innocent guy, which made me feel better about her. I thought to myself that I watched the whole movie for almost 20 minutes, and after that I basically slept through it, knowing that it was over before I was woken up by Shui Xiaoqian, who was originally planning to get a blank stare and then have her image fall to pieces in her mind. But it turned out that she didn't complain at all, and she also lambasted a bunch of waterbenders on the internet. Interesting, funny, really cute, very cute. This is how I really feel. If it were any other girl to come like this once, it's not sure how people would react, so I guess there won't be a next time. Looking at the time, it was already 12:30 p.m. I rubbed my stomach and asked, what do you want to eat? Just eat something? Shui Xiaoqian looked around, seemingly looking for a restaurant. I laughed. How can you just eat something? At least it's a date. Just tell me what you want to eat. I'll take any size. Ego? Got rich? Shui Xiaoqian asked. Not really, it's a fortune to know you, isn't it? I joked. Really good at talking. Then you'll pay for it. Shui Xiaoqian smiled sweetly, pointing to the diagonal opposite side with a lift of her hand. Scared or not? I looked over in the direction she was pointing. Emotionally, it was a Western restaurant, which meant getting steak for some kind of pasta or some like that. Before, I might have been afraid, but now, I waved my hand. Let's go. I'm full. Shui Xiaoqian hurriedly waved her hand. Don't. I'm just kidding. It's so expensive there, especially over here in the city center. Just any meal is 200. Your 1 or 2 days' salary is gone. Wasteful. I laughed. Don't. How can I not eat it after all is said and done? I'll eat it for $500. Where she knows how much I earned these 2 days. Just this thing cannot be said. Now in addition to the old king and the future of those necessary customers. Unless one has a wife can let his wife know. Or this is really some appalling sum. Shui Xiaoqian looked at me in surprise. So it really went. Ha! I can remember where the cheapest piece of steak costs $98. And one piece doesn't even fill you up. I laughed. Directly toward that side. Shui Xiaoqian froze for a moment before hastily followed up. But also when I said really joking. Do not have to break the bank. Casually eat something on the line. Eat not much. But I'm not without money now. So where would I be stingy for this meal? At that moment, I brought her to this Western restaurant. As soon as I entered the door, before the waiter even came over, Shadow's fluttering voice rang in my ears. Brother, there's In Chi. I was shaken. There is still In Chi inside this Western restaurant? What is this coming from? Standing in place and feeling it carefully, there was indeed a trace if any of In Chi coming through. It should be coming from the kitchen side. Shui Xiaoqian saw me standing in the doorway and wouldn't go in. Immediately pulled my arm and said, "Oops, I'm really kidding. It's too expensive to eat here. Let's change it." I thought about it, turned my head to look at the kitchen again, and turned to Shui Xiaoqian. "Wait for me at the door. I'll go to the WC for a bit." Shui Xiaoqian froze, and then covered her mouth and giggled. She naturally thought that I was just bringing her to the WC and teasing, but how did she know that In Chi did appear inside? There is In Chi. That means there are ghosts or dead things. Otherwise this In Chi only from the ground out. Or with the words of Li Dadi, those In Chi is related to feng shui reasons, etc. And then, that I don't know. After all, I entered the line only a few days. No, the things are also basically from the old king, Li Dadi this side of the gate. I entered inside the restaurant and a waiter came up to ask about it. So I asked for the WC, and the waiter politely pointed out the direction for me, and I thanked him before heading that way. The kitchen is actually inside. I have sought that breath to see the past. So I circled around after walking towards the kitchen side. Until I entered the kitchen inside no one stopped me. Just inside the cooking master asked me to come and need what help don't. No wonder this restaurant is so expensive, business is still so good. From the moment you enter the door you get quality service. People do not express disgust because you just come to use the toilet. Instead everyone expresses a friendly attitude, which makes people very comfortable. I opened the inquiry with, "Can I see it?" One of the chefs laughed. "Of course, but please don't interfere with our work or touch or move anything here. So make yourself at home. It won't move." I just stood in the doorway. I could actually feel where the In Chi was floating out. It seemed to be in one of the corners inside, where some vegetables and fruits were piled up and stuff. Since I promised the person that I wouldn't move, I let Shadow flash over to check it out. Shadow floated out and floated to that corner to check it out. And then the whole person went straight through the wall. And in no time at all he flew back to my side and said, "Brother Bufan, there's a person over there on the wall who crashed into the wall. And the wall is full of blood. And there's a car. And there's a lot of people around it. And I also saw the Black Impermanence." I was startled and wondered, "Black Impermanence? What's he here for? Is it the one with the disciple town?" Shadow nodded. "That's him." He also asked me how I appeared on Earth. I said it was Brother Bufan who brought me here. He said he came over in a while to have something to say. "Let brother you find an unoccupied corner and wait. Probably came soon." I laughed bitterly. It looked like this was going to require a real trip to WC. Turning around and heading out of the back kitchen, I dove right inside the WC and waited quietly. Not much time. Black Impermanence, that ghastly figure, emerged from the ground in front of me. As soon as he came out, he complained, "You kid is also too good at finding a place. But even find such a disgusting place. Toilet? You can't find a quieter and more elegant place?" I smiled bitterly. "Come on, big brother Black Impermanence. This is also temporary for me, okay?" I was passing by. It was Shadow who fell to In Chi before coming over to look. How could I have thought it was you? It was only at this time that I looked at Black Impermanence still grasping a chain in his hand, which was directly attached to the ground. Black Impermanence glanced at the chains in his hands and explained, "Just now there was a car accident over there. That person died unjustly. His soul does not return, and at any time he can turn into a severe ghost and injustice to plague others. So I came up to bring him back." "So it is." I nodded, feeling like it wasn't about people in this restaurant. Black Impermanence responded, "That's right." He then looked at Shadow Child and asked, "How did you bring this little girl up here? Did you collect the family ghost?" Family ghost? This title can be much more comfortable to listen to than a ghost messenger. At that moment, I nodded with a smile and reached out to rub Shadow's head. Shadow and I play together, and are also very obedient and well behaved. There is a fate, and she's also willing to follow me around. So she's become my house ghost. Black Impermanence immediately gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Shade blinked, looking straight at the chains on the ground. Black Impermanence backed up 2 steps. I say, little girl, usually I have not offended you in the town. I detain this soul you cannot eat. I go back to be delivered. Shade blinked and said, no, I won't eat it if Brother Bufan doesn't let me. I'm a good ghost. Black Impermanence was speechless. I laughed. Don't worry, Shadow is safe with me and won't hurt any innocents. Black Impermanence nodded. That's good. Speaking of which, this girl is also a poor little brat, but her hands are extraordinary and her personality is somewhat elusive. Now that you can take her, Old White and I are much more at ease. Hey, you didn't come to me just to ask about Shadow, did you? I asked. Ha, where am I? I can't care about her matters. Not to mention me, the city emperor is also too lazy to care. Black Impermanence waved his hand. I came to find you is to give you a word. This today you take the time to go down a trip. The city emperor master looking for you have something. What is it? I was shocked. The city emperor wants something from me? What could it be? I go. You are now the only yin and yang mailman in RFD town. Who to look for if not you? Black Impermanence immediately looked at me with contempt. Have time to learn more from others, Old Wang. Don't just wander around all day. Learning the skills is the right thing to do. Well, I'll go back first. You remember to take the time to go down there. Don't let the city emperor wait for a long time. Understood. Good riddance then. I shrugged. It looked like a real trip down there. Black Impermanence nodded, and then his entire body disappeared into the ground, and the chains dragging him disappeared. Shadow spoke up. Are we going back? I have to go back. The city emperor asked me to do something. Can I not go back? I'm the only yin-yang letter carrier there. I said somewhat helplessly. Don't be afraid, Brother Bufan. You have Shadow with you. Aha. I answered with a smile and thought of something, so I took out my cell phone and prepared to call Old Wang over, but thinking that he might be resting, might be in the netherworld, and might be disturbing him, I texted him instead, asking the city emperor what he usually looks for in a mailman. As a result, I hadn't even gotten out of the WC yet when Old Wang's phone called, so I hurriedly picked it up. Hey, didn't disturb your rest, did I? No, I've had a full night's sleep. Old Wang said. The city emperor sent a ghost to find you? Aha. The general situation is that you are approached to deliver something to another place. That's it. We yin-yang letter carriers are frankly errand boys, Old Wang said. I was a little confused. Looking for me to deliver something? From the underworld to the earth? No, normally the city emperor doesn't do this kind of thing. The things they send are all important information documents and whatnot to the higher level towns. If this road goes through the netherworld, then it's a bit more troublesome and extraordinarily far, but it's much faster to go through the yang world. All sorts of transportation are at your disposal. As long as you're in the country, there's nothing wrong with hitting 2 round trips in a day, Old Wang explained. I was a bit puzzled. Hey? That's not right. Just now Black Impermanence came to me. I saw him emerge from the ground. I met a car accident halfway. He came up to catch the ghosts and stopped by to tell me about this matter. Since they can go in and out of the yang world like this, why don't you let them send them there directly? Wouldn't it be faster, more stable and safer? The old king immediately laughed, which is as simple as you think. They can run back and forth like this, but it doesn't mean that they can run back and forth like this up and down the country. And the netherworld is also divided into geographical boundaries. Every somewhat sizable town has their black and white invincibles, and there is a limitation on the extent of the yang world they can go up to, and they can't go up to it unless there is a special authorization. Understood. It's good to understand. Otherwise, what do you need us yin-yang letter carriers for? We run from Yunnan to the northeast. It's just an airplane trip, but I don't know how many towns we have to pass underneath the netherworld. That's the necessity of the existence of yin-yang letter carriers. Well, since we received the work instructions, let's go down there as soon as possible. Feng Yudi, this city imperial master is still a good person and not petty. I responded. Okay, thanks then. I'll buy you dinner later. Hang up the phone. I turned around the toilet, felt the surrounding atmosphere, and sure enough, with the departure of Black Impermanence, the yin chi disappeared. This yin chi is not caused by the person who died over there, but the old Black Impermanence. I went out of the restaurant and said to Shui Xiaoqian, who had been waiting outside for a while, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Hey, it's fine, let's go. I've already thought of something to eat that's tasty and inexpensive. Shui Xiaoqian looked me up and down. You got diarrhea? I shook my head and just said, don't, just eat here. I was just looking around when I went to the restroom. It's a pretty nice environment. Just eat here. Ha? Shui Xiaoqian was a bit unable to react. I reached for her arm and just dragged her to the restaurant, where the waiter quickly found us seats and brought us menus. I pointed to the menu in front of Shui Xiaoqian and said, it's my first time in a Western restaurant. You order. Feel free to order whatever you want. Previously, I didn't let her in mainly because of the inshi. Eating in a place surrounded by inshi might have a bad outcome. Of course, it was naturally fine for me, but I had to consider Shui Xiaoqian, a normal human being, and now that I figured out the cause of the matter, there was naturally no problem with coming here to eat. Chapter 32, Forgot something. Enter the restaurant before and after my change may be a little big. Some let Shui Xiaoqian do not understand. In her opinion, I may be worried about money. After all, I'm just an ordinary courier only. Understandable. The meal, delicious and inexpensive, is a lot. There is no need to come to such an expensive place to eat. The school pinched at the various prices on the menu, and seemed a little down. I laughed. Really? Just order whatever you want. It'll fill you up. And I really did go to the restroom just now. The waiter on the side opened his mouth and said, "This gentleman really went to the toilet just now. It's normal for people to have 3 emergencies." Shui Xiaoqian raised her eyes to look at me for a moment, then ordered 2 cheaper set meals, closed the menu back to the waiter and said, "This is it, 2 servings." I naturally saw it clearly, so I brought the menu over again and looked at it. The price was indeed not cheap, but it's not so bad that I only ordered 2 of the most basic set meals, right? So I added 3 more, and that's when I stopped. After the waiter left, Shui Xiaoqian looked at me strangely and asked, "You really don't mind the money? If you order that much, it might cost you several $100s at once." How heartbreaking. Ha! Don't worry about the money, you girl. I told you, I really just went to the restroom. Do you really think I came over here with you just to go to the restroom and then turn around and eat at another place? Shui Xiaoqian really is nodding. How normal. General income, why to come to this restaurant to eat it? And there is no really special delicious. Western food is much the same. Don't worry. Manage to eat is manage to eat. Can't you easily ask me out once I still let you eat badly, right? I smiled. Okay, don't worry about money, although I am a courier, but I earn quite a lot. A few times a month to come to this kind of place to eat a meal is still no problem. Could it be that you have a side business too? Shui Xiaoqian asked curiously. I shook my head. No, it's just that I don't have much socializing. My expenses are usually small, and I earn and spend my own money, which is perfectly adequate, and I can still save some of it. Then this is good. No need to get drunk all day. Shui Xiaoqian nodded with great satisfaction, revealing a cute smile. It wasn't long before the meal was served, and I looked at the knife and fork on the side, picked them up and tried them out, and turned my head to the waiter and asked, "Got any chopsticks?" Shui Xiaoqian puffed and laughed, while the waiter was kind enough to fetch me a pair of chopsticks. Yes, thanks. I took the chopsticks, which felt much more comforting. Although this knife and fork is convenient to cut open the steak and so on, but it still feels not as painful as chopsticks, which can't be helped. Since I grew up using chopsticks, I feel that I've become a lot dumber with a knife and fork, and I'm not going to force myself for the sake of the so-called face and occasions. Shui Xiaoqian saw how painfully I ate with chopsticks and looked at the knife and fork in her hand, so she turned around and waved her hand. Waiter, a pair of chopsticks. 3 black lines appeared on my forehead right away, so loud that a lot of people around me immediately looked over, much more vocal than me. Shui Xiaoqian didn't care after noticing the gazes around her. She just smiled and said, "It's true that you're still a bit smarter. Chopsticks are much better than this metalwork. Chinese people, or chopsticks are good to use. Make what knife and fork? Awkward." I shrugged my shoulders. To be honest, the taste of Western food here in my opinion is really not good. Maybe I'm not used to eating it. I feel that this and I used to order Western food takeout is not very different. The opposite side of the Shui Xiaoqian is very happy to eat, while eating also said delicious, or can, at least she absolutely delicious on the line. A meal let me understand her a little more. Such a girl is really cute, and understanding, and is a nurse. Surely will take care of people. If there is a chance to be together in the future, really is a beautiful thing. After the meal, Shui Xiaoqian also knew that I still needed to work in the afternoon, and now that it was getting late, she also had to go back to catch up on her sleep, so she was ready to leave. "I'll get the car and take you back. The bus isn't much faster than me," I spoke up. Shui Xiaoqian froze, then nodded with a smile. "Yeah, I haven't ridden in an express battery car yet. It's a good thing you don't mind it being slow in the wind and sun." So I brought Shui Xiaoqian to the place where I parked my car. I took out the key to turn on this battery car and casually patted the seat next to me. Come on, the seats on these electric bikes are so wide and big that I usually have some packages or something in them. It's no problem at all to seat 2 people, and the back is a box for packages, so there's no way a person could sit in it. Shui Xiaoqian sat up generously. I smiled and said, "Drive," then slowly twisted the handlebars. The battery car slowly drove up. "It's not bad. It's parked. Is that what you drive to loosen up every day?" Shui Xiaoqian curiously surveyed the car. I responded, "That's right. It's basically the same thing now." "Yeah, I always used to see it when I was collecting deliveries and stuff, but I never sat in it, so I'm lucky to have it today. For Shui Xiaoqian's reaction I had expected, knowing that she would not be disappointed or anything because of these conditions. She is the kind of character that is very easy to get along with. People are also reasonable, at least I still think so. All the way to drive the battery car. Did not use up much time. I will send her all the way back to the neighborhood of her home, watching her leave after I also drive back. This car ran all morning is needed to recharge. Otherwise the afternoon there is really no way to continue. There weren't many packages in the afternoon, so after I finished my work early I said hello to my boss and left early. I met Black Impermanence over at the restaurant earlier, and since he said that the city emperor was looking for me for something, it was a certainty that I would supplement my sleep before I went down there, since I didn't know how much time it would take for this to be completed. When I got home, I started by organizing some of my crossbody bags and putting in whatever I needed to put into them to save me the trouble of not being able to find them when it was time to use them. With everything organized, I talked to Shadow about going down to the Netherworld tonight, took out my cell phone and timed it for 11 p.m., and then took a shower and went straight to bed. Late at night at 11 o'clock, the cell phone ringing, I woke up in a daze, took the phone to look at the time, passed really fast, that is, a closed eyes of the effort to the point of time. Seems to be someone to continue to sleep on the impulse, but there is something in the body, had to get up and go to do it now. With some difficulty, I got up, did a quick wash to refresh myself, then ate something, and with my satchel on my back, I headed out the door as well. Shadow's voice came through. Brother Bufan, are we going back? Well, the city emperor is looking for me for something, and since I'm working as an errand boy down there, it's only natural that I should go back, I said. Then along the way Shadower will protect brother. Shadow's figure emerged with a smiling look, but when brother comes back again he has to bring Shadow. Shadow still likes to live on Earth. Dumbfounded, I smoothed her long hair and said, that's a must, don't worry. Haha. Shadow got a satisfactory answer and instantly dove into my arm. This state of hers is completely the state of a child. Before she became my ghost messenger after I said that in the future she will stay by my side. In the future where I am where she is. No longer used to go back to the Netherworld to live. It seems that she is to forget. Out of the neighborhood. Waited for a while. It waited for the cab over. Got into the car directly let the master to the Ring Road Park to drive to the past. The Loop Park at night is still so quiet. The 2 times I came over before I came with Lao Wang, but this time Lao Wang didn't come with me. Because our working environment down there has just about changed. I took over his original work unit and he went to a higher level work unit. Well, that's just how it is. Before 12 o'clock, I had arrived at the place where I could open the door to the Netherworld. Then I looked around and called Shadow out as well. Sort of to build up my courage, and then put her away when I went down there later. Now this side can be said to be out of reach of the dark. There is no moon in the sky whatsoever. When I came in I still used the strong small flashlight that was given to me when I bought the bag to shine in, and the surrounding is quiet to scary. But I don't need to be afraid of ghosts right now. There is still a stern ghost floating around me, but instincts make me a little fearful in my heart, and it feels as if this situation seems to be a little bit more terrifying than the Netherworld right now. Near 12 o'clock, a cloudy wind picked up around me, and I figured it would be Sang Chai Ryong who was about to show up. Brother, a ghost is coming. Shadow turned to look to the side, and I also looked along. Only the distance I could see out was limited, and I could only feel that there was Yin Chi coming from over there. Sangai Liang Lao? I inquired in ghost language. Shen Kailiang asked with some surprise over there. Hey, little Li, I said how come there's a stern ghost standing beside you? Is it yours or a wild one? I was so sweaty that I immediately waved to his side. Come over here. Your own ghost. Out of the way. It was only then that Sengai Liang slowly walked over, looking at Shade with some alarm, and Shade surveyed him curiously. This, you're Ghostbusters. Ha? Sengai Liang asked. I smiled and nodded, casually taking a gold leaf and handing it over. It's not easy for old brother to come over for duty every day. A little token, please accept it. Hey, thanks a lot. Sheng Kailiang was also not polite, collected the gold leaf and said, this is the only place that can be opened at 12 p.m. It's a relatively low-level netherworld gate. In fact, there are also places where you can go down at any time. It's just that this is the only one over here. I said, well, one will do. It's good to get down there. It's not very far. That's true. Sengai Liang nodded, his gaze falling back on Shadow. I introduced, come let me explain to you. This is Shadow, my house ghost. Shadow child, this is Shang Kailiang, the guardian of the entrance to the netherworld here, and a ghost messenger, with a brother town. Shadow nodded nicely. Hello, ha, you are also good, a little sister. Shang Kailiang dryly laughed a few times and gave me a thumbs up. Little Li's personal charisma is really better than that old Wang guy. This only went down a few times to have such a powerful ghost as a Shadow. Congratulations ah, no way. I'm kidding, it's just that Shade and I have a connection. I glanced at Shade. Shadow instantly nodded happily. Yes, Brother Bufan and I have a destiny. Oh, I met the very special Brother Bufan in the wilderness. He is very good. Although he is a human being, but he is very good to Shadow. This, as long as you feel comfortable. That's right. Shang Kailiang didn't know what to say. He could only pick the good things to say. After all, he was a severe ghost. He was just a little kid who was slightly more powerful than ordinary ghosts. He couldn't afford to offend this kind of severe ghosts. After chatting with Shang Kailiang for quite a while, Shang Kailiang excused himself and left, explaining that I must be punctual and not delay for more than 3 minutes, or else this place would only be opened until the next time. Time soon came to 12 o'clock. I took Shadow back into the middle of my arm, casually rubbed my hand and took out the yin-yang postman token, and chanted, "The yin postman lends a hand, and the yin-yang road opens." With a snap, I slapped the sign on the ground so hard that a black halo gradually spread across the floor. Putting the sign away, I watched as the entrance opened wide enough for me to take a step into it. A momentary feeling of some vertigo soon materialized under my feet, and when I opened my eyes again I was in the netherworld, still in the same position. I still need to walk a long way, thinking that if this sign can be used anywhere that would be awesome, and I don't have to run so far every time. But of course, it's just a thought. As a little letter carrier I still have a self-awareness. After getting down to the netherworld, Shade floated straight out, cheerfully circled around me, feeling the familiar scent of the netherworld, and excitedly said, "The netherworld is really suitable for us ghosts to live in. It's just that I feel that being with my brother is more beneficial to me." "Ha, you little girl, let's go to Yodi Town," I said with a smile. Then after recognizing the direction, I walked in the direction of Yodi Town. Shadow asked questions along the way. Of course, she asked about things on Earth, the netherworld now except for the special environment here to make her feel comfortable. Other than that she was not interested in the slightest in general. With Shadow at his side to accompany the rush, this journey was not lonely, and without realizing it, he could see the dark forest from afar. Suddenly I was on my feet and slapped my forehead. Oops, forgot something. Shadow looked at me suspiciously. Brother forgot something? That's right, it's that green-clothed female ghost called Lu Dai Ling who asked me to deliver the letter. And the letter is still sitting here. Forgot about it. I helplessly took the letter out and took a look. How could I forget what the client had told me? What a stupidity. Shadow blinked. So are we going back now? Come all the way, meet and then say, do not meet naturally the best, and so on. After going up the first time to send this letter, I will put the letter away. Look up to the distant black woods, looking forward to not meet Lu Dai Ling it, otherwise I still do not know if it is good to talk. Chapter 33, The Miserable Big Man. The last time I came over to go out also reminded himself to go to send this letter to come. I did not think that all of a sudden to forget in the back of the head. There is no way. Can only go out and then hurry to send it to the past. Came to the front of the black forest. I used the ghost language to shout loudly towards the inside. Suddenly saw that dog ghost beast is running around inside. Last time when I came over I didn't see it. This time I bumped into it. Soon, a ghost's voice came from inside the dark woods. Raw faces. Ha, I'm Li Bufan, the new yin and yang letter carrier of Yodi Town. Lend me a hand, I said politely. Oh, I remember. That kid that Wang Ryu guy brought along when he passed by a while ago, right? Alright, give a toll to pass through as soon as possible. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that not a single ghost really resided inside this forest. Walking forward and taking out a gold leaf and placing it on top of the stump, I took Shadow and walked quickly towards it, and the ghostly beast disappeared into the middle of the woods. This time he didn't meet Lu Dai Ling, and this matter didn't need to be mentioned again, which made a slight sigh of relief. When he went back, he would definitely take the first time to finish the things she entrusted to him. As a result, I hadn't gone far when that voice from before came back. Li Bufan kid, right? I took a step and looked around to see any ghosts, so I responded, yes. I wonder what's up. This little wench beside you hasn't paid her toll yet, has she? Shadow was instantly unhappy, floating up high and looking around, then staring at a spot on the right, revealing a mouth full of shark teeth. Don't bully me just because I'm small. It's already good enough for Brother Bufan to give you a toll, but you still want a toll from me? Oh, not a bad temper. A cloudy wind blew around them, and the ghostly beasts that had disappeared earlier began to run around again. I hastily yanked Shade down with one hand and whispered, I think it's better to give it. Seek peace, and do business first. Brother, this ghost is too hateful. Shadow Child was very angry and looked in that direction. Let go of me. I'm going to eat him. At that moment, the surrounding gloomy wind was great. Go, you can, but this little girl has spoken out of turn. I see that she is young. Just give 2 more gold leaves and I will let you pass. Otherwise, he. A ghastly laugh came from all around. I frowned, but still politely said, "This friend, I'm just passing through, heading to Yodi town on business. Please make it easy for us, and we won't cause you any trouble. Just passing through. This road is opened by me. This tree is originally there, but this is our territory. If you want to go over, you have to meet our requirements. Otherwise, then go over with your personal skills. Brother, wait for me." Shadow's gaze was attracted by the ghost beast running around, and with a sharp jerk of her hand, she instantly transformed into a ray of red light and shot over to the side of the soul beast that was happily running around, followed by a miserable barking sound. "How dare you!" All of a sudden the ghostly voice from before over there became shrill and terrifying. I twisted my head to look, and was stunned. The shadow child even ate the ghost beast. If the ghost beast, she died holding on to the ghost beast. Bite by bite, the ghost beast's soul body also flew to become transparent. Shadow didn't completely eat its soul, or give it a ray of life, turned around and scurried out in the direction where that voice had come from, at a speed a few points more than before. Whoosh! There was a mournful ghostly whine over there. "Daring, let go of me, you madman." I was startled and hurried in the direction the sound came from, 100 meters away. I watched in disbelief as Shadow was sticking to the back of a tall ghostly figure in death, clicking and devouring the ghost's soul body, while Shadow's eyes began to become blood red, and the speed of devouring the soul body was getting faster and faster. "Get off of me! Let go of me!" That tall ghost to take the Shadow is no way at all. No matter how he went to whack behind the Shadow is grabbing not to let go, a bite after a bite to gnaw down, but also issued a burst of strange laughter sound. Listen to me as a burst of scalp numbness. So tough? I looked at the state of the Shadow seems to be a little wrong, but this time that tall ghost has been eaten by 7 or 8. The Shadow is also whooshing a scurry back to my side, so froze looking at me for a while, her bloodshot eyes which gradually faded away. I'm getting the creeps from her stares, but she's my house ghost, and with the contract in place, she shouldn't be able to hurt me, because the consequences of that would be serious. Serious, and I asked with concern, "Shadow, are you okay?" Shadow's face looked a bit tired as she spoke. "I've eaten a bit too much. I so want to rest." As she spoke, Shadow Child turned into a red light and disappeared inside my arm. I froze. Too much food? To rest? I was a bit helpless, but now in a place like this, there was still a huge ghost left over there that had turned transparent, and it looked like it was already weak, so I walked over to him. The ghost looked at me in horror. You're actually carrying a soul-eater. Soul-eating ghost? I was a little confused. What's that? I guess the ghost in Shadow's current form is a soul-devouring ghost. It should be. Otherwise she should be just like other ghosts. She can't just raw swallow a soul body. Stay back. Don't come over. Come over again I can. This ghost was a bit speechless and flew backward. I beckoned. Hey, don't go. I didn't mean to make a move. It's her. She wouldn't have messed with you before if you hadn't provoked her. Really? Look at you. What's become of you? TSK. The ghost froze, and then looked at me with tears in his eyes. You damn. Woo. A sentence did not finish. The ghost even cried. So I was confused. On the spot petrified. Hey not. I said you're such a big ghost. Crying what? Whoops. Try it in your place? Oh, my this body cultivation you think come easy? Oh, just like this by that soul-devouring ghost swallowed 9 out of 10. You let me later how to live whoa, this. I scratched my head, some embarrassed to look at this ghost. Oops, not I say you, before I also give you the toll. After all, I am a yin and yang letter carrier. Living people, to give you the toll as also the old king explained. The last time I brought her over when I met his Lu Dai Ling beauty, she did not charge her money. Look at you. You have to ask for her money, but also double. Do you think she can not be angry? You. If you had said that, the stupid ghost asked her for the toll. You. Oh. The ghost simply sat down on the ground at once and cried. At this time, the ghostly beast that had been eaten by Shadow's vagueness earlier ran pitifully to the side of this big ghost, crawling very aggressively by his side, seeming to be a bit fearful of me, and even moved to the back, wooing in protest. Looking at this poor big ghost and ghost beast, I am also a little helpless. They are a little hateful, yes, just does not seem to have reached the time to decide life and death, but this is not to blame Shadow, who let them this power to bully others. Now cannot beat Shadow ate a big loss, is also to blame, but it looked quite pitiful, so I threw out another gold leaf and said, come on, what's the point of crying when you're such a big ghost? I'll make up a gold leaf for you. I still have things to do and I have to leave quickly. After saying that I ran towards the opposite side of the hill. I don't want to stay in this kind of place for a long time. In case the other ghosts here come over and see their companions like this, they will not look for me to fight for their lives. It's better to leave before it's too late. That ghost also does not chase. Just look at the ground of the gold leaves howling non-stop. Let me as a burst of speechless. Good thing that the next black forest inside did not meet another ghost, or else the trouble can be really some big. Now the shadow because devouring the ghost's soul seems to go back to rest. The following road have to walk alone. Now I have not learned any means. This also blame myself. Before also thought to ask the old king there is no spells that he can learn and so on. When he is alone also good for self-defense use. Hey, this memory is not enough these days. I grimaced helplessly and ran toward the hill. After crossing the hill, this side was basically much safer. But I didn't get far. I was alerted as a ghostly figure ran towards me in the distance. When he ran closer, I was so relieved that it was this flashwalk guy. Hai Shem Shing smiled and waved his hand from a long distance away. Brother Bufan, we meet again. What's up? Going to the town for business? I greeted them with a smile and reached out with 100 plutonium and sent it over. Yes, coincidentally, I met them here. Flashline also do not care about the money less. Reach out to take also stuffed in the pocket. Ha, brother do not need to be so polite. I also just came out from the town of Habdi. Go to find a person to go. Said. He looked around. You a person ah? I nodded. That's right. What about the night ghost? Flashwalk inquired curiously. What? Want to see her? No. Flashline head shook like a rattledrum. That guy is too scary. Or not to see for good. Hey, not right ah. I remember the last time she went with you. Where did she go in the end? Back to the town inside to go? I laughed but didn't say anything, and forked the conversation. Still hanging out with me? I just saw a demonic beast running after it. I'll be over in a minute. As soon as Flashline heard this, he immediately moved his feet towards one side. Ha. Line. Then some other day my brother will take you to have fun ha. You hurry up and go to the town. I'm in a hurry over there as well. Bye. After saying that, he ran away with a few dodges. See the flashline before is tossed by the shadow of the light. The moment he heard that the shadow of the immediate over scared him is scattered to run. This speed, and did not deserve his name, Flashline. Interesting guy. I laughed and turned around to continue walking nonchalantly in the direction of Aradai town. The next way is much smoother. Basically met are all the town inside the patrol ghost soldiers. There are some also and I photographed aside. So meet directly send 100 medals to close the relationship. After all, the old king before there is an explanation. These ghost soldiers or to make a good relationship, may be able to use it at any time. Although I do not know what these ghost soldiers under the city emperor of the use of me. But the relationship is still to go. I was relieved to have arrived at the town of Aradai without any problems. And then I carted my way towards the city palace. Just less than halfway there, a voice came from behind. Hey, Li Bufan? Fat Choi at first sight. Fat Choi at first sight nah. When I turned around, white impermanence with a big high hat floated up to me, and I immediately smiled back. Oh, big brother white impermanence. Ah, hello. Well, at the first sight of Fat Choi, are you going to the city palace? I happened to be on my way. White impermanence floated to my side and walked forward with me. I wasn't subtle either. I directly took out 2 gold leaves and sent them up. I didn't have anything yet that time before. Don't mind if you do. After all, I'm a newcomer. So please help me out more in the future. How can this be good? White impermanence politely gave a cry. But this hand movement is not slow. Hand a stretch of 2 gold leaves will not know how he got his hands, and then put away. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. There might be quite a few things I'll have to ask big brother white impermanence for advice in the future. Li Bufan you're too polite. We're all colleagues. There's no need to be like this. There's something just ask. I'll try to help you. White impermanence's smile was still there, but I looked at it like a professional smile. Not quite the same as the serious expression that Black Impermanence had. I asked, why haven't I seen your companion? Big brother Black Impermanence? He has a job. Went up to catch ghosts. You came here this time because the city emperor asked you to come, right? White Impermanence asked. I nodded. I met Black Impermanence in the young world earlier, and he gave me a message. This is right. Generally the city emperor master has urgent matters then will send messenger ghosts to find you. The speed is very fast. Before the small black met you just coincidentally, in passing to you, otherwise in a few days to find you as the messenger ghosts. That will be more hasty some. You received the notice on the same day you have to try to rush over. White Impermanence said. I nodded slightly. I just don't know what I'm expected to do this time. I'm not sure about that, but one thing I can say for sure is that it's a long way away. Of course, I'm referring to the Netherworld. You'll get to the young world with your stuff, and it's a quick plane ride or something. It seems that the old king was right before. That is, to send something across the region in the young world to another town. Soon we arrived at the city god's mansion. White Impermanence didn't go in, and left towards the other side after greeting me. I looked up at the city god's mansion, and then came to the door, and chatted with the ghost soldiers guarding the door. The previous 2 times when I came over did not have the opportunity to get close to these 2 ghost soldiers. This time we cannot miss the opportunity. Just around there is no other ghosts in, so I stuffed a few hundred medieval coins over to get acquainted with the familiar. The 2 ghost soldiers were naturally happy to have the money to take, and immediately greeted him warmly. Is Postman Lee here to find the city emperor? Yeah, just came by and heard he had something for me, so I rushed over. I said, the city emperor has just gone out. Turn around, head that way, 1 street to the end. He's in a restaurant over there. You'll be able to see him when you get there. Another ghost soldier pointed to the side and said. I craned my head towards that side and instantly thanked the 2 of you for pointing me in the right direction, then turned around and headed that way. If I hadn't just gotten close, I guess it would have been another good search for me. Chapter 34, The Little One on the Shoulder. The city emperor to go to this restaurant is indeed not difficult to find. Enter the door to find the shopkeeper asked to learn that the city emperor is upstairs in a single room dining. This city emperor is also quite good to enjoy it. Eat a meal but also a single room. But people noble city god. Even if the town is small, that is also considered to a brother town above the existence of 10,000 ghosts. The city emperor doesn't like to be undisturbed when he dines. So why don't you see? Wait, this ghost junior said. My first time over here. A lot of ghosts are also the first time to see me as a trusted mailman. Are curious to look at me. After all, I'm a living person in the netherworld that belongs to the existence of the alien. He wants something from me. Take me up, I said. The store assistant opened his mouth, but still brought me to the side of the private room on the 2nd floor, glanced inside, turned his head to me and said with a smile, then I won't go in. You can see for yourself. After saying that, he turned around and went downstairs, seemingly fearful of the city emperor. Looking at the shopkeeper who left quickly, I skimmed my lips. Is the city emperor that scary? He actually gave me a pretty good impression. I knocked on the door and spoke. I'm Li Bufan. Oh, Bufan come in. The voice of Imperial Master Feng Yudi of Udesian City came out from inside. I instantly pushed the door open and stepped inside. The inside of this private room is still exquisite. There is wine and food on the table. Feng Yudi invited me to sit down and asked, Old Black brought you a message, right? I nodded and took a seat to the side. I just wonder what Feng has asked me to do here. Don't worry, it's just a normal errand. Feng Yudi touched out a scroll and placed it in front of me, saying, you send this to the city god's mansion in Thousand Regrets City. Well, just hand it over to the civil official Feng Koen when you arrive. Remember, it must be handed over to Feng Koen. Don't give it to the wrong person. With that, he pointed to the scroll and signaled me to put it away first, after which I carefully included it in my satchel and asked, Thousand Regrets City? Well, it's considered one of the larger towns, and all of us smaller towns have to report our work to the higher towns every once in a while, Feng Yudi explained. Then he took out a small scroll out and placed it on the table. This is the Yin and Yang docking map. There is a specific location on it as well as an introduction to the entrance to the netherworld. Our town of Ud is too far away from Thousand Repentance City, or else I'd look for Old Black and Old White to send it over. Like this more distant is also your Yin and Yang letter carrier back to the Yang world to run conveniently and quickly. If it is in the netherworld, just counting the foot travel would also have to have a week or 2 of time. Is in the netherworld, just counting the footsteps also have to have a week or 2 of time. Also need to be like Flashline so good at running the road of the ghost to do. That's right. Flash walking he does run fast, but it takes a guy like him that long. It seems like it's really us Yin and Yang mailman to deliver it. I nodded my head and took the map over and opened it to check it out. This map is very detailed. There are 2 kinds of maps for the Yang and Yin worlds, respectively. There are coordinate points corresponding to each other, but it is not difficult to see that this Yin world boundary is much bigger than the Yang world. After a brief look, I put the map away. Okay, I see then. I wonder if there's anything else. You're quite truthful, but the payment that should be given to you still has to be given. This can't be less. Feng Yudi took out a stack of medieval coins and placed it in front of me. This is your funding for this trip. Use as much as you can. The rest is yours. I picked it up and looked at it. It was about 20,000 plutonium, but since it was funding I took it without ceremony. Before the old king and I said, the city emperor is very rich. Don't try to use the gold leaf in him to draw any relationship, because it's useless. Just need to do a good job. There will be earned, and also will be recognized by the city emperor. This trip over is such a thing. And then I and Feng Yudi chat for a while, because the table leeks are the things of the netherworld. I'm still a living person. These things naturally cannot be eaten. Feng Yudi said with a smile back to me to organize some of the good wine and good food of the sun. Of course, this task is still to be dedicated to the line. After saying my goodbyes, I exited the restaurant and checked the 2 scrolls placed inside my satchel, and after realizing that there was nothing wrong with them, I walked directly towards the side of the sunny road. The ghost soldiers guarding this side of the Yang World Road seemed to be the same as the last time. but the favor fee that should be given is still there, and they naturally all warmly welcomed me into this young world road. This trip really did not waste a long time, just a little problem in the Black Forest, but by the shadow of a big hand to solve it. I do not know whether there is any after effects. The next time to go over there will not meet the problem, but this is also the next time the problem. Now the problem is, in the middle of the night I appeared in the highway side of that tree. This time this road will not have a bus, so I can only rely on a special car or taxi to go home, so I had to bank on a special bus or cab to get home. Looking at the time, it wasn't even 3 in the morning. I raised my arm and looked at it, calling out Shadow's name a few times. Nothing anyway, but could clearly feel her breath inside my arm, which meant she was still alive, but was just a little worried about whether something would happen to her after she had eaten most of the souls of that big ghost and demonic beast. Hopefully it was okay. Taking out his cell phone, he called for a cab as he walked towards the bus stop over there. Transfers are not available at this point, but cabs are still in operation. When I came to the bus stop and sat down, it was all dark in the distance, with only the street lights and a handful of house lights on. It seemed a little silent, depressing, and a little cool. I feel like I'm no different than a ghost right now, sitting here in the middle of the night at a deserted bus stop waiting for a bus, and drunk. About 10 minutes passed before a cab finally came from the distance and slowly pulled up beside me. The driver lowered half the glass to me and asked, "You called a cab?" "Ha, it's me." I walked up and pulled on the car door, and was surprised it hadn't opened yet, which made me freeze. The driver looked me up and down for a moment before he smiled a little embarrassed and unlocked the door before I got in. "I'm sorry, in the early hours of the morning in this kind of place solicitors have to be careful. Easy to accident. I have suffered before." The driver apologized. Then the car turned around and slowly drove. I waved my hand. Understandable. Safety first after all. Hooray for understanding. The driver laughed. This night shift cab is really not we good to drive, even if the city is not a lot of people, but the chances of calling a car is not smaller than during the day, because there are a lot of people in a hurry to take a car at night. During the day there are many people but also many cabs, and a variety of taxi software. Cab business is not doing well naturally. "Where are we going?" the driver asked. I said the name of the neighborhood, and then the driver answered, but the mouth wasn't idle, so he chatted casually with me. Most of the drivers are very good at making conversation and chatting. Of course, there are also silent and focused on driving. The one in front of me belongs to the former, more chatty type, all the way from east to west, know a little bit of everything, and can talk about 1 or 2 sentences of everything. Back home I was falling asleep. After all, early tomorrow morning still need to go to work, but at the moment took the task of the city emperor master. Leave is also inevitable. Of course, this also have to ask the experienced old Wang. To see this trip over the past need to prepare for what do not need. Early the next morning, I first contacted Lao Wang. Lao Wang got up early. The phone did not take to pick up. I asked some of what I need to know. Lao Wang also carefully answer. Finally, Lao Wang said, "Thousand Regrets City is below Z City. I've been there quite a few times before. You can directly book a ticket. There is a trip at 12:30 p.m. Just do what I say when you get there. As for that phone Koan, if he's not in the city god's mansion, you go directly to the Autumn Moon building to find him. He'll be there." "That's fine. I understand. Thank you Lao Wang. I'll buy you dinner later." I thanked. Then I won't be polite. Change tomorrow's free I shout you. You'd better go to work. Remember to book the air ticket first. Early leave early departure. From the middle of the city back remember to bring the same day souvenirs. A good while no go. Read it. Don't worry. I'll hang up now then. I put down the phone, thinking about what old Wang said to me, felt a little uneasy, or took out my cell phone to record, and then went out to eat breakfast towards the company. When I arrived at the office, I first found my boss and took most of the day off, then rushed to organize the courier packages I needed to deliver today, then set up my battery-operated car to speed and run wildly. A breath of running for more than 2 hours, a tug of parcels delivered not a single piece left, successfully completed the task, and the ticket is also in the middle of waiting for someone to pick up the booking, although I am the first time to book a ticket, but the process is still very enjoyable. Foolproof booking, just need to bring your ID card with you when you go. I didn't have time to have a meal out for lunch either, so I got off work early and headed all the way to the South Suburban airports. The first time to take an airplane, but also the first time to come to the airport. Although this place in the southern suburbs, but this side is still very lively. From time to time you can see a plane landing and taking off, and hear the roar of the engine of the plane. Entering the airport, I approached the staff for advice, and then I took my ID to the ticket counter to get my plane ticket, and immediately proceeded to board the plane through the security lane. When I got on the plane, the place was more cramped than I expected. After all, this thing was flying in the sky, and it was natural that there wouldn't be any space that wasn't necessary in order to make this big tin fly a little more stable and faster. looking at the number on the ticket to find a seat. Just good is next to the window. You can look through the round glass window to the outside. A moment on the sky must take a good look at the airplane to see the earth is a what kind of feeling. Sitting down in my seat and adjusting a comfortable position, I then rubbed my right arm and looked around. People were still boarding one after another. There wasn't anyone by me yet, so I called out to Shade in a low voice, but I still couldn't get a reply from Shade. But there was obviously a cool air flowing inside my arm for a bit, so it seemed to be Shade's reply, I guess. Knowing that Shadow is still alive and well, I'm slightly relieved. I just hope that she'll return to normal sooner, which will also give me one more guarantee for my trip to Thousand Regret City. With the time a little closer to the time of the flight, my side finally also someone sat down, is a look at some fat middle-aged lady. Temperament is very good, although it looks a little fat, but the appearance is still very beautiful. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, hand also carried a seemingly perhaps probably maybe a donkey brand bag. I don't quite understand these bags, but a few of the more extravagant or a slight impression of the person who looked at it to know that it may be a rich person. It's just that I can't figure it out. Are rich people so environmentally friendly to buy economy class now? Could it be that the donkey brand bag in this person's hand is fake? Of course this does not concern me. The most attractive place for me is that on her left shoulder is actually squatting a vaguely translucent little guy? Well, a brat, I should say. This ghost was very small and had an ugly face. It just looked very weak, and Shadow estimated that it could go up in smoke with a single breath of air. The middle-aged lady sensed my gaze and twisted her head to look at me with some confusion. Then with a nod to me she took out a delicate impurity from her bag and read it. I realized the direct rude action, hurriedly retracted the line of sight. Embarrassed smile. The middle-aged lady just a slight smile. Said it was okay, but did not say anything. Just that the thing squatting on her shoulder really let me move my eyes. The little ghost was so quiet, just gripping the woman's shoulders and moving, that if it hadn't moved a little sometimes, I'd have been because it was a ghost statue. Excuse me sir, what are you looking at? The middle-aged lady looked at me with some incomprehension and disgust, probably because she had been seen by me for a little too long, and felt that I should look unsuspicious. Oh, nothing, sorry. I hurriedly waved my hand and turned my head to look out the window. Sitting on the side of this woman I can feel if there is a fainting she is a ghost. Absolutely right. Yin and Yang letter carrier can see ghosts. This is more than any young people with the so-called means to see the real. Just this woman's shoulders why there will be a ghost? This makes me somewhat puzzled. The announcement on the plane went off, reminding to fasten your seatbelt and all that, and then the plane slowly began to accelerate down the runway, and then shot up into the sky, and I looked out the window curiously, taking it all in. After all, it was the first time I'd ever been on an airplane, and it felt pretty amazing. When the plane gradually fly higher and higher, my heart cannot help but gradually raised a little bit. I have to say that I have a little uneasy about this thing. After all, too high. The risk factor is still there. It seems that the next time you can take the high-speed rail absolutely do not sit on this thing. And now high-speed rail speed can be a little bit no more than the plane how much slower. Soon the plane became smooth and the stewardesses came out from the front of the line to distribute airplane meals. The airplane meal is very simple, just some bread and snacks, probably because the flight time is not very long, just 1 or 2 hours. I just opened the airplane meal to eat a bite. Feel barely, after all, just airplane meals, cannot have high expectations. Also at this time, suddenly feel around that if not the Een she aggravated some, which makes me cannot help but turn my head to look at the side of the middle-aged lady's shoulders. Chapter 35, Deserted Streets. Just turned his head. He saw that the little kid who was squatting on that lady's shoulder before even stood up. A pair of eyes were dribbling around, and at the same time the surrounding Een she also began to gradually spread in all directions. I looked at this scene with surprise, wondering what the hell this little ghost was doing. But it was also at this time that the little ghost slowly twisted its head to look at me, and its face, which was already ugly to a certain extent, revealed a smile that made people retch and feel horrible. And then I felt that all those Een chi around me all of a sudden surged over towards my side. I lifted my eyebrows and laughed coldly. Brother is a Yin and Yang Ghostbusters. Not only can I see ghosts, Een chi and whatnot is useless to brother. The Een chi around me was getting heavier, but it was particularly concentrated, which made me curious. So I stared at the little ghost to see what it was up to. It's just that the ghost thing isn't something that the average person sees. And this lady that the little ghost was with turned her head back to me with a disgusted look on her face, and said to me in a small and serious voice, "If you keep this up, I think I might sue you for harassment. And you're descending to measure this flight or even get a few days of detention because of it." Oh, that's right. Well then, don't look. I shrugged, unconcerned, and turned my head to look out the window, a ghostly phrase drifting out of my mouth. "Shadow, go, shoot that thing," Shadow said with a smile. That little doll is even smaller than Shadow. It's just that it's vicious in nature, and its breath is very similar to this woman's, so it should be the little ghost she raised. right? I froze for a moment. You know all this? Shadow floated out from inside my arm, huddling beside me but not releasing any chi. Explaining, Shadow has lived in Yodi town for a long time, and has seen things like this before. Only that time it was a big ghost with a little ghost standing on its shoulder. And when I just went to Yodi town they told me that it was a little ghost that was kept in someone else's life, and that the little ghost followed along with them after their death. Down. But Shadow doesn't know why people do that. It turns out that there is such an existence inside the town of Yodi, only that I went a little too few times, and did not have the opportunity to see, but at the moment it is in the young world to see. In the past, I had only heard that some people kept little ghosts and carried them out in a very evil way, in an attempt to bring in fortune and other dreamy things, but I had only heard about it. After all, these things were usually only done by some famous families and nobles, and naturally, ordinary people couldn't come into contact with them. In earthly terms, there are a lot of little ghosts that are kept for specific things, such as promotion, removing illnesses and disasters, or whatever, but of course I've never seen one. I laughed and said to Shadow, right now this little ghost seems to be making some kind of move on me, so why don't you exterminate it, so that woman doesn't keep saying that I'm looking at her, and am I the one who's interested in this kind of older woman? Che, really? Shadow giggled a little. I turned my head and skimmed the brat that was standing up before. This time Shadow's appearance seemed to have frightened it and it had shrunk into a ball. Shadow Child directly floated over, small hand raised, towards the little ghost head a slap. That little ghost even resistance wailed without the opportunity. Immediately turned into a thin black gas dissipated away. Okay brother, it's okay, Shadow's going back. There are too many people here. I'm afraid of hurting others. Shadow smiled sweetly, turned around and didn't enter into my arm. I am very satisfied to look at the arm. It seems that the shadow of the words I said is still very concerned. Before I said, crowded places as long as there is not a special thing, then do not casually come out. After all, it is a severe ghost. Contact with the average person. But the average persons cannot really resist that kind of terrible chi on her body, and now she all do as she is told, is very well behaved and obedient. With the little ghost on the woman's shoulder being finished off by Shadow slap, the woman shuddered, and I directly averted my eyes, saving her from continuing to say that I was harassing such a middle-aged woman like her. And while she was indeed good-looking, I really wasn't good at it. The airplane is smooth all the way. I also looked through the glass window all the way, from this high altitude towards the bottom, either white clouds, or miniature Earth, something else, but next time I will certainly not continue to take the plane. If I can, I choose high-speed rail. After all, that thing is running on land. My heart can also be placed inside the stomach. With the plane 10 minutes away from landing, the lady next to me suddenly raised her hand and pressed the help button. I looked at her with some curiosity, and with just one glance I realized something was wrong. Before she was rosy-cheeked and extraordinary, and just in such a short period of time of more than an hour it even seemed like she had a serious illness, and those cosmetics on her face couldn't seem to cover her pale face, and already some of them seemed to be distorted because of the pain. The stewardess did not take long to come over. See this person like this? So hurriedly asked her whether there is any sudden illness, with or without medication and so on. I sat on the edge and watched. The people around me were also watching. The stewardess also began to ask if there is a doctor on the flight, but it turned out that the woman's luck seems to be not good. The flight really did not have one as a doctor, so a few stewardesses will have to let the lady to endure for a while. After all, the plane is about to land. Her changes may be that the death of the brat brought it, but go out with such a malicious brat on others in the side, really is a harm to others and their own behavior. For her current situation I said there is no guilt, summed up in 2 words, deserved. Who let you bump into the letter carrier? If you let black impermanence that iron face of the guy bumped into, may directly hook you down to the netherworld and put in the frying pan twice over it. The plane landed smoothly. My neighbor directly by the ambulance has been guarding this side of the pull away. Around the people are talking a lot, and even a good thing to come over to ask me this neighbor in the end she is so, to which I can only perfunctory 2 sentences, said directly do not understand the doctor, cannot see what is the disease, anyway, as if a little bit of pain look at, maybe it is the ant came what so on and so forth. Got off the plane, came to the airport hall, looked around, is really than my previous city airport? That is, Q City's airport to be a lot bigger. After all, this Z city is also considered a city to catch up with the first line of the city. The airport is inevitable. After all, travelers may have to be a little more. When I got out of the airport, I took out my cell phone and looked at it. It had the places I was going to go on this trip, a suitable hotel to stay at, the location of the entrance into the netherworld, and some memos. Looking over it once, I suddenly realized that I had forgotten to send a letter to Lu Dai Ling again. It's really killing me. Before is forgotten. This time again forgotten. Really should go first to Lu Dai Ling's letter sent out and then come over. It seems that when you go back must be the first time to send a letter, even if it is not sleep, but also to send the letter to the first time. Or I really cannot be afraid of the next time to see Lu Dai Ling when she learned that I so many days did not go to give her a letter after that is what a consequence. I highlighted the memo and added multiple reminders. Then I hailed a car in the neighborhood, and when I got in I said, "Master, go to the east entrance on Route 13 in Old Town." An open entrance to the Netherworld in Z City was over there, and it was a convenient place for the Yin and Yang letter carriers who came from all over the world to enter and exit easily. Of course, the number of Yin and Yang letter carriers was very limited, and one letter carrier entering and exiting from here in a month or so would already be very good. As soon as the driver heard where I was going, he immediately shook his head. "No go." I froze. "Why? Not I say little brother. That place is broken to death, and sparsely populated. That is considered to be the most remote place in the old city. Continue to the front is the former chaotic graveyard, and now that side is still panicked. Others are eager to get away from the farther the better. You're good. To go to the side to do what? Traveling? I advise you not to go. I heard that it was haunted some time ago." The driver waved his hand. I laughed bitterly, pointing to the big sun above my head and said, "Come on, it's daytime. Even if it's haunted, you send me there you would turn around and walk away chant? This is not me to say little brother, or I give you to the street not to go in. You go in to go inside 1,000 or 2 meters to the innermost. Really not far. Into it? Get to. According to you, I have no choice but to say," thinking that this driver is really superstitious enough. "There are no ghosts and you have not seen. It is simply a cloud of people." But it was no wonder that this driver was acting timidly, in exchange for the average person. But anyone who was a little bit normal wouldn't go to those places that were smacked because of some paranormal events. Unless it was those explorers who didn't know how to live or die. Driver along the way is very curious to ask me if it is the same as others. To explore? Seeking excitement, but also said that the place is evil, especially the 13 Road East entrance to continue the Wangdong that piece. Originally all the residents have moved away, leaving only a number of raggedy empty houses, and occasionally scavengers of the rags to stay over there. And once there were several deaths. I have nothing to say about this. After all, I have just heard, cannot be people plowed. We are a Yin and Yang mailman, but can see the existence of ghosts, and also followed by a bullish ghostsit. In the town of Yodi, the general ghosts to see us still have to call a mailman adultsit. All the way around, the driver knew quite a lot, but basically there was no test, just hearsay, said where is where, not a meter to drive forward. The car steadily stopped in the old town of Z City, the intersection of Road 13. The driver looked toward that 13, winced, urging me to give money to get off. I sent him a blank stare and casually scanned the code to pay to get out of the car. I just got out of the car. The cab kicked the gas and ran away like a shadow, which made me laugh and cry. Looked around, still very much in the listen to the desolate. Just entered the old city when the surrounding can also see hit a lot of residents. Many should be to Z City. Working people rent a house to live, but as more and more in death, has been to the 13th this side, basically do not see what people around the walk. Even around the house looks also are empty, when really so horrible. Is not the city management construction planning people did not engage in an investment in the development of what? Really do not understand. Since no one was there, this greatly facilitated my movements. When I looked up at the sky, the sun was still shining and there wasn't any presence around, so I walked down the road toward 13th. This street is like a dead street. Around you can see some of the living garbage that has not been disposed of, or even the garbage that was thrown by people later. The whole street is dirty and messy, and occasionally you can see a few stray cats and dogs running and playing inside the streets and alleys. Sizing up the strange human being that I am, I can't help but sigh in my heart. This is at most a location a little farther away from the outskirts of Z City, but it's so deserted to this extent that if I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be unbelievable. Along the roadside all the way to the past, the more and more feel desolate, as if in a dead city in general. Even the sound of the car cannot be heard. This daytime is also quiet, some people hairy feeling. While walking, I continued to survey the surrounding buildings. Suddenly I saw a supermarket, only the supermarket was already empty. Only the signboard was still hanging. Curiously I walked towards that supermarket. Standing in the doorway of the supermarket and looking inside, I realized that the glass was broken all around me, and a small dog that appeared out of nowhere startled me. Watching the puppy leave, I curiously walked in. I can see that the shelves inside the supermarket are still there. Some of them even have some dusty goods on top of them are not taken away. Just like this square here to waste away. This is cheap for those cats and dogs, but this thing may have expired. I walked over and casually picked up an item, touched it to the side twice, blew the dust off of it, and looked at the date of manufacture, which was 10 years ago, so that meant that the place had been deserted for at least 8 to 9 years. But the cab driver said even more. saying that the place had started to be deserted 12 years ago, and had been deserted since then. Sweeping the rest of the place, there was no half shadow of any ghost to be seen, only the environment felt a bit desolate and uncomfortable. I shook my head slightly and turned to walk out, looking at the sun-splashed but dirty street and continuing all the way east to the east entrance of this 13th. Too many control houses to be sentimental. But my purpose in coming here was not to see the ruined city, but to deliver papers to the civil official Phone Cohen in the Netherworld. The street was about 2,000 meters, not very long, and in 10 minutes or so I had arrived at the end of the street, the so-called East Gate. Standing here looking out, there are scattered houses out there, few but certainly deserted, and continuing on you can see the mountains and a whole large area of overgrown grass. I was no longer in the mood to marvel at how desolate this place really was, and now I was not far from the entrance to the Netherworld, so I checked the place old Wang had told me about again, and then I turned on the compass on my cell phone and set my bearings, and then looked over toward the northeast. At that time, the old king said, 200 meters northeast of the east entrance you can see a house. The entrance to the Netherworld is behind the house on the side of a big crooked neck tree. It is very easy to find. Chapter 36, Autumn Moon House in Thousand Regrets City. Northeast to look over. There is a house. Broken. Especially broken. Without exaggeration. That house is broken, only a skeleton. The walls and roof is not a good place. Simply 8 sides through the wind. I looked at the road leading to the house. I shouldn't say there is a road. It is a piece of tall weeds. If you want to go there, you can only walk there. There is no other way to go there. That house was built in the middle of a large piece of weeds. It may be too early before the place here is not yet deserted when the house has no one to live in it. There's no way to get past the entrance to the Netherworld who's right over there, so I took a step towards it. The ground is not flat, a foot deep and a foot shallow, walking extremely difficult, and occasionally have to step on unknown things, making a clicking and crunching sound. In this environment is quite scary. Did not go far, I will shadow to call out. This place is desolate to such a point. Before and after the left and right cannot see half a shadow of people. Walk up is also strange and cautious. Let the shadow accompanied by the side can let this my heart down. Shadow looked up at the sky when she came out, then hugged me and flopped down on my backpack to get out of the hot sun. It's almost here. Bear with me, I said. It's okay, brother. Shade isn't so afraid of the sun now. She just doesn't like it. Shade returned obediently. I smiled and continued on ahead. Click. As if something was crushed by me. Looked down. White Point did not spit out, but it was a skeleton. Scared and hastily jumped away. Shade flew over to take a look and said with a smile, Brother Bufan, it's just a dog skeleton. Don't be afraid. I shushed my breath. This place is really not suitable for people to come over. People living in Z City respect this place, that's for a reason. It's not just empty talk. More than 200 meters. It didn't take me a few minutes to have arrived at the edge of that broken house. Looking towards the inside, it was empty, and the inside was a mess. There seemed to be some household garbage. It seemed that there had been people here in the past. Here is just broken. No one, other to nothing to find. Not even In Chi. So I went straight around to the back of the house, looking towards the front, and sure enough there is a big crooked neck tree. Can't be considered big, right? But it's not too small either. But before it was completely obscured by this big, broken house, couldn't see it, and it was only after going around and looking for the meeting that I could see it clearly. I quickly made my way to the edge of the crooked tree, which was the entrance to the Underworld. Unlike my city, where the entrance to the Netherworld in my side of the loop park can only be opened at 12 p.m., the entrance to the Netherworld in the location I'm in right now can be opened at any time, which is a lot more convenient than the one on the loop park side. When I came, Lao Wang said to me, to this side directly to the Netherworld entrance to enter the Netherworld. Directly below is the square side of the City of 1,000 Regrets. Convenient. Do not need to deliberately wait until the Netherworld is the most intense 12 o'clock noon or 12 p.m. I turned around and did not feel any appearance of In Chi now, but there was a clearing by the crooked neck tree with no weeds growing on it, so it seemed to be the right place. Looking around, no one appeared nearby, only a wild dog passing by in the distance, so I came to the edge of the open space, squatted down, the shadow child back into the body, hands rubbed together will be the yin and yang token out, an incantation recited, towards the ground a shot. Suddenly a familiar pitch black spread out, which makes a slight sigh of relief. It is the right place. One step into the pitch black light mass. The next moment I have appeared in the edge of a large square with a little bit of scale, and the old king said is exactly the same. This should be the 1,000 Repentant City, is not wrong. As soon as I appeared, a few ghosts that were lingering nearby looked my way, but they only looked and then stopped bothering with me. I guess they often saw a big living person appearing in this location. It was no longer surprising, and it saved me from having to explain anything. I didn't call Shadow out. After all, I'm here for office work, to deliver papers, and this is a strange place. so everything has to be a little more careful. This big brother, may I ask how to get to the city god's mansion? I saw a ghost floating past me, so I directly opened my mouth to inquire. The ghost looked me up and down and laughed. Yin and Yang mailman, right? I nodded, indicating that it was directly the Yin Yang mailman. This ghost was also quite polite, pointing towards a road behind me, then smiled and said, I've seen a lot of Yin and Yang letter carriers, but this is your first time here. Do you need a guide? The city god's mansion is over there, but it's quite far to go around. Wizard? I pondered that the area of the town of Yodi was not small. If not for the old king leading the way, I wanted to find the city god's mansion. I really needed to ask the way several times, so I nodded and casually touched out 100 medieval coins to hand it over. Then I'll be troubling this big brother. This ghost hemmed and hawed and took the money. You're welcome, come with me. I'll take you to the city god's mansion. Feel free to ask whatever you want. If I know, I'll tell you. It seems that money is still in charge. I thought of the old king said before that the ghost called Fongkuan, if not in the city god's house, is the autumn moon house. So I asked, oh yes, I'm looking for ghosts, may be in the autumn moon house. I do not know where is the autumn moon house. Autumn moon house? 3 black lines appeared on my forehead. No, I'm really looking for someone. Come on, don't make so many associations, okay? Not to be in the way. This thing is not unheard of. People and ghosts can be combined. This is no longer a secret. As long as a bit of experienced ghosts are aware of it. You are also a modern person. I heard that the modern people up there are very open. That's okay? I gave a surprised look. This ghost looked back at me and explained, this is no big deal, but ordinary people can't, because they can't accept the Yin Chi, but the Yin and Yang mailmen can, and there are some human beings who work in the netherworld as an errand boy, also can. It said that there is a certain capable person on the netherworld of a ghost princess. Details of the marriage, and the legend is that they also gave birth to a beautiful baby. I was shocked. There is such a thing? I have to ask Lao Wang to go. This kind of strange and weird things must not be something normal. Even for us, Yin Yang letter carrier should not be normal. Look, the ghost who led the way for me was simply a chatterbox, talking about his own rich experience, as if to tell me again. And what want to ask, hurry up and ask. Ask can also be attached to you and more other news and knowledge and so on. I filtered his words to most of them for the time being, only occasionally chiming in. He was just too talkative, and I wasn't a ghost or a human being in this town, so I recognized that life was unfamiliar, and that business was important first. Walked about 20 minutes of time. I just saw quite a bit of momentum of the city god house. This city god house built, then there is a younger brother of the town's momentum. The building is also very tall. Should be 1,000 regrets inside the city's tallest building. The ghost who led the way for me looked back at me. Here we are. This is the city god's mansion. Go in. I'll just wait outside for a while. If you want to go to the autumn moon house later, I'll take you there. Where exactly is the autumn moon building located? I really can't stand this talkative ghost a little bit. It's really too damn talkative. The autumn moon building, that way, turn a few times and you'll get there. It's not very far. Look, do you see that big purple flag? That's the autumn moon building. It's not very far. This ghost is also dry. Directly tell me the place. I looked that way and politely said, in that case, thank you very much. I'll go in first then. After saying that, I walked towards the door. At the entrance of the city god's mansion stood 2 ghost soldiers clad in armor. Seeing me coming up, one of the ghost soldiers reached out to stop me. Who is this ghost? I'm sweating. I'm the Yin Yang letter carrier from Aradai town. Official business. The 2 ghosts sized me up under the mountain, probably realizing that I was right. So one of the ghosts said, so you're the mailman. Sorry, it's just the first time I've seen you. Please don't mind. Come in. I fished out 2 plutonium coins and stuffed each of them over, smiling. Maybe we'll have more dealings in the future, so please take care of them. The 2 ghost soldiers see that there is money to take, immediately overjoyed, immediately patted his chest to ensure that absolutely unimpeded. Of course, this is also limited to the city god house gate in and out only. Anyway, I didn't care. I followed the old king's teaching. When dealing with ghosts, it's always good to put some money first. Of course, if the ghost is not extraordinary, you can't put money there, unless he intentionally or unintentionally reveals that he is short of money, or else the other party will be unhappy. Anyway, it's just 2 sets of knowledge that he has been walking in the netherworld for many years, and if he uses 1 set of knowledge, he can use that 1 set of knowledge. In any case, it won't be a big problem. May I ask if you know a civil official of this city god's mansion called Fongkuan? Is he within the mansion now? I remembered this as I walked past, so I turned around and asked, Master Fong? No. He went out an hour ago. This little brother. If you're looking for him, don't look inside the city god's mansion. He's not there. You can go directly to the autumn moon building. Here, it's right over there. A ghost soldier enthusiastically pointed out the direction for me. I twisted my head to look over. The ghost that showed me the way before really didn't tell a lie. It was the place with a purple flag standing up, so I thanked him and turned to leave. But I hadn't gotten very far when head on a black and white floated over from one side of the street, which would be the black and white of this town. Black and white impermanence floated to my front up and down. Black impermanence of the iron face of the appearance of cold. And before there is a brother town to see the black impermanence of the same character, but looks different, after all, is not the same ghost, and this white impermanence is the appearance of the smiling mouth. The hat is also a sight of the 4 words of the birth of the wealth of the black impermanence of the world is also the world is at peace. At that moment I politely said, black and white, how are you? White impermanence smiled and said, a sight begets wealth. A sight begets wealth. Nah, this little brother looks unfamiliar. He should be a new appointee in one of the places below, right? I nodded and casually touched 2 gold leaves out. Coming to do business. It's fate to meet the 2 of you. Get to know each other. My name is Li Bufan. Black impermanence received a gold leaf with an expressionless face, and just nodded to me without speaking, seeming to have a very reticent personality. White impermanence, on the other hand, received the money with a big smile. So it's little brother Bufan. My brother and I are the black and white impermanence of this 1,000 repentant city, and we have also just come back from going out on an errand, and it's fate that we can make the acquaintance of little brother Li Bufan today. I don't know who you're looking for. Little brother Li Bufan? I can help you look for him or tell you where he is. Oh, I know he's waiting for me out front. I'm on my way. I pointed toward the front. This is the most say half on the line. After all, this black and white is not the black and white changeless with a brother town. Is considered a strange ghost, cannot be anything to hand over the bottom. This black and white invincible took the money is also very good to talk. Did not ask anything more. Immediately stopped chatting with me. Rushed back to the city palace to go, while I walked quickly towards the Autumn Moon building. Most of the buildings in this 1,000 repentant city didn't look like they differed greatly from RD town, but there were some whose specifications were obviously quite a bit better than the RD town side. After all, it was a large town, and the RD town kind of town level naturally wasn't much comparable. Along the spacious street all the way through. In this side of the ghost obviously for me this big living person is not too cold. I guess it is to see a lot of it. It is not strange. It wasn't long before I came to the door of a tavern built in the ancient style, with a purple flag rubbed on top of it, and I don't know what it meant, but anyway, the plaque underneath said Autumn Moon Come, which was the place I was looking for. Entering the restaurant, a ghost junior immediately came forward to greet him. I asked directly, can Fong Kuan be here? Yo, you're looking for Master Fong? This ghost junior asked in surprise. Well, isn't he? I raised an eyebrow. Hey, in truth, I understood, and immediately pulled out 50 plutonium coins and shoved them over, and said without a word, take me there. Get. It's right up there. You come with me. Ghost Xiaoyi received the money, naturally will not begrudge 2 steps, immediately led me directly up to the 3rd floor, came to the side of a box, pointed towards the inside. Master Fong is inside. Then I will retire. There is something you greet. With that, this ghost junior went downstairs. He had just left when a voice came from inside. Who's looking for me? I immediately knocked on the door and politely said, I'm here to have the town of Yodi to deliver a paperwork for the city emperor. Oh, come in quickly. I pushed open the door, some surprised to find that there is not only a ghost, but 2, a male, a female. The female ghost is quite beautiful, is sitting on the edge of the dining table to the side of the male ghost of pouring tea. Ghosts know what they just did inside what cannot be seen ghostly things, but this is not I want to care about, also do not want to know. At that moment, I entered the room, smoothly brought the door, turned my head to look at the green-shirted male ghost filled with the atmosphere of a scholar. This ghost must be Fong Kuan. Chapter 37, Being a Good Guy. Fong Kuan waved his hand, signaling the female ghost at his side to back off. This female ghost was obedient and only gave me a curious look before walking out quickly. He then warmly greeted. I heard old Wang say before that he might have to be transferred to work somewhere else in the last few years. I didn't expect this to really change. Please sit down. This Fong Kuan seemed to be quite enthusiastic, so I took a seat on the edge, then directly took out the scroll Fong Yudi handed me from inside my satchel and placed it on the table. Smiling, this is what the city emperor asked me to send you. Fong Kuan reached out and took it over, just opened the scroll and looked at it twice, nodded his head and said, that's right, this is it. Little brother, don't be formal. My name is Fong Kuan. Fong Yudi is my younger brother. How about you? As soon as he said that I understood why Fong Yudi wanted me to make sure that I gave the item to him instead of another civil official. The feeling was that it was a brother. So I said, my name is Li Bufan, the successor of Wang Ryu, the new yin and yang mailman of the town of Yudi. Li Bufan. Bufan, good name. Fong Kuan patted my shoulder. Bufan little brother looks quite young. Just joined the profession, do a good job. In the young world can become a yin and yang mailman but only a handful of people. I nodded. This is natural. Okay, that what? I still have some things in a while. This time also did not prepare in advance of the Yangzhuan wine and food. Next time to come to our brother and sister to have a drink. I will give you to prepare for the Yangzhuan things, but also be regarded as a formal acquaintance. This time there is some rushing. Some things, there are things in the body. Fongkuan said with a smile. I knew what he was thinking, and immediately responded. Then little brother will take my leave first, and next time I have the chance to drink with you, old brother. Good to say, good to say. Fongkuan paused for a moment, then still got up. Oops, it's your first time coming over, and you're not from Thousand Regret City. Going to Returning Sun Road might be a bit of a hassle. It's better for me to personally send you over there for a trip, so that they can recognize the people, so that they won't be inconvenienced in the future. In that case, thank you very much. I responded politely, thinking to myself that even if you don't send me over to the Returning Sun Road, can I still get lost in this Thousand Regret City? However, I quickly dispelled this idea. This Thousand Repentant City is really big. Out of the restaurant I followed Fongkuan is a roundabout, and finally came to a corner of the city of 1,000 Repentance. The Return of the Sun Road is built on this side, and guarding the Return of the Sun Road not only have ghost soldiers, it seems that there is a more powerful ghosts in this town. Fongkuan didn't say much and directly walked up and explained to those ghosts. This is the new Yin Yang postman of Yodi Town. All brothers, please make it easier in the future. After saying that, he made a wink towards me. I immediately stepped forward and pulled out a handful of plutonium coins and distributed them, and then made a point of giving the ghost that looked a bit more imposing and looked a bit more powerful an extra gold leaf to go up, and smiled. I'll have to bother you all more in the future. Hey Fong brother, why be so polite? All are old friends. This little brother too. What's your name? The ghost with a ball of silver glittering chains wrapped around his shoulder asked towards me smilingly. Little brother Li Bufan, the letter carrier of Yodi Town. I said hurriedly. Fongkuan introduced. This is the Thousand Regret City Silver Lock General. This Returning Sun Road is also under his jurisdiction in case any rash ghosts rush into it and come up to Earth, that would be a scourge. Silver Lock General? This name sounds but is domineering enough. Immediately I politely said, Great General to be imposing. Just now my little brother looked from afar and felt that the Great General is quite extraordinary. The momentum is very full. Silver Lock General haha laugh. Pointing at me laughed. You this kid mouth is very sweet, but not like Wang Ryu that guy. That guy is a rash. Do not move but also to fight. Really cannot take him. No if and you are the same. That's how good. I froze, feeling that old Wang's acting style in this netherworld was fierce looking, and several of these ghosts who often had to meet seem to have said so. Alright Bufan, go up quickly. While it's early, you can also arrange your schedule. Fongkuan urged. Alright, then I'll go up first. I waved my hand at the two ghosts and then entered into the middle of this heavily guarded Returning Sun Road, and there our disciple town side of the Return to the Sun Road feel nothing different. After a slight shock of vertigo I have been out of the netherworld. When I opened my eyes I was surprised to find that I was still in the crooked neck of the big tree standing at the edge of the position have not changed. There is the town of that kind of Return to the Sun Road cannot. Into the park in the ring road inside the grove. Out of the time is already to the suburbs. Back and forth tossing is quite troublesome. In this side of the simple and direct, which is estimated to indirectly reflect the difference between large towns and small villages and towns. Right. It's still light. It's still early. There's still a couple of hours until dark, and I've saved a lot of time by having my task completed, which was a lot easier than I thought it would be. Taking out my cell phone, I directly booked a ticket back to M City at 9 o'clock in the evening, and then I headed over to Route 13. This side is still desolate. Even the shadow of wild cats and dogs cannot be seen. This place is estimated to be an addition to the caller in people like me. I'm afraid there will not be what will come over the look. Came to the east gate of the 13th road this side. Here is still cold awesome. I walk along the street side, while taking out the phone to look at this Z city what is good to eat. After all the way to fight the plane to come to a trip. Take advantage of the free time to hurry to eat and drink a meal. At least this trip is also considered to be a gain. 20,000 plutonium did not use up much, but this plane ticket counted up on the loss of a lot. It seems to want to make money still have to rely on the old Kingnet set. The city royal master's side of the child is just official business only. The public expense is naturally less pathetic. 20,000 plutonium even if there is still left a 7 or 8, but converted is not enough for me to come back and forth of the road Fiat. I'm walking down the street, coming out of Route 13, still surrounded by a number of empty houses. No one there. Trying to get a taxi is probably out of the question, so I have to look at my cell phone for directional instructions and keep going. Walked about so more than 20 minutes time. Far can be considered to see the shadow of some people, but this still belongs to the old town. This side is considered a normal place, but the number is not a lot. It seems to be a little cold, but it is good to have seen people. I was thinking that the least I could do was get a cab, right? Suddenly there was a yell of cursing from inside the house on one side. Grass, go find it for me. Get that grandson over here. How dare he give me a shipment that's 8 grams short? Does he want to die? I was startled, but nothing seems to be counted by the gram, right? I was so interested that I just found a corner to hide in and kept listening with my ears open. Hey, no Red. He said he owes it first. A somewhat shrill voice said, Owed? Is that how you do business? You're a 2. Did I buy cabbage? I bought powder. Hurry up and call him. If I can't pick up the goods tonight, I'll go over there with a knife and make him wash his neck clean. The angry voice said, This should be Brother Hong? Holy, is this Jade Simple a drug dealer? Or a junkie? So 2 words drifted through my mind. And not to mention, it was hot-tempered as hell, and it seemed to be inside an abandoned house just over the wall. Don't, Brother Hong, keep your voice down. The recent investigation is very strict. We'd better avoid the wind first. He can get so much is already good. He said, within 2 days, send us half a gram more. Damn it, 2 days, right? Okay, I'll give him 2 days. If he dares to play tricks, I'll bring a knife to his door right away. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. This is not. He also gave us 2 tickets to the bath center of High Grade. It is his private stash. Hey, night we are not? Egu I go. You kid line. This is at least 2 grams, right? Hey, if you don't say that our Brother Hong has face. Once that kid heard that Brother Hong wanted something, he would still sell it and give it away. It's true. There was a sound of footsteps coming from inside. I was startled and looked around, then relieved that this wasn't the doorway to the house. It was the side, and I was sort of hidden in this spot. After a ringing, it seems to be eating inside? It's really quite complete. I cursed, then carefully moved my footsteps and twisted my head to look at the location. The door number reads 2 to 703. I immediately memorized the number. Don't blame little brother for being nosy. It's really that people like you are a great hidden danger that exists, and little brother is only doing this for a good cause. After moving away from that house, I took out my cell phone, and after thinking about it, I decided to report the matter to my police uncle. Being the good guy for once, this is considered the first time in my life to call the police. The phone is connected. I will finish the matter after the side expressed great concern. Immediately there is a commissioner and I made contact, but also to ensure that my privacy and security issues, which makes me feel at ease a lot. After a phone call, I knew that I might have done something for myself, but for the sake of the public's safety, what was the point of wasting a little time? I immediately found a place and told the police where I was, and then waited quietly, and played the part of a detective. It didn't take long for a Volkswagen to pull up beside me, its windows lowered, and it drove to look at me suspiciously, asking, Excuse me, are you Mr. Lee Boo fan? I nodded instantly. You are? Oh, hello, please get in. The man directly flashed his credentials, and the large badge on it made me understand what they did, and at that moment I pulled open the door and sat in it, and found that there were 3 people in the car, all of whom greeted me kindly and began to ask about their situation. After a brief courtesy, I pointed through the glass at the house, number 2 to 703, and said, That's where I heard it just now, and it's 1,000 times true, except that there's no way I can go in there and verify it for you. It's great that you've made it this far, and besides, we've all heard the name Red. Ha ha, right, since it's Red doing the talking. A few people immediately praised me and then gestured for me to get out of the car and go somewhere farther away, or just get out of here. I'm just a business trip to Z City. I have other things to do. You guys better hurry up, or if they run away, then I'll leave first. I said, I was actually afraid of trouble. Young man is not in a hurry. If it's true, we will treat you to dinner tonight. You have done us a great favor and removed a great evil for the people. Hong, this person we have been looking for a long time. If it's really him, our director will have no problem treating you to dinner. No, it's better not to, right? I'm such a small person. If I accidentally offend any of them, I can't afford it. I let out a bitter smile, and began to wonder if that phone call earlier was worth it or not. There's nothing wrong with being a good person, but my fear of trouble is real. Little brother, don't be afraid, but you'd better wait for a while. We'll go and come. As long as the case is true, I'll treat you to dinner. Don't want leader to eat. We eat only pain. If you refuse can be really too inadequate. If we do not invite you to eat a meal, we cannot sleep tonight. Right. It's me being abrupt. Then you go wait at a distance. Later on, my brothers will have a drink, haha. By the way, I'll also let you taste our Z City's food. I pondered that this is only like words. Immediately responded, got out of the car, ran to the far side of a small store door to buy a popsicle, toned on the side of the road while eating, while watching them act. After I got out of the car, all three of them also got out of the car together, just like nothing while walking, talking and laughing, and soon touched the side of that house. Then a few people quickly carried out observation, and then stealthy hand signals, very fast. This may be a good comrade of professional narcotics. I was instantly interested, but I could only watch from afar over here. If I had the chance to dine with them in a while, I'm sure I could hear some great stories, right? At this time, I suddenly saw the door over there suddenly opened. Inside out of a fat man a thin man. They came out of some fearful, as if they also first look around. Nothing to find out after this is assured boldly walked out. But they and we will know the left and right sides of the three seemingly loaded police comrades suddenly rushed out from the left and right sides. A foot directly kicked over on the ground, and then went over to hold down, carefully and confirmed the suspect. And then the action of the handcuffs out of the handcuffs to the handcuffs up. Although there weren't a lot of people over here yet, the commotion over there was a bit loud and attracted quite a few people over at once. Not enough police to handle the case. The public still know the depths, have to make a way. Watching that a fat and a thin two people were pressed to go forward. At this time, a siren came. I turned my head to see, between the two police cars whistling to, that a fat and a thin two people were directly pressed on the car. I immediately exclaimed that this is only right. People have to catch the first in the release of the siren to open up the road, or you siren a sound. The rats have long been running out of shadow. All the surrounding people quickly dispersed, and the three people also got into the car. The car slowed down a little when it passed me, and one of the people inside smiled and said to me, 100 meters ahead of me, turn around and wait for you on a street. After saying that the car drove out, I immediately reacted, this is probably for my personal safety, they are really considerate. I immediately turned around and bought another popsicle. While eating it, while walking towards that side, no one can guess what this matter is about me. Turning down a street, this side looked a lot more normal and lively with cars, pedestrians, and the car was parked in a parking space right in front of me, so I headed over there. Chapter 38, Unexpected Surprises. When I came to the side of the car, I looked down towards the force of the car and the three people inside were smiling and greeting me as I got in, so I pulled open the door and got in. The person driving the car smiled. Hello, my name is Yenny Yoon. The one next to me went on to introduce himself. I'm Ting Tiki. The guy in the co-pilot turned his head to look at me and said, my name is Tian Liangja. We're the Z City Narcotics Squad. I'm the vice captain. It's nice to meet you. He extended his hand to me. I hurriedly reached out and shook my hand. Tian Liangja continued, thank you very much for what you did today. It can be considered to have allowed us to capture Brother Hong and his beloved henchmen, and the rest will be much easier to handle. And it's all thanks to you. Otherwise we want to be so easy. It's harder than climbing up to the sky. Yen Yun nodded. That's right, they are very cunning. If you didn't happen to find out and take the initiative to report them, I'm afraid they wouldn't have stayed there after a few hours. They would have run away without a trace. For what you've done today, on behalf of just the three of us, we'll treat you to a Z City specialty dinner. Ding Xin said with a smile. I was a bit flattered and waved my hand. Where is it? I just happened to hear it when I was passing by. This ear works. When I left, I pondered for a while that people like that might be a danger to the people around me, so I chose to call the police, and I actually didn't realize that they were still a bit of a problem. Tian Liangja responded. Yeah, just because of this happenstance, we might even be able to open the net and catch a school of fish. Haha well, let's not talk too much. Xiao Yun drive. AI. Captain, don't keep calling Xiao Yun, making people think it's a female. Yen Yun didn't seem too happy with this name. Ting Xin laughed. I don't see any problem, right Li Bu Fan? He patted my shoulder. I nodded along. Little Cloud doesn't sound like she's really a female. A lot of them are male, right? Look at this. People Li Bufan has said it. You don't know what you're entangled over this all day. Tian Liangja laughed. Alright, drive. Let's go to Tian Yeju. Gu. I say vice team. That place to eat is not cheap. Today it seems to have a mouthful of good fortune. Ding Xin comfortably leaning against the back seat. Explaining for me, Tian Yeju's Z City specialties are more representative of the restaurant. Things are well done, but the price is expensive. But now there are many rich people. The pressure of the meal point of the past always have to queue up, but we now go there without queuing. He. There's always a queue in the past, but we don't have to queue up now. He. I laughed. It seems that these few outside the work are also better to say funny people, but they are still more serious and careful in their work. After all, their targets are some drug dealers and drug addicts. Many of them are gangsters, so the risk factor is also relatively high. The car drove all the way. I gradually also chat with them familiar, and also talk to them about the specialties of N City and so on. Chatting, the car has been driven to the Z City, do not know which road. Anyway, I cannot distinguish, and now the southeast and northwest are turned. Only know that outside to receive a lot of people. Around the two big rows are restaurants, all kinds of, and they want to take me to the field of residence on the edge. Getting out of the car, I looked towards the restaurant. The decoration was antique, and so was it when I entered. It had a little bit of nostalgia, and the first floor was very large, almost 20 to 30 tables, and it was also divided into upper and lower floors. It's not the right time for a meal, but there are about 10 tables of customers dining on the first floor alone, so it's really possible to line up here after seeing the restaurant. Tian Liangjia asked for a seat upstairs, and the other two when I followed along toward the upper floors. It wasn't a small place upstairs, there were like a dozen tables, so we found a seat by the window, and then the three of them started to introduce me to what was the specialty here and what was good. I took the menu and looked around. In fact, most of these things I have eaten in M City. Just there are some local specialties that are not available in M City, so I ordered a lot of specialties under the encouragement of Ding Xin and Yeniyun, but Tian Liangjia is still smiling, and did not change his face because of more money. It seems that this time they caught the fat one thin, they may get the award. As for their own this credit, I really do not want to go, because I do not want to cause trouble things on the body, although I am not afraid of a little bit, but just do not want to go. After chatting for a short while, the food was brought to the table one by one, so I picked up my chopsticks and ate. Not to mention, the characteristics of that is special. Other places is really difficult to eat on, quite delicious. At first feel the taste of strange, and then a lot of normal. Eating is also considered to be the taste. While eating and chatting, after a meal the sky outside had become a little darker, and the time had come to more than 6 o'clock in the evening. After leaving the restaurant, Tian Liangjia patted his stomach and burped. Cool, it's been a while since I ate like this, thanks to Li Bufan this time. Yeah. The other two gave me credit for being able to eat the big meal as well. I laughed. Don't keep talking about me, I'm afraid you have work to do after such a long delay. Tian Liangjia waved his hand. There's no rush, it's the same to go back at night. By the way, it's not too early now. Are you going back to M City tomorrow or tonight? Oh, the 9 p.m. flight was booked long ago, I said. In that case, Xiao Yun, you take him to the airport. Ding Xin and I will go back first, and don't be in a hurry. It's not easy for Bufan to come here once, and he even made a merit. Even though people say they don't want it, we have to at least show it. Hey. I hurriedly waved my hand. Don't three brothers, this meal is enough. You should be off work. The work of the work. I turn around to see, by the way, buy some local specialties and what to go back, but also come over in the future. But not come. Don't say that. One size does not fit all. A credit is a credit. I was about to say something else when I saw Yeniyun squeezing her eyes at me, so I helplessly responded. Tian Liangjia and Ding Xin walked straight out towards one side while Yeniyun and I got into the car. Yeniyun fished out a cigarette and handed me one, and after lighting it herself and taking a drag, she handed me the lighter and asked, "How was it? Is this meal okay?" I nodded and lit my cigarette as well and took a drag. It's very good. It's very unique and tasty. There's nothing like it in Motown. Our local is just this one. The branch does not even bring open. Yeniyun said, "Thank you just now. If it wasn't for you, I might go back and have to work overtime again. Now I can still rest and take a break by sending you to the airport. I've been exhausted for the past 2 days." Feelings he is trying to steal a lazy but think about it, caught the important suspects. The spirit of a little relaxation, a little rest is also deserved. After all, people are not machines. Long-time operation is very tiring. It's fine. I smiled and shook my head. By the way, what time's the flight tonight? 9 o'clock ticket, and it's just over an hour away. That's not far. It's quite close. So we're leaving now? Don't you want to buy any specialties? Let's go directly to the supermarket to buy. Don't go to those specialty store boutiques to buy. Quite a few of them are pitiful. Yeniyun threw away the cigarette, started the car and drove straight out towards the front. I responded, "That would be a problem. At your service. Just listen to me." Yeniyun drove all the way to the city's more busy road, and then parked the car. Took me to quite a bit of the size of the large supermarket inside the shopping up. Wandering not long, featured things to buy a lot. Of course, this is all Yeniyun to me to pick. Buy a single he still want to buy. I naturally give to stop, directly out of money. Even though I got the credit for catching those two guys this time, I was limited to just reporting the news. They were the ones who paid for it, and a meal was already enough. Where could they be treated like that? That would make one a little bit ashamed. Out of the supermarket, the sky has completely darkened down. Looking at this busy downtown scene in Z City, I proposed to go to the airport now to wait. Yeniyun originally wanted to take me for a stroll to come, but listen to me say so, and the time does not seem to be too full, so it was dismissed. drove directly to the airport to send me to say that the next time there is a chance to play in the child. When we got to the airport, I exchanged phone numbers with Yeniyun, and after saying goodbye he drove off and I turned toward the ticket pickup point. I got my ticket, went to the terminal and sat down, and had just put down the local food specialties in my hand when the phone message came through. Pick up a look, is Shui Xiaoqian's, and also more than one message, before the cell phone stuffed in the bag. The surrounding environment is also noisy, also did not hear the sound of the message, and now after seeing it must be a rush to reply. Explained the situation. Look at Shui Xiaoqian reply to the message also seems to be a lot happier, when she learned that I am now in Z City. Also said that let me bring some characteristics back. I immediately gave her a photo sent over. Can be her to the happy not like the way, but also said to think of a piece of it. Really good. With the pleasant sound of prompts coming from the hall, I got on the plane with the flow of people. Waiting and going back all the way did not have anything special happen. Anyway, it is smooth, and at night in the plane through the window towards the bottom, a lot of a black, but also see a lot of the lights below the twinkling of the lights, a different kind of taste. By the time I got out of the Motown airport, it was after 11 o'clock at night. It still feels good to be home. I stretched. It felt good to have a good run today. Nothing happened and I was a good guy. I was about to take a cab and head straight home when I saw a silhouette suddenly appear in front of me, startling me, and with it the shadow seemed to stir for a moment, but immediately quieted down again. Foolish brother, it's pretty sister. Shadow's voice rang directly in my head. Ever since Shui Xiaoqian and I started getting in touch and Shadow appeared. Shadow called Shui Xiaoqian her pretty sister. I froze, and saw that the playful guy who appeared in front of me was Shui Xiaoqian. She came to pick me up from the plane? How touching. Dang it. Surprised or not? Surprised? Shui Xiaoqian looked at me with a smile. I immediately laughed out loud. Surprise plus surprise, almost even shocked. By the way, why did you run over so late? Didn't say anything to me in advance either. Say what? Said it would not be a surprise it. Just now I saw you come out from the exit. Just followed you ready to scare you. Shui Xiaoqian said with a smile. So, premeditated guy. I laughed and lifted the bag in my hand. Look, it's all here. Take whatever you want, but leave me at least a third of it. This time to go to Z City I remember to bring the local specialties back to the old king. If all to Shui Xiaoqian, I go back to the old king no way to explain. Shui Xiaoqian laughed. So will at most take a big half. To you stay absolutely more than a third of it. She smiled and took the bag in my hand, but soon looked up at me seriously. Hey, don't get me wrong. I came all the way here to pick up the airplane. These are just attached. Really? What kind of look are you giving me? I laughed. Ha, I know. You came all the way to pick up the plane. I really wanted to put my arm around her shoulders like a pair of lovers and I hadn't taken that step yet. I didn't know how far she would take it. After all, we'd only seen each other a handful of times, but every time it had been fun. Shui Xiaoqian looked at a large pocket of stuff and then handed it back to me. It's heavy. I took the bag. What I didn't expect was that Shui Xiaoqian directly bent my arm and said, then let's go back. Have a late night snack first, then go home and rest. How about it? I froze for a moment, looking down at her hand, which was naturally curved around my arm, and then at her face, which seemed to be reddening a bit. Shui Xiaoqian gave me a blank look. It can't be that this isn't working, right? Please. I reached right out and took her hand in mine, which immediately made her face turn redder, but still with a smirk on her face. Told you. Shui Xiaoqian tilted her head triumphantly. Let's go. Suddenly I feel warm in my heart, just like this was pulled forward by her. This girl is quite active, but also quite pleasing to the eye, and look to also very good at taking care of people. Can be very easy to accept. I'm this. Should not be dreaming, right? This is not a dream, is it? Yes, it was that easy. I met a real baby. With the first time we held hands, my relationship with Shui Xiaoqian instantly heated up quite a bit, but now it was limited to holding hands. After all, we had only met 2 or 3 times. On the car, I directly let the driver toward Shui Xiaoqian's home side of the snack street to drive over. She naturally has no opinion. Just say a moment but also trouble me to run directly back by taxi. This I naturally have no problem. Eat some late night snacks. Accompanied Shui Xiaoqian and walked along the roadside, until she walked to the neighborhood of her home when she stopped, turned to look at me, pointed toward the edge. I'm here. You also quickly go back. It's late. Next time to meet again. I handed her the Z City specialties I had already separated in my hand and reached out to pat her head. Go back. Don't let your family worry. I'm not a child. Don't pat me on the head. He. Then I'll go back. You also hurry home. Shui Xiaoqian wrinkled her little nose and smiled sweetly, carrying her things and turning towards home. I have been watching her leave, then turned around, ready to call a car, go home to rest. Tomorrow there is no yin and yang mailman whatsoever. Have to go to work. After all, today to go to the Z city also just take most of the day off. But I turned around, suddenly found that I no longer know when behind me stood a person. When it was really scared me. A cry of surprise. Towards the back to withdraw several meters. At once the shadow by the impact of my emotions on the release of gusts of ghastly winds in my surroundings whistling scrape up. Chapter 39. You must pay back the money you owe Lao Wang. Ego, I'm going. It's me, Li Da Di. I fixed my attention to see. This is not Li Dadi. I was immediately relieved. The shadow also instantly the Yin Chi are collected. I gave him a blank look in a bad mood. Hey, not me. You're walking without making a sound? Li Dadi shushed a breath. Wiped the sweat on the forehead. Ego I go scared me. Just now you around the Yin gas suddenly heavy scary but where I am close while a little bit. Maybe hit. Really scary. And have the nerve to say it you. I looked at him a little breathlessly in his old state. What are you doing here? And I asked you? How did you run this way? Li Dadi pointed to a small supermarket on the opposite side. I came to buy something out of the door on seeing you in. This has not just come over and you have not said hello. You turn around to release the masterstroke. Scared me all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't lean on it. What are you doing here? Got an acquaintance? Li Dadi looked around curiously. I responded. I came back from a business trip out of town. Had dinner with friends. And I was just about to head back here when you suddenly appeared behind me. Scaring me half to death. And you're half dead? It's done. It's not easy for you guys to die. Li Dadi said in a bad mood. Then remembered something. Right. Are you free tomorrow morning? What's going on? I looked at Li Dadi curiously. Thinking, is it business again? Li Dadi explained. It's like this. A family approached me to look at feng shui and find a graveyard. But they circled a range and said they wanted something within that range. Saying that their older generations were over there. No. Aren't they all forbidden to dig up and bury directly now? All crematoriums? I asked. People are not in the city. A big village on the side of the mountain. Leaning against the mountain. There are some people who still follow the earth into the ground. And the control is looser over there. Li Dadi said. I nodded. I don't know feng shui. So what am I being asked to do? I went to look at it before. That place is a bit evil. It's not easy to find a good place to come out in that place. If it wasn't for the fact that they had to be within a limited range, I wouldn't have looked for you. I would have done it myself. Li Dadi was somewhat helpless. So I nodded. It seems that maybe he feels that the Yin Chi over there is a bit heavy. There may exist what Yin souls and such things. The mountains and forests. Understandable. So said. Well, then tomorrow I will go to work early. Strive to get off work early. And then accompany you to go. How about it? Ouch me. Still working? Why don't you go to work? How boring. It's not like the mailman has a lot of work. I rolled my eyes. Also, Li Dadi nodded. In that case, tomorrow you call with me after work. That place is not close. Drive for about an hour and a half to get there. We strive to go during the day and come back during the day. At the very least we have to get out of the mountains at night. The mountain roads can't be very good. Okay, I responded. After bidding farewell to Li Dadi, I suddenly remembered Lu Dai Ling's letter again. So I opened my satchel and looked at it. The letter was still there, but now at this point in time. I pondered for a while. Tomorrow during the day may have to be busy with work. Delivery, do not have time to deliver this letter. Now the time is very late, but maybe I can find someone it. Maybe just send it over. Otherwise tomorrow and then such a delay. I do not know if it is forgotten again. I do not want to be scolded the next time I see Lu Dai Ling, that female ghost in green. This letter is Lu Dai Ling gave me to send a called Lu Bai. He opened a Bai business hotel, some distance from this side. Before it is also the old king to Lu Dai Ling send a letter. This yin and yang communication is really some ability. Thinking about it, since Lao Wang had gone to deliver it, there might be a call from his side. So I took out my cell phone and called Lao Wang over. Old Wang's phone was quickly connected and his voice came out of the phone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You scared me. My cell phone hasn't been turned off yet. Hey, how's that for scaring you? Ready to go down? I laughed. That's right. The new town still has some things left to do. These days every now and then we have to go down there. What's wrong with you, kid? There is something. Quickly ask. Ask after I turned off the phone. Old Wang said. I immediately said something about delivering the letter. And when Old Wang heard it, he was instantly energized. It's for Lu Bai's grandson, isn't it? When I heard that, I was surprised and asked. What? You have a problem with him? Not really, just Lu Bai, that grandson is not too generous. You go over to send a letter this time to him to give money first. Last time still owe me half of the money did not give me. Together with me to come over. Or that letter don't give him. The girl dared to snub us yin and yang mailman. If it is not that I'm too lazy to go to find him a trip for the sake of this 100,000 to look for him. Looking for letting him lie on the bed for a week. The old king said with some anger. I heard, 100,000? Well, This money earned and printed as fast as all. I immediately came to the interest. Then I want how much you? I don't know. You look after yourself. Anyway, he owes me half didn't give me. Counting the interest to him a 120,000. You just watch him transfer money to me. He has my account number. My cell phone is not turned off. Wait for you for a while. Don't go to his hotel to look for him. Call him directly. Let him come over to see you. Be there in half an hour. If you're late you let your shadow float over him. I'll send you the number right now. I lifted my eyebrows and was happy that the old king was also true to his character. After pondering for a while, also yes, we are yin-yang letter carrier. Although not see the light, but that is also a powerful existence. Cannot be lowly and still be owed money by others not to pay? If the city emperor or black and white is also even so. But this is not this saying in the sun world. It does not make sense. Soon Lu Bai's phone was sent to my cell phone. I followed the number directly to the past. A good while the phone this only to get through. There came a burst of rubbing the sound of mahjong. A listen is not a good thing. So late still on the mahjong table did not come down. Who is it? An impatient voice came from over there. I coughed twice and lowered my voice. Cough. Messenger, you're Lu Bai, right? There was a noticeable lurch there, followed by a stampede of feet. Then silence there. Lao Wang? The old king's successor. The opposite side heard, immediately smiled and said, Gu. I said, recently, the old Wang did not come to deliver the letter. So it is a shift. This brother how to call? Li, I now inform you. You come to the food street side. In the east side of the intersection there is a called. I looked around and saw the name of a small supermarket, and then said, Fong Fong supermarket side waiting for you. You come over. Gu. Aga not Ali. Brother Li, I am busy here. Really cannot leave Why don't you come over? Distance from the food street is not far. You take a car. Reimbursement. In the south of the 100 Flowers Tea House, second floor 202. How about it? Lu Bai said. I raised an eyebrow. Are you seriously not coming over? Gu. My dear not I do not go over. Generally I killed all go over. Now as in as some cannot go. This side accompanied a few big customers it. Go. This loss can be serious. I thought for a second. Okay, it's fine for me to go over there. So you know the rules, right? It's my first time, so don't fool me. I'm rather straight. Don't worry. How dare I jabber with you guys? Won't. I'll have someone wait for you down there. Hang up the phone. I see that I still go over there. Otherwise the old king's side of the netherworld did not wait for the money. So I reached out to stop a cab. Directly rushed to the 100 Flowers Tea House. It really wasn't that far. It was only 10 minutes, and it was a smooth ride to the place. Getting out of the car, I looked up to see this tea house. The scale is not small. Around the parked a lot of cars. There are many of them are big hundreds of thousands of dollars of good cars. It seems that there are a lot of idle people gathered here. When I entered the tea house, I looked around and immediately someone came up and asked, Are you Mr. Li? I nodded. Hello, Mr. White on the second floor. This way. I followed the man up to the second floor and realized that the decorations on this second and first floor were really a bit big. On the first floor looking at is a place to sell tea, and to the second floor, this is simply to the feeling of the nightclub. Floor stalls, lights, wine, what to have what. On both sides of all the soundproof treasure chests, vaguely can be heard rubbing the sound of mahjong, and there are people screaming, who? I secretly marveled at the fact that this place was unregulated, probably with a hard backstage, but that wasn't what interested me. Soon, I came to the side of the box 202. Bring me over. The man directly pushed open the door toward the inside, said a word. Inside immediately came out a fat man, big belly fluttering, oily, mouth still holding with the smoke. Brother Li? Willow Whitey? I asked. Ha, it's me. Let's talk over there. Lu Bai laughed and pointed to the innermost part of the corridor. Came over to this side, which had sofas, tea, a small rooftop, great place to chat. Lu Bai looked me up and down and gave me a thumbs up. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Entering such a special profession at such a young age. Awesome, admirable. I smiled, waved my hand and said, let's get straight to the point. I'll start with your problem. Firstly, you owe old Wang 120,000 with interest, and he demands that you must transfer money over to him right now. Otherwise he may come over to you in person the next time, and I'm not responsible for any consequences. That said, I took advantage of his moment of shock to figure out how much I should ask for. In fact, this problem came when I thought about it. The old king sighed with interest to ask for 120,000. That may be this trip is like 200,000, but I'm a newcomer. Cannot be such a lion's share. After all, the relationship is still to be pulled. Cannot be the first time we meet to give a not so good impression. After quickly thinking about it, while Lu Bai had not yet reacted, I continued. Secondly, I don't give things away on credit, and since this belongs to the first time for us, I'll give you a great discount of only 999 yuan. Of course, this price is all for making friends and getting to know each other. Hey, good deal. You give me your account number. I'll transfer it to you. Lu Bai directly opened his mouth. I froze, thinking, isn't this quite painful? I gave him the account number, and in a minute the money I asked for arrived. 100,000 whole dollars and $1 more. Watching the money come to my side, Lu Bai said, can I have the letter? Oh, okay. I just wanted to take out the letter. Suddenly realized that not right. The old king's money has not been given. So he said, hey, you do not give me interrupt. The old king's money you must return people today. I came over when he can be explained clearly. If not, he has something in the body. He must personally come over to ask you to see you owe this money in the end. What is the meaning of the word? Hey, this turn. A moment on the turn. You first letter to me. I have not so much cash on hand. A moment to the inside. I first take someone else 200,000 to him to turn it is. Don't worry about it. Lu Bai said smilingly. To the present position. This person gives me the feeling is oily tongue. Avoiding the important, extremely unreliable look. Also do not know how Lu Dai Ling will have such a descendant. So I waved my hand. I'm afraid this cannot be. Bad rules. You turn now. The old king let me watch you turn after his side will give me the news. This letter can only be given to you. Lu Bai face stiff, grinning. No. This brother is not to give. Not said the hand is not quite enough. Well, a moment on the turn. Or you wait. I went to ask someone for a money? Good. But it may not be too long. You should still have 10 minutes. Once this time passes, maybe I will have to give this letter to the old king instead of handing it to you personally. What the consequences will look like I don't know. I shrugged with an innocent look on my face. You, Lu Bai instantly some angry, and then said in a serious tone, friends this do people to be adaptable, flexible, so that you can make more friends, send a bigger fortune, or not brother. I'll introduce you a moment to recognize a few of my friends. You can rest assured that each is the boss, also have the needs of this area. They can't wait to get to know one with you in this particular industry. I'm all baby, don't want to talk to them. I instantly threw off a blank stare. I'll tell you again. First of all, I've achieved my purpose here, but old Wang's purpose hasn't been achieved, and I'm his successor, so you have to think about my feelings, okay? You have to have it. Lu Bai impatiently waved his hand, took his cell phone and started fiddling with it. Turn. I'll change my profession now, right? Not a moment's effort. The old king's side came a text message. Well done. I went down. There are things to leave a message. I opened the text message and scanned it. Then I removed the letter from inside my satchel and handed it to a displeased Lu Bai. This is for you. Lu Bai took the letter to see, also did not look into the pocket as stuffed. Some unhappy look at me. I said, friends, you do not do this time is not generous. Your own things you do on the line. Why also take the old king? Why don't he come if he's short of money? Why don't he come and threaten me like this? Lu Bai at least is a person, right? Chapter 40 Part-time staff. Threats? Now Lu Bai, this fat man, looks like he's saying to me, kid, I'm upset that you've offended me because of someone else's business, but how would the current me be able to casually fear someone? I reached out and tapped Ryu Bai on the shoulder, and he seemed to blink away with some disgust. I am not clear about your characters or not. I only know that you are called Lu Bai, the descendant of Lu Dai Ling. I know very well what I should do. I don't need you to teach me. If I wanted to threaten you, do you think you would still be standing and talking to me now? Old Wang is the same. His tactics can only be more ruthless than mine. This time it's just a sensible and reasonable demand for a debt. Do you think it's okay for me to explain it like this? In exchange for whoever listens to Lu Bai words will not be too comfortable. I naturally, and will not give him a good face because he is the object of my client's delivery. It is a person have three temper. There is no need to hide and suffocate the heart. Not to mention that I do not need to go to hold back my anger now. I looked coldly at Lu Bai, looking at his somewhat furrowed brow, and laughed. What? Those words sound a bit harsh to your ears? You figure it out yourself. I won't be here to accompany you to waste time. Bye you Lu. With that, I turned around and walked away. Hey, don't brotherly, I just wasn't. Oops, it's all my fault. I make amends. I apologize. Lu Bai rushed to my front, blocking my way. With a pandering and disgusting smile, I grinned. What? Not going to let me go just yet, are you? No. How could it be? Lu Bai quickly waved his hands. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Brotherly is right. Alright, I just had a brain frenzy. In the future, this and the transmission of information between the ancestors or to rely more on brotherly. Hey, come on. I'll go back and not talk to old Wang about this. so that he doesn't come after you. Then you'll be in bad shape. I shrugged. Yes, yes, yes. It's still Brother Lee who was kind enough. In a while I'll transfer another $20,000 to you for tea. Tea, he. Okay, it's late. I still have to work tomorrow. I'll leave first. You also hurry back to play cards. Don't let your guests wait for a long time. I waved my hand, bypassing this fat pile of lubai, and headed downstairs. This is not yet out of the tea house yet. My phone has a short message reminder. Open a look. As Lubai just said, send 20,000 to me to buy tea to drink, which is really generous enough. It seems that they are here to play. The stakes will not be very small. Look, but these are not I want to manage. At least they are not jeopardizing the safety of the surrounding people. Out of the tea house, took a car, also returned home. To Shui Xiaoqian sent a message to report peace, and then they rushed to wash and sleep. Tomorrow also have to go to work to catch up with the work. After the completion of the still have to go to Lidati. Early the next morning, I dragged my slightly sleep-deprived body up, washed up, ate, went to the office, and then found my boss. The company's boss asked with some suspicion. I say, Little Lee, it's not like you're going to take a vacation again, is it? I laughed dryly. It can't be helped. Things have been pretty hectic lately, but of course, don't worry. I'll take out all of today's work in the morning. I do have things to do in the time I have free. Hiss, I say, Little Lee, you can't be active enough in your work attitude recently? 3 days and 2 days of leave. The boss was a little hesitant and a little dissatisfied. Something's really wrong. Or have you seen me take a vacation? I asked. That's true. The owner hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Okay, but does this count as the last of the recent ones? I immediately hesitated. When the boss took a look at me like this, he waved his hand. You have your important things to do, but the company has its own rules, doesn't it? It can't be that you're in a situation where you show up 2 or 3 times a week to take a vacation, can it? Come to think of it, but wouldn't I lose the job I love so much? The boss laughed. Just, I see it like this. You do not do full-time, just we also need part-time here. For you to turn into a part-time, before the wages directly settled, but after the payroll will not have that $1,000 base salary. After all, is a part-time job, the money on piecework, how much to earn depends on your own skills. How about it? I froze. Isn't this a damn attempt to fire me? But the company didn't seem to want any part-time jobs before. Now I'm in such a situation. 3 days of leave is certainly not a solution. Simply do not do it. Yin and Yang postal work and cannot use so much time. There is a part-time job seems to be good. At that moment, I nodded and said, success. So do. But boss, you cannot say that we have enough people here do not want part-time or something. Ha, don't worry. You are also regarded as an old employee. That is, there is no base salary and those small treatments. I feel a little pity. But a few pieces of this convenient for me to give you more than 10%. You have time to come. The car. But also open your car? To you to stay. The boss patted my shoulder. I was a bit touched. It seems that the boss is not a heartless person, or read some feelings, and this solution should also be the best way. Instantly I dropped down from a full-time courier to a part-time courier. No more of that $1,000 base salary. No more 150 meal allowance and 150 road allowance, but 10% more on the piecework side of things, which is still a nice change. The boss will be before my wages calculated. The money into my hands. After I work here, wages will be calculated in accordance with the part-time. Of course, the entire company 8 couriers, now becomes 7 plus 1. It didn't take long for my coworkers to find out that I had become a part-timer, and they were feeling bad for me. At the very least, it was a bit of a shame to lose my base salary and supplements, which amounted to $1,300 flying off the shelves. And I do not think so, but feel very happy. The boss did not directly dismiss me, has been considered good, and I now all of a sudden regain freedom. Want to come, want to go. That is, I was responsible for the area was also immediately divided into another person, and I deliver the courier or a few nearby areas, not too far away. A time to take a little bit more can be lined up in a line, to send it up, and also convenient. Now I didn't have to pick and choose. I directly asked for a big pile of express mail in a big way, and then squatted down by my own battery car to categorize them, and then put them in the carriage of the battery car according to my own way, which was quite okay, although a bit dispersed, but it's always not very far away. The morning busy 3 hours, finally a car of express delivery a clean. When I returned to the company, colleagues threw me a courier. Li Buffon, this is your neighborhood Moncler jackets outlet, just sent over. You go back by the way to take it back. I said that the people in your neighborhood are also quite funny, haha. There was a Moncler jacket sale Wang, and now there is a Moncler jacket sale Li. I think it must be brother and sister, right? I raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering Shadow's dress, and instantly laughed. Looks like it to me. Come on, Then you go back and give it a lift. I won't go over there. It's just the one over there. I smiled. This courier is mine. I am Lee Moncler Outlet. I almost did not forget this before. The package is not too big, not too small, very light, but the things contained inside are not cheap. Cost me more than $2,000 it. Since the arrival, I should go back. Anyway, today has already delivered a trip. At that moment I greeted the boss and rode my motorized bicycle towards home. The part-time job is really cool enough that you can leave when you want to, without having to take time off. When I got home, I couldn't wait to call Shadow out. Shadow, your flower dress has arrived. Shade whooshed out, looking around with wide eyes. Where is it, brother? Here it is. But don't worry, I need to see how to get you new clothes first, huh? I placed the package on the coffee table, found a knife to open the package seal, and then carefully opened the package. Okay brother, Shadow is in no hurry. Shade just plopped down on the coffee table curiously staring at it with wide, unblinking eyes. The package opened. The first thing I saw was a printed manual. After taking it away, there was a very delicate white flower dress in a transparent plastic box, just like the picture I sent over before. If it wasn't written on the manual that it was made of special paper, I would have thought that it was something made of fabric. Also, in addition to the tiny skirt there were 2 pieces of talisman paper, both of which were ghostly drawings I couldn't understand, and finally a red pen, none of which I understood what to do with, so I had to follow the instructions. Briefly looked at the instructions paper. This talisman paper and need to use a special pen to write on the name of the person to be sent, and then the mind also think of the target person, and then another talisman paper attached to the small skirt, and then use the fire to ignite the name of the talisman paper. With this ignited talisman paper to ignite another talisman paper and the small skirt, and so on. All this burned, then the target person, if the soul body is still there, then can receive such a dress. My good boy, feelings this inside the doorway is quite a lot. Immediately I began to do according to the instructions. Let Shadow first to the side to watch, and then will be the small skirt out, pondering to find something as a fire pit and so on, but does not seem to have, so simply find a lighter to pack up to the roof of the building, where there is no one. When I got to the roof, I told Shadow to watch in the shade, and I crouched down on the edge and followed the instructions. The name was written on the talisman paper and the other talisman paper was placed on the little skirt. I took out my lighter and lit the talisman paper with the name in my hand, then rushed to ignite the little skirt and the other talisman paper. Luckily everything went well. There was no wind or anything. Soon, the 2 pieces of talisman paper and the small skirt burned out. The strange thing is that there is no normal smoke coming out, but just a wisp of green smoke hovering up. Under my astonished gaze, that wisp of green smoke floated to the front of Shadow's body, and instantly condensed to become a white flower dress that looks like the right size. Shadow's surprised little hand reached out to hold this brand new little skirt. Wow, Brother Bufan, you really got the skirt. With that, she couldn't wait to change her clothes, not caring if there was anyone around. I froze, hurriedly turned my head, sweating. I said you at least have 10 or so years old. In the future you cannot be so in your face to change clothes, Shadow. This is not good. Men and women are different, no? You follow the older brother. The older brother will have to teach you this. Must understand before. Brother, it's fine. I'll just put it on directly. I hadn't even finished my sentence. Shadow had already floated over and spun around in the air again. Does it look good? I see Shadow is already changed? That fast? I twisted my head to where she was before and didn't see the somewhat outdated red dress, so I wondered, where's the old dress? Disappeared. Have a new skirt. Do not want that skirt. Red is not good. Not as good as this one. Brother, you quickly show me. Is it good? Disappeared? I'm a little confused. But it's normal. It's not a normal object after all. I looked Shadow's new outfit up and down and laughed. It's nice. It's so pretty. To be honest, it looks a lot better than the previous one, but to say so have to spend more than $2,000. I still feel a little loss. I see more than 1,000 is more or less, but it cannot be helped. This ghost with things after all, is not the same as the people, and they will not be able to do it themselves, can only buy. Really? Shadow Child is very happy, flying around me in circles and circles, around my head are a little dizzy, so I arm stretch, directly will Shadow Child embrace, patted her head and said, a moment to brother around the dizzy, go home, get ready to go out and go to look for Lee Dottie. So can Shadow have a drink? Shade blinked. Sure, you can drink it straight when you get back in a little while, and I'll bring you another bottle to take with you. Thank you brother. Back at the house, Shade ran to get a drink while taking out her cell phone to call Lee Dottie. The call was quickly answered, and he was always ready on his side, and when he found out that I was free on my side, he said that he would drive straight over to pick me up, which would save me from having to take a taxi there. After about 20 minutes, my phone rang twice, and when I saw that it was Lee Dottie, I took in satchel and headed out the door. Lee Dottie that Land Rover on the cell door listening. I went directly to pull open the door and sat in. Lee Dottie smiled at me. Do not delay your work, right? Hey, don't mention it. I waved my hand. Yo, what? Fired like old Wong back then? Lee Dottie asked with a smile, starting the car and driving forward. Where no, this is not I as the Yin and Yang mailman to take time off from time to time. Leave more often the boss is not happy. To me downgraded to become a part-time staff. Ha ha, that's the same as expulsion. Lee Dottie laughed. I grumbled. You guys don't base your pleasure on other people's pain. You can pull it off. Lee Dottie instantly bristled. You can totally not go to work at the company. This is not much work. Now part-time is also considered free. Want to go, do not want to go, and not too idle time is too clean. I shrugged and said. Also, Lee Dottie nodded. Have you eaten yet? If you haven't, let's eat before we go. Nope. Okay, then let's eat first. There's probably not much good food over there. Lee Dottie immediately turned the car around and drove out in a different direction. Chapter 41, Tortoise Speed. Lunch was nothing special, just a random restaurant and then straight on the road. On the way I checked the reserves inside my satchel for food, drink and supplies, and of course plutonium and gold leaf. The first time to prepare these things when the metals and gold leaves are prepared. Now the gold leaves are used up quite a lot, but the metals and a lot more. After all, before when I went to Thousand Repentant City to find Phone Coin, Phone UD also gave me 20,000 metals for the difference between the two. Otherwise this trip is really a big loss. If it is to do things for people, then the money received is very much, but to have the town to do things, it is estimated to give a little bit of meaning. Cannot earn money, but also cannot lose where. After all, we are in the town to have the town as a businessman. The position is to have the town to give the town to have the town to do things that are also natural to make money. And what is the second? As long as the identity of the identity and the make money when you can earn to the car all the way. Also has long left the range of M City, turned to the highway. Lee Dottie will also raise the speed to 101. The speed is very fast, but not speeding, and from time to time you can see the side of the overtaking of the car. This Lee Dottie is also quite interesting. Every time he passes a car, he curses, rushing to cast off. This highway speed limit is only to 120, and those who go over the car speed obviously more than 120. Looking is indeed quite dangerous. At least I think I will buy a car is not on the highway, go away or public transportation to comfortable. As long as the money to go wherever you can. But the car this thing is not very attractive to me. Living in the city, or electric cars and bicycles are more convenient. Four-wheeled run in the city is really not necessarily run over the two-wheeled. And now the car is also cheap. 3 or 5 million can buy. Resulting in the city is now everywhere in the car. Parking space has become a hot thing. But the car is still good. After all, shelter is no problem. But I always think that thing is so troublesome look. And is a continuous consumables. Is really some cost effective. If the future mother-in-law and wife did not ask, this car I really do not intend to buy. While rambling, while looking at the scenery outside the car, away from the city, the air has become much clearer. Fewer people and fewer cars. Heaven and earth look extraordinarily wide. Hey, I say the earth look at this side. The land is vast and sparse Move to the side to live is probably quite good. At least the air is good. I twisted my head and ventured out. Lee Dottie he smile, skimmed me a glance. Continue to drive seriously. While speaking, pull down you. This bird not place you come or you come to try. You live comfortably. I also moved over. How about it? Looking at his lewd look, I knew he was making fun of me. Shay, I'm not coming. Nonsense, isn't it? And you know it's too deserted here. Lee Dottie gave me a blank look. Yes, after all, this side is a little too far from the city. Although the air is good, the environment is good, and quiet enough, but it is also too quiet here. And the transportation is not so convenient. Want to find a supermarket may be very difficult. The night is even more. Don't want to go out and live a life of sunrise and sunset. It is simply like the ancient people. Maybe only the monks can easily adapt to such a life. Accustomed to living in the city inside, the modern people cannot stand such a life. After all, the nightlife is also a very important part of life. At least you want to go out at night to jerk a string of beer and whatnot to find a place to go out or run out of the 18,000 miles away. After running on the highway for an hour, Lee Dottie got off the highway from an exit, and drove all the way into the mountain road along the highway beside a village. This mountain road is not bad. It's all asphalt, and it's well maintained, and there's a sign on the side of the road with some tips and stuff. I looked at it a couple times without getting a good look at it, so I asked, is it still a scenic spot in here? There is, but it's just a small piece that's been developed, and there's a lot of agriturismo over there. Lee Dottie said, this family owns another agriturismo? I was a little surprised. No, we go to the family is not open farmhouse. Just live over there. But before I took you to send a letter to the farmhouse is the general farmhouse. This inside the mountains on the side of the farmhouse is the original. Do not look at the places far away. Partial. 1 to the weekend. The people are as many as anything. I nodded slightly. Is also ha. Now people do not like what the original ecological pollution-free, natural green good taste well. Lee Da-dee laughed. You kid memorized this phrase. What just memorized? It's heard too much and memorized itself. I was a little speechless. It's hard not to remember this now that it's netted. It's literally off the top of your head and doesn't require a reaction at all. Lee Da-dee drove carefully and slowly on the mountain road, and some cars coming from behind honked their horns and slowly overtook from the side, and then accelerated and ran away without a trace. Still as on the highway as he was on the highway. Lee Da-dee muttered. What a rush to get to the dump. I was a little speechless, glanced at the speed display. Immediately lay a groove. Said the car looks so slow the feelings of the girl opened a dozen yards? This speed, this is no one. There is no way. In the words of Lee Da-dee, such a place will have to slow down and slow down. The side, although there is not much deep ravine, but the road is narrow, and occasionally there are oncoming cars need to avoid, which requires reaction time. Well, I, a guy who hasn't driven much, still sat honestly, which was fine. At least I wouldn't have to worry about the car going off this road and into a ditch that was a few meters deep on one side. So open, all the way to turtle speed forward. More than 10 kilometers of the road froze by the Lee Da-dee. This goods drive out of the dozens of kilometers of feeling. But he said that this kind of action I can completely understand. Just need to look at his head full of white hair and hunchback on the back of the completely relieved. This person only lost will know how to cherish. But some things lost is lost. Can only double cherish all that we have in front of us? Do not mess around. Do not mess around. At least we were 120% safe along the way. And those fast cars on the mountain road weren't going much faster. Along with the fact that the mountain road didn't look too steep, but the speeds were kept very low. More than half an hour's time passed quickly. I thought we had arrived at the place. I did not expect the car was accelerated all the way up the normal highway again. Drove more than 10 minutes, which came to the destination of our trip. It's a big looking village, or town I should say, with quite a lot of people, and supermarkets and stores, and it also looks quite flowery now. Lee Da-dee parked the car in a parking space on the side of the road and spoke. Alright, put the car here, right in front. Get out of the car. I followed Lee Da-dee down Central Avenue not far, turned into the side of the street inside, and walked about not 100 meters. Lee Da-dee pointed to a house, and then ran over to knock on the door. Soon inside came out people opened the door. After seeing as Lee Da-dee will warmly welcome us in. When I entered the door I slightly surveyed the house. Living a villa, when it is really a villa. Not a rural self-built 3-story building, but a 3-story villa. The decoration is still very good, quite tasteful. Hey, this one feels so rich. I tugged on Lee Da-dee and whispered. Lee Da-dee laughed. Do you think people without money would go to great lengths to find some feng shui treasure to bury people? Also, I nodded. I'm afraid that if it was the average person, a crematorium and an urn would be more realistic. So please feng shui gentlemen to come over to find a place to spend a lot of money. If the requirements of the tricky, the need for money that is more. Just like this time the requirements of some tricky. Otherwise Lee Da-dee this kind of is also considered to be a real skill of the guy cannot be a time to get it wrong. Both of you inside please. Have you eaten yet? Why don't we go to the street to have a meal first and rest? You guys have worked hard all the way over. The owner of this house is very hospitable, greeting us to sit down. Lee Da-dee sat down and nonchalantly took an apple and took a bite. I've eaten. We've come over here to prepare to go over again. Last time I ran into a bit of trouble. Not that I'm saying you guys choose that place really don't intend to change it? I see a lot of good feng shui locations on the side. Hey, there are difficulties. The family's ancestors have been over there, and the place is very large. The last time you are not also only a small piece of it. It is too late in the day. Today is early the weather is good. You can certainly find a good place. Please. The owner of this house made some polite remarks, and then looked at me. Who is this? Oh, this is my friend, also all over the ability. His name is Lee Bufan. In the future you meet what beg grandpa and grandma to incense does not work. Look for him, right? Lee Da-dee pointed at me and explained. Listening to Lee Da-dee's words, I almost didn't faint. What do you mean by all capable? What do you mean by all the skills? Do you know that blowing up like that is going to cause trouble? But the words were out, so I couldn't backhand a slap back, and politely nodded to the owner of this house. Hello, Lee Bufan. Good name. Hello, my name is Wang Jiao, Permanent Jiao. In the future if there are things to trouble Mr. Lee Bufan, please teach me more. Wang Jiao extended his hand. Good to say. Your name is also quite good. I shook hands with its politeness. The other party is so enthusiastic I can't be cold. At least have to cooperate a little. Otherwise people can't get off the stage. After a few pleasantries, Lee Dottie urged to start work right away. So Wang Jiu himself drove us out the door, directly toward the back of this street, and soon up the hill. I thought Lee Dottie parked the car so far away. Must be afraid of this mountain road, is afraid of not. This side of the road can be more difficult than when I came to the road over there. A lot of looks, and Wang Jiu's car skills seem to be good. Wang Jiu drove while introducing. Mr. Li Bufan, you don't know. I'm in the transportation business. My family has a few small cars, and now they are all given to the children and employees to drive. I've been driving for my whole life, and I can't drive anymore, so I'll just drive this small car to take my place. I realized, so it is, used to drive a big car. No wonder the small car to drive a thief. Mountain road casually run a few dozen yards without slowing down, and very smooth feeling, stable hard. After driving around this mountain behind the town and all the way down the mountain highway for what must have been 20 minutes, the car stopped on the side of the road and we got out. Wang Jiu pointed to the side of a little big, but not so high mountains, said, previously did not move to the other side of the time. The family grandparents are living in this side, after the death of the basic are buried here. So my father when he left also specially explained to me, be sure to this side, try to be next to his relatives, so that after the death of the also not lonely and so on. We are those who when the children, how can we not fulfill his wish? You guys say right? I nodded. Humanly understandable. Li Da-di then muttered, if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have had to bring you here. Then I'll trouble you two gentlemen. Wang Jiu looked at us. Li Da-di answered, directly jumped off the highway, along one side of the path towards the mountainside, and Wang Jiu also quickly followed up. See this? I can only shrug my shoulders and follow up. To the foot of the mountain, there are stone steps path, also quite good to walk. The surrounding environment is naturally nothing to say, can be described as green mountains and green water. Of course, this water on the opposite side can still be seen. That is a river. The trees on the mountain were still kind of lush and tall, and it felt good to walk in them, only slightly cooler, and you could hear birds chirping and the odd insect sound around every now and then. Suddenly in front of a snorting sound, I looked toward the front, found that Li Dottie hand is holding a bottle of 6 got up and down a burst of spray, snorting. Then he handed this thing to Wang Jiu. And Wang Jiu directly handed it to me, laughing, spray some it Mr. Bu Fan, the mosquitoes in the mountains are powerful. Thanks, I said politely, taking it and spraying it up and down as well. Shadow seemed to have smelled the flavor of 6 gods, and her leisurely voice rang in her ears. Brother, what is 6 gods? This smells good. 6 gods is a brand of floral water, mosquito repellent and itch relief and all that. It tastes okay. I grinned and explained softly. Of course I'm talking about ghost language. The average person listening to the words is the kind of night to hear the very rhythmic sound, but also just like, which also contains a variety of different intonations. Anyway, it is just wandering, fast and slow, because there were 2 people walking in front of me. I kept my voice low, but it was still audible to Wang Jiu, who was walking in front of me. He shivered and spoke. Did you guys hear anything? He twisted his head to look at me. It seems like a kind of, don't know what to say. I laughed. I didn't hear you. It's okay, let's go. I'll pad you. It's not that I'm afraid. I still have to walk this road a few times a year to visit the graves. Wang Jiu scratched the back of his head somewhat depressedly, looked around, and continued to follow Li Dottie all the way forward. Li Dottie's focus was obviously not on this. He started walking and stopping from the moment he stepped on the path. His fingers were pinching and counting. His eyes kept looking around the forest on both sides of the path, but each pause was not long. 3 or 2 breaths and then he continued to move forward. Because the place we're going to was a little bit further back. It's too far away from Wang Jiu's ancestors, and Wang Jiu specified that he wouldn't be willing to bury someone here. After all, it's not the same as though the last wish is not the same. Chapter 42, A Full Mouth of Nonsense. The purpose of our trip was to find a suitable place for Wang Jiu's father to be buried inside the designated area. But since Li Da-di said that there were some difficulties, he had encountered something that made him tricky. I have been followed at the end, the 2 of them in front, although not yet to the designated area inside. But Li Da-di is still walking a section of the stop and look around. Seems to be looking for something. I'm not too lazy to ask. Anyway, the time to see also see. But I think it should belong to the ghosts and spirits of a kind of thing. Or he would not drag me together. Or not much use. I will not be feng shui spells and so on. Thinking of this, I think I should find the old king to learn some of our spells. Last time in the netherworld and those ghosts and beasts of the fight. The old king's last hand is really beautiful. Directly to the fox ghosts and beasts of the fatal blow. As if from the fox ghosts and beasts of the inside of the grab something. At that time did not want to think to ask. If I can do spells, I, a powerless guy, also have some self-protection ability. I can't rely on Shadow to solve everything, in case she eats too much and wants to go to sleep, and I meet trouble, then it's a big game. The three of us followed this mountain path all the way to the top of the mountain, and then followed the path on one side to the back of the mountain. Wang Jiao turned back to me at this time and said, "It's right in front. Hard. Oh, it's fine." I laughed. It was just such a little bit of a hill. I didn't have much of a fighting chance, but I still had plenty of stamina. Going down from the back of the mountain to a wasteland surrounded by three small hills, it looked like a ravine, but the flat area was still not small, with quite a few trees and messy plants growing in it, and basically it was impossible to see any place to get down. "We're here." Wang Jiao turned around to remind me. Li Dadi also stopped at this time and continued to look around. I walked up and asked, "How's it going?" Li Dadi frowned, some strange this all the way over the feeling, and the last feeling is not quite the same. Seems to be where there is a bit of a problem. Could it be that the last time I saw wrong? What looks wrong? I asked. Li Dadi shook his head. "Wait a while, I'll take a look again." You also go to the surrounding to see if there are any dirty things. The last time I came I obviously felt that there is Inchi. Saying here, he lowered his voice, then turned his head and said to Wang Jiao at the back, "You stay here. If you feel anything wrong just directly call out to us." "Ha, Mr. Earth is joking. I come to visit the grave every year. It's fine, there aren't any wild beasts here." Wang Jiao laughed. "Then you see, I'll wait for you here." Li Dadi nodded and gave me a wink, which I said I understood. Beast not beast. Li Dadi he naturally does not know, but his feeling should not be wrong, because I turned around, already in front of the left side to see a faint black gas surrounded by the place, so I pulled Li Dadi's arm, pointing toward that side. Li Dadi looked along where I was pointing and, slightly stunned, asked, "What the hell is it?" "A faint black gas." "Well, I'd better take a look first." Saying that, I came to the side and called Shadow out. As soon as the shadow appeared, Li Dadi's cold hairs exploded all over his body, and he instinctively moved farther away, looking at me like a monster. I laughed and turned my head to Shadow, who was already in a pretty white dress, and said, "Go over there and see what's going on." Shadow Child obediently answered, whooshed into the air, high in the air above there to look down for a while, which flew back, floated beside me and said, "Brother, there seems to be an animal's corpse there. Seems to have a lot of small white worms. So disgusting. A dead animal? Is that what that corpse gave off?" Shadow nodded and ran over to take another look, ran back and said, "Oops, almost missed that. There's a ghost lying on the side of that body." I told him to stay there when I went over. Should I call him over? I froze for a moment. There really is, but what is he doing lying on the side of such a disgusting animal corpse? So I said to Shadow, "Then you call him over. I'll ask about the situation. Have become a ghost, how come he still doesn't go down to the netherworld? What's the point of fooling around here?" "Okay brother." Shadow turned and barked over there. "You, the guy on the ground. Get over here. A night ghost is a night ghost, and this aura is just extraordinary." I immediately saw the place surrounded by black gas. A tall and thin ghost Shadow stood up, trembling all over the body toward this side, hands together also toward the shadow of a bow and about to beg for mercy. Mercy. I am just a lonely soul living here. Mercy. Ah girl. When Shadow saw how slowly the ghost was walking, she immediately crossed her arms and drank. "Come over or I'll eat you up." "Ha, here it comes. The ghost scattered and scurried to me, which startled me. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shade ripped him out 3 meters away and threw him to the ground. "Behave yourself. Say whatever my brother asks you, okay?" Yes. This ghost was scared enough by Shadow Child that his whole body was shaking like a sieve. Once that was done, Shade looked over at me with a smile. "Alright brother." I shushed my breath and glanced at Li Dadi, who was at the side with a puzzled face, then looked at the tall, thin ghost in front of me, who must be at least 1 meter 9 in height, and asked, "What are you doing here?" I live here. One by one all the time," the ghost stammered in reply. I frowned. "Not ask you this, I say. Why do not you go down to the netherworld? And also lying on the side of an animal corpse, that animal rotting maggots you do not see? Not disgusting? Hey, it's not hunger," the ghost snorted. Asterisk. Don't be so disgusting, honestly. I just don't believe a ghost like you is guilty of messing with a dead animal." I glared at him. This, hesitated for half a day. This ghost sees Shadow's mouth is cracked, full of shark teeth. Suddenly a jolt to stand straight. I say, "Do not destroy me. I just feel that someone is coming over. This is not an ambush to see if you can get some yang chi. I just feel that someone is coming over. This is not an ambush. A moment to see if you can fish a little bit of yang chi well." I raised an eyebrow. "Hey, no, I'd say you're not exactly a ghost with a good heart, but there's another question. Why don't you come down to the netherworld instead of lingering here? Heart matter, have heart matter. This ghost hurriedly replied. In my life, I had a wish that I had not yet fulfilled. When the ghostly messenger came up before, he saw that I already had self-consciousness, and said that the situation might become even worse when I went down to the netherworld, and said that he would let me try to see if I could end my wish first, and then come over to take me down after a period of time. But this waiting period was more than 10 years, and the ghostly messenger might have already forgotten about me, right? I scratched my forehead and pondered, there is such a thing? But now that I've stumbled upon him, I can't let him linger here like this. So I ask, so can you get down to the netherworld yourself? This ghost shook his head. Just at the beginning of the time can go down, and then a long time I found that I cannot go down to the netherworld. There is no way to end the wish of the heart, and finally can only stay in the vicinity of this, and cannot run far, as if it is restricted the scope of activities. If I had known this I would have followed the ghost of hooked souls to go down. This is in the middle of nowhere. That is, every time when there are people come over during the Qingming festival. He twisted his head to look at Wang Jiao in the distance. I've seen him many times. I looked back at Wang Jiao and asked the ghost with some doubt. Then you fished out a lot of his young energy too, right? No, absolutely not. I swear. This ghost held up 3 fingers. He seems to have some kind of amulet or something on him. Or is it real? I can't get close at all. I suddenly realized something, so I let Shadow watch him as I walked over to Li Dadi's side. When Li Dadi saw me coming, he immediately asked, "What were you doing just now? What the hell was that?" I shrugged. A lone soul. A lone soul? Li Dadi was a bit puzzled. I nodded and briefly explained what happened just now. What do you think you need me to do? This ghost just wants to fish for Yang Qi, and always wants to say some nonsense to fool me. I see that he does not look honest, but also said that what his wish is not yet fulfilled. The ghost of the hook heard, but even let him stay here. Fooling other people is okay. I do not believe it. Can't believe it. The feng shui here is very odd. The last time I came here I could still see it. This time it's especially blurry. Look around and see if there's anything else. Or else it's this ghost that's messing with it. I answered and turned towards Shadow's side, looking at the tall and thin ghost, and said, I won't ask anything else. Just tell me what you've done here. Be honest or don't blame me for not being close to the ghosts. This ghost's eyes gurgled. Just wanted to say something. The shadow child directly spoke. I said, what kind of bad idea are you playing? I'm telling you, if you dare to tell a lie, I'll make you disappear right away. Dare not dare not dare. The tall skinny ghost laughed dryly twice and turned his head to look at me. No, I'm really just a lone ghost. I've been lingering here all this time. There's really no way to go down to the netherworld. I've really said everything I can say. Really, I swear. I was a bit speechless, looked the ghost up and down, and said directly to Shadow, let him disappear. Okay brother. Shadow scurried up with a whoosh. Don't. I say. I'll say it all. Don't kill me. This ghost was gnawed by Shadow's bite and became 3 times more illusory. His face was full of panic as he fought and begged for forgiveness, but he was as weak and powerless as a chicken under Shadow's hands, and he was unable to break free from Shadow's power. I raised my hand. Shadow, wait a moment. Shadow barred his lips. This tastes so bland. It's not good at all. I was in a sweat, but if I could calm the ghost. I looked at the ghost. Tell me. In telling me stories, I'll turn you into a story. Yes. Say, I'll say it all of it. This ghost this time is really weak on the ground. Efforts for a while this only stood up, trembling said, I found an ancient tomb here, after death to know, so I pondered that this must be a feng shui treasure, so I want to go to that tomb to see if there are any valuable things, although now become a ghost may not take those things. This ghost said a little bit. As for those words he said before, 9 times out of 10, they were all nonsense. After his explanation I realized why this place would make Li Dadi suddenly feel different. It turns out just because of this underground that tomb let the ghost in front of me to toss a bit, almost did not die in it, and ran out again. Just according to his description, the underground tomb is actually an arched brick tomb. The space is very small, and there is not much inside, but the people buried inside seem to have died unjustly, and the ghosts are bound to the skeleton and can't be detached, but they seem to be able to do magic and so on. But of course, these things this ghost in front of him said vaguely, and it's not clear. That's all. It's yesterday. I crawled in the distance to rest. I saw you guys came to move this way, until you pointed towards me when I did not move. I guess you may be a feng shui master. In case of a little bit of magic spells I will suffer. Not only can not get, may also have to fly soul broken. The ghost looked at me pitifully, and then looked at the scary Shadow. He said so much. Anyway, I think at least half of his words inside did not tell the truth. True and false to make people a little inscrutable. But Li Dadi's side delayed to see a doorway, so I went over to the side of Li Dadi. Will be a simple description of things. Li Dadi expressed surprise after hearing. and then looked around. Let me go back and ask about that location. So I asked, and then I let that ghost take me over to see where the entrance was. So he took me to the side of a big acacia tree, pointing to a mouse hole in the ground and said, "It's here." I looked toward the bottom. Well, inside the heavy inchi, but to the ground by the sunshine so much dissipated. It seems that there is indeed a tomb below. As for what shall not be, Li Da-di came over cautiously at my greeting, already grasping his mahogany sword in his hand, alert and unusual, to the edge of the tree, looked at the mouse hole, and then circled around the tree, pinching the fingers slightly counted, suddenly flew also ran away a long way. "You come over, do not stand here that, be careful of the danger." Ha! I was a little taken aback. I thought to myself that with Shadow by my side, which ghost am I afraid of? It is at this time, the surrounding is suddenly a strong wind, scared me a shiver, and the tall thin ghost whoosh a moment into the mouse hole, while the Shadow is a grab my arm, with me backward out of a dozen meters away. Brother careful. Chapter 43 A bead. Everything came too suddenly, shocked me as a cold sweat. Fortunately there is a Shadow at the side, directly dragged me out more than 10 meters away, and then turned his head to look over the past, that the big tree below that has been a thick black gas surrounded. I came back to my senses and hurriedly ran towards Li Da-di's side, asking what was going on, while Li Da-di obviously didn't quite understand, but just cautiously looked over there, and he could now see the cloud of gas as well. "Hello? What's going on over there? Did something explode? Why is it smoking?" Wang Jiao asked from a distance. Wang Jiao's words made me and Li Da-di were stunned. Even Wang Jiao saw that heavy cloud of inchi? No, there should be dust trapped in it, otherwise how could a mortal see the inchi? Only by feeling. I whipped my head around to look at Li Earth. Li Da-di nodded. "It does look like it's smoking, but I just felt that the inchi over there has suddenly intensified a lot, and I'm not talking about the Ghostbusters." I shushed my breath, feeling that they still couldn't see the inchi present. They could only see the dust flying over there. But what exactly did that ghost do after going down there? Surprisingly, it made those heavy inchi suddenly emerge over there. These may need to go over and take a look later to find out. Don't go over there now. It's scary with that heavy inchi. I wiped my cold sweat and turned my head to smile at Shadow. "Thank you." Shade smiled faintly. "No need to thank just now that place's inchi is so weird Shade has not encountered that kind of weird inchi. That's why she brought her brother here." I nodded and turned to wave at Wang Jiao in the distance, signaling him to stay honest and stay away. After a short while, the inchi around that big tree dissipated and everything seemed to be back to normal. Li Da-di and I looked at each other. I asked Shadow to go over to check it out, and Shadow flew over high. Shadow Child went over and just took a look, and immediately flew back to my side and said, "Brother," a big pit appeared under the big tree. A big pit? I froze for a moment, thinking that it couldn't be that the tomb below had collapsed, could it? This may be the only explanation. So I said to Li Da-di, "Maybe the tomb collapsed. Look at the feng shui around it again." Li Da-di answered, and wandered around with his stuff, while I cautiously walked towards the big pit that had collapsed out over there. Shadow floated a few meters in front of me. I approached the big pit little by little, until I came to the edge to take a look at this. Only then it dawned on me that the original flat ground under the tree had already turned into a big pit with a diameter of about 3 meters and a depth of more than 2 meters. And under the pit, I could vaguely see some turning tiles, but most of them were still buried by dust. Just as I was sizing up the situation, I only saw a ghost emerge from one of the corners of the big pit, and when I looked at it, wasn't it the tall and skinny ghost that created this cave-in after scurrying into the rat hole just now? At once, I pointed at him and called out, "Shadow, destroy him!" Shade whooshed over, regardless of the ghost's wailing and begging for mercy, and in 3 or 2 strikes it was a soul-breaking blow. Damn surprisingly shady old me. I cursed and twisted my head to look over at Li Da-di. Li Da-di seemed to have some eyebrows and seemed to be checking around a lot faster. Shadow floated up from the lower full, still grasping a bead in her hand. "Look brother, I found a beautiful stone. I feel so like it." I turned my head to see. "This is a round jade?" I should say that it looks like jade. As for whether it is, I am not sure. With look at the color, dirty, above also surrounded by a layer of inchi. Should be a burial object? Instead of reaching for the beads, I said, "You like the beads?" Shadow Child hastily nodded. Yes, yes, yes. I feel that this stone bead is so beautiful. Holding in the hand so comfortable feeling. Brother, can I stay? I frowned. "It won't hurt you, will it? You should be able to see that there's yin on it." "I can see it, that's why I like it. It doesn't hurt, and I can absorb the yin chi that comes out of it, so the shadow will be even more powerful." It was just on the side of that ghost, as if it was something he was holding in his hand and it fell off after he died. Shadow explained. I glanced again toward the large pit beside me and thought to myself that this could be this ghost's dependency? Could it be some kind of treasure? But looking at how heavy the yin chi on it is, It's obviously not suitable for humans, but since Shadow likes it, and I can't see anything else out of the ordinary right now, so I'll let her keep it, and deal with it later if there's anything wrong with it. According to reason should be alright. Is the tomb on Earth things only? This if fell into the hands of the two Fuzi those guys, may sell a what a high price out of it. They also think it is dangerous. This is really some funny. I can't blame me though, it's just that I can tell it's not normal on it, and if I were a normal person then I'd be overjoyed I guess. At this time, Lee Dottie ran over from the side, looked at the big pit, and nodded slightly. It seems that there really is a tomb down here, but just now after this tomb collapsed, the feng shui here suddenly became normal. Ha! He suddenly saw a green bead floating around me, and pointed at it in disbelief. There's a bead floating around you? Ha! I froze for a moment, glanced at the beads Shadow was clutching, and laughed. This is what my Ghostbuster took out of the tomb. Lee Dottie couldn't see the shadow, but he could feel it, and when I said that, it dawned on him. Right Earth, you give it a look. This bead is thick with yin chi. I don't know if it will be dangerous to let my ghost guards hold it. I'm still a little worried. Lee Dottie dryly laughed twice and waved his hand. This thing looks like something contained in the mouth of a dead person. Grave robbers can like this thing. It's just that it's too few and far between. It's not at all present in the general graves. It's more than normal to have yin chi, but there's no excuse for your family's ghost man to take it. He's originally just a ghost, and these yin chi may only be beneficial to him. It's just that I can't figure out how such a jade bead could appear in a cemetery burial of this size. Since there was no danger, I was relieved, and I said, it probably used to be a bit of a moneymaker too. Maybe there are other tombs here? Lee Dottie shook his head. There should be no more looks. I just looked at all of them. Only here is missing a piece. I moved my hand to avoid it. The rest of the place is normal. It was probably buried here in secret then. Maybe something happened alone, long time ago. I looked over at the large pit, or maybe a few digs down there? Maybe even dig up some antique stuff. Don't. I won't do this kind of thing that damages the yin virtue. If you want to do it, you do it. You're not afraid of this the most. Lee Dottie shrugged his shoulders. Come on, just now I've already found a location for Wangjiu. Are you digging for a while, or are you going back now? Never mind. Let's just go back. Although I had become a yin and yang ghost messenger, not afraid of damage to the yin and virtue and so on, but I always feel that planing other people's graves is an extremely bad thing. Turn back or let people to fill back it. Of course, may also be dug by other people, but other people digging that is other people's business. I cannot care. Lee Dottie and I made our way out of this grassy place, while Shadow grabbed the beads and disappeared directly inside my arm, which was surprising. Shadow can go in because she is a soul, and that bead can be brought in together? I don't understand, but since she's holding the beads, it's fine. I'm not afraid of the yin chi anyway, and after feeling nothing unusual, I was relieved. Coming to Wang Jiu's side, Wang Jiu inquired if he had found a good location or something this time. Lee Dottie smiled and nodded his head, turning around to briefly say a few words, and then we began to return all the way back. When he got into the car, Wang Jiu said with a big smile, "Thanks to you two gentlemen this time. I'll transfer the promised payment to you now." Said, he took out his cell phone, directly transferring money to Lee Dottie's cell phone, and Lee Dottie took his own cell phone and directly threw 70% of them all to me, almost $40,000, and then laughed and said, "Then this time we have a good cooperation, and in the future, if there is any need for help, you can still come to me." Wang Jiu laughed. That's. In the future I have this relative and friend. If there is any need, I will also look for you. Of course I also understand. What small fights will not find you? Your side of the word I have also heard of. After all, the cost of giving cannot be less. Say what cannot be snubbed to help their own feng shui mister. Is not. That's the reasoning. That's fine. Let's go back. You can do it afterward. Lee Dottie thought for a moment and added, by the way, just now over there is a place collapsed. You also see, is that big tree below? Below do not know whose tomb. You guys go over there, remember to fill up that place. Burying the flat can be. Remember, don't dig indiscriminately. Digging out of the matter, you guys have to cover your own pocket. Oh. Keep it in mind. Definitely. Wang Jiu answered with his mouth full. I glanced at him. This person should be remembered, for fear that after the people who come to work to find that is an ancient tomb cannot help but dig a few, but also let them go. Inda is their own master is. Anyway, the danger has basically been broken. As for the feng shui, Lee Dottie with a special means has been that piece of land to the circle out. It should not be a matter. All the way back to Wang Jiu this villa, we did not stay. Directly back to Lee Dottie's car. Lee Dottie laughed. This trip you kid earn a lot go back to treat. I sweated. I've got a good chunk of what you've earned, so naturally it's no problem to treat yourself and all that. No way. I still want to live 2 more years. Lee Dottie shrugged his shoulders and started the car. If you don't want this money, I usually just roll it out. In the past when there was cooperation with Lao Wang it was all about Lao Wang taking it directly, and now it's you, and the rest is donated to help the poor. Anyway, I smiled. Also, there are some invisible and untouchable rules that must be obeyed, otherwise it may bring unexpected results. Looking at his appearance, I once again sighed. There was nothing special on the way back, and Li Dadi didn't say much, so I leaned back against the seat and fell asleep in a daze. When I opened my eyes again, the car has entered the city, parked in front of a restaurant. Li Dadi patted my shoulder. Open dinner. This trip to run. A moment after eating, please I go to take a bath? I rubbed my eyes and sat up, then laughed. Okay, that said, we haven't been to any upscale place to take a bath. After eating you lead the way. Okay. Li Dadi heatedly smiled, got out of the car, and we entered the restaurant. It was just the two of them, and they couldn't eat much, so they ordered a few dishes and made small talk. Li Dadi suddenly remembered the beads and asked, "Where are the beads? You didn't take it? Where can I? My Ghostbusters have it." I said, "Oh, I'm curious. What do you all look like when you talk about Ghostbusters? Is it the kind with teeth and claws, or one with a half-assed head?" Li Dadi blinked. I was dumbfounded and waved my hand. No. I haven't seen anyone else's Ghostbusters, but mine is a little girl, and I bought her a new dress the other day, and she loves it. Oh, Li Dadi became interested. A little girl? Then she must not be an ordinary ghost. I nodded and rubbed the arm where Shade was, and said lightly, "Night ghost, I guess." The first time I met her was when I was rushing with other ghosts, and the ghost said she was a night ghost, but she's really quite powerful. I said, "She came out around the wind, but we're the general people who were gently so rushed a bit, like cold and fever, heavy coma. This is light, a little more serious, maybe directly a life." Li Dadi lowered a sound. "Around to see no one. This is to rest assured that the bold and raised some volume. Don't worry, the girl has decent control now. She can collect her breath without leaking it and fight whenever she needs to." I shrugged. Within a short time, the meal was served and the topic naturally changed. After the meal, Li Dadi also really drove me to a bath center. Looks quite advanced. After going in a person to 68 yuan ticket, of course, the 68 is not for nothing, including some convenient shampoo, toothbrush towels and so on, but also tube of back rub. Taking the stuff to the changing room, Li Dadi said with a fluttering brow, "The chicks here can be pretty. Do you want to order one later?" Look at him, the cheap look. I am a burst of powerless feelings of this girl is also this mouth it? I hurriedly waved my hand, to have to. I still forget. You want if you want, buddy, for you to pay is, TSK, that's enough. Hey no, I mean why are you okay with this? I asked. Li Dadi pointed to his hair and patted his back, letting out a long sigh. See, if I'm like this now, how can any girl be willing to marry me? Not to mention marriage. A blind date can scare people to death. I instantly realized, and smiled apologetically. Yes, it's true that there's no way for him to fall in love and then get married like a normal person in his condition. Of course it's not absolute, but it needs to be based on money to be able to do so. After all, some girls nowadays are willing to give up everything for the sake of money, but he shouldn't be able to do so. He'd rather come here. It's also a personal difficulty for him. There's no way around it. Chapter 44, Growing Up a Little. After the bath I said hello to Li Dadi, paid the bill in advance and left the bath center. Out to pick up the phone and look at it. Found that there is Shui Xiaoqian sent a message, so I chatted with her for a couple of sentences. Originally intended to go directly home to rest, but she seemed to want to eat snacks, and now the time is not yet the time to eat in the afternoon, so I intend to buy some snacks to send to her. Anyway, I'm now also considered to be free. After all, the work has been downgraded to become a part-time job. Usually come to the supermarket I buy the most is to cook the ingredients needed, household goods, and this is the first time to come for snacks. Think about it all, feel a little want to laugh. So big people, but also specialize in buying snacks. Supermarket is not big, not to mention shopping carts. Even shopping baskets are only a few, but after going in and found that the types of snacks are quite a lot, I do not know what is good and what is not good. Anyway, look at the okay on the purchase of a packet of shelves are given to the people swept once. The drinks also bought a few bottles, and finally checked out froze when loaded with 2 big shopping bags. As for the money and stuff I didn't care. After all, they were scanning the code to produce a small ticket. There can be no mistake. This trip out to earn nearly 40,000 yuan. The bath center themselves spent 68, and then to Li Dadi directly to a whole set of 1,280 yuan. Although expensive, but I do not hurt. I just feel sorry for Li Dadi, so capable of a guy young to look at the old like this. If not the appearance of the changes, I think that he is so capable of that, must be able to find a good girl to get married into a family. I have to say, This everyone has someone's difficulties, but also need to bear. Outsiders at most can only help a hand. After leaving the supermarket, I took a taxi straight to the city hospital. Shui Xiaoqian's workplace is on the second floor of the hospitalization department's nurse's desk. It's very easy to find. I came over here at a glance to see that she was busy with another small nurse inside the nurse's desk, so I carried 2 large shopping bags to the desk. Inside, the 2 naturally also look at me. Shui Xiaoqian first froze, then looked at such 2 big bags of snacks in surprise. Her eyes were little stars. Wow, so much? What? You can't finish it all by yourself. It's not like you have your co-workers. It's not good to eat alone. I grinned and pointed to the other nurse by her side. When this nurse heard, she was immediately happy to open flowers. Yes, Xiaoqian, you cannot be so stingy. You see so much. Hurry up to take down. Do not let those guys downstairs to see, or else all for you to share. Oh. With a jolt, Shui Xiaoqian took the 2 bags inside, then asked me with a smile, how did you think of sending me so many delicious things? I went out to do some errands. Just came back, passing by. Know you like to eat these, so I bought some over. I smiled. She likes to eat snacks, this habit, or from the previous chat, no. But I still explained, like, but not as a meal. Yo, Xiaoqian, you haven't introduced yourself yet? The little nurse on the side smiled and poked Shui Xiaoqian with her finger. Shui Xiaoqian's face slightly reddened. He's the guy who was in a coma for 2 days a while ago. That's him. I was in charge of that ward at that time. He's the guy who passed out for 2 days and got up with nothing? The nurse looked at me in surprise. That's him. Shui Xiaoqian looked at me with a smile. I scratched my hair. What's that? You guys are busy. I can't be bothered if I'm working. I'm free for a date. Well, then go back soon. I'll call you when I have time. Shui Xiaoqian gestured with her hand and smiled slightly, very sweetly. Hey, what's going on here? No introduction? The other person obviously looked a bit unhappy. Oops, boss is here. Shui Xiaoqian glanced behind me and hurriedly pulled her colleague to sit down before signaling that I could leave. I looked back, and sure enough, there were 2 nurses coming this way with papers, so I waved my hand at Shui Xiaoqian and turned to leave. When I got home, I called Shadow out. A silhouette flashed in front of me. A shadow in a white flower-dotted dress twirled in the air. Arrived home, yeah. Brother, I want a drink. Here. I smoothly took the undrinkable bottle I'd brought out inside my backpack. Then asked, by the way, where are your beads? I saw that she didn't have the beads in her hand either, so I don't think she left them inside my arm, right? I hurriedly looked back and forth over my arm, squeezed it, and it didn't seem to be there. Shadow first put the drink aside, then she took the bead out from somewhere. Only the bead now seemed to be only half the size it was when she just saw it, and the inchi seemed to be a bit more dense. I was surprised. How is it still small? Yeah. Shade absorbed a lot of it, and now Shade feels like she's become even more powerful. Shade raised her head proudly. So it didn't take long for the beads to absorb it? I asked. I don't know, hey. It seems like it. I'll try. Shade blinked. The small hand holding the bead rose up with layers of black chi, which continuously surrounded and then were directly absorbed by her, while the bead in her hand was also becoming smaller and smaller again at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, the beads have disappeared without a trace. And they have really disappeared? Where is this jade? Is clearly a yin chi condensed into a bead. And just at this time, I suddenly realized that Shadow was floating somewhat sluggishly in the air, and a faint red color flared up in her big watery eyes, and I thought to myself that it was not good. What kind of situation is this? Going off the deep end? Shade, baby Shade, wake up, wake up, wake up. I whispered her name and shook her arm. The red color in Shadow's eyes instantly skyrocketed. Her hair exploded, and a gust of wind suddenly blew up around her, scaring me. Oh, my God, what's going on here? Is it changing or something? However, this situation was only 3 or 5 seconds before it completely stopped, and Shadow's berserk state faded rapidly, quickly returning to the normal Mo Yang, who was also shaking like a leaf already. I hurriedly stepped forward to hold her from falling straight to the ground, though she wasn't afraid of that look. Shadow, are you alright? I looked at the little girl whose face suddenly became a bit haggard again. I was really a bit worried. What the hell is that damn bead? It wouldn't really be harmful to her, right? After a while, Shadow then blinked her eyes, seemed to be a bit strained and twisted her head to look at me with a faint smile. Shadow is so tired. Shadow seems to take a rest. I lifted my arm up and placed it in front of her. Shadow was struggling to raise her little arm to grab my arm, and then with a whoosh, she didn't enter it, and a gust of cold sensation came out from inside my arm, which seemed to be quite a bit colder than what it felt like before, but it didn't have any effect on me. Shadow's state just now really scared me. I'm really afraid that the beads will give her something wrong. This is a severe ghost. Once something goes wrong, where can I find such a house ghost? Or such a cute ghost? Shouldn't be a problem. Just as much as if she was full? I soothed myself and let out a breath, leaning back on the couch and rubbing my eyes. Today this trip is not very tortuous. Outside the sky is just dark. Time is still early, but this running back and forth is really quite tiring. So I also wash early rest. Perhaps before some worried about the state of the shadow child. This sleep began to dream. I dreamed that the shadow child because the beads ate bad stomach, fever of more than 40 degrees, scared me to hold her on the way to the hospital. But the road was stuck in a traffic jam. The car was stuck in traffic for a long time, so I got out of the car, riding the roadside bicycle sharing a hand holding a light as nothing shadow all the way to the hospital. But this road seems to become a long, how can not ride the head? Anxious I was sweating, but also shouted, the front of the let a little, the child is sick, give way. The more I was in a hurry, the more cars there were on this road, and the traffic was so bad that eventually I couldn't even get my bike across. It was just jammed. Just as I was like an ant on a hot pan holding shadow between the cracks of the car, I suddenly felt a flash in front of my eyes, and violently I sat up with a shout, get out of the way, all of you. I then saw that Shadow was floating at the head of the bed, seemingly a little aggravated, holding a bottle of drink that hadn't even been opened yet, and looking at me blearily, as if she was very aggravated. In an instant I reacted. Dreams? Holy! I gasped twice and wiped my forehead in a cold sweat. This dream was weird. Who's Shadow? Come on. I waved at Shade. Brother Bufan, what happened to you just now? Why did you let Shadow Air go away? Shadow Air floated over in aggravation, and tears seemed to be bubbling up inside her large eyes. I hurriedly stroked her long hair and smiled bitterly. Brother just had a nightmare, dreaming that Shadow was sick and the road was so congested and long that I couldn't run to the hospital no matter how hard I tried. Shade was a bit unsure. Having a nightmare? That must have been scary. I nodded and shushed myself leaning back against the bed, skimming my head and glancing out the window. It wasn't even light yet, so I picked up my cell phone off to the side and glanced at it. It was 4:30 in the morning. It was also almost dawn, and I was not getting much sleep. Looking at the unopened drink in Shadow's hand, I laughed. Why don't you drink it? Why don't you drink it? No, Shade, you seem to have grown taller, right? Yeah. Shade looked down at herself, then drifted over to the mirror and looked back and forth, looking back at me. No, right? Grown taller? Indeed. I'm pretty sure that Shade started out at almost less than a meter tall, and now she looks like she has to be about a meter tall, and her face looks like it's missing a few pieces of dodgy flesh. I thought it might have something to do with the beads, so I asked, when did you get out? It's like 3 o'clock, Shadow said as she floated to one side of the clock and pointed to a spot. I nodded and continued. So did it feel uncomfortable or anything? No, I only feel as if my strength has become greater, and I can fly so fast. Shadow suddenly appeared in front of me in a flash, and in another flash, she reached the door, and in another flash, she ran into my arms and flaunted. How was it, brother? It's fast, isn't it? I give a thumbs up. Quick. It seems that Shadow's strength has really become a lot more powerful because of that moment of inexplicable beads. But later on when it's light I'd better find old Wang and ask to see what this is all about. No matter if it's good or bad, I have to understand it myself before I can do so. As I was thinking about it, my cell phone, which was sitting on the side, vibrated and lit up. My cell phone basically vibrated while I was sleeping, so I picked it up and looked at it, realizing that it happened to be Lao Wang's, so I picked it up. Lao Wang, it's me. Hey, I was wondering if you'd gone to bed yet, but no, you're home, right? Come down, help me move some things, remember to bring your shadow over, while no one is around. Hurry up, old Wang said on the other end of the phone. Where? In front of the neighborhood? I asked, surprised. Yeah, it's right at the door. Hurry up, it's not going to be easy to get it all in a while with all the people. Okay, I'll be right down. I put the phone down, changed my clothes, grabbed Shadow and headed down. Came to the front door. I found the door put 2 large cardboard boxes. From the packaging should be what technology products, but I do not recognize the logo. So I walked up and asked. I said the old king you get this in the middle of the night is what? Old Wang glanced at Shadow Child, who was with me, and didn't answer my question, but just asked in surprise. Why does your Shadow Child seem to have grown up? Or am I just blinking my eyes? I froze for a moment and craned my head to look at Shade, who cocked her head and said, have I really grown up? I nodded and gestured. Almost that much taller. 10 centimeters? Something like that. No. What's this about your family shadow? Old Wang asked. I thought about it and waved my hand. Later, when I walked up this time I realized that there was also a fat ghost standing beside old Wang. This ghost was wearing a white coat. It looked like he should have been a doctor in his lifetime. He also nodded to me and said, hello, I have delivered letters to you before. I rang up at once. Yeah, Yeah, just now at the beginning when the old king asked you to send a note to scare me? He. What's scaring you, ah? Joking little brother. I'm just sending you a letter. I'm not scaring you. Not allowed to let your house ghost to scare me, ah. He pointed at the shadow beside me. I glanced at Shadow, and instantly laughed and shook my head. How come? You're old Wang's house ghost. I can't scare you anyways, can I? Shade curiously circled around the fat ghost twice, causing old king to have a head full of black lines. Hey, I say Shade, ah. I'm at least your guide. Don't be like this. Had. Got it, old king. Shadow smiled and flew to my side. Come on. Give us a hand. One box for each of us, or it'll be too weird to be caught on surveillance. Old Wang and his house ghosts moved up a large box toward the inside. I also followed his example, and Shade moved another box to follow, not to mention, thinking that it is really quite heavy. I do not know what things are loaded inside. Chapter 45, The Rusty Short Sword. Because the entrance to the neighborhood was monitored, and the kind of boxes we were moving were big and almost square, so we were all hugging them, and then the house ghosts were dragging them underneath, and we basically didn't have to exert much effort, and it didn't look that weird to outsiders. Smoothly delivered the box to the old king's home. Put the box down. I then asked what was loaded inside. It was quite heavy. Old Wang laughed, brought a knife from the side, and said while opening the box, "It's really nothing, just some household items." I was dumbfounded when the box was opened. 2 sets of exercise equipment? I instantly threw a series of blank stares over my shoulder. Hey, not me. What are you up to? I'm a little confused. Why did you get so much gym equipment in this nice place? It's all iron. No wonder it's so heavy. The old king picked up a dumbbell tray, said, "Exercise body well." Just this time the delivery man, a bit of a grandson, directly to me thrown to the door of the district, did not say help me move up, give money or not moving, anxious with a kind of son. Damn, a moment to complain, obviously said to deliver the door. I was a bit speechless. I was drunk for calling me over so early in the morning just for such 2 big boxes of various fitness equipment. But yesterday I went to bed early, and this phone call came after I woke up. It's just that my face is not washed and my teeth are not brushed now. It's hard to be tight. But since I'm here, there are some things that I still need to ask for clarification, so I'll just put down this carrying gym equipment thing first. Come on, you work out, and I won't ask so many questions. I was thinking of asking you something today. I waved my hand. The old king laughed, patted my shoulder, strengthened the body exercise, enhanced the people's physical fitness. The capital of the revolution is hard. In order to have the life to earn a life to spend it. I don't know when he's been so life-thirsty. What did he do with all those decades before that? But after becoming a yin and yang mailman, I obviously feel much better physically. This out I really don't understand. Maybe it is really just to exercise the body. Indeed. But let me ask something else. Fine. You ask. Old Wang said while fiddling with the implements inside the box. I sorted out my language. And then I talked about what happened yesterday when I went to the mountains with Li Da-di, focusing on the matter of the bead that Shadow got. Although Shadow is fine now, it's still good to understand it as soon as possible. Old Wang froze for a moment, put down those fitness equipment, looked around, took his bag from the sofa, touched it, and fished out a soybean-sized bead from it, which was covered with a faint layer of yin chi, and he asked, "Look, is there any difference between what you saw before and this?" I froze at the sight of the bead, then I picked it up and surveyed it for a moment, and Shadow floated over curiously, blinking and pointing at the soybean-sized bead. "Can I give it to Shadow? This isn't mine. It's old Wang's, someone else's stuff." I hurriedly shook my head and returned the bead to old Wang. It has the same yin chi, but the color is different and the size is different. But there is one thing that is somewhat similar. It all looks like jade. Old Wang nodded and put the beads away, explaining, "This is called a soul crystal. It has great benefits for ghost cultivators, and for all kinds of ghosts. This item is of high value. The yin chi emanating from the top of the crystals can nourish the soul body, thus slowly strengthening it." I raised an eyebrow, looked at Shadow for a moment, and asked, "So does this stuff run out with use?" Old Wang shook his head. "No, I've gotten some before. This thing will turn into a small grayish-white stone after using it. It won't disappear, but the situation you mentioned can be a bit special." Shadow looked at Old King. "Old King, would you give Shadow that bead of yours?" Old Wang immediately laughed bitterly and pointed at his house ghost. "No, right now he's still recovering from his injuries. With this he'll be able to recover very quickly." "Then Shadow doesn't want it." Shadow winked at me and then wandered around Old King's home. I looked at the Shadow. Some wondered, "Shadow, that situation is indeed a bit special. By the way, there was a time who came, said that the Shadow is a soul-devouring severe ghost. This is very powerful?" "That's natural. Didn't you see her fight before? I fought so laboriously. Once she joined, the battle was immediately reversed." The old king skinned his mouth. so I say you kid earned a lot. Treat people well in the future. As for that bead you said, well, let's do it this way. Today you take me to a trip. There must be something else in the place that can produce such a big soul crystal, where there must have been many deaths in the past, or else this soul crystal must not have appeared there. Of course, maybe it has something to do with that tomb, Old Wang said. I nodded slightly. That's fine. I'll call Earth and tell him to drive. That's fine. Then you give him a message and we'll meet at the soup store. Old Wang answered and quickly organized those fitness equipment of his. Phone call soon through. Li Dottie seems to be sleeping, but when he heard that I went over with the old king he was still very quick to respond. I really don't know if he had an overdose in the bath center yesterday. Old Wang's side had been organizing for a while, and then he took out a long thing from inside a box, wrapped in a red cloth, which attracted me. Who was looking at my phone? What the hell is this? Why is it still wrapped in red cloth? I curiously surveyed the thing, while Shadow had returned to rest in my arm in boredom, and Old Wang's house ghost was hugging Old Wang's backpack on one side, seemingly recovering the damage from the last battle through that soul crystal. Old Wang heatedly smiled. Do you think I really buy these crappy things back off? It's just that guy is in the fitness equipment business, doing quite a big job. I asked him to buy me one thing. Now that the courier is checking tightly, this stuff can't be delivered if you send it alone, said the old king. Yanked off the red cloth on the box, revealing a very delicate wooden box. The box is engraved with some strange patterns, and I can't understand what's on it. Then the old king carefully placed the box on the coffee table, and then opened the wooden box, and at once I felt that the temperature around me seemed to drop a few degrees, which made me even more curious and wide-eyed, wanting to see what kind of contraptions were placed inside. The box opened. There is no golden light. There is no pearl. What appeared inside the box was a 1-foot-long short sword. The hilt seems to be new, but the body of the sword already has some rusty appearance. It looks like it is really a bit worn out, but strangely enough it gave me a very sharp feeling. An iron sword. A rusty iron sword? I was stunned on the spot. Old Wang blanked me, as if it were a treasure, picked it up, gently waved it in the air twice, and ing dropped a little bit of iron slag to the coffee table, looking at me as a burst of speechless. I just waited, waiting for the old king to fiddle for a while before the old king looked at me with a smile and shook the 1-foot-long short sword in his hand. Do you know what this is? Asterisk. Iron sword, I said bluntly. Looks like you didn't learn properly in school. This is obviously patina. You have to say it's iron. You have iron in your head. Old Wang was a bit speechless. This is not an ordinary sword. Look at what is written on this sword. He pointed to the sword. I came up and looked at it several times. I could only see a strange rune, and I didn't know what the heck it was. I was depressed. Can you just say it? You're embarrassing me like this. I knew you didn't know. Asterisk. You don't know and you're asking? I glared with both eyes. Egu. I won't tease you. This is a prana soul sword, which is rumored to be a blade that was used by a certain ancient cultivator. That is to say, cultivator, and it has great damage to the soul body. Old Wang touched a scabbard out from one side and inserted the broken thing. Cultivator? I immediately laughed. You can't have been as fooled, right? You even believe this? The old king does not care about the small sword into his satchel inside, and then continue to let his house ghost spoke. In the end is not really later you will know. This is from an ancient general's tomb to get out of. Those guys only as an antique to sell. But I know what this thing in the end. Hey, it's not that I said. You just started. A lot of things still don't understand. Even the most basic spells don't know. Turn around and I'll slowly teach you. This can't be remembered. There is a chance for you to whisper this prana soul sword's power. Really? I was a little confused. Nonsense. There's no money in lying to you. So how much did you pay for this thing? Bought as an antique. Spent less than 5 million. This thing cannot see the light. Quite cheap. If you can get to the surface to sell, at least 800 upwards, or less. Old Wang said lightly. I almost hit my head on the ground. $5 million? $5 million for a rusty, broken sword? That's rich, but what this sword actually does will have to be seen later. At that moment, I helped Old Wang organize the messy fitness equipment in his home, and then he put away the household ghosts, and we both left the house together, heading for the beef and sheep soup breakfast restaurant. Arrived at the place when Li Dottie has already arrived this side. His family lives close. Driving is only 10 minutes. Come early is also normal. Li Dottie is very curious about why the old king to come over today. The old king did not hide. Directly opened the box on the words. Of course, such a crowded place to pay attention to talk about proportion. So it is a clear set of dark set. Anyway, the three of us listened to understand on the line. Old Wang said, while greeting the waiter on the breakfast. Again in the first time I came exactly the same. Each bowl is added 40 yuan of meat. See Li Dottie is a blank stare. And finally old Wang ridiculed the old man to eat less understandable. After all, digestion is not good, which provoked a burst of blank stares from Lee Dottie. After finishing the meal, the one who settled the bill was naturally me. After all, no matter from that side, I was the one who gained the most, and it was only right that I should pay for it. After checking out and getting into the car, Lee Dottie drove straight to where we went yesterday afternoon. Until the car drove out of the city, old Wang suddenly remembered that today does not seem to be the weekend. Asked me if I want to take a vacation or something. I laughed bitterly. Not yet, said. Lee Dottie poured me a breath of water. Old Wang haha laugh, patted my shoulder and said, do a good job. I was not your conditions. If you can work part-time, I'm also willing to. Just started when our yin and yang mailman's work is not much. There is too much free time. There is a normal bit of work is good. At least it's good to find a girlfriend. I winked in understanding. The car drove all the way to the mountain road when Lee Dottie continued to carry forward his style of slowing down, so that the old king is also a little bit of temper. And out of the mountain road everything is much smoother, all the way forward. Last time it was Wang Jiao who drove us there. This time it's us going there alone. And I don't know when Wang Jiao and the others will start digging. It's best if they haven't gone there yet. While chatting and hurrying, it didn't take long for us to have arrived at the side of that mountain. And what surprised us was that there were several cars listening to the side of the mountain. And that Wang Jiao guy was leaning against the car smoking with a guy with a helmet. This Wang Jiao is really quite active. What time is it? I'm a little depressed. Took out my cell phone and looked at the time. 9:30 in the morning. It's early. Lee Dottie shrugged. There's no way. Let's go. It looks like they've invited workers over to dig the grave pit. Let's hurry up. I'm afraid they'll mess around with that collapsed place. It's spooky tight. Old Wang also nodded. And the three of us got off the bus directly. When Wang Jiao over there saw us coming, he hurriedly responded with a smile. Mr. Earth, Mr. Bu Fan, why are you guys coming over? I was wondering if I should ask you guys to come over again to keep an eye on things. And you've come at the right time. Lee Dottie coped. We're also in the middle of something. Wasn't there a place that collapsed last time? Did all of your people go in? Just went in a while ago. I guess I'm just getting to the location now. Why? What's wrong with that collapsed place? Wang Jiao asked with concern. After all, this is related to his father's burial feng shui and other issues. Li Deground showed seriousness. There is a bit of a problem. This time we come over here, we are here to solve the problem. Your people had better not move that place, otherwise there may be trouble. I don't think so. Wang Jiao looked at the man with the helmet. He's the foreman. He's the one we look to for all the digging here, and he's good at his job. I've explained it all before, and he's talked to the people below. Why don't I accompany you inside? Old Wang suddenly turned to look at a certain spot on the mountain. His brows gently furrowed before he spoke. Hurry up. Those people might have moved something they shouldn't have. Li Didi was startled and pointed at the man with the helmet and called out. Hey, hurry up and call your people. Don't let them mess up. That person obviously still do not know what happened. But Wang Jiao then is also a rush to explain. And then followed us toward the mountain road. So that the foreman is a face of confusion. Reacted to a good half day this only while following us toward the top. But he is now also a belly of doubt. Chapter 46, It's really a broken sword. Yesterday came when Li Dottie had explained. That place some evil. Digging graves pit when never to dig that place. Just need to bury it away. And now the situation is obviously not I and Li Dottie want to see. That place must have been moved. Otherwise this is only halfway to the hillside, can feel the overwhelming yin she also have no way to explain. Generally running upwards. Old Wang's face gradually became grave as he turned back to Wang Jiao and that foreman and shouted. Don't follow. Go back quickly. And then call those people of yours back. I followed suit and turned around and said, you two better hurry up and go back. Staying here won't do you two any good. Besides, hurry up and let all your people come out. Otherwise coming out late is going to be a problem. I do not have time to explain to them. Now my eyes are all around the spread of those yin-shi. Although it is not thick, then the netherworld to be much worse. But the area is really a bit appalling. You know this is in the sunny side of the world. And it's broad daylight. The sun is out. Wang Jiao froze and said bitterly, I'd better go over and take a look, right? It should be fine from afar, right Mr. Bu Fan? Li Dottie didn't have the good sense to say, I've explained to you before. Now what has become of this place? What are you doing here? Looking for death? If you still want to die, hurry back. Saying that, he took out his mahogany sword and stopped to dance around for a while, and then I saw that those yin-chi around his body were automatically separated, so that he would not be eroded by the yin-chi. As soon as Wang Jiao heard that this was still a threat to his little life, he stopped at once. Mr. Earth, is it really that serious? Crap, or else I'll take this thing and perform a sword dance for you? Li Dottie glared with both eyes. Hurry back, you, that foreman, tell your men to hurry up and come out. or you'll be held responsible if you're late. Called and told. I told them to hurry out, but something seems to have happened over there. A man fainted. The foreman was also anxious after getting the news from over there. AI, this is really. Lee Dottie stomped his foot and hurriedly followed Old Wang as he continued to run upwards. You guys take over at the bottom of the mountain. Just back up 100 meters. In a moment they come out and you take over. There's something weird inside. Don't you two feel a little cold here? I stopped and waved my hand at Wang Jiao, signaling them to hurry and leave first, although the two of them are still in a daze. I do not say okay, so say. Both of them immediately a cold shiver. Look at each other as to turn around and run down below. After watching them go down, I then skimmed the surface and turned around to continue running up. The three of us had just arrived at the top of the hill when we saw two men running up from the back of the hill carrying some shovels for digging pits, followed subsequently by three more men. One of them, a rather stout man, was carrying an unconscious man on his back, and the first reaction of these men on seeing us was to wave their hands in succession. Come on, there's black smoke coming from inside. Evil Chi, really evil Chi. Hey, I say you three hurry up and don't go in. Quickly go it's haunted. His greatness, haunted in broad daylight is also prudent. This ground ghost is really evil. Hurry up. Old King spoke up. We're here to settle this. Wait, the one with the man on his back. Wait, why don't you leave and die? Hurry to the hospital. What's the point of taking him to the hospital? Come on, stop. Let's take a look. He's possessed. The group was stunned, and one of them, wearing a black undershirt, asked, "You're mages? Come over to do magic? Yes or no? Get out of the way first." Lee Dottie pushed the man out of the way and then looked at Old Wang. Old Wang quickly walked to the side of the person who was carried, lifted his head and looked at it, and immediately showed surprise and muttered, "Such a heavy Chi. Hurry up and put him down first and lie down flat." The group was still in a daze, and I shouted in no uncertain terms, "If you still want him to live, listen to my old brother Wang." Oh, a group of people are also a bit puzzled. Hastily put the person flat on the side of the slope. This time I saw the person's face, pale mixed with pieces of black purple, like a dead person. Human life is at stake. The old king did not say much, directly walked up, stretched out two fingers gently pointing at the person's brow, and then his mouth muttered something, just chanting such a sentence. The person's face with the naked eye visible speed to restore the color of blood. Just a moment's effort. The old king closed his fingers, explained, "Now you guys hurry to send him down the mountain. The hospital hang of water should be alright. Hurry up. Oh yes, the news do not spread, so as not to cause panic. Also, after you guys go back and take a good bath, eat some food that replenishes young Chi and you'll basically be fine." Wow, God? A surprised one on the side. Taoist? The strong man wearing a black undershirt slapped his face. There is still time to delay blindly here. Saving people is important. Sighing AP. After saying this, he also did not forget to thank Old Wang solemnly, and then carried the person up. Along with the crowd rushed down the mountain. Watching them leave, this heart of mine was kind of relaxed, and at the same time, I also marveled at how attractive this antique is to normal people. They may think that if they can dig out a bottle or jar, randomly how not to sell tens of thousands of dollars. Where can think of almost to the life of the account here. The three of us came all the way to hit the top of the mountain. Looking toward the back of the mountain I was shocked. Just see, this not too small valley is filled with gas. No wonder those ordinary people can see the gas here before. Said there are black gas out. And now it seems that the concentration of gas here has basically catch up with the ordinary realm of the netherworld. Can't see that it's a high degree of myopia. Good lord. That tomb you guys found earlier was something. Old Juan looked down and sighed all over. Lee Dottie, on the other hand, as if he were an enemy, gripped the peachwood sword tightly with one hand and asked, "What's going on down there? How did it get like this? Are those black Chi all Chi?" I nodded. That's right, it's all Chi, and the thickest part is where the collapse was before. The earth, you still don't go down, you go back, and those people explain some, don't just tell the things out, here needs some time to deal with. You by the way over to guard a little bit, or else someone to come can be troublesome, may hurt the innocent. Old Wang twisted his head to look at Lee Dottie and explained. Lee Dottie nodded. Okay, then you guys be careful, I think this place is evil. I'll go back now. Lee Dottie didn't delay much and turned his head away. I walked up and laughed. Looks like we yin and yang letter carriers are pretty practical after all. Nonsense, isn't it? Hey, don't you want to see my psionic soul sword? There's a chance for you to whisper its power in a while. Old Wang hemmed and hawed, and followed the path on one side towards the bottom. I quickly followed up. Some curiosity. Hey, I say you don't be cheated. What prana soul sword? I think it's just a broken sword. You don't check the goods. Really? 5 million. That's 5 million, not $500. Che lying to me? Looking for death? The old king laughed, hand on his newly purchased weapon to take out. To you, This is called the spirit of the soul sword. The reason why broken. That is too long time chant. Lying in the tomb there is no one to maintain or something. I use a period of time on the shiny. He waved his hand. The iron sword in his hand cut through a trace of Inchi floating past in front of him. I froze and did not see any marvelous place. Before I asked. The old king also footsteps. Lightly eked out. Ha, what's wrong? I asked. Not right. Old Wang looked at the small sword in his hand, scratched his head, and then slashed a few times at the Inchi in front of him, but the result was that the Inchi still floated smoothly to one side, not affected by the small sword at all, which made the old king's forehead sweat a little. It won't be true that I've been sent a fake, right? I'll be damned. I was dumbfounded. I felt unreliable as soon as I saw how new your sword hilt is, and a cultivator used it. Are you kidding? I see the blacksmith buried it in the earth after he built it. Egu, I'll go. Try again. Maybe it doesn't work on Inchi. Find a soul and try. There must be one down there. Old Wang instantly sped up to run down there. I was instantly amused and followed him all the way down towards the bottom. Came to the middle of the valley. Here can be said to be the feeling of the netherworld. The surrounding Inchi is not at all suitable for human survival. Stay here for a while, we'll be able to take the life of ordinary people. Those people are also wise. Not by the lard, blinded by the heart. Or else I'll have to account for the account of here. Old Wang looked around with a red face, and soon found a little brat on one side that was probing its head toward the two of us looking this way, so he scampered over there, flinging his hand with a shout, "Go!" only to see that the ragged little sword whooshed towards that little ghost sword over. Very imposing, very much an illusion of having performed the royal sword art, so that I couldn't help but give a thumbs up and secret praise for a moment. But what happened next made the old king giggle and made my stomach pump with laughter. The small sword was as accurate as a cracker, but it seemed to do no harm to the brat, just pierced through him and nailed him hard on the land behind him, and the brat was startled at first, and then realized that he was not in the least bit of trouble, so he walked up in a dignified manner and pointed at the old king and drank. "Tai, where did you come from? How dare you make a move against your grandfather? Thinking of hurting your ghost master? Delusional." Puffing. Ha 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 ha, I was so happy that I burst out laughing, holding my stomach. The old king's face was red as a red apple. He stared viciously at the arrogant brat, reached out from his bag and took out the small dagger he used to use, and swished a knife through the air at the brat. "Give me death." The air made a piercing cracking rise as a blade of white light broke through the air, instantly knocking the little kid who thought he was so awesome out of existence. Not even a miserable howl was emitted. "Damn, how dare you lie to lousy." The old king huffed and puffed and walked over, pulled out the small sword on the ground, looked it up and down, and then directly threw it aside like a piece of garbage. "Okay, dare the old man is it? Not extraordinary." I was belly laughing. When I heard him call me, I responded, "Ha ha, what's wrong? Ha ha, I told you that one was a broken sword, and you had to say it was a good one, so now you're having fun and being taunted by that little brat." Laughing P. The old king gave me a glance. That what well, often walk by the river, which have not wet shoes. Normal very. You that turned back to accompany me on a trip. I have to go to ask for a statement. Fooling people fooled into my head. I want him to pay the price. Seeing the old king's green and white face, I also gradually stopped laughing. Okay, old brothers matter, we fully help. When the time to make them a chicken flying dog, to a 10 million spiritual compensation fee again. $10 million? Old Wang sneered. Are we someone who lacks money? Yeah, you shouldn't care either. But getting scammed on this one doesn't make sense. We don't owe anyone any money at least. I shrugged. Said this, net mistake. Old Wang cursed, waved his hand, long exhaled a breath, forcibly suppressed the mood of exasperation. Come on, let's not talk about this thing. Turn around and you accompany me on the line. Now go to look at the situation over there. Maybe there is still a profit to be made from this trip, or else you can only act as a Inchi clearing polytechnic. Doing good things for the people is all for the sake of virtue. I led the old man toward the collapsed place, came to the place where there was a collapse before. The side has been dug a little bigger. Underneath also seems to have been dug out a block of blackened wood boarding. Around the exposed place are also turned over in a mess. There are also some broken bottles and cans. I'm afraid that all the previous collapsed directly to the smash. The old man looked inside the pit, and then called out his house ghosts, saying that they would split up and check all the surroundings. So I called Shadow out as well. After all, the situation here is now unknown, and we have to see if there are any foreign objects or other situations around first. As soon as Shade appeared, she immediately looked around with some surprise. Not right, brother? This is not the netherworld, right? I shook my head. Then why is the Inchi here so heavy? Hey, isn't this the place we came to before? And this big pit, this is where I found the beads. Hey. Shadow pointed to the pit on the side. Well, someone was digging here before and then something happened. and the place became like this, and now we're here to deal with this side of the situation. Or else living people coming here are going to be killed by the Inchi. I explained. Well, then will Shade help brother clear the Een around him first? No, wait a bit, let's check with old Wang and his house ghosts to see if there's anything else around first. Let's look this way. I turned around and walked towards one side. Shadow obediently followed my side, constantly looking around. Chapter 47, Rent a Carryover. The surrounding Inchi was more than a little abnormal. It was really hard to imagine that it all came out from such a collapsed place, directly shrouding the entire small valley as well as some of the surrounding places. This is also thanks to the fact that this is the middle of the mountain. If it is in a residential area, it may have to make a big fuss. After searching for a while, I didn't find anything on my side, and when I turned to look back, old Wang had also rejoined the edge of the collapsed location. I walked over and inquired. Old Wang had only found a few lone ghosts on the other side as well. They should have all been attracted by this heavy Inchi, but they were all disposed of by him in passing. Now it seems that the collapse underneath this pit is just an entrance. There should still be a large place underneath. Old Wang stroked his chin and surveyed this collapse below, as well as some of the places that had been dug up on the sides. Soon Old King pointed to a spot and said, "Look here." I came up to see what looked like a hole had been dug here. It was dark and hard to see, and there was a shovel thrown over the side. This should be an entrance. I think we need to go in and take a look. Old Wang pondered for a moment and turned to his house ghost. "Old buddy, please, take a look and return at the first opportunity if anything is wrong." "Don't worry." The middle-aged ghost in a white lab coat standing beside old Wang stepped forward, and with a single spin, his entire soul shrunk into the hole in the ground that was only the size of a basketball. Old Wang said to me at this time, "When the ghosts are taken in as ghost messengers, also known as house ghosts, they will have some special abilities, such as returning directly to the possessed body, which can be used as long as they are within a certain range." I thought about it, which meant that house ghosts could return directly to their owner's side within a certain range, on top of their attached objects, and Shadow was attached to my arm, so she should be fine. So I let Shadow try. Across tens of meters away, Shadow instantly disappeared in place, and when it came out again it emerged from inside my arm. Magical. Old Wang, can you teach us a little bit of magic this time? I see that you are so skillful. We can't be good at everything, can we? There must be some self-protection ability. I looked at Lao Wang and said. The old king nodded. This is not urgent. When this time back I will teach you some easy to learn, and after that I will teach you some difficult and more powerful ones. Thanks a lot then. What's polite with me? Between words, the old king's house ghost has emerged from the hole in the ground below that was dug out by the previous workers. Back to the old king's side. Said, there is a tunnel below. Inside is indeed a large tomb. There are 2 silver coffins. It looks a little weird. The Inchi here basically is from one of the coffins inside the emergence. I estimate that inside the squatting is a dumpling. I guess the one squatting inside is a dumpling. Dumplings, also commonly known as zombies, the old king's family ghosts are casually, and I and the old king naturally understand. Who has not read a few novels these days? What dumplings, black donkey hoofs that are endless. Animated movies and TV shows all see. I was a little surprised and asked, "Doc, you say it's a zombie down there?" Doctor was naturally the name I called the old Wang family ghost, and he didn't care, and seemed to be enjoying himself. The doctor ghost nodded. "That's right, I can confirm that it's a disgusting zombie and it's already moving. The other coffin isn't moving much. Ghosts, this thing can come and go without a trace, and a lot of things naturally can't stop them from advancing. They can come and go freely, and they won't be harmed by a lot of ordinary organs or hidden weapons. Is there something in there yet?" Old King asked. "There is." Dr. Ghost thought for a moment and said, "There are some bottles and jars, but they don't seem to be pottery. They seem to be bronze." Yo, I raised an eyebrow. Are we going to get rich this time? The old king rubbed his chin. It is hard to say whether to get rich or not, but those are very heavy, and it is not good to take off. But since we came all the way here, and found it, it is a waste to put it here. It is better to cheapen others than to cheapen yourself. Get rid of the things first, and then solve the trouble. How do I get it? I asked. I'll rent a 5 ghosts moving mountain to come over. Old Wang said, then took out a yellow paper and wrote and drew on it. I was stunned. I've heard of the 5 ghosts moving mountains, but this thing can be rented? It's for rent? I was stunned on the spot. You can rent this thing too? Ha ha, there's still more you need to know, but don't be idle. Let your family shadow and my family ghost work together to widen this cave entrance a bit, and then go and move out everything inside a little bit, and then let the 5 ghosts move the mountain directly after they've come over in a while to transport it away. I scratched my hair. This was clearly beyond my knowledge, but since old Wang said to do it this way, let's do it this way. So I commanded Shadow and the doctor to work together to widen the hole in the ground below. Shadow is a severe ghost. Dr. Ghost, although not severe ghosts, but obviously much tougher than the average ghosts. This break the ground to open the hole or a good hand. Easily expand the hole in the ground below several times, and then the inside of the inchi came out a little more. The old king at this time has written all over the yellow paper in his hand, and then did not read any incantation, but casually flung it on top of the ground, rubbed his two hands together to bring out his sign, and gently tapped on the yellow paper on the ground. And then the yellow paper huffed and puffed and burned into ashes. The old king clapped his hands together and said it was done, and walked over to check how far the hole had expanded. Now the hole was enlarged, but there was also more inchi running out from inside. So in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, old Wang let his house ghosts enter into the tomb, and I let Shadow absorb as much as possible of the inchi that had spread out. Absorbing inchi is instinctive for ghosts. Old Wang's house ghost Dr. Ghosts jumped down below to absorb it, while Shade floated directly over the cave entrance proper. Her all-white black dotted skirt fluttered up in the wind. The surrounding inchi was instantly mobilized by her, slowly forming a huge swirling nest of inchi that gathered towards her as a single ghost. Old Wang was startled at the sight and gave a thumbs up in admiration. A soul-devouring ghost is a soul-devouring ghost. Bull. I hemmed and hawed and looked very babyishly at Shade, who was floating in the air with a face of enjoyment. She was now absorbing inchi at a very fast speed, so fast that the old king just misjudged her strength. As the shadow began to absorb those spread out around the inchi, those inchi seems to be pulled back by a big hand. The surrounding large swaths of inchi began to dissipate, and everything around them seemed to gradually return to normal. And the inchi that emerged from the tomb below were all like pumping pumps being pumped out and absorbed directly by the shadow outward, with a shocking sound. At first I was a little worried about whether this inchi would have any adverse effects on Shadow, but I was relieved after old Wang's explanation that all these things were harmless to the ghosts, absorbing them quickly and steadily, and slowly boosting their own strength. After about 10 or so minutes had passed, Dr. Ghost emerged from below in a very depressed manner, looked up at the spirited Shadow Child, and sighed. It's really true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and that the waves of the past are patted to death on the beach. It's good to be young. I rolled my eyes. What else is young or not young about ghosts? As long as they don't get killed or make a fool of themselves, then they won't die. All the inchi down there is starting to diminish, and it's all being forcibly yanked right out of that coffin with the zombies sealed inside. The Dr. Ghost touched his sweat and weakly looked at Shade. She's so strong. I was a little curious. Forcefully yanking the yin directly from inside the coffin? Dr. Ghost nodded. I just ran over to take a look. It's indeed like this. And now out of those inchi that are constantly being yanked out directly being absorbed by this shadow in your house down there, faint yang chi is starting to appear everywhere else. It's really powerful. Ha! Old Wang was surprised. So, in a while that zombie isn't going to hang up? The doctor hemmed and hawed. I think that's a possibility. I'll go down and take another look. I hurriedly told Shadow to step it up, while Shadow nodded and nodded happily. This seemed to be just a game to her. The inchi became thin again at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the Dr. Ghost also came back from probing below, drilling out and said to Shadow, Sister, you're working harder. You're close to killing that disgusting zombie down there. I had a head of steam. That's okay? In my consciousness, zombie is a very difficult thing. It is difficult to kill. Tenacious life force is not afraid of life and death. But how could I have never imagined that zombies could be defeated in such a way? This is a new discovery. Old Wang sked inside. This is much more fun. A moment later, when the beast below hangs up, we directly go down to see what the ancient tomb looks like. To say that I have not gone down to this kind of place, I winced. Don't? It'd be a lot of fun if one of those machine hidden weapon things gave you the slip. Oh, also, then it's better not to go down. Old Wang froze for a moment, and then gave up his intention to go down. Just at this time, a creaking sound came from the side. I twisted my head to look toward the side, only to see a few little ghosts carrying a palanquin-like thing running over. I immediately opened my eyes wide. Is this the 5 ghosts moving mountains? Old Wang twisted his head to look and nodded with a smile. That's right, this is the 5 ghosts moving mountains. Wang Ryu, for such a big job this time, shouldn't you give me some extra pay? Only 4 of those 5 ghosts were carrying the sedan chair, while the leader was a slightly taller green-faced and fawn-faced ghost with a vicious face, though his speech was a bit obscene. This green-faced and fanged brat looked at Wang Ryu, and then also looked at me as well as Shadow Child floating in the sky, revealing a surprised expression. Good to say, good to say. Old Wang waved his hand and casually turned to me. Come on, let me introduce you. This is Li Bufan, the new yin-yang postman of Yundi Town. Above, while that is his house ghost Shadower. Shade looked down at the ugly, menacing-looking ghost and asked, Hey, who are you? This green-faced and fanged brat hemmed and hawed, first nodding to me, then looking up at Shadow, pointing at his big nose. He said, My name is Big Green. Big Green. Behind me are my little brothers. They are the 2nd Green, the 3rd Green, the 4th Green, and the 5th Green. I'm the leader, and they're only responsible for carrying. I was slightly taken aback, but I was still quite curious about this new thing, so I politely said hello. Old Wang smiled and explained, the 5 ghosts moving mountains under Diching are relatively sharp, do things firmly and charge reliably. In the future you can also contact them for anything. The contact information I will teach you when I go back. Well, it looks like I have a lot of galaxies to learn. Shadow suddenly felt that there was no more yin chi to absorb, so she floated down. Brother, there's no more to absorb. I froze, but before I could say anything, I heard the doctor's voice from below. Suck it up, really suck it up. He ran out excitedly and gave Shade a thumbs up. Awesome big sister. Shade laughed shyly, taking my arm and looking curiously at the small group of 5 ghosts moving mountains. Old Wang laughed. Very well, let's begin then. The doctor and Shadow then kept moving in and out of the tomb to get the contents out, and then Big Green commanded the 4 equally green-faced and fanged little ghosts of 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th green to place them all on their not-so-large flat palanquin. This tomb is not a lot of things. There are 6 pieces of bronze, a box of jade, as well as a long sword and a long knife, but the weapons are corroded. Shadow brought them out of the time there is a direct break into several halves, but in line with the principle of having a little bit to take a little bit of the principle of being able to move away from all the natural, no more and no less than just put a sedan chair. Looking at the things all placed on the sedan chair, Old Wang reached out and touched his bag, immediately revealing an embarrassed look. Turning his head to me, I'm running out of money here, do you have any more? Take 10,000. Oh, it's all with me. I directly pulled out the business trip expenses that Feng Yudi had given me earlier, and handed all 20,000 medieval coins to Old Wang. Old Wang took the money and glanced at it, then directly divided a large portion of it and handed it to Diching, saying, I've troubled you this time, and you'll be paid for it afterwards. You can rest assured that I, Big Green, will do the job. It's not the first time we've worked together. Big Green waved his hand. 4 juniors under him went to the 4 sides of the sedan chair. Together they lifted the sedan chair which was full of antiques. It looked like they were relaxed and incomparable. To know that these antiques add up to at least hundreds of pounds of weight, and they are like lifting a leaf in general easy, not the slightest feeling of pressure. Big Green clasped his fists and said to Old Wang and I'll take my leave then. If there's something you burn a letter to me, I'll show up in front of you in minutes to solve your problems. Let's go. Well, remember the place, don't put it in the wrong place. Old Wang waved his hand. Don't worry, it won't. Big Green turned around, letting out a whistling sound from his mouth, leading his 4 henchmen, carrying the sedan chair and running out to the side in a single press, running as his figure disappeared directly into the air. Old Wang spoke. This is the magic of the 5 ghosts moving mountains. With infinite strength and strange speed, as long as the price is negotiated beforehand, they can move anything for you, and they will also deliver it to the location you specify. Chapter 48, Useless. I was very surprised to see the 5 ghosts moving mountains to transport away so many piles of things, thinking that this yin and yang mailman is really powerful, but can have so many tricks. It seems that I have to know more about things related to the netherworld in the future as well. Before the Doctor Ghost said that there were quite a lot of things down there, but there wasn't much after this was all taken out. So 6 bronzes, 2 broken weapons and a small box of jewelry, and I don't know how many things were inside that box. Anyway, that box was just the size of 2 shoeboxes. Now that everything has been transported, the 2 coffins should be all that's left inside the tomb. I spoke up. What do we do now? Do we bury this place or? What about those coffins down there? The old king thought about it and spoke. That thing we still don't move. The other took it. The coffin is a coffin after all. Even if the contraption inside has turned into a zombie, but now it is also dead because of the dispersal of yin chi. Don't have to worry about it. Well, bury this place. Completely bury the tomb passage below. Wouldn't that require some explosives or something? I scratched my hair. Old Wang waved his hand. How dangerous and laborious that would be. He twisted his head to look at his house ghost. You and Shadow go down there. Confirm that the contraption inside that coffin is dead. Then just block the passageway into the bottom completely. And come out to bury this place before you come out, so as to put an end to the future troubles. Okay, Doc Ghost responded, twisting his head to look at Shade beside me. I patted Shadow's head. Go on. Follow the doctor down there and remember to come back at the first sign of danger. Got it, brother. Shadow followed the doctor's ghost as 2 shadows flashing into the hole in the ground, while we both waited quietly at the edge. At this time, a shout came from the distance. Hey, what's the situation? I whipped my head around and between them Li Da-Di ran halfway up the hill waving at us, so I beckoned him over. Li Da-Di ran over. What the hell is going on? The yin chi here seems to be all gone? I nodded and pointed to the large pit behind me. There's a large grave underneath this one, and we're getting ready to bury it. Hey, Li Di walked up and took a look. and immediately became interested. It looks like there's a big place down there. You guys went down there? Nope. Sent the house ghost down to fix the problem. I briefly explained the situation. As soon as Lee Dottie heard that there were 2 coffins down there, with a necrotic one inside, he jumped more than a little and drew his peachwood sword out. Let me seal it, lest anything else go wrong in the future. Old King sweated. Don't bother. We didn't even go down there. In case there's some kind of mechanism or something, do you think you can get up here? Also, but you let your family ghosts to seal the coffin. It is also a bit of virtue for us. One side of the scourge of the world. Lee Dottie took out a piece of talisman paper from his own bag. Also took out the vermilion sand or something. On that is a burst of ghostly symbols. Dense spells not only I can't read. The old king is also looking at the eyes. First, he drew one, but below are 2 coffins. Lee Dottie was uneasy to make up another one, and then Lao Wan called the doctor back, and under Lee Dottie's guidance, the doctor ghost floated down with 2 talismans. Not long after, Shadow Air flew off from below and pointed at the ground on our side and said, Brother Buffon, you guys change your position. I'm afraid that the ground here will also give way in a while. We were startled, feeling that the tomb passage underneath was extended from this side, so we hurriedly switched to a place dozens of meters away, and only then did Shadow fly back again. A few moments later, all that could be heard was a thud from over there. Thud. Sound. There seems to be something in the ground, hard impact, and then came a rumbling muffled. The ground is a shake, followed by I saw before we stood on the location of the violent collapse down more than half a meter. After the shadow of the shadow and the doctor's shadow appeared on the side of the previous pit, the 2 ghosts did not idle. In accordance with the explanation of the old king began to quickly flip the surrounding soil. Will be the big pit here to fill up quickly. The 2 ghosts were also not idle. I have to say, although the ghost is a kind of energy body existence, but their power is really not small. Strength is also big, amazing. Do the work that is called a running water. Originally needs 7 or 8 manpower digging and burying a good period of time to do things. Let the 2 ghosts to, but only use less than 5 minutes when the pit was filled. And used to fill this big pit of soil and sandstone are from the side of the hillside to the moved over the soil and gravel used to fill the pit were all moved from the hillside on the side. All done by Shadow. When all was done, Dr. Ghost greeted Shadow and they came to our side. Dr. Ghost glanced at Lee Dottie and said smilingly, This kid Lee Dottie also ran down. Old Wong laughed. Well, it's hard on you, and it's hard on Shadow. Shadow shook her head. You're welcome. She then grabbed my arm and floated beside me. When Lee Dottie heard us speaking in ghost language, he immediately understood that it was our house ghosts coming, so he greeted the 2 positions with his senses, but it was still a bit off. After all, he couldn't see and could only go by his senses. We went back to the landfill to have a look at it and I have to say, it's quite perfect. You can just see the landfill for the time being, but it's just a matter of waiting for a rain to come. Then the weeds will grow here and then it will look the same as the surrounding area. I twisted my head to look at Lee Dottie. Problem solved. Take a look at the feng shui situation here. Lee Dottie answered and pulled out some gadgets and looked around. Turned around. Lee Dottie put away the things and ran back. Hey, I say, it seems that the tomb below is not to be. It moves. The feng shui trend on this also follow the movement. And now it is destroyed after the feng shui here is surprisingly good again quite a lot. Maybe because of it before occupying away the vast majority of feng shui here, but it always feels a little lack of it. Old Wang explained, the main thing is to destroy the tomb road. No tomb road want to enter the tomb. That is 1,000 difficult. And do that I cannot bear to do. After all, this is someone else's memorial place. We do things also a little bit. Lee Dottie nodded, and I agreed. Then there is no problem. Let's go. Let's go back. Put things in Wang Jiugai a bit. By the way, let his old boy tube food, tube bath. Lee Dottie bristled. Damn, net mess. This time if not I heard about this side of things to come over to see. Maybe hereafter to out of this file of things. In fact, also blame others. After all, our people, who have not a bit of greed. Old Wang shrugged. This trip we earned 6 pieces of bronze, 2 weapons, a small box of jewelry. Go back together to see. I let the mountain ghosts to transport away. I smiled, deeply impressed with Old King's honesty. But all the people present are their own people. If it were me, I would have said it. Even if Old Wang didn't say it I would have said it. After all, the relationship between the 3 of us is one of mutual help and development. There's no need to hide it. When Lee Dottie heard that he even got so many things out, his eyes turned green. Weapons? There are still weapons? A knife and a sword. One broke on the way out. Should have been a knife. Rusted beyond recognition. I shook my head in regret. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So careless? Lee Dottie this sentence I did not feel anything. But the shadow of my side was not happy. Muttered a sentence so that the surrounding in chi intense a lot of scared Lee Dottie a shrinking neck. Seems to know what. Rushed to apologize. The surrounding in chi which only subsided. Old Wang and I were both happy all of a sudden. talking and laughing as we headed out of the mountain. Back outside on the side of the highway, there was only Wang Jiao and his car parked over here, while everyone else had already left. Seeing us back, Wang Jiao also rushed forward to ask what the situation was, so Li Dadi made some random strings, said a little more serious, so that Wang Jiao know the seriousness of this matter. Wang Jiao heard, they are intruding, immediately apologized, but when he asked about his father's tomb is not this side of the burial, Li Dadi and gave him a different orientation, said that the time will be buried over there on the good, but also urged him to be present when digging. Don't make any more mess. When it is time to make such a big noise out of the death of an individual is light, and even will be the innocence of the innocent. Wang Jiao gave a frightened face, a burst of green, a burst of white, repeatedly assured. Finally, as Li Dadi said that, invited us to eat, but also invited us to entertainment and so on, of course, not in his hometown, but all the way began to follow us back to the city. It was a lot of fussing and it was time for the evening. Wang Jiao did not waste his efforts. When the time comes, Li Dadi will accompany him to be a supervisor or something. After the people left, we all got into Li Dadi's car, and under Lao Wang's direction, he drove straight to the northern suburbs to meet the batch of antique treasures. Where we went before was the western suburbs, and now we're going to the northern suburbs. M-City's northern suburbs are not big, compared to the western suburbs are far worse. This side of the development is not as good as the west side, but the good thing is that it is very close. Out of the city, basically also to the place. The place Lao Wang took us to was a compound, a farmhouse he had purchased some years earlier and had only lived in for a while, and it was one of the very back of a village, one of the outermost. This village is originally small. A long street on both sides is only 100 or so families. Old Wan's yard is at the very back. The car came all the way to stop in front of the courtyard gate. Lao Wang jumped out of the car and seemed to be greeting others. It seems that although he lived here for a short period of time, the neighbors still knew each other. Old Wang walked up, took out the key and tossed it for a long time, which opened the lock of some years. The yard was small and dusty everywhere because it hadn't been inhabited for years. But we hadn't come over here to stay overnight. We had come to see the baby. When we entered the courtyard, Old Wang closed the door and let us into the house. The house wasn't small, 2 stories, but the stairs were outside. In that typical farmhouse construction, Old Wang led us directly to the door of a room on the left side of the room, and as soon as he opened the door, a strange odor came over, accompanied by a slightly cool breath. The smell of decay is just that. Old Wang waved his hand and took a step inside, and both Li Dadi and I hurriedly followed. There was still dust everywhere inside the house, but at this moment there was a pile of extra stuff on the floor of this house. Those bronze artifacts, weapons, and that small box of jewelry and such that we got out of the tomb earlier. Li Dadi immediately eyes on the big boss, walked up to check carefully. I go. This is not to say that it is a first class, are going to be a national treasure, right? Well, this weapon doesn't seem to be anything special. I don't understand. The old king shook his head and looked to me. I waved my hand back and forth. Don't look at me. I don't know anything about this stuff either. We had been looking around such a pile for half a day, and it was Li Dadi who had the most insight. Lao Wang said, since you still know a little, do you know anyone in this field? If you do, then get out. I don't want to use these things. The previous box of jewelry was also checked by us. In fact, it was just holding 5 pieces of jade that looked okay, and then underneath there were some bottles and jars that were already a bit broken, as well as some wooden boxes that were badly decayed and whatnot. It wasn't as over the top as we thought it would be, and within so many things, whether it was me, or Old Wang, or Li Dadi, none of them were found to exist in a useful way, and their greatest value was probably the way they turned out to be money. Earlier, the old king said that he would go with me to that collapsed place to take a look, in order to possibly see if there is any contraption that he can use to his advantage. After all, before the shadow child harvested so a moment of beads, but now it seems that this trip is just making money, and the thing that can be used there seems to be the bead that has already been digested by the shadow child. Li Dadi pondered this and nodded slightly. I'll contact him for you then. He's not local, and to come may take tomorrow at the earliest. The old king tomorrow, can deal with it on the line, and by then you do not find people to fool us, which has you 30%, the rest we equally divided. Li Dadi heatedly smiled and didn't refuse, because when he received money from others it was at most 30%, although now this money came a bit unexpectedly, he didn't refuse it, and it looked like he should be fine with this money. After discussing everything, we didn't stay long, and Li Dadi drove us both straight back. Then he drove back. Cell door. The old king said to me, and so dispose of these things, you accompany me to go to a trip to Linhai City, looking for that grandson to settle accounts. Even I also dare to cheat. All I see is living almost. I laughed. Come on, anyway, I'm free now, and I've never been to Linhai City, so I can take advantage of this summer to go to the beach for a swim or something. Don't worry, it's enough. Old Wang smiled and walked towards his home. I am relieved. Today this trip is also considered to be no surprise and also rake in a look. But everything is safe is the best. Danger and what is still to meet some of the subtle. At that moment I also hummed a little song toward home. Back at home, Shadow herself ran over to open a bottle of drink, then accompanied me to sit on the sofa to watch TV. While I watched TV, while accompanying Shui Xiaoqian to chat, when I talked about the possibility of going to a trip to Linhai City in the next couple of days, Shui Xiaoqian expressed a great enthusiasm, and seemed to be particularly eager to go. I sent a message over. If you want to go, just go. You can take a vacation and I'll take care of the rest. I'll go with my colleague to run errands before we get there, and then we'll just hang out there for a couple days. Chapter 49, It's Her. Shui Xiaoqian naturally want to go, but in the way of work, of course, may also be an eye contact time is too short reason. This time or to stop. Said that there will be an opportunity to go again is also possible, and this city hospital leave is not good to ask. Of course I understand this, so I promised to bring her some of the specialties over there when I came back, and she was happy to send over a bunch of smiley faces and other pictures. The night was silent, and Lao Wang didn't call first thing the next morning, so I got up in the morning and had breakfast and rode my bike to the office, as I always do when I go to work, although we have now been downgraded from a regular employee to a part-time staff. But we still have a certain enthusiasm for the work. After all, so many years to do the work are this, but also familiar with, not what energy. When I arrived at the office, I said hello to a few of my coworkers, and then went over there to look at all the deliveries I could make, and then got organized. On the side of a colleague laughed, hey I say do not fan you kid play well although said to become a part-time, but this time can be completely free. Yesterday cannot come you. Hey, recently there are always other things to be busy. It cannot be helped. I shrugged. I know they envy, also want to engage in this way with me, but they cannot afford the money, but also cannot afford the company's official employee status. After all, the official employee is a certain welfare benefits, and part-time work can only be hard money can be taken. It didn't take me long to load the package and hit the road in my exclusive Courier battery tricycle. The place was a little more spread out than before, but understandably so. It was a part-time job after all, and none of it was unfamiliar. However, compared to the regular employees, this mood of mine is relaxed. After all, now the way to come to the money is not only the immediate work, or another side of the more powerful and unknown to the general public of the mysterious work. All the way humming a little song, I picked up a Courier placed on the side of the seat to look at it. It's really unfortunate. Today's starting point to start from the former Tianxianing work unit. I hope that I do not meet those two unlucky goods, when it is really upsetting, especially that man. The last time they met Shade relieved herself of her anger. And I don't know how many days the guy had been in bed, but at least one fever and cold was unavoidable anyway. Soon arriving at the edge of the office building, I walked in holding a couple of deliveries, came to the bar to have the staff here sign for them one by one, and then I called one by one to notify the recipients. One phone call after another. Of course I dialed the last recipient's number. I put down the package in my hand, thinking that this time I shouldn't be so backward to meet those two guys. My luck was pretty good. The phone was answered and I spoke. This is Luo Haosi, right? Your package is placed at the front desk on the first floor, so remember to come over and claim it. I'll be at the door in a minute. Just a moment. I answered and hung up the phone. Usually when a customer comes directly over to pick up a piece we still have to wait. It's a matter of professionalism. In case people want to return something or something they just take it back. Soon, a person walked in from outside. I was stunned when I saw this person. It was actually Tian Xiaoning, that newcomer's boyfriend, and this guy froze when he saw me. Then striding forward he looked at the package sitting on the side, picked it up and raised it. What an unfortunate thing that you sent it. I hope I don't get any bad luck. It turns out that this guy is called Luo Haosi, but he has always had nothing good to say in this mouth. I grunted and twisted my head away. Anyway, the things have been delivered, and there is nothing for me to do here. What? Not convinced? Luo Haosi looked at me with mockery. Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you right away. I stopped walking, turned my head to look at this guy called Luo Haosi, looked up and down and sneered. Vote? Why don't you vote? I'm afraid of you or what? Hey, I say you, this guy is sick in the head or what? Robbed my girlfriend not to mention. Every time I bumped into still sneering. I really do not know how your parents are educating you. How can you raise you like this? You a foreigner. Che. I said something that made Luo Haosi instantly speechless, and it wasn't until I was walking out of the building that I heard him hold back a sentence. I'm going to file a complaint against you, you idiot. I didn't look back and threw a middle finger over, then drove my battery-operated car towards the distance in a puff of smoke. For this kind of idiot I was lazy. If he was screwing around like this, I didn't mind letting him go to the hospital for a few days, but as I was driving towards my next destination, my cell phone rang with the sound of a message, so I took it out and looked at it, and realized that it was the contact who was selling plutonium coins as well as netherworldly ghostly objects, so I stopped the car and checked the message he had sent. The message is very simple, that is, in M City, some people want to find to do some favors, is to find me to go to their home to see their home to raise a small ghost in the end. What is the situation? Still alive or not? And so on. If you do, reply. If not, do this thing, then directly ignore on the line. Do not have to reply. I scratched my hair. What does this guy care? So I picked up my cell phone and gave Lao Wang a call. And only when I asked did I realize that part of the work of our Yin Yang Express could be taken from the hands of this man. Because he not only sells those things that can be used by the spirits and ghosts of the Yin Yang, but he is well informed. And he also releases some of the so-called tasks. I thought you have read the people's posted announcements. Feelings you still do not know it. You'd better take a look. Do not later like a headless fly dry waiting, that is no food. Old Wang said a sentence, also hung up the phone. Seems to have not yet woken up appearance. Is this still going on? So I flipped through the contact's information, and I found a picture below, above which was an announcement of the contents of the items he sells here, as well as the release of a number of quests and so on, the details of which you can consult with that site for more information. The feeling was that I was careless, not that the other old king didn't talk to himself. I slapped my forehead and then replied to this person, message seen. Just checking on the situation for them? Mystery contact, yes, sure you want to take it? This contact's name is a blank slate, so I don't know what to call him, so I'll just treat him as a mystery contact anyway. After all, he's usually approached to buy plutonium or something. Me, sure, give me your contact info, I'll come over when I'm done here. No time limit, right? Mystic, it's best to go over there in the next 2 days, the faster the better. The more you get paid that way. Send me a message after you're done on your end. I'll transfer money directly to you after I make a confirmation on my end. Contact information is. Scanning through the content of the message, I then took down the contact information, and then proceeded to make a delivery in my little car. Has been busy until nearly noon. I came to the destination of the last package, the city hospital, but also Xue Xiaoqian's workplace. Before I came I also deliberately bought a packet of snacks over. She is good at this, I remember. She seemed to be on day shift today. So after I delivered the courier I carried a bag of snacks towards the area where she was working, and sent a message as I went, but she didn't reply, so she was probably busy. When I arrived at the nurse's desk side of the hospitalization department and took a look, she didn't seem to be there. I was thinking of giving her a call when I heard a small nurse inside the nurse's desk say, "Hey, aren't you Xue Xiaoqian's boyfriend? Are you here to find her?" I froze for a moment and nodded with a smile. "Yeah, stopped by on the way. She's gone to check in, over there." The young nurse enthusiastically pointed off to the side, but with the head nurse. "Oh, that's okay, I was just giving her some food." I handed over a bag of snacks. "You keep it for her, half of it is yours." He, thanks. The little nurse gave an okay sign and took all the snacks in. Since Xue Xiaoqian and the head nurse were busy, I didn't have the heart to continue disturbing, so I turned around and left. More than an hour later I received to as far as Xue Xiaoqian's message. Said the last delivery is still not finished and so on, but still to me such a move expressed full affirmation, explaining that I do not have to send so much, are divided up by colleagues. Reading the message, I smiled, and my thoughts went back to taking that job up earlier. Reopen the message to scan again, is to a rich family to see if they have a person to raise the little ghost is still alive and so on. I thought this person is really strange, live well is not good, why also raise a small ghost in the side, which reminds me of the woman I met on the plane before. Quite a beautiful woman even raise so ugly things. I really do not know how they think, not afraid to take their own lives into it, but that's someone else's business. I just need to do my job. So I called the number as per the contact details and was answered by a lady. "Hello, is this Mr. Lee?" I responded. "It's me. Are you the one who needs help checking things out?" "That's right then. I just got a message over there that a Mr. Lee would be calling afterward. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. Duty calls, what's your location now? I can come over right now," I said. Soon the man sent the address and offered to drive over and pick me up, which I said I didn't need, and then I took a taxi to the place, which wasn't far after all. 20 minutes later, I got out of the car at the gate of a villa district. Seriously, this year's villa district is really not much, not to buy less people, just now generally do not allow the construction of such a waste of land. Now I'm in this place is still close to the outskirts of the city. It looks like there should be some years of appearance, but inside the planning is really great. A small house looked quite grand. Turning his head to look at the side of the main entrance, there stood a middle-aged lady in a cheongsam, looking slightly plump, but not affecting the visual enjoyment her figure gave people. counting as a very elegant lady. Suddenly I had a feeling I'd seen this person somewhere before, and after 2 steps I snapped to attention. The woman from the airplane? It can't be that coincidental, can it? And the woman seemed to have seen me as well, so she walked over toward me and asked somewhat uncertainly, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lee?" I remembered her because it's easy to remember a woman like her, and she obviously didn't remember much about me, which was good, to save any trouble. "It's me. You're the one who needs help, right?" I asked. When I took this job before, that mysterious person said that if the client did not take the initiative to say their name or something like that, we as service providers, it is best to respect other people's privacy, and I said that I had no problem with that and abided by that rule. Truly young and talented, young and promising. "Then I'll go in now." The lady politely exchanged a few words with me, then turned around and walked towards the inside of the neighborhood. I followed her side. While surveying the neighborhood inside the attribution, I have to say that this villa community is a villa community, and the general commercial housing community is really nothing comparable. There is a lot of space here, although it is a townhouse, but each villa has its own garage, including the front of the door has a parking space, surrounded by some green plants. It looks pleasing to the eye. The woman didn't say much along the way, just greeted me when she saw me, which led me all the way towards the inside, all the way to the side of the 39th villa when she then smiled faintly at me. "We're here, go in." "Oh," I responded, following her inside the villa. This villa decoration is very luxurious. Inside can be used to describe the splendor, but also gave me a kind of luxury KTV came to the instant sense of illusion. I really do not know this woman living in such a house will not see more than want to vomit. Anyway, I cannot stand some, "Hey," a long sigh. Other people have money, that is other people's business. They still do their own thing on the line. The future has money. They buy one. Then like how to come is. This woman also does not say what she called. Even the last name is not willing to reveal, but still quite warm. Come in and is to serve tea and water, and asked to eat without. I came here naturally as not to dilly-dallying, and I have been able to determine that her little ghost died. Do not even need to look at it, because it is the shadow to the extinction of but the walk through the scene or have to walk through I declined the tea and rice and said, "Let's get down to business." "Okay." The woman didn't nag, and instantly turned to the side, signaling me to come along. Following this woman to the innermost side bedroom on the first floor. After opening the door, the woman walked in and then spoke directly. "I don't know why. I always feel that what I raised died, because I can't be sure, so I want to find someone to take a look at it. So now you're going to help me to see what's going on here." "No problem." I nodded and looked inside this room against the wall. Inside placed a short cabinet. The cabinet placed a few extremely ugly-looking statues, and there are incense burners as well as worship things. In the side of this cabinet there is also an oval barrel-like contraption. Outside the painting of the mess. Do not know what the things contained inside. Chapter 50. Anyway, this set seemed to have been seen somewhere, and soon I remembered that I had seen similar pictures on the internet before, saying that it was something that would be seen by some evil spirits raised over in Southeast Asia. I used to think it was just nonsense, similar to begging God for Buddha, only here it was replaced with begging for ghosts, and now after becoming a yin and yang mailman my opinion on this has obviously changed. The pretty middle-aged woman spoke. "Some time ago I was fine, and occasionally I could dream of the little ghosts dreaming of blessings and whatnot, and some time ago I got sick, and then the little ghosts couldn't seem to disappear, and I couldn't feel that strange sensation, that is, the icy cold sensation, and the person who laid these things on me said that it was a manifestation of the success of casting the spell, and now that sensation has disappeared, completely gone." I looked back at the woman and saw that she touched her shoulder. That place is where that ugly little ghost squatted before. And because the last time that little ghost tried to unleash its chi on me, the result was that shadow slap lightly dissipated between the earth and the sky. So after I recognized this woman, my job was actually done. I just needed to give some words. I looked the woman up and down, and pretended to check out the various odd furnishings in the house, then shook my head. I didn't see any shadowy spirits or ghosts appearing. The woman wondered, "Does that mean that the brat I raised ran away?" I nodded slightly, then shook my head. "You're incorrect. Running usually doesn't happen. These things usually stay with their host once they have one, unless there's only one possibility." "What might?" The woman was even more curious. "Either the brat itself has perished and its soul is scattered, or the host dies and the brat returns here or leaves the host." I thought about it and really didn't know what to say, so I started making stuff up, which is just esoteric stuff to the average person anyway. The woman froze at my words, frowned and muttered twice, then asked curiously, "This is already a ghost, and it will still die?" I was dumbfounded. Ghosts are also the existence of a kind of life form, only that their existence is somewhat special, and regular people can't peek at them one way or the other. They can only feel their existence from some appearances. After all, the body is suddenly cold. And that kind of cold isn't quite the same as the general cold. I believe that you used to have this kind of feeling from time to time. The woman nodded, indicating that it was indeed the case. I continued. This cold is caused with the inchi that comes from ghosts and is generally harmful to people. The woman was startled by my words. So, then would it be right for me to raise this kind of brat? Would it cause me some serious problems? I don't really know much about this kind of thing, but as far as inchi is concerned, that's harmful to people in general. So I answered with certainty, it will be absolutely, but since you are its host, the damage it poses to you is far more scaled down than others, but you'll still suffer a lot of damage and even die after a long time. Hiss. The woman huffed backward, then looked at me with some suspicion. I could see the doubt, the questioning, the fear in this look in her eyes, and of course, I knew what she was thinking, so I laughed and said, do you suspect I'm screwing you over? Making things up? The woman didn't say anything, but the look in her eyes said something. Okay, then I'll let you feel what it's like for a ghost to pass by. How about it? Do you want to verify if I can really see ghosts? I looked at the poised middle-aged woman in front of me with interest. Really? This woman's words made me laugh and cry a little. Why don't we try it? Don't worry, I don't think she'll hurt you. At most a cold or something, a fever wouldn't be too bad. So you try? The woman was clearly intrigued and had to see if I was an imposter or something. However, things have come to this point, it's useless for me to say more. At that moment, I used the ghost language to call out Shadow, and said to Shadow, get some inchi to her side to go over. It's really not easy to earn a little bit of money from her. Shade giggled and held out a small slap and said, I want 5 cokes. Fine, fine. 1 box. Buy 1 box. I laughed. You little girl knows how to make a price too? Had. Learned it from my brother. Shadow raised her head in triumph, looking at me with tears and laughter. Shadow turned around, and blew a breath over to the woman, and a breeze rose inside the room, and the shadowy air blew past the woman, causing her to shiver, and her face turned a little white. Well, want to try again? I looked at the woman with a grin. The woman was shocked and hurriedly waved her hand to apologize. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. My fault. Putting Shadow away, I twisted my head to look at those strange furnishings in this house. It's best not to use these things in the future. Since the little ghosts have already died out and you've regained your free body, why jump in again? The woman seemed to think I was quite right, so she nodded her head repeatedly and asked, so, what should I do from now on? Later? I froze. It's like this. The woman little by little told me the reason why she raised the brat, and also the changes after raising the brat and so on, so that I can have a brief understanding. After her story, I kind of understand why she raised such a terrible little thing at home. The reason is very simple. In order to transit, and this little ghost to invite back after she did transit, but the body will often have a cold fever and so on. This is also thanks to the blessing of this little ghost. After all, human ghosts are different. In general, is unable to coexist, there will always be repulsive harm. After understanding this, I also understood that the feelings of seeing that scene on the airplane was that the little ghost was sucking the luck of the people around him. Although I don't quite understand the relationship between luck and inchi, and the principle of a brat helping a host, it's always a damaging and harmful thing to do. Well, what about the general situation I have explained to you, including the stakes? If there is no problem if this trip I task is also completed, please give a 5-star praise? I joked and said, in fact, my side of things done, just need to say a word with that side on the line. As for whether there is a favorable review of praise and so on, I do not know. That is the mysterious person side of things. The woman was satisfied with my service, but still looked at those furnishings of the room with some regret. Well, thank you, Mr. Lee. Alright then, I'll leave if nothing happens. I pulled out my cell phone and sent a message to Mystic explaining the situation over here. Just as he was about to open the door and leave, the woman behind him suddenly opened her mouth and called out, Mr. Lee, please wait. I looked back. The woman looked at me with some embarrassment. I wonder if you have any other ways to turn your luck around? This person's bad luck. Go out and walk the heel of the shoe can be stuck to the inside of the sewer. I'm afraid that after the business will go downhill. My hard work down the company will follow the disaster. My luck has always been bad. I do not know why. I looked at her luxurious villa and laughed. If you're so rich, are you still afraid of earning less? No, this is also a loan to buy. Are not changed after. The woman is a little embarrassed to touch her own white face. Sighed, to be honest, I am really afraid. From the teenage years to start doing business. Has been to a few years ago invited the little ghost to have a rise. Before that are losing money. I obviously are down to earth to do things. But no matter how hard I try, always do what to lose what. I am really afraid. The woman suddenly looked up at me. Her eyes were about to burst into tears. Mr. Lee, please help me, or I really will have to go again to invite all the time the little ghosts back. Or else or else I'm going to lose everything I have right now. I don't want to lose these. I looked at this woman. The heart is slightly touched. Yes, poor afraid. Do not want to be poor again. But she said before doing business to do what lose what this is some evil. According to theory, as long as serious efforts, more or less always have that 1 or 2 times is to make money. Even if it is very little to earn very little, that can also earn money, unless the road is not the right way. But when I learned more about it, I realized that I thought wrong, that people were on the right path. Nothing to see. Stalls, sold snacks, opened a restaurant, but also opened a clothing store, etc. But no matter how hard, how to calculate, how to sell more at a small profit, but it is not. What to do, what to lose. It seems to have become a magic spell in general. I thought about it for a moment and asked with some confusion, so did you have any strange, unusual, feelings during that time before? There are many different kinds of ghosts that stay on Earth, and many different kinds of effects they can have on people, and if there was ever a poor ghost following her around, then she'd be damned if she could make money. Before, it seems like no, right? I don't know. Anyway, during that time it was like surviving between the cracks. Every day was exhausting. After a busy day it was just sleep. Sometimes there was no time to eat. The woman shook her head slightly. This woman is also absolute. Asked so much, even their names do not say a little. But do not say it does not matter. I will not tell fortunes or something. Do not need a name. That's fine. Then I'll help you take a look at the house. I don't know anything about feng shui or anything. I'll help you look at it first. If I can't see any problems, I can have my friend come over for a trip. He's a feng shui master and is all over the place, I said. The woman's eyes lit up and she immediately nodded. Well. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Then, whether it works or not, I'll add another $10,000 to this trip. The man was also dry, grabbing a wad of bills from her purse and handing them to me before I even started looking. I hurriedly excused myself. Don't be like that. No merit. You can put it away first. Mr. Lee, you'd better take it. After all, also bother you such a trip, strange, embarrassed. I'm here on a mission. Is help always free on your end? I was a little puzzled by the steady beat. Of course it's not free. The woman opened her mouth. They pay tens of thousands of dollars over there. That's not going to work. Keep this money for yourself. I shrugged. So can I look around inside your great big house now? All over the whole villa. The woman nodded. Make yourself at home. I have nothing to see here. I responded, and instantly wandered inside the large house, not sparing every nook and cranny to see if there were any shadowy spirits or ghosts present, as well as asking Shadow to go ahead and check upstairs as well as outside the house. Looked at a big circle. Ultimately did not find out what a ghosts. It seems not what ghosts follow her around to make her bad luck, but another reason. It seems that can only ask Lee Dottie to come to see the truth. However, before this I still need to understand the truth. Do not come to Lee Dottie, found no problem. Then it is the same as running for nothing. So then I started to ask her about her greatest concern, whether the last few days in business had gone well or not, and also what changes in her daily life had been made after she had detached herself from the brat. And the answer I got surprised me. It seemed that it was the same moment she had lost the brat on the airplane that her life seemed to be going back to the old days at a rapid speed. Back to that kind of unlucky situation. I frowned and thought for a while. Took this woman for me to brew a cup of tea and drank a mouthful. This way, I invited my friend over. How? He can count, but you can rest assured, absolutely not the kind of charlatan. We do things or no matter what, do not want money. Well, then thank you, Mr. Lee. The woman seemed to realize something, said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, so long that I forgot to introduce myself. I'm really sorry. I'm called Ojiayue, the district of the district, the Jia of the good people, the U of the pleasing to the eye. I don't know Mr. Lee's name? I smiled bashfully. Oh, my name is Lee Bufan. Lee Bufan. Good name, Mr. Lee. Then this time there will be more trouble for Mr. Lee Bufan. When things are done, I will be grateful, Ojiayue said politely, with a charming smile on her face. Only now she looked a little less than good, probably because of her recent bad luck. I scanned her forehead and didn't see any black chi or anything like that, so I picked up my cell phone and dialed Lee Didi's number. The phone was quickly connected. There came a barfing voice. I said, that Bufan called to find me to do what? I am waiting for someone. Hey, I say, you and Lao Wang now in the neighborhood it? I called the acquisition of antiques of the boss about 3 hours over. You give the old king said it? Not in the neighborhood. Busy outside. By the way, looking for you something. That antique thing is not still 3 hours at well. You listen to me. Things are like this. I quickly and simply will be the district Jiayue this side of the situation said. And then asked, how? You have time to come to a trip not? Oh, surprisingly there is such a thing. It seems that certain things have been rushing her a little bit of fun. I'll go over quietly. You send me the address. I'll go over here. Lee Dottie said dryly. I answered and hung up the phone to send the address to Lee Dottie, then said to Oh Jiayue, wait, it will take about half an hour for others to arrive. Chapter 51 Lee Dotie's arrival. I can say that I'm at my wit's end in the case of Oh Jiayue. The problem may be elsewhere, and even though I can fix it, it's always a good idea to find the source of the problem in order to start working on it. There's no way. I'm just a new rookie in the business. If it's old Wang, I can't say he can really solve things like this, but I can't. I still need a lot of experience, need to grow my knowledge and so on in order to have the ability to be unique. District Jiayue no I really for her to invite the master to come over to solve the problem, look very happy, and tea and snacks and fruits to entertain me, so I was a little embarrassed. Originally this thing is my hand caused, but this is not allowed to her is not a bad thing. After all, the ghost possessed this kind of thing even if the ordinary people have a certain benefit, but that will also have to avoid the harm, and to a certain extent that will be life-threatening. I drink tea while eating delicious snacks. I have to say that this district Jiayue is quite good at enjoying. Whether it is this tea or this snack looks like it is not cheap. The tea is bitter and sweet. The snacks are sweet and savory. It's really just right. You also don't look like, make me strange embarrassed. You sit down and wait for a while. He drove over, very quickly. I saw that Oh Jiayue was trying to entertain me, a stranger, which made me very embarrassed. Oh Jiayue froze for a moment, then spread a smile and answered before sitting on the sofa beside me, looking me up and down with some curiosity. I noticed her gaze, skimmed her a glance. For her, or in front of these high-grade desserts make me more interested in. I pondered back to whether to buy some stockpile, as the next netherworld of dry food is also a very good choice. After all, now make money well, you can be a little bit better for yourself. But soon I realized that Oh Jiayue was still looking at me. I twisted my head to look at her with some doubt. The distance is so close, see very clear. I have to say, Oh Jiayue itself is very well maintained. Not at all like a 40 to 40 years old. It looks like a 30-year-old beautiful woman. About her age, is from the previous conversation I presumed. Estimate is 40 years old or so, if right. But there doesn't seem to be a second person seen in this house or a second person's daily necessities. So I don't think she's married or divorced or anything like that. Not that I'm going to care anyway. Is there a flower on my face? I touched my face. It's clean. There's nothing there? Oh Jiayue giggled and shook her head. No, I'm just curious. Just now inside the room. How did you make me feel that cold? Bone-piercing cold? Was it a spell? Spells? I laughed dumbly and shook my head. No. What's that? Can you not only see ghosts, but also drive them away? I raised an eyebrow and just smiled. It's better to keep these things away from normal people to avoid unnecessary trouble. Oh Jiayue laughed. I guessed right. I scratched my hair. What's right? You can talk to ghosts. Oh Jiayue seemed to be interested, and her gaze toward me was even more burning. You can communicate with ghosts and make them do something for you, right? That cold feeling just now should be because you made a ghost do it, right? Otherwise, those words you said in the room before, those, anyway, I sounded like the sound of oh, as if that kind of ghost screaming inside the TV, sounds a little scary, but very euphonious feeling. I was flabbergasted by what she said, but what could I say but laugh? After all, this is a customer. Look, you're right you're not saying anything. Oh Jiayue pouted her little mouth in dissatisfaction, a moment that gave her a kind of little girl posture. Since she saw a little bit of what was going on and knew that by some means the mystic was releasing the quests, she more or less knew something about another group of special beings in this world. So I shrugged. As you can imagine Mino, you're right. Oh Jiayue was instantly shaken. Her eyes widened as she looked at me incredulously. Really? I threw a glare over at him and grabbed a piece of dessert and ate it. Wow, that's awesome. So powerful at such a young age. Oh Jiayue gave a thumbs up, then smiled shyly. It's a bit abrupt, but I'm still curious. Does someone as capable as you have a family? I shook my head. Poor girlfriend ran off with someone else. Oh Jiayue froze and looked at me with some skepticism. Really? With your skills, you're still afraid you won't be able to make money? That woman is out of her mind, right? Hey, a word to the wise nah. I sighed as I ate and drank my fill and leaned back on the couch. I didn't have it before. I didn't have it until after. Or what do you think? Oh Jiayue understood. That can't be helped. One person, one life. But that girl is really unfortunate, missing such a good boyfriend as you. Hey, by the way, how old are you? If not, I'll introduce you to one. I'm sure she's pretty, capable, and reasonable. I was scared and shivered. How did I get into this? I waved my hand. I'd better not. Just take it as it comes. Oh yeah, I'm 28 years old. TSK, how can it be like this? Such a good man, either. Or you see how I am? District Jiayu looked at me with a smile. I struggle so far as still singlet. Just older. There are still a few years will be 40 years old, but I pay close attention to maintenance. In addition to the luck now bad some other are good at saying that she even winked at me, making me instantly a bit unnatural. I laughed dryly. This, I say Miss Ojiayu, you're not very nice, let's just get down to business. Get down to business. Ojiayu giggled. See how scared you are, you're still quite introverted. I'm teasing you, I'm afraid you'll be too bored. I shook my head. Nope, not feeling bored anymore. I pointed to her setup of this room. I mean, why did you set up your room like this? Don't you feel a little similar to some entertainment places? Ha, you say it is a nightclub and KTV, right? District Jiayue cried and laughed and said, at that time, I was not busy. Let the other sisters to help a favor. Just did not expect her taste let a person cannot believe, but has been installed into this way. Spent a lot of money, just like this direct replacement of quite a pity. The first live a few years, and then have the opportunity to change. It's okay after seeing more. Don't you like it? I shook my head. It's okay to watch for a while, but after a while it feels like you're in the middle of a KTV, just missing a mic. Do you want to sing? There's a mic. District Jiayue was enthusiastic, set on getting up ready to give me to find wheat to. I was startled, hastily waved his hand. Don't. I'm just joking. You sit. Don't busy work, don't mind tired. Wait for the people to come. I'll let him to you to take a good look at, but this money you should give him or to give. I don't think so. Understand. You can rest assured. In this regard I still know something. Cheat no one can cheat a feng shui master, especially a feng shui fortune teller with real skills. This I know. Otherwise the end will be tragic. Jiayu nodded and sat down again. And District Jiayue chat so much, which makes me have a new understanding of this woman. In general, this is a very pragmatic, very real a big sister. Character is very cheerful, and even do some public service from time to time and so on. And she may be a bit inconsistent with this appearance. That is, that kind of cold outside and hot inside it. In fact, is still very easy to get along with. Chatting, the time also passed quickly. My cell phone also rang, picked up and saw that it was Lee Dottie's. So I went out with District Jiayue. Lee Dottie at this time was when the cell door. After all, this is a villa community. Security and other things are still relatively in place. Lee Dottie leaned against the car door a bit depressed, looking at Ojiayu and I who walked out. Ha, Brother Earth is finally here. I greeted him with a smile. Ojiayu, on the other hand, went over to speak to the security guard, and only then was very embarrassed to say to the very old-looking Lee Dottie in front of her, hello, my name is Ojiayu. I'm really sorry just now. I forgot to greet the security guards ahead of time. Let's go in here, shall we? Lee Dottie bristled. Let's go. He then whispered in my ear. Hey, this woman looks really hot. How did you find it? I instantly blanked him and lowered my voice. Isn't it not enough? I'll treat you to a bath center in a while. Hey, just kidding. Lee Dee waved his hand. But how in the world did you find such a job? So I will briefly tell the story. Before I only said the District Jiayue's situation and did not say this job is how to come. Now after explaining clearly Lee Dee will be clear. The three of us returned to the villa, and Ojiayu began to serve tea and water again, while telling Lee Dottie the original story of her own. Lee Dottie nodded his head after listening, sipped his tea and forgot to praise a good tea. Then he chatted first while sizing up Ojiayu's face for a few moments, and then went around the house and outside for a while before returning to the villa and sitting down. Ojiayu glanced at me, and I nodded to her that it would be fine. After sitting down and taking a sip of tea, Lee Dottie thought for a moment and asked, when did you discover this unlucky luck of yours? I just started the business, less than 20 years old, right? Ojiayu shook her head. I can't remember the exact date. Lee Dottie nodded and continued. That's it. I look at your face. There is a hidden tainted gas lingering in the heavens. To put it bluntly, it is the bad luck entangled in the body. You should be this kind of a certain thing or a certain item caused by a certain thing or a certain item, but it is not very serious. So you can't hold the money all these years. The other aspects are relatively normal. What I said can be accurate. Ojiayu looked like she had seen a savior and nodded her head hurriedly. I've seen some fortune-telling feng shui gentlemen before, and some of them, although they were the same as what you said, they all just fooled me and didn't give me a solution to my problem. And then, later on, I got relief after I invited a little ghost. Lee Dottie is very disdainful smile. Those fortune-telling fairy is mostly to pit the money, capable of where and will be so easy for you to solve the problem? That's right, what the master said. Oh, haven't you lightly called the master's name yet? Ojiayu was very polite. My name is Dottie, the same surname as Brother Bufan. Lee Dottie patted my shoulder. Oh, Lee Dee. That name has momentum. Ojiayu responded. Alright, don't talk about these useless things. Now you say whatever I ask. You must tell the truth. Otherwise I have no way to help you. Li Dadi looked at Ojiayue very seriously. Ojiayue didn't dare to be slow, immediately sat up straight, and placed her hands squarely on her knees, just like an attentive elementary school student, just short of having her hands behind her back. Did anything happen to you before this bad luck started that impressed you? Or have you done anything that impressed you? According to your description, that would be something you did when you were a teenager, or an item you got, or a strange person or object you met, etc. Think about it, Li Didi asked. Ojiayue's brows gradually locked up as she struggled to remember the previous events. Li Dadi was not in a hurry, and ate up by himself. I looked at him and smiled, pointing straight to the dessert on the table, indicating that it was very tasty, and Li Dadi ate it and nodded his head. After about 5 minutes or so had been passed, Ojiayue slapped her head violently. Remember, oh, say, Li Dadi gave her a look and refilled his own cup of tea. Probably the year I was in high school, sophomore year, like 17 or so? Ojiayue thought while saying, I think I was 17 years old. One day when I was walking home from school, I didn't know what happened. I got confused and went the wrong way. When I came to my senses I walked into a wasteland. The sky started to turn dark. I was terrified at that time. Luckily, I could see a street light in the distance, so I hurriedly ran that way, and even yelled. I felt like there was something behind me following me. The road was potholed and I fell several times. Or a kind passerby realized that things were not quite right on my side before sending me back. After a pause, Ojiayue said with a palpitated heart, I guess that's the one thing that made the deepest impression, right? But I still haven't figured out exactly why I walked there. Is there a ghost? She couldn't help but look at me. Li Dadi pondered for a moment, and asked for her birthdate. After some pinpointing, slightly shook his head. It seems incomplete. You think again? It does not have to be a teenager. 20s or a few years old is also okay. After all, just started doing business or not experienced. Lose money or something more normal. Oh, then I'll think about it. Ojiayue pondered again. I couldn't figure it out for a moment as I watched. So I got up and went off to the side to a nice fish tank to look at it. The villa was large and the fish tank was not small, with many beautiful fish I couldn't name swimming around happily. But soon I was caught by a transparent stone inside the tank. This stone looks like crystal, but the strange thing is that above it I seem to see if there is a yin chi in the surrounding, bright and dark feeling, and the surface of this stone is clean a little too much. Unlike those around the surface of the stone are growing some tiny moss-like aquatic plants. Chapter 52, Uncertainty for the time being. I can't figure out what the heck this transparent stone inside the fish tank is, and I'm not sure if there's a yin chi surrounding that stone, but anyway, it just looks vaguely bright and dark to me. Maybe it's a light? I looked up at the lights around me and quickly dismissed it as being the lights, so I turned to Ojiayue, who was thinking hard, and asked, what's this rock inside this fish tank of yours? Ojiayue was interrupted in her thoughts and turned her head to look at me. What? As she walked over, I pointed to a crystal-looking rock at the bottom of the tank and asked, just this, what is this thing? It feels a little weird. The moment Ojiayue saw the stone, she exclaimed, startling me. She hurriedly turned her head to Li Dadi and said, there, I remember. It's this stone. This stone is also very strange. I froze. It seemed the stone had come from a different place. Li Dadi walked over quickly and looked at the stone through the glass of the fish tank, but he didn't seem to see anything out of the ordinary. So he asked, why is it strange? I asked, haven't you guys noticed this rock flickering again? No? Ojiayue glanced at me. This stone seems to be a crystal. I happened to pick it up, and the day I picked it up I won the second prize on a lottery ticket I bought. More than $100,000. This is okay? I scratched my hair. Didn't you say you used to have very bad luck? Ojiayue nodded. Yeah, it's very bad, but this time is an exception. I won the second prize the day I picked up this stone, only to lose it all in business later. She smiled awkwardly. Li Dadi looked at me. What? This stone doesn't look normal? I nodded and described my findings briefly, then asked Ojiayue, where did you pick up this stone? It's just by the roadside. I picked it up one night when I was going home. It was on the side of the main road. There was a neighborhood wall that was being built and I picked it up. At that time I just thought it looked good. After I got home I realized that it was probably crystals or gemstones or something like that. Then I got someone to look at it and said that it was crystal-like. Ojiayue thought for a moment. That's all I remember. I even bought a lottery ticket when I got home, and I found out at night that my ticket had one. Then, later on, I've been carrying this stone with me all the time. I feel like this stone can bring me luck. Right, is there something wrong with it? Take the stone out and look at it, Li Dadi said as he looked at the stone. District Jiayue quickly found a ladder, also found a long spoon, fished the stone out from inside the fish tank, and then took it to the kitchen and washed it, wiped it clean and handed it to Li Dadi's face. Just like before, it feels cold to hold, and it's very comfortable to hold in the summer. When this stone was taken out, I realized that the originally bright and dark state of this stone became more obvious, and the black gas that was not very certain before began to become more and more obvious, slowly spreading and rising around it. Instead of directly reaching out for it, Lidati took 2 steps back and said with a frown, "There's something odd about this stone. Why does it feel eerie?" I grabbed the stone over with one hand. It seems that this stone has a big problem. Just now when I was inside the fish tank it wasn't very obvious to see. This time when I took it out I can be 100% sure that what is coming out of this stone is a cold gas. Shadow seemed to have been affected by the scent on the stone. She emerged and then pointed at the stone in my hand and said, "Brother, this thing feels so comfortable. Can you give it to Shadow?" I twisted my head to look at Shade, then handed the stone directly into Shade's hands. Here, the stone landed in Shade's hands, and the aura that emanated from it was instantly and quickly absorbed by Shade. And this scene looked at Ojiayue and Lidati seriously. That is, the stone floated in place, floating in mid-air. Lidati shivered, backing up while greeting the dumbfounded-looking Ojiayue and said, "You hurry up and back up." Being stood there, my buddy's helper came out. Ojiayue winced and hastily backed away, only to feel the temperature around her rise a bit. I waved my hand. "Don't worry, it won't hurt you guys. Wait a minute." I then watched as Shadow held the stone, which was changing in her hands at a speed visible to the naked eye, and from its original translucent crystal-like appearance it began to rapidly become more transparent, as if what was inside was being rapidly absorbed away by Shadow. In just a few minutes, a trace of black gas could no longer be seen on this stone, and the stone had turned into a pure and transparent crystal. Shade returned the stone back to me and said, "Well brother, I've already used up everything inside this She also spat out her tongue in embarrassment. I smiled and touched her head. "Good girl, go back. Thanks for your help. We'll go to the supermarket for a Coke when it's over later." "Yeah." Shadow cheered and whooshed back into the middle of my arm. Now that the crystal had regained its initial pure appearance, it was no longer translucent and fuzzy looking. I twisted my head to look at the two. "Okay, come over here." Lidati saw that the stone had changed, and also did not feel the presence of the shadow, which slowly walked forward, reached out and took the stone and looked through it, nodding. "Indeed it is different. It seems that there was something inside before." Ojiayue looked at the crystal curiously. This crystal looks, how come it seems to be purer?" I explained. Previously there was some and cold aura gathered inside this crystal, which means the environment this crystal was in before was unclean, and in a particular environment the crystal absorbed these unclean auras, thus becoming cloudy, and now that those things have been removed, so it looks purer and more transparent. So that's how it is. Then this thing doesn't bring me good luck. Instead, because of its existence. Ojiayue winced. "Was there something in there before that had some kind of bad effect on me?" Li Di nodded, then looked at her face again, pinpointed, then shook his head. "Still not working. Basically nothing has changed. That is to say, this thing does not affect you as much as another kind of thing or things. We still need to find it from the beginning. Otherwise there is no way to solve this bad luck that is stalking you." Ojiayue's face suddenly had more than a little white. "Then I must ask you to help me. Please, I will try to pay you the highest possible compensation." Lidati smiled bashfully. "Let's solve the problem first. After all, we don't know how to solve it yet. Now we can only start from the beginning. Let's look for it from the barren land that you walked to in a daze at that time. You have to take us there and look for that place. If there is nothing to be found there, then we have to go to the place where you found this stone at that time to take a look. Otherwise, I am also can't do anything about it." Ojiayue opened her mouth, her face a little dark, but it didn't seem like there was no way to fix it now, so she nodded. "Okay, I remember both of those places. Shall we set off now?" Oh, no, let's eat first. After eating we'll set off." Lidati smiled and waved his hand. "Go straight over there. Buy anything on the way." "Is it far?" "It's not very far. I'm just a local." "That's good. Let's go." Ojiayue drove her car to take me in the front to lead the way. Lidati insisted on driving his own car to follow behind, all the way towards the eastern suburb of the side of the drive over. This side of the eastern suburbs is kind of growing faster and looks much better and more crowded than a couple of other directions. The car all the way did not listen. District Jiayue seems to be what mood to eat, but I still let her stop in the middle of the way, get off to buy some food, gave Lidati some, the rest I brought back to the car, let her eat something, and comforted her a little bit, so that she do not worry. After all, there is always a reason for the bad luck to haunt the body. As long as you find the root of the cause, will be resolved on the line. The car came all the way to the eastern suburbs of an old residential housing side, and then the district Jiayue will be the car parked. Get out of the car. She said to us that she has been living in this side. At that time and parents lived together, and then parents because of the accident passed away. She moved back and forth to a number of places to live. The previous house is not their own, is also rented. so where it is convenient to rent where to live. Lee Dottie and I followed her to enter from a hutong, and then kept going ahead. This hutong is very long, 7 turns and 8 turns. The district Jiayue walk is not very smooth. It seems that too long have not been here, but finally did not forget the clean. After all, still led us both from this hutong group inside the circle, came to a piece of farmland at the edge of the field. Jiayue looked around and reached out to point to an area and said, "That should be the place." I was coming home from school and I walked there in a daze with the sky still bright. It's just that no one had plowed it before. Lee Dottie patted my shoulder. "Open is work. I'll look around." I nodded and told Jiayue to stay right here and not run around. Then I went straight down inside the field to check it out. It's very flat and open. Just normal farmland. And it's just been harvested. And the land has been turned over. So it's easy to check it out. A glance swept over. Did not find anything unusual. After all, now the sun is high overhead. Even if there are any sinister things are afraid that they cannot stay in this kind of place for much longer. I looked around. Even in many places have walked again. Also did not feel there is something wrong. So I returned to the district Jiayue's side. To her again asked about it. Learned that they look for the place should not be wrong. That is, she really remembered the wrong place. So I also had to wait for Lee Dadi's side to finish the matter. It wasn't long before Lee Dadi came over from the side and muttered, "This place looks slightly strange, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. But as far as I can see now then, I don't find anything either." Jiayue instantly asked with some worry. "Then, what am I going to do now?" Lee Dadi waved his hand. "There's no rush. Just because you can't see any problems during the day doesn't mean there aren't any at night. Let's go to the second place to take a look first. And if we don't find anything over there we'll come over at night." Immediately, Jiayue led us to the second place. The place where she had picked up that crystal at that time. The area where we picked up this crystal was being developed. And now after we drove here we found that it had been transformed into wide streets and large neighborhood buildings. Very different from what it used to be. Jiayue identified for a while, which walked to a neighborhood's outer wall a place, before and after confirming many times, which is very sure. This is the location. Here I dare to be 100% sure, because that tree over there did not move position. Exactly the same. She pointed to a sycamore in the distance. I went up and looked around and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Just your average sidewalk with all the mess being paved with flower tiles. Lee Dottie didn't walk up, but just looked back and forth, and took out a compass to look at while walking. Lee Dottie was surprised. Walking along, he stopped above the location that Jiayue pointed to just now. He looked at the ground. Stone brick pavement. So he stepped on his feet and said, "This is a good location, but unfortunately, it's been paved as a sidewalk. What a pity." I walked up and looked at the plain, unadorned ground. "Is this a good spot?" Lee Dottie said yes. "This is the place." And Jiayue then pointed to where Lee Dottie was standing. "It should be on the spot where you're standing right now." At that time, I remembered that there was a big pile of excavated dirt piled up here, and when I passed by, I saw that there was something shiny, so I picked it up, and I found that crystal coming. Lee Dadi nodded. "This is a good place. It's just that it's pretty much broken because of the surrounding buildings, but in the past, good tombs might have been constructed here, and the crystal you picked up before might have been a kind of decorative item outside of this tomb, and I don't know how it got dug up." Upon hearing this, Jiayue couldn't help but shiver. "Burial goods?" Lee Dadi laughed. "Don't be afraid, just think of that as an antique. Now that the unclean things on it have been broken by Bufan, it should be worth quite a bit to come. You can take it to a real connoisseur, and you might even make a big profit." I bristled. And how is she going to explain this bad luck? Lee Dadi slightly shook his head. "It's impossible to determine now, but all in all, it's either the cause of this place or the cause inside that field before. But we can't see the situation right now, so let's wait for the night. Maybe there's something special that comes up at night. It's done, and it will have to wait until the night." Jiayue immediately said that she would go to a nearby place to rest, replenish her strength, and wait for the evening before coming over. But Lee Dadi directly waved his hand and refused. He spoke. "Let's do it at 11 p.m. It's too early. I don't think it'll be anything special, and there are a lot of people coming back and forth." He pointed to the passers-by around him. I nodded my head and said, "Yeah, Jiayue, just go back first and come back later in the evening. Let's meet here at night. How about it?" Jiayue nodded. "Then I'll treat you guys to dinner tonight. Why don't you leave me a phone number?" She looked at me. I left my cell phone number with her, and then I got into Lee Dadi's car and left the area to wait for the night. Chapter 53, The Woman in White. Now to 11 p.m. There is a long time, and the time is also early. Pondering the afternoon is nothing, so let Lee Dadi send me to the company. By the way, in the company near a snack bar to eat something, and after sending away Lee Dadi, I came to the company. Now at this point in time it was semi-afternoon. Colleagues who should have gone out to deliver things had already gone out. Basically only one of the company's internal staff was left, as well as the boss to stay in the company. Hey, Boo Fan you're coming less and less I don't know when you might quit altogether, right? The boss saw me coming over, so he raised his hand and said with a smile. I laughed. It's not like there's something going on. I came over here when I was free. I really couldn't get away, or I'm sure I wouldn't have become part-time. Okay, there's quite a few more over there. Was wondering who to make work overtime in a while, so you'll give it a substitute. The boss pointed to a pile of couriers on the side. I responded and walked over and got organized. These courier east to west I naturally can't all be done, so I gave a division. Well, most of them are organized to my that battery car above, and then also drive out to deliver the courier. By the time I finished my work and returned to the store, it was already dark, and I said hello to the owner and was about to leave when he stopped me. Boo Fan, wait a minute The boss walked over. Can I help you? I took my coveralls off and placed them inside a side cabinet and looked back. There is a person complaining about you. The boss, looking at the message on his tablet, said, I think it's called Luo Housey? Did something happen? I froze. Who is Luo Housey? But I quickly rang up that it was Tian Xiaoning's boyfriend. I bristled. It's my ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend. The boss froze and smiled bitterly. How did you offend him? This girl is just malicious revenge. Stupid. I cursed, but it didn't matter once I thought about the fact that I was now a part-time employee and wasn't afraid of being fired or anything. But this received a complaint is still to be dealt with. The boss is a little difficult to do touching his chin, so Then I give that side to react to the situation. After all, you work in my place is not a day or 2 days. I understand that. You don't feel too sad. The girlfriend is gone and then find is. Well, thanks. I raised my hand and turned to leave. But you do take care from now on. And when you have that man's delivery you give it to the man to save him from spoofing. Got it. I answered helplessly, thinking that this Luo Housey is really not a thing. It seems that the next time I see him, I have to give him some pain. I can't always be beaten passively, right? It's not reasonable, and it's embarrassing. But this Luo Housey and how big the ability is a little bit of money. It is not worth letting me now waste a little more time to think about him. The next time I see it was still fairly early, so I went home and ate something to catch up on my sleep. It wasn't until 11 p.m. when Lee Earth called and woke me up. In front of the neighborhood, I rubbed my dazed eyes and pulled open the passenger side of Lee Dottie's car and sat in, yawning. Hard work Lee Dottie grinned. What's so hard about it? It's all about making money. Let's go eat something. Let's do our errands first, and when we're done, we'll let Joyso treat us. I tugged on my crossbody bag to make myself comfortable against the seat. Also, Lee Didi nodded and started the car to slowly drive towards the highway. Half an hour later, we and the district Jiayue got together. By the way, first came to the place where the district Jiayue picked up the crystal before, just leaning against the car quietly waiting, while asking the district Jiayue is not there is no thought of. After all, this kind of thing to be completely solved, the more you know the better to start. Otherwise you can only one by one to rule out. After half a day's thought, Jiayue couldn't seem to think of anything more bizarre or memorable to her. This thing I and Lee Dottie in the end is an outsider. Not so anxious, but the district Jiayue can be some anxious. A moment to run to the side of the store to buy some drinks for us to drink. A moment to buy some bread and so on, so that the two of us did not have a moment to the stomach to eat half full. I rushed to let her to stop. After all, now from the 12 o'clock is also on the 10 or so minutes. Jiayue blinked pitifully. Then I'm counting on you guys, Lee Dottie said. Don't be too pessimistic. As long as you find the root cause and take care of it, all the problems will be solved. And you also take the opportunity to think about it. Is there any omission that you haven't thought of? In response, Jiayue could only nod her head and continue to stare at her brows. As the time approached 12 o'clock, Lee Dottie and I moved our eyes inside that area, wanting to see if there was something unusual happening at 12 o'clock this night. But as the clock passed 12 o'clock, the place seemed to look alright. So without delay, Lee Dottie got us straight into the car and headed for the field. The car soon came to the mouth of the long hopping alley. Lee Dottie tapped me. Lead the way in front. Looking at the dark alleyway entrance felt pretty scary, and I shivered. Why me? Nonsense, isn't it? Let your family one out. What's there to be afraid of? Lee Dottie gave me a blank look. I think about it, so the shadow to call out. Not to mention, there is a shadow in the side. And then how dark place I also drive away. And I became this yin and yang courier after the night vision ability has increased significantly, although not to the point of exaggeration, but can be said to be able to see clearly very dark corners is not much of a problem. Jiayue followed behind and pointed out the way. I led the way while Lee Dottie wobbled behind, because we were in a hurry. We were fast, almost jogging all the way there, and in only a few minutes we had arrived at the edge of that field. Without waiting for Lee Dottie to greet me, The moment I turned my head to look over, I saw a white shadow floating around over there. And Shadow was the first to point over there and say, "Brother, look, there's a long-haired sister over there." I hurriedly greeted Lee Da-dee. "There's a discovery, there's a discovery." Lee Da-dee was instantly alert and took out his small sword. Looking around, "What's the situation?" "There, that's where the white female ghost, cloaked in hair, appeared on the spot where Ochiaewe walked to in a days earlier." I pointed over there and said. Ojiaoyue was startled and ducked behind the two of us in a flash. I skimmed her and gave her a couple reassuring words about not worrying, then asked, "What now? Control first or?" "Wait a moment, keep an eye on it. If that white female ghost comes towards me, you can just control it." Lee Da-dee pulled out something I couldn't understand, and then started circling around that area of the field, just as he said. As he passed, the white female ghost over there was always heading towards Lee Da-dee's direction, and was still approaching him a little bit. I raised my hand and pointed over there. "Shadow, go, hold it down for me, don't put it out yet." "Ah, we'll see what happens later." "Okay, brother." Shadow whooshed out, and in just a blink of an eye she had already gotten that female ghost under control, and still as I had explained, pressed it to the ground in a deadly manner, and the female ghost let out a mournful shriek. I winced and turned back to Ojiaoyue. "Stay put." Ojiaoyue winced and nodded vigorously. I ran over and looked at it, then called out to Lee Da-dee, "Is it ready yet?" Later, Lee Da-dee was still circling around, as if he had to walk through the circle. After he walked around this side in a big circle, then he trotted to my side, but he also knew that there was a ghost being controlled on the ground, and those floating whimpering voices could still be heard around him, and he opened his mouth and said, "How can I say this? Anyway, this should be the place, but it seems to be not quite complete." Asked the ghost, "What's the situation?" I scratched my hair and looked at the female ghost subdued by Shadow and asked, "What's your origin? Floating around here? Why don't you come down to the netherworld?" This female ghost instantly stopped screaming, slightly raised her head to look at me, but that face is all scattered hair, simply can't even see the irrelevance. She was a little surprised to look at me for a long time, and then drifted out a sentence. "You can actually see me? Nonsense, isn't it?" I gave her a blank look, asking you, "Why are you hanging around here? What's your purpose? Say it nicely." Confession is lenient, resistance is strict. Suddenly I felt like a censor, interrogating a prisoner again. The female ghost squeaked half-heartedly, "Can you please not make me lie on the ground?" I died on the ground. I froze and waved my hand at Shadow. "Let her up," but still in control. "Okay, brother." Shadow answered and picked up this female ghost like a chicken. The white female ghost turned her head to look at Shadow. Shadow cackled, but this smile, that mouth full of fine shark's teeth, made this white female ghost's scared soul tremble. Don't kill me. I'll say everything. Don't kill me, please." I opened my mouth. "So tell me, what are you doing here?" I just have some bad luck. I fell dead while walking, and then I don't know how I somehow came here. There is a grotto under this ground, and there are some strange things in it, which seem to convey some information to me again. Let me bring someone over here to stand for a while, and I don't know what's going on." The ghost in white pointed to a spot on the ground. "That's it." I raised an eyebrow and looked down. It wasn't far from my feet, but the place was just turned over land. What kind of grotto was there? Had it been buried? Maybe it was. "Are you sure?" I looked towards this white-clothed female ghost, and then asked Shadow to take her farther away first, so that I wouldn't have to suffer a dumb loss myself, just like what happened last time inside that valley. Don't kill me. I didn't do any harm. I can't control myself at all. Only for such a short while at night can I come out to get some air. The rest of the time I'm uncontrollable. I can see, but I can't control myself." The white female ghost screamed in panic. Out of control? This matter seemed to involve something more, which made me even more curious. So I took my dagger out and dug a few times in the position that the white female ghost pointed to before, but it was all dirt down there. There was no passage whatsoever. So I twisted my head to look at the white female ghost. The white-robed female ghost hurriedly explained. "Below, right below, about a meter or so from the surface. The grotto isn't too big, just 2 meters wide and narrow, and inside it holds a strange statue that I can't understand." "More than a meter deep?" I looked at the dagger in my hand, or put it away, and then told Lee Da-dee about what happened. As soon as Lee Da-dee heard this, his brows tightened and he paced back and forth in place. After a while Lee Da-dee patted his head and took out his compass before checking around again. A moment later he whimpered, "Ems, there are still such lackluster people in this day and age?" I walked over with some curiosity. "What's wrong?" Lee Da-dee put away the things in his hand and said, "If not for your reminder I really didn't pay attention to it. Just now looked again and found that this place should have been moved by someone, and it is very secretive. This place should have been set up with a gathering chi ground formation. That is, a formation that can absorb people's luck, and the ghosts that appeared here are the traction of the formation. and it should be right. But this kind of thing now there will be people. Who will it be? I froze. Sucking the luck out of people? Lee Dottie nodded. This is something I don't quite understand, but that's how it is in terms of feng shui. It's as if some casinos would all set up some fortune formations or feng shui that favors them in order to allow them to make a profit. The reasoning is the same, but it's obviously even more profound here. And that grotto you just learned about. There are still strange statues inside. That should be the location of the formation eye. Holy? What does this person need luck for? Luck to be absorbed by the formation and then absorb it off itself to become incredibly lucky? I asked. Lee Dee shook his head. No, it might be for something else. Luck is something one can only have a limited amount of, but luck can be used to change the end of some things I guess. Anyway, this thing is a scourge to ordinary people. We have to smash it. I nodded, but then I looked at the ground. A meter or so deep. I couldn't really do it for a while. Lee Dottie seems to see my doubts point, smiled and took out his cell phone. Let my little brother come over. He is a good hand in this area. A moment you look at the line, to point out a clear position. Oh, so, okay. I answered and turned my head to look at the female ghost. Then asked, right Earth, what about this ghost? Look after yourself. Send them to the netherworld if you can. If it's too vicious, just exterminate them. When I break this formation, I'm sure that Ojiaoyue's luck will slowly return. I answered and looked at the white female ghost. The white female ghost understood our words. Naturally, she was frightened and exclaimed, I am innocent. I am innocent. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. As long as you can let me out of here, I won't hurt anyone else. Don't kill me. Just as she kept struggling, a pair of bloodshot eyes seemed to light up inside her cloaked head, and her original panicked voice began to grow faint as a gust of ghastly wind instantly began to rise around her. When I saw that the situation was a bit bad, I hurriedly called out, Shadow, quickly destroy her. Chapter 54, Wang Sanshue. A moment of unusual movements to Lee Dottie startled. I was also the first time to retreat. The shadow received my instructions directly after the outbreak of a strong force, directly under the suppression of the white female ghost ruthlessly smashed on the ground, and then pounced on it to nibble a number of mouths. Instantly the power of the white female ghost seems to have been absorbed by the majority of the red eyes that are becoming increasingly red is also gradually subsiding. Anum. Click, click, click. The shadow devoured the white female ghost one bite after another, and in just a few moments, the white female ghost was so weak that she was already only a shadow in my eyes, ready to dissipate every now and then. At this time, around a sudden wind, the shadow cried out in alarm, hastily scurried to my side, whoosh a moment to my arm inside. I froze, and then saw before the white female ghost pointing out the location of the emergence of a mass of violently rolling fog. Lee Da-dee called out at this time, back up, phew. The surrounding wind suddenly became strong, but not to the point of walking. I and Lee Dottie flew back out of dozens of meters, which broke free from the scope of that gale shrouded in the look around. All of a sudden, flying sand and stones, gusts of wind, surprised at the scope of the range of the location of that array of eyes are shrouded in the location of the eye. Lee Dottie and I retreated directly to the side of Ojiaoyue, which relaxed a little, looked at a piece of flying sand over there, and wondered, what's going on here? Lee Dottie muttered, it may be that the formation was suddenly activated. It should have something to do with that hauling ghost. Hey, by the way, did you exterminate that ghost? At this time the shadow child emerged, seems to be very worried, patted his chest, scared me to death, it just now seems to have something and then tugging me towards the ground drag. Feel the power is so big, if not I run fast, maybe supported to the ground below it. I raised an eyebrow, then go back in and don't come out yet. Shadow answered and dug back in. It seems that this place is really weird. I relayed Shadow's words to Lee Da-dee. Lee Da-dee nodded and explained, this is not strange. That ghostly creature before was the traction of this formation. Maybe this formation will sense the presence of the surrounding in souls and severe ghosts. Once there is a new suitable traction ghost, then they may become body goods. Unless the ghostly creature is strong to a certain point before it does not fear the situation. Right? I nodded with palpitating heart. It seems that it's better to be careful when meeting this kind of strange things, or else if something happens to Shadow, then my biggest dependence now will be gone. A few minutes later, the gale inside that area stopped, and some traces of the wind blowing past could be seen around, and there was nothing else out of the ordinary, and the tractor ghost from before didn't know if it was dead or had been sucked in. Lee Dottie turned around again and said after checking, the formation is still in operation. That gale just now should be what the formation messed up. I responded, that was pretty dangerous back there. Be sure to be a little careful with the people you call over later as well. Lee Dottie smiled. Don't worry, just now maybe it was touching some local formation that suddenly accelerated the operation. Normally there shouldn't be that kind of situation. We returned to the side of the district Jiayu. Just now the scene she naturally also saw clearly. She only felt a strand of fear, released into another unknown world in the middle. A few words from both of us put her at ease and she waited quietly for help to come. Dozens of minutes later, a man ran over from the midst of the darkness. This place is really backbreaking. Walking around almost didn't give me a dizzy spell. There are alley openings everywhere. Li Dottie smiled and introduced. Li Bufan. You've met and been to our house. Bu Fan. This is one of my little friends. Wang Miao. Just call him Sanchue. This person I have seen is when I went to Li Dottie's house when inside the yard to see another person. It turns out that he is called Wang Miao. Sanchue, this nickname is called Smooth. So I smiled. I'm called Li Bufan. How are you? Wang Miao is not tall but the person looks very strong. Inch head power suit. Quite a little bit of the feeling of the practitioner. He stretched out his hand and said, just call me Sanchue. Brother Bufan will have to take care of me more in the future. I'll be living with Brother Earth. I usually come out when there's any need for me. After saying hello, Li Dottie talked about the situation over there and asked, how is it? Are you sure? What we're going to do is just drill a hole in the ground and blast that grotto right down there. And not make too much noise. Preferably one hand at a time. Wang Miao grinned. Don't worry. I'm good at this. It's not the first time I've done it. Leave it to me. I'll get it done in one go. But what? Brother Bufan, you give me a little watch. In case of what kind of ghosts and spirits come out I can't deal with. I don't have that kind of ability. I nodded my head. And after a brief understanding, I kind of knew what this guy called Wang Mao actually did. To put it bluntly, he was one of Li Dottie's assistants, who usually liked to study some gadgets, and was also proficient in many miscellaneous jobs, such as electrician, carpentry, and even blasting and making explosives he knew, so it could be said that he was an all-rounder. On weekdays he still needs to go to work, it's just that it's easier to go to work, so he works part-time at a well-known fast food restaurant, which is really just a boring way to pass the time, and spends more of his time at home doing research and whatnot. Just stay here, it shouldn't be a problem for a while. I spoke to Ojiayue, and then the three of us, Li Dottie and Wang Miao, and I returned to the same position as before. A check to make sure that there is no movement before giving. Wang Miao pointed out the location, and then let the district Jiayue ran over to make sure that some, which let Wang Miao do it. After all, this is to engage in professional underground demolition. The location must first be accurate, or blow up crooked, also useless. After determining the location, he only saw Wang Miao take a few iron pipe-like things from inside his backpack, with a small motor behind it, which looked very delicate and could be spliced and lengthened to be a drill. Soon Wang Miao skillfully drilled a small hole of 1 meter and 2 meters in the designated position toward the bottom. In fact, I was also worried that he directly scuttled to the bottom of the tiny grotto inside to cause any dangerous things, so 1 meter and 2 meters is enough. Wang Miao disassembled the tools and packed them back into his backpack, then took a large ham sausage-like contraption and said to Li Dottie and me with a smile, this is something new I've come up with, and it's just the right time to try my hand at it today. Li Dottie immediately a head of cold sweat. Hey, I say you can take it easy. This neighborhood can live a lot of people. It cannot be too much noise. You can rest assured that the ground brother. This thing is small sound, powerful. Wang Miao pointed to one end of the item in his hand. Just need to put this end down towards the bottom. Then we retreat 100 or 80 meters to detonate it with the remote control. And poof, it can definitely give another 2 meters deep blast downwards. Come on, be careful. Li Dottie immediately pulled me back. Wang Miao hemmed and hawed, and between them dropped the high explosive gadget in his hand head first into the small hole he had just punched out, and after placing it well he ran towards us, and then took out a small remote control. Hemmed and hawed and laughed. Come on, listen to the sound. After saying that, he lightly pressed his hand on the remote control, only to hear a click sound, just like the sound of the electricity of a cigarette lighter, and then a thick muffled sound came out from that place where the explosives had been planted. Boom! The sound was very dull, but it really wasn't that small, and the ground shook with it, and the dirt over there was directly flipped up, but the upward force really wasn't that great, it was just flipped out in a pile of dirt, but it still scared me to the point where I scrunched my neck. Li Dottie shushed and looked back at the surrounding tenants. It's okay, but isn't the commotion a bit small? Wang Miao that depressed, no brother, the movement is small, but the power is definitely enough. Go, I'll take you over to see. Hey, you can pull back, wait here, we'll go over first. Li Dottie pulled him back, then greeted me to go over together. I first observed the surroundings for a while and didn't find anything, then I approached the location a little bit with Li Dottie. The previous position had been completely disfigured. A circle of small mounds half a meter thick appeared on the side, while a deep pit surrounded the center, estimating that it must be at least 3 or 4 meters deep. There was still some smoke inside, and a smell of gunpowder permeated the surroundings as well. I poked my head down towards the bottom and actually saw some building fragments appearing, and Li Dottie looked down as well, before starting to circle around again. At this time, Wang Miao ran over and asked, How was it, Brother Bufan? Did it blow up okay? He came up and took a look underneath, nodded, and praised. It looks like it's not bad, so you can use it normally from now on. You'd better be careful. This was spooky just now. Go back and chat with that big sister. She's quite scared alone. I pointed at Ojiayue. How old is she? It seems to me that she's in her 30s in age? Wang Miao asked with a smile. I bristled. 40 almost. Wang Miao froze for a moment, but immediately left the area. Tun smoking by the side of the district Jiayue, waiting for our side to finish. It is clear that he does not have much interest in an older person. Li Dadi quickly took a good look around, ran back and greeted me, then walked over towards Ojiayue, read her face again, and did some silent math, before nodding slightly. I walked up and asked how the situation was, and Li Dadi laughed. It seems that if we break this formation, we might be able to save quite a few people, not just MS. Oh Jiayu. As soon as District Jiayue heard this, she immediately asked excitedly, is this bad luck of mine? Li Dadi nodded. Someone over there did something bad. We destroyed it now. Come on, all come over to help. Bury the ground for others. Save the next day here to make any news cannot be fun. I was relieved to hear that it was done, and that the day hadn't been in vain. The four of us ran over to refill the soil that had been blown up around us back in, which was obviously not enough, because there was a small space underneath that had collapsed, so we got quite a bit of soil around us to fill it in, and it was thanks to Wang Miao who still had his folding shovels with him, or two of them, which came in very handy. By the time we finished working and got back to the car, it was 3 a.m. It was actually half an hour of waiting for people and more than an hour of filling in pits, otherwise it would have been over. Ojiayue was very grateful and said to the three of us, thanks to you guys this time, you guys name your price, I definitely won't return the favor. Oh right, this bad luck of mine should have been resolved, right? Li Dadi nodded. It needs a process of alleviation, just like curing a disease. About a month or so, inside this month you try to stabilize on the line. The situation will be completely alleviated after a month. That is to say, your bad luck should be gone. After all, this is not a bad luck stalking. The situation is just different. Oh, so it's eradicated. Then, I'm really thankful. Ojiayue was very happy. Then how much do you want for your honorarium? I'll prepare it for you guys right here. I pointed at Li Dadi, signaling that it was fine to ask him. So Ojiayue looked at Li Dadi. Li Dadi touched his nose, first pointed to Wang Miao said, his out-of-work fee of 10,000 yuan. And not here. You give 100,000 yuan. It is not a pit you. This trip is how dangerous you more or less also see. And not the mortal also helped you purify the crystal. The crystal is good. You wait a month after it's sold. A fortune. $100,000. Right? Okay. I'll turn it right now. District Jiayue is dry. Directly asked Li Dadi's account number on the transfer of 100,000 yuan in the past. And then from the car above took 10,000 yuan in cash to Wang Miao and expressed a million thanks. Wang Miao cheerfully patted the money in his hand for several times before putting it away. Okay, call it a day and go home. I have a part-time job tomorrow, so I won't be accompanying you guys. Bye. After saying that he backed out of the car and opened the door and got out of the car. This friend, can I send you back? Ojiayue hurriedly poked her head out and called out. No need. Riding a bike. Wang Miao waved his hand, striding to the other side of the road, flipped onto a Harley, hit the fire and twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared twice in a low voice before going away. I'm looking at it with my head in the clouds. I say, Earth, you're pulling your weight enough for this little buddy. Ha, then I pull a lot. Don't see me driving a Land Rover. Not as grippy as him, he always thinks he's a cowboy. If it's not for the fact that we can't ride a horse here, this guy would dare to buy a horse to keep at home. Li Dadi skimmed his lips, indicating that this is the case. I scratched my hair. It seems that this Wang Sanchue is really not an ordinary person. Ojiayue said with a smile, your friend is really funny, but quite handsome. Handsome, isn't he? This guy has 3 girlfriends. Li Dadi raised 3 fingers. He's very flirtatious. Ojiayue opened her mouth, then smiled bashfully. Alright, let's not talk about this. Then let's go eat something now. And I didn't treat you guys to a good meal. Li Dadi waved his hand, opened the car door and said, No. You take Brother Bufan to go. I still have things to do here and I will drive back. See you later. After saying that he got out of the car and walked towards his own car. Ojiayue looked at me with some embarrassment. I originally also thought of walking with Li Dadi, but thinking that whoever sends is sending, might as well sit in a beautiful woman's car, and it's also on the way. So I said, then I'll be obliged to ask you to send me back? Ojiayue suddenly looked at me pitifully. No, I'm that annoying? I didn't say that. I hurriedly shook my head. Then why are you not even willing to have a meal? Oh Jiao Yue had an aggrieved look on her face. Just a meal. What are you afraid of? You're not even afraid of ghosts. Oh Jiao Yue blinked. I thought about it, and yeah, I hadn't eaten yet, so I nodded. Okay, then, oh Jiao Yue heard. This is a happy smile, this is right. Come on, I take you to a 24-hour restaurant. Delicious. Oh Jiao Yue turned the music on and started the car toward the front and drove slowly. Chapter 55, Going Home to Cook. Oh Jiao Yue can be considered not too young this year, but not being married at such an old age is a bit puzzling. Look at her looks. Not the kind of very beautiful woman, but also quite good looking. Not veiled but makeup light, at least temperament to give a person a very good feeling. It is reasonable to say that the pursuit of the people should be a lot of people. Is it also because of the bad luck is not married? From time to time, I twisted my head to survey Oh Jiao Yue, while Oh Jiao Yue, who was driving, seemed to notice my gaze and twisted her head to smile sweetly at me. How is it? Sister is still attractive, right? There is a lot of charm, I said truthfully. Then isn't it a good idea to consider thinking about your sister? Oh Jiao Yue joked with me. I laughed dryly. Hey, not me. You're not too young, close to 40. But why? Why aren't you married right? Oh Jiao Yue directly interrupted me. I nodded and waited for the rest. Oh Jiao Yue sighed and reached out to tap the car's music a few times to change it to pure music. Then this was followed by, it's not that I don't want to. I almost got married before. I was listening when suddenly she stopped talking and I froze. Go on. AI, depressed originally thought it was a man with 3 normal views, did not realize that he still has someone outside. Do you think I can bear it? On the spot on the explosion. District Jiao Yue skimmed her mouth. There is someone outside even or a man. You tell me what kind of mood I was in? I was dumbfounded to hear that my boyfriend has a lover outside, but that lover is a man? Oh my god, this District Jiao Yue is really a bit backward. So, then you didn't notice anything unusual during the time you were dating him? Since he likes guys, he shouldn't be that enthusiastic about women, right? I scratched my hair and sweated a little, figuring out what this was all about. District Jiao Yue smiled bitterly, that is to say, just started okay, nothing special, and then found some wrong. About to be engaged when I found out about this thing. I am also very helpless, cannot accept this fact. Shut himself in the house meditation for 2 days and 2 nights, and then feel like a fool. Said here she laughed. Fortunately I found out early, otherwise married. This is really no way to live. I belong to the more conservative. So quickly recovered. I nodded. This is really unlucky for you. It's even if it's a female, but it turned out to be a male. I guess it has something to do with this bad luck of yours. That is to say. District Jiao Yue answered. Then I heard a friend say that there are small countries around the small ghosts of this kind of thing, and is not very expensive. 3 or 4 million will be able to hire a general. Turn the transfer or no problem. So I tried. The results really work. And then later, I met you chanting. Speaking of which she laughed, and raised her chin at me. Try it with sis. Ha, you're such a nice guy and so capable. Don't worry, sis is very caring. She can cook and everything. I scratched my hair, and I don't know what to say. After all, the other party seems to be 30 years old and my size. Quite good looking. The condition is also good, but in the heart seems to be a little over the top. Oh Jiao Yue giggled and said jokingly, don't take it to heart or anything. The car drove all the way. We chatted all the way. This early in the morning on the street side of the store open really not a few, but did see several 24-hour fast food restaurants. But this is not the District Jiao Yue want to take me to the place. As I drove, I felt that something around me seemed familiar, as if I had been here before. Not long, the car came to the door of a neighborhood. The gate opened after the car slowly drove into it. This time I reacted. This is not the District Jiao Yue lived in the Villa District? District Jiao Yue see me recognized the place, smiled and said, this time where there is what good restaurant just the family has ingredients. I will give you a good meal, all as a show of gratitude. And are here, cannot get off the car and go so sister is very disgraceful. I said with some tears and laughter. Come on, I've come all this way. I'm sorry if I don't go back with a full stomach. That's more like it. Oh Jiao Yue said with a smile. The car into the garage, directly into the room. District Jiao Yue greeted me casually after they ran to the kitchen inside busy, while I took a bottle of water in her this big house inside the circle. Look at the fish tank and so on. Soon I was back in the room where the brat was kept, looking at the evil things that had been set up. Now that the little ghosts are dead, these things are also strange and eerie to put. So he came to the kitchen door and said, you should throw away the things you raised the little ghosts before. It's quite discreet to look at. Well, I'll find someone to throw it out when it gets light. Oh Jiao Yue said while cutting vegetables. I'm just a little scared. That's why I asked you to accompany me to the house. But my cooking is really good. I hope you don't mind. After saying that, she squeezed her eyes at me. I shrugged and said it was fine. I was alone anyway, so whatever. I went back to the living room, turned the TV on, and saw the crystal sitting on the coffee table. Picked it up and played with it. Not to mention, it really was a pretty good contraption, probably of some value. I don't know Lidati before looking for those who buy antiques have not gone. This is the past day's time. If not gone, then it is possible to let them give a look. But now is the early morning. I do not want to call the old king at this time to ask this, to save being scolded. It didn't take long for Ojayue to walk over with 2 plates of dishes. A burst of scent was spreading. I couldn't help but sniff. It smells so good. Come and try. 1 shredded pork with green peppers and 1 shredded pork with fish flavor. Ojayue placed the plate on the dining room table, then said, "Wash your hands and eat. I'll go serve you rice. Whatever you want to drink you can get it yourself in the refrigerator." I responded, went over to wash my hands, took the bottle of water just now to the table. Not to mention, this district Jayue's handiwork seems to be very good. The dishes are done in style. It must be after a long period of exercise to be able to do this. The rice was brought to me, and I picked up the bowl and put a chopstick of shredded pork with fish and rice into my mouth, and a feeling of satisfaction came over me, and I couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Yummy! Sitting across from me, Ojayue smiled sweetly. "Thank you for the compliment. Today is really a lot of trouble for you. Originally your things are done but also froze and delayed you until now. It is really a little embarrassed. Where? I've made you a lot of money. It's not like it's free." As I ate, I said, "Spending so much money in one day. You don't know how to feel sorry for yourself, and you're still in the mood to cook for me. It doesn't hurt. As long as I can get this problem of mine solved, I'm willing to give all my assets, even if I have to start all over again." Ojayue picked up her chopsticks and ate in small bites. Come to think of it, if this kind of powerful bad luck doesn't go away, then she'll have to invite another little ghost to come. But then this body of hers probably won't be able to withstand it for more than a few years before it collapses. Tossed back and forth, I was also hungry. Not a moment to finish a small bowl of rice. I was just about to get up. The opposite side of the district Jayue reached out and took my bowl and said, "You sit down. I'll go." How embarrassing. I was a little embarrassed. Watching Ojayue take the bowl to serve me rice, I had a different feeling in this heart. I know, this district Jayue may be because of my special ability to produce a certain interest in me. Of course cannot say is absolute, but definitely accounted for a large portion of it. Perhaps she was bad luck whole afraid of it. Anyway, I at least have a girl in the middle of trying to date right now, and I can't do this to myself. I cautioned myself that the other person is at least 10 years older than myself. A meal down. The time also came to more than 4 o'clock in the morning. Refused the district Jiayu's proposal to go to the guest room to rest, but on the sofa squinted for a while. Anyway, this big summer also do not need to be afraid of freezing or something. Woke up with a start. Outside the day has been a large number of. I am confused to do up to rub my eyes. Suddenly asked a smell of rice again. Twisted his head to see. The table actually also set up some meals, and the district Jiayue is lying on the side to rest. I shook my head helplessly. This is in her house villa Why don't you go to the bedroom to sleep and have to lie down here to rest? This to the toss. They really should not come back with her, but to her toss not light. I walked over to her and patted her gently and she sat up with a gasp, startling me as well. What's wrong? I looked at her in disbelief. Ojayue froze in some confusion for half a day, and then said somewhat dully, "I had a nightmare." Oh, it's fine. I just made a good meal, but you're still sleeping. I'm afraid of disturbing you to rest, so I didn't wake you. I'll go and heat it up. Saying that she was about to carry the rice to heat it up, I hurriedly stopped her and smiled bitterly. It's hard for me to do that when you do that. Hey, it's embarrassing. Ojayue smiled faintly. It's fine. It's all as it should be. Eventually she warmed up some of the meal, which led to a panda I and me talking and laughing as we devoured this breakfast. I was really a little embarrassed to continue staying for even a minute longer, and immediately said that I wanted to leave, and Ojayue said, "I'll drive you back." Don't. Go take a look in the mirror. You're seriously lacking in sleep. You didn't get much rest yesterday until today, right? I think you'd better wash up and rest early. I'll just take a taxi back myself. I turned my head to look at the room where she raised the little ghost before, somewhat uneasy to go over and let Shadow out to check some more. Only then did I go out of the room and said, "There is nothing wrong. Turn around and let people clean these things out on the line. I'll go back first. If there's anything you give me a call. Then, well, I'll call you, but you have to answer it?" Ojayue winked at me, then thought about how she seemed to have panda eyes and covered her face in a very girly way. It must be ugly. It's not very ugly. And also, you can rest without worrying. You're basically sort of done with this. Brother Earth said you need about a month of recovery to be completely normal. So don't worry, I'll be going now. Bye. From the villa out, I stretched a lazy waist, twisted his head to look around this environment. Truly good. In the future, if I have money, I must also want to buy a house to live in this level of neighborhood. It must be very comfortable. I took a cab straight home even after I left the neighborhood. Honestly, I had rested pretty well on the couch earlier, but still needed a good shower and another night's sleep. When I woke up again it was already half-afternoon. I had enough sleep, but it was already a bit too late to go to work, so I didn't intend to go over there again at this point in time. I thought that I had promised Shadow to go to the supermarket to buy a case of Coke before, and the things inside the refrigerator at home were almost eaten, so it was time to go to the supermarket. So I shuffled out the door and headed to the supermarket. Came to the supermarket, not to say anything else first, straight to the beverage area. To see around there is no one over, so the Shadow to call out. Shadow child out to see so many drinks around. Suddenly happy, pointing to a bottle of various drinks, said, "Brother Bufan, I want this, and this, and this." Oops, a lot of I broke into a sweat and hurriedly said, "Didn't you want to buy a lot of Coke on this visit?" Shadow froze and nodded. "Yeah, well, let's just get a case of Coke this time, and then we'll get the rest next time we come over, okay?" "Well, okay." Shadow hemmed and hawed, tugging on my arm. Suddenly I saw someone coming next to me, so I put the Shadow back, and then moved a small box of Coke. I would have wanted to buy a big box, but I needed to buy other things for this trip, so I could only take a small box. Anyway, the supermarket is not far away, and I can come at any time. When I got home, rubbing my stomach, I didn't seem to be hungry. That's right, a meal at 3 in the morning until 4, and then I got up in the morning and ate breakfast. It's normal that I'm not hungry right now, so I brought my cell phone over to the phone, and opened up that mystery person contact, and a few messages popped up. "Mystery man, mission accomplished. You will receive a reward of 20,000 yuan, which I will transfer into your account within 24 hours. Mystic, I will record some credits or points for you after each completion of the designated task. This represents to a certain extent your strength and the difficulty of the task you can take on. The harder the task, the higher the honorarium." After seeing such a message I cannot help but be happy. This thing looks quite like in the game of upgrading to do the task. But think about it, if there is no certain strength, is also impossible to take the task outside the scope of their own ability. Take it is also in vain. Will also give someone else to shine into the bad impression of the credibility of the strength of the bad impression of no strength. I sent a message over. "Are there any other quests I can take now?" The mysterious man quickly responded, "Based on your identity as a yin-yang mailman, I have picked out a few commissions for you that should seem quite suitable. Check them out, and if you are interested you can follow them." After waiting for a few moments, 3 messages were sent over from the Mystic. These were all from people who had contacted the Mystic through certain special channels, hoping to seek some special hidden help through in here, just like the previous district Jiayu. Chapter 56 Disembodiment. After reading the profiles of the 3 commission quests that could be taken that the mysterious man had sent over, it actually looked like they were all fairly simple. One is to help a large family to do a white affair. In fact, is to shake the scene, afraid of what ghosts and spirits to come over to make trouble, because that side was once haunted and so on. Make the people panic, not peace. One was helping to find the soul of a girl who said her spirit had flown away. It's 1,000 different things. I bristled. This last one can be a bit interesting. Is to follow a certain team of scientific research to go to a cave inside the archaeology. Want to find it, can see the ghosts and monsters or experienced old geezer. This, frankly speaking, may be a bunch of inverted guys to spend money to buy a security guarantee. I pondered over it, thinking that this last one is even. I'm a good citizen. I can't help the evil, so I just ignored the third one. What the hell is the scientific research team? It's a wolf in sheep's clothing. To take it is also the first 2, but I prefer the latter. Is that help a girl to find the soul? This is a good thing to do, but also can be associated with the money. A double win. So I replied to the mysterious person, that help the girl to find the soul I want to try. The mysterious person soon sent a description of the relevant time and said that I had taken on this task, so please contact him as soon as possible if you can't finish it. I read through the mission description. The mission location is not yet in Hansen, but in the neighboring city of N. The top child also has contact information and portal address and so on. Since this isn't local, it's not too early in the day, but there doesn't seem to be much to do, so it's better to contact someone over there. After all, this is an emergency, so I followed the contact information and made a call over. The phone rang for a while, before it was picked up, and a somewhat low voice came out. "May I ask who you're looking for? May I ask if you are the ones who issued the commission mission?" I asked directly. Yeah. And you are?" The person on the other end of the phone was clearly in better spirits. "Oh, I'm the one who took this commission, but I'm not in N. You think I'll go over tomorrow morning if there's no rush?" I tentatively inquired. "That town of yours, right? I'll have someone pick you up here, but don't trust the time. The master said that the longer it takes the harder it is to do it, and now this side is waiting for the night to come, saying that the invocation of the soul needs to wait until the night. Master? I was a little puzzled. Oh, it's like this. That side of the simple things. It turned out to be they invited a half-immortal child. In the end there is no two brushes are not sure. So they also threw a special channel in the mysterious side of the news, which allowed me to receive this job. I responded after I realized, since you invited someone, is there any need for me to go over there? Come on, you must come. If you can help my daughter return to her soul, I'll have heavy thanks. The other side then said, if it's convenient, I'll send a car there now. Okay, I responded, giving over my address and telling them to just call when they got to the location. Putting down the phone, I called Shadow out and briefly explained what happened. Shadow seemed very happy, as if she was going out to have fun again, and even took 2 cans of Coke from inside the refrigerator and came over to stuff them inside my crossbody bag, which made me laugh and cry. Time went by, and soon I was kind of craving something to eat, and anyway, I was going out in a little while to go across the neighborhood and wait for someone to come over there, so I packed up and headed out. There are a lot of small restaurants across the street from the neighborhood, so I went to the one I always eat at and asked for fried rice while I ate and waited. The meal was just finished not long. My cell phone rang, thinking that the person would not be so fast, right? I picked it up and looked at it. It was really an unfamiliar number, so I picked it up. Who is it? Oh, is this Mr. Lee? I am. Are you? I'm Chairman Zhao's driver. I came over to pick you up and take you to Chairman Zhao's home in N City. I'm now at the location you mentioned. Do you think you should come over now? The driver was very polite. I answered, hung up the phone, paid the bill and pushed open the door to see an Audi A8. Well, really rich. Looking at the right license plate number, I went straight to the car and pulled open the backseat door and got in, saying straight away, that'll be a pleasure. We're good to go. The driver whipped his head around to look at me and I smiled at him. He looked me up and down with some confusion. You are Mr. Lee? What? Want to see some ID? I said with a smile. No. I'm just afraid of getting the wrong person. After all, things are close. The driver rushed to give a polite reply, and also reached out to hand over a can of drink. Then we'll be off now. Thanks. I nodded and took the drink he handed over and looked at it. It was all in English. It seemed to be an imported coffee drink, so I opened it and took a sip. The flavor was a bit strong. Drinking too much of it should make you thirsty, but that didn't stop the thing from being good. It was indeed good. Rich people just enjoy it. The car all the way to drive are very stable. Out of the city car directly turned on the highway. I also asked the driver in M City. Otherwise it is impossible to come so fast. On the highway after the car's speed obviously increased a lot of speed. Fast, but it seems to stop steadily. I super driver bit to look at. Well, 160 yards? At that moment I coughed twice. That master slow down. We better not speeding good. Safety first. The driver was also very sensible, although he was in a hurry to catch a ride to drop someone off. That is, to drop me off at the place, but since I made the request he naturally had to comply with it, so he lowered his speed to the upper limit of 120 yards. M City is not very far from N City. The car under the speed without an hour's work turned down the highway, and soon entered the city. The car's speed is obviously reduced a lot. After a while of 7 turns, the car finally came to a stop directly at the edge of a small courtyard in the suburbs. The driver turned around and said, Mr. Lee, we're here, just go straight in. Chairman Zhao is waiting for you inside. Thanks. Getting out of the car slowly left. I came to the door and looked at it, reached out and rang the doorbell, thinking to myself that this person is so rich but lives here. Why not buy a property inside a villa neighborhood or a neighborhood with a better environment? The door quickly opened. A generous face appeared in front of my eyes. This person each very high, estimated more than 1 meter 9 appearance, long mixed, face 4 square. How to look like there must be a 200 or 300 pounds. Zhao Quartet? I inquired. I believe this is Mr. Lee. Zhao Sifan walked out. I nodded and shook his hand. I am, and since it's alright, we're going in here? Zhao Quartet smiled and said, it's really hard to tell. Young and promising. I don't dare. I can't be sure I'll be able to find soul. Let's see how it goes first. Yes. Let's see what happens first. Come in. Following Zhao Quartet into the small courtyard. As soon as I came in I understood why they were so rich to live here. This courtyard looks nothing outside. Not particularly large, but inside the construction of a very chic, looking expensive. Entering the living room, I found that there were quite a few people sitting here. Zhao Quartet smilingly introduced to everyone. This one invited people through that way. Mr. Lee. I nodded to the people around me and realized that they were looking at me with more or less doubt and disbelief within their eyes, as if to say you're damn young to know this? You're not here to scam, are you? To this I do not have any explanation, also do not need to explain. Just sitting on the side of a wearing a Chinese mountain suit with an 8-bearded middle-aged man got up and said, Zhao Dong, I see that this little brother is young. Or do not casually let people intervene in this matter is good. Or out of what mess? That regret can be too late. Zhao Quartet froze for a moment and turned his head to look at me. And I looked at this man in a Chinese mountain suit. He should be the half-immortal that Zhao Quartet said he was, right? I looked him up and down. Which one are you? Ha? I say little brother. You don't even recognize him? On the other side, a bald middle-aged man laughed. This is our N-City's famous mage, Wang Yichi, meaning one move works. Haven't you heard of him? Wang Yizhu? This name is also drunk. I skimmed my lips. I'm from M-City. I've never heard of any Wang Yizhu. I do know an all-powerful person called Wang Sanchuei. I don't know any Wang Yizhu. Wang Yizhu's face changed when he heard it, and he sneered. Even if it's M-City, that's an endless stream of people coming to me every day. And since you're mixed up in this business, you should know a little bit about it, shouldn't you? I said, are you bored? Do I know you or have you seen me before? I came here to do a favor for someone else. Zhao Quartet. Not to find a relative or to bull ***** you. Understand? I frowned and twisted my head to look at Zhao Quartet. Let's hurry. Zhao Quartet. This. He seemed a little unsure of what to do, and smiled a little embarrassed. Then didn't say anything, still leading me towards the stairs. You, Junior. Ha, who did you learn your skills from? Being so horizontal is going to be a disadvantage when you come out in the future. Wang Yizhu seemed to be infuriated. You're old enough to keep your mouth shut, I said without thinking. For this kind of person, in the past, I may be around, but now, no way. The moment these words came out, the people inside the large living room were in an uproar, but they all seemed to be watching the fun. That is, Wang Yichio was infuriated by me. Came to a room on the second floor. Zhao Sifang said somewhat apologetically, Mr. Li sorry Wang Yizhu master is that temper. You do not mind. We speak with skill. I nodded and looked over to the girl lying on the bed. This girl was not born handsome. It looks like an average person. Only now she is lying on the bed motionless. Her face is a little white, and a layer of faint black gas is shrouded on her whole body. The sight of the black gas startled me. I don't think it's dead, is it? I rushed up and probed my nose, and was relieved to find that it was still there. Zhao Quartet in the back was very worried and said, I don't know what's wrong. Last night she went out to play and came back like this. I carefully observed those black chi, reached out to float in the air and felt it. This is not in chi. If it is in chi, I'm afraid that this girl is already dead, and I can't see one or two of her state now. So I turned my head to Zhao Quartet and said, you go to the outside of the door and stand. Ha! Zhao Quartet froze, then hurriedly went out and stood, watching from afar. I then called Shadow out and asked, Shadow, can you see what kind of situation this is? Is it really a lost soul? Don't ever hurt her. Shadow nodded and floated on the edge to check back and forth for a while, then said somewhat strangely, I don't know what it means to have a lost soul I broke into a sweat and explained, it's when the soul of a living person is detached from the body. Put it this way, you understand, right? It's the absence of the soul inside this body. The soul doesn't know where it has gone. Ooh, like no hey. Shadow shook her head and turned back to me. I frowned, and soon I realized that the faint black gas seemed to be drifting towards the window, connected to a thread that was hard to detect, a thread that was formed by the black gas connecting together. My eyes lit up and I followed the line just a little bit to the window. It was hard to spot it in the middle of the air, and it was accidentally overlooked because it was really hard to see. The line seemed to go straight through the window, so I pushed the window open, and then I saw that the line kept stretching out in one direction, and I couldn't see it clearly because of the distance, so I pointed to the black gas threads in the air and said, Shadow, look at this, can you see it clearly? Shadow nodded, yes brother, now you follow it out and find the end of this line. There should be something fishy there. If it's this girl's soul, bring it to it. If there's any danger, then let it go for now. Understood. Shadow answered obediently and flashed out as a white light. There was still a bit of sun outside now, but it wasn't that strong anymore. It wouldn't be long before it went down, and Shade wasn't afraid of the sun now. She just didn't like it. Watching Shadow go out to look for someone, I came to the door and said, Mr. Zhao, please don't worry yet. I've already cast a spell to look for your daughter's soul. She is indeed in the state of the soul being away from her body right now. Zhao Quartet scratched his face in some confusion. You don't even need a magic weapon to do this? That's it. Oops. I can't see it anyway. I'm just a little worried. I smiled slightly. I understand this mood of yours, but we'll see if it works or not in a while. Just wait for a moment, and please keep an eye on your family and the dog down there. Don't let them come up. Dog? Zhao Sifang froze, then suddenly realized, and smiled bitterly. Mr. Li, little brotherly it's not that I'm saying, you've offended him, you might be in trouble. Although this Wang Yizhu has some skills, he's not a good person in private. He lowered his voice. If it wasn't for the fact that he is capable and I have no tricks, I really don't want to invite him. If I had known which strange way I could find you, I would have looked for you directly. Chapter 57, The man behind the scenes is nearby. It seems that this Wang Yizhu in the Yen city inside the influence is not very good, but this is also limited to a circle. Outside the circle of ordinary people for the Wang Yizhu, I'm afraid it is very like, at least he has a little bit of skill. Fortune telling and so on can attract people's attention. Can be for some people believe that this to solve some personal problems. If it was in the past, I could go around. After all, we are an ordinary person. Cannot afford to offend all kinds of people with ability. But now it's different. It's a bit cowardly to be intimidated by others when you become a yin and yang letter carrier and have a soul-devouring ghost with you. For Zhao Quartet's reminder, of course, I still want to express gratitude. I smiled, said to Zhao Quartet, it's okay, I just help you solve the problem. He wants to find me trouble also have to weigh their own is not qualified. Zhao Quartet heard me say so, seems to think of something, laughed, hey yes, Mr. Li is a member of that mysterious organization. The ability must be more powerful than that Wang Yiqiu. Naturally not afraid. I'm also just giving Mr. Li you to take a precautionary approach, to save the villain to wear shoes. I nodded, glanced at this Zhao Quartet. This guy does not seem to be a good deal of guys. Smooth talking, after all, businessmen, profit-oriented, understandable. I twisted my head to look out the window, and Shadow had not yet returned, so I proceeded to wait and greeted Zhao Sifang not to be in a hurry. Ignoring the Zhao Quartet looking at lying on the bed, do not know when the daughter may die, how can not be anxious. At once he came to my side and asked in a low voice, Mr. Li, my daughter she? Hold your horses. There are some things you can't fix until you figure them out. I'm not a fortune teller. I don't do all that fancy stuff. And the fortune tellers I know don't do any fancy stuff either. A couple of reassurances and he settled down, but still looked a little restless waiting. Shadow went out for about 10 minutes before her figure reappeared at the window, and when I saw her come back, I hurriedly got up and asked, how was it? Did you find anything? Shadow floated in, pointing to the girl connected to the body of a trace of airline, said, follow this can find her soul, is detained in a place, but now there is the sun outside. I have no way to directly bring her soul back, only to wait for the night, or we go over now. Isn't it called what? Shadow, those words don't know. I just remember that outside the door hangs a sign, above the writing king what counts what? That word I don't know. Shadow blinked weakly. Wang Yi, count. I frowned and thought for half a day, and finally slammed my head, turned my head and asked Zhao Sifang, who was at a bit of a loss for words, what's the name of Wang Yizhu's store? Isn't it called Wang Yizhu's fortune teller? And hung a sign out? In times like these there have been very few such stores. Generally fortune telling is word of mouth. Many people around know, but people generally do not hang any signboards outside. After all, it is the age of science. To believe in science. Yeah. His store is in the eastern suburbs, and right in front of the store hangs a Wang Yixing fortune telling. Why? What are you asking for? Zhao Quartet looked at me with some puzzlement. Mr. Li, that sound that came out of your mouth just now was so strange. It sounded weirdly scary, just like the sound inside a ghost movie. King one-trick fortune telling? I looked a shade and inquired more carefully. Do you remember the color of the store sign? That's it. That's. Shadow pointed to the nightstand off to the side. That's the kind. I took a look at it. Logs? So I twisted my head and asked Zhao Quartet again, and the results were unanimous, which made me feel much funnier. His daughter's soul in Wang Yizhu's store inside, and then he asked Wang Yizhu over to help recruit souls, and finally Wang Yizhu that make money and take the reputation of this abacus to play. I looked up and down at Zhao Sifang, and then toward the door, and asked in a low voice, I say, Boss Zhao, do you have some sort of beef with Wang Yizhu? Or did you offend him somewhere? Zhao Quartet was a bit puzzled. No, why do you ask? Seems to be he just to you some not too polite. I just eased the atmosphere well. After all, are I invited to help? I laughed and turned my head and inquired again if there was a way to get a spirit to possess a body, while Shadow pointed to the girl lying on the bed and said that as long as she was close enough she would just go right in. No manipulation required. So I said to Zhao Quartet, okay, then we'll talk about this matter later. Now you send the car. You, me, and your daughter, the driver, others do not need to bring. And one more thing, pay attention to the king's one move. Now I didn't put I was Wang Yizhu's store, but through Shadow's description, it was his store, but I still need Shadow to show me the way to go out in a while before I can do so. Although Zhao Quartet didn't understand why I said and did this, he still did as he was told. The only thing that made him a little uneasy was her daughter. After all, she's a very sick person now. She can't withstand being tossed around. but all the way from upstairs to downstairs. I was observing the line of chi connected to her body, although it looked very weak, but it was very stable. I don't know why. Anyway, it doesn't get in the way. Now I just need to take them to the place Shadow found, and then let her daughter and her own soul fusion. Everything almost on the line. Before leaving the house, Wang Yizhu was still obstructing in every possible way, trying to convince Zhao Sifan not to mess around so as not to delay the moment. I didn't say much, just looked up and down at this Wang Yizhu, just came to see him, haven't felt somewhat. Just this person talk, do more. If this thing is what he did, I think Zhao Sifan may not be so easy to stop, although he is an ordinary person, but he is also a rich person. Money in this world can do a lot of things, not to mention that this has threatened the safety of his daughter's life. On the car, Wang Yizhu holding their own daughter. I sat on the passenger side. The shadow floated in and out of pointing the way. The car also all the way slowly down the road toward the eastern suburbs. In fact, when I went out, I was afraid that Wang Yichao would find someone to follow me or something, but he seemed to be quite confident and didn't make any arrangements at all. So when I reached the halfway point I said my guess. When Zhao Quartet heard this, his face turned blue and he looked at me for a while before asking, Mr. Li, you can't say this nonsense. I waved my hand. I'm just guessing, but you'll see when we get to the place later. Dare I ask what means Mr. Li used to know where my daughter's soul had drifted to while standing inside the house? It's not that your daughter's spirit drifted out of the house, it's that she came back without it. When I said this, Zhao Quartet was stunned, looked at his daughter in his arms, and then looked at me, and took a deep breath. Let's talk about it at the place. I hope Mr. Li can really help us. The money is good. I have explained to you when I came. I took a commission from a mysterious person before I came over to see the situation, and I do not dare to guarantee 100%, but now I have found the location of your daughter's soul. In short, what? I looked at the driver. Zhao Quartet hurriedly said, one of our own. Anyway, we'll know the result when we get to the place. I said. The car drove all the way. The speed is also faster and faster. Soon really came to the eastern suburbs, and in the shadow to give me directions down to a store outside the stop. I turned my head to see. Suddenly happy. King a trick of fortune telling. Large wooden sign. Made quite exquisite. Just now the door is closed. But also really Wang Yizhu this guy. I pointed to the store outside, and when I twisted my head to look at Zhao Quartet his face turned an iron blue again. Come on, you stay in the car. I'll go over and get the door first. I opened the door and got out of the car. Zhao Quartet said to me, Mr. Li, do you want me to call some people? Open the door? He's got this door locked, by the way, so let's have someone smash it over first. Zhao Quartet's face was unpleasant, but the tone in which he spoke to me was still courteous. I smiled and waved my hand, signaling that business was important first. Then I made my way to the front door. Shadow had gone in before. There was no one inside, and the spirit of Zhao Quartet's daughter was in here, so I let Shadow unlock the door. Shadow's means of opening the lock was marvelous. It was by squeezing her finger directly into the lock, and then a click was heard and the lock opened directly, and then she floated inside and opened the security door directly from the inside. Clattering, the roll-up door was instantly opened, and I followed Shadow's present form into the midst of Wang Yizhu's store, heading directly toward a small room in the back. As soon as I entered the small house, I saw a ghost squatting pitifully in the corner, and it was the spirit of Zhao's daughter. It all looks the same. There is no hurry to let Zhao Quartet come in, but first in the surrounding view a bit, and let the shadow child check a bit, and then from the nooks and crannies of the inside of the garret to find out some talismanic paper magic weapon and so on the thing, and then I let Zhao Quartet carry the girl in. Zhao Quartet carefully held his daughter in his arms, and after walking in, he asked suspiciously, is it really here? I pointed to the room inside. Frightened, it's in there, follow me. I led them inside the house, and then I saw that the spirit in the corner was clearly reacting, seemingly agitated, but didn't understand my ghost language, so I had Zhao Quartet place her daughter's spirit on a chair to hold it up, and then I said to Shadow, it's ready. Shadow nodded and went over to communicate with the spirit. Then she pointed to the spirit's original body, and the spirit got up and came to the side, then turned directly and slowly fused in. The whole thing seems pretty amazing, except that it can be pretty damaging to a person to go back and forth like that. Not long after, Zhao Guangfang's daughter coughed softly, then slowly opened her eyes and asked in a daze, this is, there? You could tell that his daughter was very weak and now needed a full recovery before she could do anything. Zhao Sifang took a look at his daughter's awakening. Tears of excitement flowed down his face. This, it's fine, Dad will take you home. He carefully sent his daughter to the car, then turned to me and bowed deeply. Mr. Li, thanks a lot. With that, he pulled out a check from his pocket. Although this stuff is quite rare nowadays, I directly waved his hand to reject. No, I came originally for this matter. Now your daughter woke up. the truth also came to light. The culprit is this king a move. Otherwise your daughter's soul appeared in his store can be a bit unreasonable. Zhao Quartet saw that I was dead set on not accepting the check, so I gave up. Okay, I haven't asked Mr. Li's name yet? Dare not dare. My name is Li Bufan. In the future if there is anything associated with ghosts you can find me. I smiled. Li Bufan. Good name. Zhao Quartet thumbs up, then looked at Zhao Quartet's store, spit on the side, gritted his teeth and said, how did not think that Wang Yizhu dared to me Zhao Quartet blackhand. Line. Really line. For the sake of the money. Loss I usually also like to take care of his business. This son of a is also too ungrateful. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Awesome enough ruthless. I let you girl to the lake to feed the fish tonight. Mother asterisk 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 Seeing this expression on Zhao Quartet's face, it wasn't hard to guess that this king's first move was going to be a disaster tonight. Venting a pass, Zhao Quartet made several phone calls in a row, and then only then politely said to me, this time is really trouble Mr. Li. Since Mr. Li refused to accept my check, then this meal must be eaten. I want to invite Mr. Li to have a good meal, and then I'll send a special car to send Mr. Li home, or book a hotel for Mr. Li, and go back to the next day is also okay. I scratched my hair. Actually, I didn't take this commission for free. Didn't you pay something for entrusting this matter? Ha! Mr. Li is joking. That's certainly true. It's just not much and I feel a bit overwhelmed. It's nothing. Do as much as you can to make as much as you can. Normal. I waved my hand. Mr. Li looks so young and has such a measure. The future is unlimited. Let's go. Let's not talk too much. Let's eat. Later on, I'll introduce a few friends to Mr. Li. Maybe they also want to know Mr. Li's capable person who can communicate with ghosts and gods. I was a little embarrassed, but also dealt with a couple of sentences. Since people are warmly invited to dinner, then eat is. Anyway, here do not eat to go back to eat. So I got into the car with Zhao Quartet. Of course we were to take his daughter to the hospital first, and then he asked his driver to stay and take care of one or two, and then he himself drove me to a restaurant that didn't look like much on the outside. When I entered the restaurant, I looked around and realized that it was a completely different world inside than it looked outside. The outside looks ordinary, nothing special, but there is one thing, the cars parked outside are very nice. Less hundreds of thousands, millions of cars are not a lot. It should be a very good private kitchen restaurant or something like that. The decoration in here would be very exquisite, not particularly luxurious, but it gives people the feeling of nobility. That's right, it's nobility. A lot of the decor in the store is wood, and while I don't know what kind of wood it all is, it looks like it should be expensive and classy, not one of those gilded sets that fends off the landed gentry. As soon as Zhao Quartet came in, the waiter on the side immediately walked up and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Zhao, you're here. There's no one in box 4 or 5. Zhao Quartet nodded, then it's number 5. Send the tea first. After saying that, he smiled and said to me, this place is a bit remote, but people inside the circle like to come here to eat. It's delicious. Let's go. Let's go over. I nodded my head. Yeah, this circle he called should be the circle of the so-called upper-class people. It should be either the manager or the boss or something like that. So I followed him towards the inside. Chapter 58 Certificates of Contribution. I followed Zhao Quartet to the No. 5 private room, which was also decorated with basically solid wood and looked very tasteful. Sitting down, Zhao Quartet first made a few phone calls to greet a few of his friends, and then looked at me sitting on the side without ordering. So he greeted me and ordered. So I picked up the menu and looked at it, then smiled bitterly. Or you can order. I'll eat whatever you want. Not I do not want a point. Just this menu written on the price is a bit chilling. Not generally expensive. Is really expensive. Casually a dish are to 1 or 200. Or fried vegetables and other vegetarian dishes. See a little meat and fish basically more than 300. The better to thousands of dollars and thousands of dollars. I do not know these things in the end is added to the gold or diamonds. Sold so expensive. Zhao Quartet said let me feel free to just good. Do not have to look at the price. Just look at the dishes. What you want to eat on what to order. I pushed but, so just randomly ordered 2. But Zhao Quartet look at all the vegetarian. And then made up 5 meat dishes on the spot up. Look at his appearance seems to not care about how much money this meal can eat. Rich people are rich. Think about it. The car is A8, but also more than one. Which eat a meal on 10,000 is estimated to be the daily life. Not long ago, from the outside came in a few people. See dressed are not ordinary people. Only a woman. The other 2 are men. Zhao Quartet also enthusiastic up for me to introduce. This is Mr. Li, Li, the beautiful president of our city. A great person in the clothing business. Mr. Zhao is polite. I wouldn't dare. Li smiled politely, only it seemed like her smile was a bit unnatural. I took a look at it. Oh, my god, I'm afraid this face has had 1,000 cuts, hasn't it? The chin is padded. The nose is so straight. It's too fake. Zhao Quartet then pointed to a fat man across the street. This old man is Mr. Kong Yushui, a big steel manufacturer in N City. Finally, he pointed to the tall, thin and somewhat cold-looking man sitting next to him and said, "This is Mr. Kai, called Kai Zhonghe. Almost half of the N City wedding celebrations are theirs." My goodness, there came a circle of old bosses. They all looked like they were mixed up, but it didn't have much to do with me. I just politely nodded to them. Zhao Quartet looked at the four people's curious gazes, then patted my shoulder to introduce them. "This little brother is Li Bufan, the high man from M City. I think you four also know. Before my daughter lost her soul, it was he who helped me get it back, and it only took less than an hour." When he said that, it caused the other four people to stare at me curiously, which made me a little embarrassed. I hurriedly waved my hand. I'm just lucky. Luck. There's no need for everyone to look at me like that. I'm just an ordinary person, and I didn't know that Zhao Sifang even got you capable people to come to dinner. Zhao Guangfang laughed. "What's wrong with that? Mr. Li, you're so capable. If I don't introduce you to them when the time comes, they'll still say that I, Zhao Guangfang, am not enough of a friend." Li looked me up and down as if she had found a treasure. But before she could say anything, Kai Zhonghe, who was sitting on the side of Zhao Sifang, asked curiously, "Mr. Li is a fortune teller?" No, not a fortune teller. I shook my head. "Zhao Guangfeng, Mr. Li is not a fortune-telling fairy. He has his own skills. He should be able to communicate with ghosts and stuff like that, or find souls or something. Very impressive." He gave a thumbs up. I don't bother to explain. Anyway, whatever Zhao Quartet says. Anyway, it's also tainted. He clapped her hands and said, "Doesn't that mean that you can see ghosts, Mr. Li?" I just smiled and didn't say anything. Opposite the fat Kong Yushui haha laugh, with a very thick voice said, "Li Bufan, little brother, don't see the outside world. The three of us are friends with the old Zhao. Mutual assistance and mutual benefit well. Since this great ability, there is no need to be polite with us. What is what? We are not the old feudalism. There are some things or to believe." This Kong Yoshue's words are reasonable. I nodded my head. "Well, what Mr. Li said just now is right. I am more sensitive to ghosts. I can deal with things in this area, but I am not a feng shui gentleman. If you all have the need for feng shui in this area, I do have a close friend who is good at this area, and I can introduce you all to it." Zhao Quartet looked at my somewhat formal appearance, and patted my shoulder. "Mr. Li, do not have to be polite with us. We get together to eat a meal as a friend. In the future, if there is something to ask for, but also hope that Mr. Li can help out. Of course, this payment should be given to how much is how much. A few of us will never be lousy, especially in this regard." Li nodded. Right. Then after dinner today, Mr. Li, come to my home to take a look, okay? Recently, I always have nightmares. Would you come to my house to see if a ghost has broken into the house?" Kai Zhanghe across from her rolled her eyes and said, "Egu go. I say, Li, big beautiful girl, where is there a ghost in your house? It's the lack of a man." Li glared with both eyes, and Kai Zhanghe immediately shut up. Kong Yushui heatedly laughed. The two of them are just like this. When they see each other, they talk. Mr. Li is laughing. "But I really have something to ask for here. I wonder if you have something to do after dinner, little brother Li Bufan? If not, then come to my place to have a look." I scratched my hair. Well, I was thinking of going home after dinner. I've got things to do lately, so if tomorrow's okay. The words just said here. This cell phone of mine rang. Took it out and saw that it was old Wang's, so I smiled apologetically to the people around me and directly picked it up. "It's me. What's wrong, old Wang? Hey, you're not at home, are you? Where did you go?" "I'm over here in N. I came over here after taking a commission from that guy earlier, and I just finished my business and am ready to eat," I said truthfully. "Egu, long memory, and you know to take quests from the mystic. See what you mean. Hey, okay, I'm just calling to inform you. Tomorrow we depart to Linhai City to find that gang of grandsons to settle the score. Don't delay your damn time. I want to see your people before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. No problem? Got it. That's fine. I'll pay you your share when I get back tomorrow, and if I'm late, I'll forfeit it." I froze for a while. This only reacted to the money from the sale of antiques. Immediately I said I will definitely rush back. Hanging up the phone, I smiled and said, "Something's come up at home to get back to. Zhao Quartet, there's no rush, right? I'll have you sent after dinner." I nodded, then looked at Kong Yushui. "Kong Yushui, your matter is put aside for a while. It's not something urgent, is it?" Kong Yushui froze for a moment, seemingly uncomfortable with people calling him by his name directly, but still nodded. Well, there's no rush. That's fine. You guys can contact me directly if you need anything. I left the phone number directly with them, and then made small talk with them. These rich people get together is not to play mahjong, is to eat and drink, or to go to spend the day to play. All kinds of fun, money, play and not hurt and play the pain. Soon the food on the table. Early, already a little hungry, I cannot help but swallowed. Pick up the chopsticks, also cannot care so much directly eat up. Li didn't seem to have much of an appetite, but always looked at me curiously, which made me a bit embarrassed, and as a result, Kai Zhanghe suddenly popped up. I say Li Bufan, Li seems to have a bit of a crush on you. Li instantly glared over with a glance. Shut your mouth. Che still won't let people talk? Kai Zhanghe bristled, but he looked as if he was quite afraid of this woman. This table seems to be quite interesting. May also be their identity is almost the same people together is this way. Usually can be the company bosses and so on. Maybe more serious than now, this look a lot. A meal is not boring. Anyway, that is to say there is effective. Li and Kai Zhanghe is not the bickering. The table does not look so awkward. And Kong Yushui is always a smiling look. Seems to come to see them bickering. As for Zhao Guangfeng, his main purpose is to introduce me to these three people to get to know. As he said before, I may really be able to take some work from them. Eat and drink. Zhao Sifang know that I have to go back today, so call the driver over, and I politely declined the Kong Yushui, Li and Kai Zhanghe's invitation. After all, there is something in the body. They are not good to say anything more. Just said that let me do things to complete the contact them. They really do have a thing to ask me to come over to take a look at it, so I should also down. Sitting on the car home, I cannot help but sigh. This person now really 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Think of their own embarrassment before the appearance and then look at the present. Even the manager of the president of the level of characters have to be polite to their own one or two. It is really interesting. However, we are also the people. How much capacity to do more things? Will not exaggerate its mouth nonsense. What to say is that. Cannot say on the euphemisms to express the meaning can be involved in certain things when the time is never ventured, or the end may be very suffered. All these old Wang had explained to himself before, although as a yin and yang letter carrier, with the extraordinary ability that can make many people afraid, but still need to be careful everywhere. After all, want to make 10,000 years boat, must be engaged in this way. There was nothing to say all night, and the next morning I slept until 3 o'clock in the morning, when Lao Wang woke me up with a phone call. Climbed up and looked at the time. Oops, 9:40. So I rushed to wash up, and then prepare 2 cans of drinks for Shadow. Take on the crossbody bag and close the door, also hurriedly downstairs. The old king is already waiting downstairs. Old Wang is already fully loaded and ready to go. See me over to take to the entrance of the neighborhood. This side of the car, he called. Getting into the car, Lao Wang said, we'll fly directly there. Master, go to the airport. Bu Fan Na, you use your cell phone to buy tickets directly. I won't pour that. I haven't even reacted yet. Why do you want me to buy a plane ticket? Wasn't I supposed to help? But since Lao Wang said it, just buy it. The big deal is just a few $1,000s. Rubbing his eyes to wake up, took out his cell phone and downloaded an official booking software. Tossed for a while, finally know how to get. So he booked 2 11 o'clock tickets, which is not very expensive and quite acceptable. Seeing that I booked a good flight ticket, the old king took out his cell phone and greeted me to open the communication software. Then he directly swept the code to transfer a sum of money to me, and I looked at it, and my hands were trembling with fear, and I almost didn't throw my cell phone. Holy, that much? I looked at the display on my cell phone message. 2 million whole. Old Wang waved his hand. Not much. We only 3 people this time, or only take small. The big head I donated in the name of the 3 of us. Here, this is the certificate. You quietly, below the identity card number, you see if it is right. He took an award-like contraption and shoved it over. I picked it up and blacked out. Holy, $10 million in donations? Donor, Li Bufan? Even the ID number is correct, and there's even a photo. I took a deep breath and twisted my head to look at old Wang, pointing at the string of numbers on it, and said, you tell me that's not true. The old king laughed. You girl know enough? Old brother did this, but in helping you, afraid of giving you so much money at once you cannot stand. And this money to the place is an international charity foundation. The use of the aspect of rest assured it. I looked at the certificate again, only to see that there are actually a lot of English underneath. Just I was attracted by the Chinese characters on the top at once. I somehow donated $10 million out of the heart, not to mention how depressed. Wait, you said split it into thirds, which means all 3 of us are the same? I asked. The old king waved his hand. Not also, not also. The earth that kid poor he 2,000. We 2 a person 1,000. The rest of a person left 200. Is also regarded as this trip did not go in vain. He 2,000. We won 1,000. I gulped. My god, $40 million just went out? Those antiques are really valuable enough. $40 million. That's $40 million. Ah. The old king looked at me some puzzlement, so lowered his voice and said, in fact, we are in some places also need to do more good things, but not as much as the earth that kid, because we are more convenient than him, and not afraid of this aspect of things. The reason why I do so well, you later slowly comprehend it. You are still young, just come into so money to do what? Besides, you kid recently can quite a lot of money. Ah. I thought about it also. The mood also quickly calmed down, although a villa of money flew away, but at least there is still left a huge sum of money, 2 million, when it is not a small amount of money. Instantly I nodded. I see. This is the right way. God has given us this kind of ability. We can't just use it for profit. No, the saying that good people have good rewards isn't just a saying. Doing more good deeds won't do any harm to ourselves, and it will also make this world a better place. I scratched my hair. I said, how come I never realized you were so perceptive before? Hey, that's the old king's head was raised high in triumph. I smacked my lips. Come on, it's easy money anyway, and I've done a great job in the process, which is quite rewarding. After the mood calmed down, my mind fell back on this trip to Linhai City to find the guy in the end. What is the head of these old one have not yet said to me to understand. Chapter 59, Look behind you. When we arrived at the airport, Lao Wang also gave me a brief explanation of where we were looking for that person from. This person's real name do not know what to call. Anyway, people who know him generally call him Songaglance, is a specialized pouring those who cannot see the light of the various antiques and cultural relics, which years have, and a very wide range of contacts, but his so-called white here, know some of the guys who get all sorts of antiques, which Songaglance is a half of the middleman. He occasionally go out in person to the whole of some things back. Songaglance, the reason why this is called, that is because he has a keen eye, especially in this firm antiques, that is known as a great, basically will not look away, but for him seems to be not good. Is a see money eye open also like to gamble people, and then more money to put in his hands cannot be tossed for a while. A lot of people who have bought and sold and he has eaten a loss, but it is a small loss, and the old king this time is obviously pitched some of the more. The old king was obviously pitched a bit more this time, but then again, the old king is not just for this pit angry, just he also clicked also piece of magic weapon. Before saying what the spirit of the soul of the sword's overbearing name is just he gave up. Something is indeed there, but not so called, is a tomb and the pull out of the stuff, is a small sword carved with some incantations, but the preservation of the exceptionally well. It is said that the sword has a broken ghosts and demons of a special effect, so the old king is willing to spend so a sum of money to buy such a thing, but did not expect to end up to get 2 boxes of gym equipment and a broken sword. So a sum of money to buy such a thing, but did not expect to end up to get 2 boxes of fitness equipment and a broken sword. It didn't take long for Lao Wang and I to enter the ticket gate with our tickets, board the plane, and get on the plane, economy class. Lao Wang from sitting down began to mutter that I am cheap. I am also depressed. I would have known that if you girl once dumped me 2 million, I will certainly give you get first class, although the ticket can be refunded to change the ticket, but this one to and fro is a toss and turn. Anyway, it is less than 2 hours of travel. The economy class is not unable to sit. The chair is as comfortable as ever, or next to the window of the good position. The plane took off, and Lao Wang called the stewardess with a wave. The stewardess nodded politely at the old king. Can I get you anything, old man? When the stewardess opened her mouth, I was instantly happy and skimmed over to Lao Wang, who had a black face. I said, how do you talk, little girl? How did you turn into an old man? Ha, I'm sorry. I'm not in too good of shape today. I'll be sure to adjust as soon as possible. I'm sorry. The flight attendant froze and hurriedly waved her hand to apologize. Lao Wang is also depressed. A little on the state cannot be completely lazy people on the stewardess, so he wanted some drinks over. The stewardess is also a nimble send over. Of course, the money I also nimble to others. Not let people a girl's family difficult to deal with. I didn't talk much along the way, and I kinda dozed off, so I closed my eyes for a second until I was woken up again by the stewardess when it was already time for the plane to land. So I hurriedly got up and sat down and waited for the plane to land. Waiting for the plane next to the runway when I just remembered one thing, how I took the plane again. However, 2 times in succession is quite safe, but I still pondered that next time if I can take the train high-speed train I must not take this thing. Up and down is quite troublesome. Anyway, is a little bit uncomfortable, not as good as the ground to run on the ground. After leaving the airfield, old Wang and I directly called for a car and headed to the city of Linhai. Linhai City, as the name suggests, is a city by the sea, is considered to be a second-tier forefront, is not small, and is relatively prosperous, is considered to be a metropolis. The cab ride into the city grew more and more crowded. Find a hotel and book a room first. Don't always treat yourself badly, old Wang said to me. I smacked my lips. I didn't shortchange myself. You were the one who gave the money late before. Took out his cell phone and looked at the hotel information. Then directly took a double room in a 5-star hotel. And then I directly greeted the master and drove that way. Get off the car. Looking at the front of this sea view hotel. The old king TSK admiration. This is only right. Money should know to enjoy. Go back to the room. I'll sleep a little to go. Last night tossed to 5 o'clock before coming back. Did not sleep much at all. Ha! I froze, rushed to follow, and asked, I said you had a job yesterday? The old king nodded. I was not mobilized to another town. There are some things that need to be dealt with. There are some ghosts also need to move around. Convenient to do things in the future. You are also in the future when you go down remember to have more and have a younger brother town inside the ghosts to get involved. When you have trouble or have something to help, just need to say hello. They are more useful than the people in the Yangwang world. I nodded silently, making a mental note of that, but I still didn't quite understand one thing. So I asked, so those ghosts in the netherworld are especially trustworthy? AI the old king waved his hand. Words can't be said like this, no matter on Earth or in the netherworld. No matter whether it's a big living person or a shadowy ghost, there is good and evil. There are selfishness, but there is a saying that is very true. But money can make the ghost push the mill. And this one must be understood by you as well. While chatting, we have entered the lobby of this splendid 5-star hotel. Straight to the front desk. I reported the reservation number on my cell phone, and after showing my ID card, I took the room card, 501, 5th floor, came to the room. The moment I opened the door I felt that the money spent is still worth it. The room is wide and large, look also clean. I also deliberately checked the quilt and toilet. Well, cleaned okay, although I can't say that the clean is not even gray, but it is already very satisfactory. The old king laughed. Do not look. This kind of place is full of tourists. If the shopkeeper messes around is going to be complained about in a minute. Now the complaint penalty can be very powerful. Above the child of those who can't wait for you to pick a bunch of faults out of it. They are good to come over to reap the benefits. I shrugged my shoulders and put my satchel down. Seeing that the room also had a balcony, the front was right on the sea. The view was very open and gave a great feeling. I looked back to Lao Wang, only to find that he had already turned on the air conditioning and lay down on the bed with a quilt and started to sleep. Egu I go. This is really a waste of broad daylight. Such a good place. Not on the opposite side of the beach waves is really a waste. I say, old king, I'm going to the beach to have some fun. Are you going? I asked. Do not go. Sleepy, you go. Remember to come back at night to call me for dinner. After dinner to find that grandson to go. Who? The old king seems to have fallen asleep while talking. I cried and laughed at the old king. Come on, he's like this probably not in the mood to play. Or I'll just go alone. Room card has 2, so I put one in the old king's nightstand. Explained. Before leaving also did not forget to put my bag to the back. This thing now I go out can be less, which is loaded with things that may be used at any time. Or bring the good. Not much. And waterproof sans super wear resistant. High-grade goods. Not afraid. When I got to the first floor of the hotel, I realized that guests staying here also get to eat for free. So I went over to take a look, and it was basically just some very generic drinks and snacks, and some locally produced fruits and such, out of the hotel. Directly around the circle to the back of the hotel, the feet can basically step on the sand, can be said to be only a couple of 100 meters away, close to very close. To this side of the travel if you live in this hotel is absolutely convenient, is a little expensive. It is now less than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun shines high, but there are a lot of people on the beach. There are a lot of awnings and beach chairs. Some children are happily running around on the beach. Of course there is no shortage of some bikini beauties walking around. There are also some wearing hot pants with sunglasses and the girl dancing. Seems to be in the recording of the very popular short video and so on. Walking on the soft sand, the sea breeze so blowing, really a little bit of that what feeling. When I came to the beach, there were a lot of small stones washed up on the beach, one by one, just like pebbles, only they were much smaller. And some of them were fragments of coral and so on, as well as fragments of wine bottles and so on. And a lot of small children were squatting down inside the stone-strewn area to pick them out carefully. I suddenly felt as if I had come to this place but with a little bit of equipment, such as beach sandals and swimming trunks, so that I could also go inside the safe zone and swim or something. Wouldn't it be great? Said to do. I turned around and looked around for a moment. It is easy to find a store selling swimsuits. This kind of tourist attraction to find this kind of store is easy as a slap in the face. Casually looking for it, so I bought a pair of swim trunks and a pair of beach sandals that are still appropriate to change into. And then go to the special storage point to spend $10 to store their own personal belongings and clothing. And then they are in a hurry to walk towards the sea. Now we can enjoy that the sea is wonderful. Come to this beach, I'm not the first time to come over, but the previous time to come are not the right time. Not summer. Naturally cannot swim in the sea. Can only be in the beach pile of sand to play, but that is a long time ago. To the present, I at most sit on the beach to see others pile of sand. Wow, wow. Seawater waves caress the beach. I walked with the crowd to the seawater. The water is still a little cold. Cannot jump directly into it. Need to adapt to it. Otherwise it may be easy to let the leg varicose veins. This I still understand. After a while of acclimatizing and feeling almost ready, I then took a step towards the inside to feel the charm of this sea. Has not swum for a long time, always did not forget. Basically learned is a lifetime. But the opportunity to swim is not much. After all, if you want to swim in M City you have to go to the inside of the arena. Quite a hassle. If you live in the seaside, then the beach and the sea is the paradise. Before I could have a good swim, there was a commotion in the distance, and people yelling and screaming, seemingly asking if there was a doctor around or something. So I turned to look that way, and between them a bunch of people had gathered on the beach. Was something wrong? Curiosity drove me to swim immediately to the shallow talk, and I walked quickly towards that side. Hey, those guys over there, is there a doctor? Someone fainted here. There's no doctor. They've gone to call the paramedics on the beach. They should be here soon. Make way, make way. I'm a doctor, I'm a doctor. There was a lot of noise around them, and a big tall guy in swim trunks squeezed in with a yelp and squatted right down and started checking out this fainting guy lying on the beach, asking loudly, does anyone know what's going on with him? Is there any knowledge of the condition at the time of the onset of the disease? A girl also followed and ran in. I'm also a doctor. We work in Linhai City Hospital. Just now who understands what happened also hoped to hurry to explain. I looked at this big and tall, and look at the woman, and then looked around. I saw the two young people have opened their mouths and said that they saved people from the sea to shore. The situation was that the man did not know how to suddenly scream for help, called 2 or 3 times after the sinking down, because the water is not deep, more than a meter or less than 2 meters, but also did not come to the safety zone outside. So the side of these two young people rushed to go over and pull him on the shore, and then it is now like this. The two young men on the side rushed over to pull him to the shore, and then it is now like this. Only then did I rush to look at the person lying on the beach, and found that his whole body was slightly purple, his lips were black, his eyes were tightly closed, and his whole body was still twitching from time to time, which looked strangely frightening. At this time Shadow's voice suddenly drifted out. Brother, there's something behind the person lying on the ground. I froze for a moment, looked at my arm, and then looked at the person lying on the ground, thinking that it might be that Shadow had sensed something, except that there were too many people here, and I had explained to her that she shouldn't just come out when there were too many people, and that if there was anything she needed to say directly, Shadow obviously obeyed. So this time it was a vocalization. Seeing that the big tall doctor and the young female doctor were clueless, I took the opportunity to warn. He doesn't seem to be in a good condition right now. You guys turn him over, maybe there's something in his back. When I said that, not surprisingly, everyone around me, including the two doctors, looked at me, and by this time the paramedics who were at the beach arrived in a hurry with their first aid kits. The crowd parted to allow the paramedics to come in and examine them, and the results were still the same. I somewhat reluctantly reminded again, can you turn it over and look at it? Are you a doctor too? The young, swimsuit-clad, self-proclaimed female doctor from Linhai City Hospital asked. I shook my head. No, if you're not then don't talk nonsense. Don't you know that you can't just move a patient's body when a situation like this arises? The big tall doctor gave me a somewhat disgusted look. I bristled, pointing at the man's increasingly purple skin on the ground. How do you guys know there's nothing behind him if you don't turn him over and examine him? Aren't you guys just delaying things? Do you have to wait for the ambulance? Do you think he can last another 5 or 10 minutes? The series of questioning left the big tall man and the young female doctor speechless. In the end, it was one of the middle-aged men from the medical team who said, this little brother is right. In case there's something stained and glued to his back, so it's better to check it out as soon as possible. Come on, help out, help him turn on his side. I'll check it out. Immediately a few paramedics carefully turned the man on the ground on his side, checking his back. I also took the opportunity to look down towards the bottom, and was immediately startled. Agoo, what the is that? What the is that? Only to see this person's back lying on a cloud of black. The form looks like a human face like the bizarre creature. Seems to be showing a smile. Looks to be more discreet, but soon I found another thing. That is, this thing around the people cannot see, which makes me realize that the bizarre discreet black face is not a creature, but a kind of ghosts and other things. Chapter 60, Not for the Faint of Heart. Just now when Shadow reminded me just now I knew that this person must have gotten into something dirty, but how could I have not thought that it would be such a disgusting and scary black ghost face, which really startled me. This thing is now just absorbed in the center of the man's back, because it is a ghost, the normal people around and cannot see its existence. There are really people pointing to the center of his back where there is a piece of black and purple, guessing that it is caused by something to give a hard impact. The hospital personnel smiled kindly at me. You're right. It seems that the cause is still in the back. He was hit by a heavy object on his back. With such a large bruise, he must have had very serious internal injuries, and this is not a good location. It seems to be close to the heart, and we don't have a better way to treat it right now. We can only wait for the ambulance to come. Quickly, call and rush the ambulance. The people around were busy again. The big tall man and the young female doctor couldn't help but look at me with curiosity, while I was a little anxious, because if that thing on the man's back wasn't removed he wouldn't be able to wait for an ambulance and would have to die. At that moment I came directly to the paramedic holding the man and smiled. Let me take a look. I've studied bruises. The man looked at me suspiciously, and seemed to want to explain, and I couldn't give him any more time. I directly squeezed past and pushed the man out of the way, and then asked the people around me to get out of the way a little bit, although there was a sense of disbelief, but my previous clear pointing out the location of the injury caused them to back off a little bit, and only left a paramedic holding his leg to look at me with curiosity again. I whispered to Shadow, "Do you have a handle on the law? What a delicious feeling. Do you want me to come out, brother? There seems to be a lot of people around." "Hey," Shadow said with a smile. I was sweating. "I don't know about delicious or anything, brother, but I just know it's a little ugly and you can't get down. I'm afraid." I thought of the time when I was at the graveyard outside the village with Lee Da-dee before. Shadow said that the ghost was so disgusting, and in the end it was absorbed in a different way. "Huh? Is it ugly?" I said. "Shadow, hurry up. This person is going to get hung up by the ghost thing." "Crap, this ghost face is smiling at me?" I was startled. Oh, Shadow's coming out right now. I'll be careful and won't hurt anyone without a cause." Shadow turned into a white light and emerged, standing beside me. But when she saw this disgusting ghost face she still frowned with a tangled look. "What a disgusting head, but, muttering, the shadow child suddenly stretched out his hand, a hand on top of that disgusting black ghost face. Then a gust of ghastly wind caressed around. The surrounding people could not help but shiver, while the black ghost face began to hideously squirm. Only in the shadow child's small hand under the suppression of the ghost face can only emit a burst of mournful roar, become more and more faint, and gradually disappeared in the back of the man. Finishing the ghostly face, Shade shook it off, still rubbing it on the sand. "Geez, the soul power is adequate, but it's just so gross." I couldn't help but smile slightly at this cute look on her face. "Come on, can't you see everyone is looking at me? Hurry back, I have to put this one down." Okay brother, when we get back I'm going to have a Coke. And yes, a Sprite." Shadow winked. Well, Fanta has it too." Shadow giggled and whooshed back into the middle of my arm. I could now clearly see that the patch of black and purple that had appeared on the man's back was rapidly disappearing, and I should do something about it. So I pretended to massage gently in that vicinity for a few moments, and then signaled for the paramedic I just squeezed out of the way to come back. I got up and clapped my hands together, thought of a quick excuse and said, "Come on, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's a fatal type of fainting. I've just had good exposure to this type of patient. I have experience with it, and you guys can see that the black and purple bruise on his back is fading fast." Everyone sniffed and looked curiously at the large patch of black and purple that had appeared on the man's back, and sure enough it was fading at a slow pace, and the purple flush all over the man's body was rapidly easing, and his face was regaining its blood color, and he seemed to be really recovering at a rapid pace. Everyone looked at me incredulously, and I knew it was time for me to bow out, so I turned around and headed out of the crowd, while all sorts of compliments and disbelief from those behind me came to my ears from time to time. "My God, Dr. Wonderful, I think it's a massage therapist. Expert level. Little brother is so powerful. Just do not know whether there is a girlfriend, but also powerful. All of a sudden, this person so serious injuries to see well? Look at that. The bruise is going to disappear into thin air. My God, it's amazing. This guy is Superman, right? How can it be so fast? Just 2 presses and it's done?" Listening to a variety of words of praise, this mood immediately relaxed and happy a lot. It seems that our yin and yang mailman chief of the ability not only in the money and up and down the yin and yang aspect, but also to help save the emergency to help other people. Good, really good. Just as I was about to return to the sea to continue swimming some more, a voice behind me called out to me, "Hey, this gentleman, wait a minute." I turned my head to look. Between the previous one claimed to be the Linhai City Hospital female doctor. At this time she is still wearing a swimsuit. The body looks a little thin, but it is not difficult to understand. Many of the girls are now thin body all day shouting that they are fat, and then do not eat all day dieting and so on. For this kind of practice I have always been accustomed to see and do not care about it. Fat is so reduce it? This is to reduce the life, okay. This female doctor ran over, but did not see the big tall man. I skimmed my head and looked, and was seeing that he was looking at our side with some depression. This girl is afraid that he is his object or the object of his mind. So I asked, what? The female doctor smiled. Just now. Sorry about earlier. Hey, it's okay. That I didn't know you knew about medicine. I've made you laugh. The female doctor suddenly became very polite. I shrugged. Anything else? If not, I'm going for a swim. It was hard to come all this way. Huh? You're not from around here? The female doctor asked. I shook my head. No, I'm over here on a trip. Oh, well, then, can I ask you for some medical advice? I'll buy you dinner. The female doctor looked at me expectantly. Medically savvy? My God, I just know that the best way to disinfect a broken finger is to use purple water, or to clean it and put a band-aid on it, to take medicine for a cold, or to get a shot for a fever. I don't know anything about medicine. Just now that's demonology, not medicine. I scratched my hair awkwardly. I don't know medicine. Oh, may be my expression error. Is the massage technique? I studied clinical medicine. Now is a physician. Also will often meet those bruises and injuries to see the doctor. If I will use so magical therapeutic massage techniques, that can be really great. Just do not know you. The young female doctor still looked at me, eyes full of expectations. There are quite a lot of worry. Maybe afraid that I decided to her, but this is something I really can't help. So I just told the truth. Oops, I really don't know how to do it. It's just that his situation is rather special, and I just happen to be able to handle it. And there are all of you professionals around. If I say I don't know anything, then I can't even get close, okay? That person's situation is critical. If not dealt with instantly, he will die. I can't see such a thing happening in front of my eyes, so I can only come up with this plan. I'm really sorry for making you clueless. When I finished, I turned my head toward the beach, ready to continue to take a dip. But this seems to make the young female doctor impressed. She not only did not go, but also froze to follow up, said with a smile, then you are very good. Oh, just now may be that I want to learn too much about this area. Since it is just an individual special case, then we will not talk about this. By the way, where are you from? Let me introduce myself first, just like what I said just now. I'm a doctor in this Linhai City Hospital. My name is Shi Xiangling. How about you? I didn't think that this hadn't made this girl lose interest, and the girl in front of me looked quite self-conscious, so I smiled and said, City, Li Bufan, he, good name. It's nice to know you. Be a friend? Shi Xiangling smiled faintly and stretched out her hand, a piece of gum still cupped in her hand. Looking at the chewing gum in her hand, I couldn't help but ponder. Crouch. Is it possible that the bubble gum manufacturer has asked you to endorse the advertisement? You're out for a swim and you're carrying gum with you? But people have handed over the gum, but also so warm and kind. I cannot reach out and hit the smiling face's knot, so I took it, casually to the swim trunks of the small pocket inside a stuffed, in her handshake. Good. Hey, I'm a local. Are you here alone? Shi Xiangling looked around curiously, as if she wanted to find my companion. Came over with my oldest brother, so I just came over to the beach for a bit first. I said, that's right. I bet you don't know the best things to do over here then, do you? On the beach over there, do you see any speeding motorboats in the distance over the ocean? I looked over that way, and it was true. It looked so windy and so good. Shi Xiangling laughed. My sister's class today. I take you to play can be half price. Oh, want to experience? Can go? I immediately said. Originally I also depressed here how only swimming. See entertainment program how a little less to come. Feelings here is not the place. In the distance Shi Xiangling immediately led me towards that side. This girl is also open enough to be familiar with herself. Minutes and I am a stranger to chat into a piece. Maybe it is her girl's advantage and my single disadvantage caused by it. Anyway, I just come to play. Can play cheaply, a hand is fine, but it better not be a jumping god, or I'll be very angry, and the consequences are naturally very serious. But just at this time, the big tall guy from before came over with a black face, looked at me, and said to Shi Xiangling, Xiangling, do you recognize this person? Shi Xiangling faintly said, oh, just met, exchanging medicine. She also winked at me. I let out an oh, and didn't make much of a conversation. The big tall guy was very unhappy and skimmed his lips. I say, is this a date? About the date you are running to go and other people to go on a date, said he. Also looked at me. Come on, you get it right. You can't walk together with someone else's girlfriend in front of someone else's boyfriend, right? Egu I go. This is all ing what matter. I immediately waved his hand. Egu. I cannot have any non-thinking of your girlfriend. She just and I discussed the knowledge of the hospital, and then feel chatty. She took me to experience the sea motorboat only. You do not think too much. If I'm next to you matter, I'll go. go go go, you guys chat. I turned around and left, but immediately Shi Shangling pulled me by the hand and rolled her eyes. Hey, how can you be like this? He's not my boyfriend. Want him to care? We walk ours. What's he got to do with it? Really? I froze and looked at the big tall guy strangely. The corner of the big tall man's eye twitched. I say, Shangling, this is not a good thing to say. Don't you know how I treat you? Not clear. Don't want to be clear. I have told you many times. I have no feeling for you. No feeling, do you understand? If you don't understand, go and study the language well. Please don't always pester me, okay? Shi Shangling looked at me. Let's go experience motorboating? This is not good, too good, right? You see, you look at this thing, give a mess. I can't. I didn't finish the sentence before I was pulled by Shi Shangling's arm towards one side. Oops, said he's not my boyfriend. He has no right to control what I do. Let's go. I now sort of understand. This guy is to take me as a shield, but I really do not eat this set. Beautiful old me to see a lot, especially in the past 2 days. I immediately pulled away from the Shi Shangling's hand, although she is still a little bit of posture, but I do not like the trouble. I say, Shi Shangling, you'd better go by yourself. I suddenly don't want to go. I turned to the big tall guy and squeezed my eyes, signaling that he could go on. The big tall guy visibly froze, then lo and behold gave me a thumbs up before hurrying to follow. Hey, Li Bu Fan, am I that annoying? Even though it's the first time we met, do I make you so annoying? Shi Shangling called out somewhat angrily from behind. Whoever she was, whatever she was, that was a stranger to me, and that didn't make much of a difference to me. I smiled, shook my head slightly, and continued to walk towards the beach. It's better to enjoy the feeling of swimming in the sea. I'm not short of that motorboat entertainment funds. Back to the sea, swimming for more than half an hour. No, feel a little tired. This only returned to the beach, and then rented a set of umbrellas and beach chairs. Bought a drink. Very comfortable lying on the beach squinting rest. Sun, sand and sea along with good food and beautiful women walking on the beach. Gee, I have to say that's quite a treat.